Within the office of Director of Education, a middle-aged Gedman was driving to cultivate a harmonious atmosphere, his Mediterranean hairstyle standing out conspicuously. Hey, Hutching, thesis young Master Zhao, a fellow student from our grade. Being young, you should be able to communicate tool. The director attempted to bridge a gap between Tatwo. However, he supports Semed Toya el the opposite effect, rendering him somewhat awkward. Anthembian of he facetus indeed into an uncomfortable silence. At that moment, Thean lies sound reverberating through it he fasuous that oft he kettle boiling water. Thethreman shared this same space yet found themselves since near in an embarrassing stillness. The director cuckled to himself fruitfully, feeling more like a jester than a mediator. He mused that these twa protagonists, one you with that prominent background and thither wealthy, remained mute to perform as a low actan facilitate the transactions single-handedly. These was for more challenging than assisting an I companion in matters of romance. Ha glance a day that wa before him. Young Master Zaya hailed from the illustrious Sao family of Song City, a colossal entity intertwining politic sancommerce, its influence are undeniably vast. In contrast, Jiang Heking weighs a purveyor of public welfare, boasting an unblemished background, arguably one of the cleanest individuals since the entire duration. Asked the buyer, young Master Zao was naturally reluctant to initiate a conversation. Meanwhile, Jiang Heking appeared dutter lying grossed in his own world, oblivious to a surrounding atmosphere. Hui's intent liperusing gabuktadled 100 use soft upper lift, complete elitis regarding the director subtle accuse. The director observed Jiang Heking with ori internal commensurate could it be thought. This fellow simplited not comprehend me hints? In truth, the Zhao family weighs indeed interested in Jiang Heking's 3 sapta to de martial arts helmet, a rare resource indeed. Yet, in this world, air source season lid deemed valuable that can be preserved. How cold Jiang Heching, as a public welfare advocate, safeguard such resource? Nevertheless, the Zhao family was not intent forcefully eisengith they were willing to negate it in exchange. Their proposed terms included Donna Grey Deeptia to de martial arts helmet, professional guardianship until transfer, and 5 revival coins imbued with Zol restoration properties. While it hesiderms might not fly equated a thevalyaft 3 saptitude helmet, considering the disparity in their statuses, they could be deemed kita generis. Yet, Jiang Heking appeared entirely uninterested, remaining gabs are beaten his own realm. The director cleared his throat a few times, attempting to nudge young Hekingans more, but the latter seemed completely oblivious. In fact, hesiply in this chair a few centimeters, closer to the door, a small movement hat did not thoughtasy of theathers. That woman exchanged glances, wondering if this fellow was contemplating inching away a little at a time until it eventually relocated at the other side of the planet. At that moment, Jiang Heking abruptly seized his smart brain and discreet, sent stress signal police uncle, Somionais poisoning gare. This action plunged both Zao and the police station into stat of chaos. Up and receiving thinners, the Zao family immediately contacted Zhao Hokint over a fifth situation. Meanwhile, Depoliswirian Higalert, Ash Chulsand Public Welfare Cultivation Center, swore among the Federation's most sensitive allocations. Up in hearing this news, Zhao Hokin wasikal bewildered. Hekud not fathom Winyon Wudakasem of poisoning. Enraged, he lunged at Jiang Heching, demanding, "You bastard, didn't you harm? My surname is Zhao. If I went Teto del with a Lola commoner like you, would I resort to poisoning?" However, Jiang Heching, unfazed, Predapan Zhao Hokin Shandan dret mockingly. All right, I get that your surname is Zhao. Discovering your biologica father is indeed thrilling, beauty and inkling tomto sherry our joy. I am no cheerfeather, so I cannot share in thought long lustrunian cellation. This retortantly fueled Zhao Hachin's fury further, yet understood that causing gassing this place would lead to direct consequences. Thus, he begrudgingly suppressed his anger, attempting to engage young Heking in narration ideology. Chapter 2. Will erasing my existence affect my military service? Zhao Haochin had barely registered the situation when the bald director from next door emitted a loud, groundhog-like bellow. He recognized that this fellow was emotionally inept, utterly failing to grasp that this was nothing more than a pure fool. Even if he truly had no intention of selling, couldn't he utter a few kind words, striving for a harmonious resolution? Even if the transaction fell through. Instead, he immediately claimed the other as his father. Wasn't he that just inviting trouble upon himself? This lad had only just turned 18. and already he felt that life was unbearably long. Contemplating an early exit. Let's not kid ourselves. While the school might provide a semblance of protection, that was merely a facade. If the Zhao family truly set their minds to it, they could devise 1,000 ways to eliminate this powerless, parentless burden. Indeed, 1,000 ways. This assertion is by no means an exaggeration. If they wished to avoid extremes, the Zhao family possessed countless methods to render this being's existence a living hell. For instance, they could incite everyone to isolate him. No, wait. This fellow's emotional intelligence seemed to have already alienated everyone. Perhaps targeting his friends. Forget it. The reasoning remains the same. Perhaps inciting the teachers against him. This lad appeared to possess some talent. It seemed he had begun self-study years ago. Then, surely, targeting his parents would suffice? Alas! This individual was a public ward. Yet, he had none of those connections himself. If he remained silent, the Zhao family could easily turn their ire upon him. Merely holding the position of director of education would not guarantee his safety. The ball director was still lost in thought when the Zhao family member on the other end of the line erupted with fury. To claim Zhao Xingchen as his father, what did that imply for the family head? Should word get out that Zhao Xingchen had two fathers, others would not ponder what Zhao Xingchen had done but rather question the integrity of the family head's reputation. Esteemed families place great importance on face. Just based on Jiang Huqing's earlier comment, it was grounds for war. On the other end of the line, the butler's voice turned harsh as he addressed the ball director. Director Li? You have done a fine job. Director Li felt utterly helpless. It was clear that this brat was a troublemaker, so why was the blame being thrust upon him? Could he not be presented with some evidence? What methods could possibly be deployed against him? Why summon me? However, before Director Li could speak, the butler already laid out the charges against him. Director Li, upon investigation, we discovered that you have inflated a public ward's existence to draw a salary without merit. Do you plead guilty? Good heavens! Director Li was aware of the Zhao family's tyranny, yet he had still underestimated their resolve. They intended to erase Jiang Huqing's very existence. Clearly, the Zhao family was in a hurry. Director Li was indeed conflicted. Was this a confession? It appeared more akin to an olive branch. If he agreed to the Zhao family's deal, he might face repercussions from his superiors, but the Zhao family would undoubtedly pave the way for his future as compensation. The crux of the matter was that the target was none other than Jiang Huqing. There was ample room for maneuvering. After all, this lad had isolated everyone. If he were to mysteriously vanish one day, no one would notice. Yet, professional ethics. With that thought, Director Li sighed and resolutely replied, outside these walls, I have no control. Whether he lives or dies depends on his own fortune. But within the school, he is my student. As the director of education, I must ensure his safety. Director Li felt this was the most heroic and glorious moment of his life. He would not bow for mere trifles, nor would he lower his head to curry favor with the powerful. He was safeguarding his student, even if it were only for the moment. What was he even seeking? Was it thrill? How had it turned into a confrontation with the Zhao family? Meanwhile, Jiang Huqing showed no signs of gratitude. Bluntly interrupting, Director, you are mistaken. Why are you discussing this with them? I clearly exist. Director Li was taken aback. Was this how others interpreted such words? Yet, recalling this child's abysmally low emotional intelligence, he understood that clarifying this statement would not be easy. He could only resort to more straightforward language. They have the means to erase all traces of your existence, rendering you a nonentity in society. Jiang Huqing nodded, as if partially grasping the concept, and inquired, now does that mean the military application materials I submitted still count? Will they be returned because Ito not exist? Everyone present no. Even the butler on the other end of the line was left in shock. Had he merely stumbled upon a stroke of luck, or was he cunning enough to predict the reactions of others, orchestrating everything to manipulate them? How did he conceive such a survival strategy? Moreover, it was a true slap in the face. Just as they had declared their intent to eradicate all traces of his existence, this matter arose. How could they erase it now? Would they venture into the military department to delete personnel data? That was something even the most formidable races could not accomplish. Who could have anticipated that targeting a mere pauper would lead to accusations of treason? If this were to succeed, one could boldly assert that the heavens belong to the Zhao family. And not just in Song City. Indeed, compared to the school and public ward cultivation center, the military department was no red line. However, This entity was the armed guarantee of that red-lined IT was tantamount to skipping the provocation stage and directly courting death. Director Lee discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Thankfully, he had not misspoken. Once a student confirmed their military enlistment, to ensure safety and conduct background checks, all conversations would be recorded and uploaded, without requiring anyone's consent. The enforcement agencies never played games. He considered himself fortunate to have navigated this situation. While the Zhao family, they were truly pitiful. Tio declared that a successful enlistee did not exist. The military personnel would likely burst into laughter upon hearing that. The skies over Song City might well be about to change. Zhao Haochen still had not come to terms with the situation when the butler on the other end of the line descended into a frenzy. Impossible! To enlist, one must undergo at least 3 months of assessment. There could not possibly be no rumors during that time. While there appeared to be numerous loopholes, the butler forcefully muted the Zhao family name. Better to be overly cautious than to be caught unawares. The threat posed by violent organizations was immense. Even the mere mention of a name sent shivers down the butler's spine. If this were indeed true, he would not have enough lives to spare from the consequences. The first to strike would not be the military, but the Zhao family. When it comes to exerting pressure, families are the most sentimental. If they could assist kin, who would help the righteous? However, when the situation becomes untenable, families transform into entities driven solely by self-interest. To provoke the military means one's life is forfeit. If one cannot promptly sever ties, then it would be more than just bruises and contusions. In times of extreme fear, new courage may unexpectedly emerge. After the butler rattled off his list of accusations, he immediately envisioned himself occupying an absolute advantage, his voice trembling with faux bravado. Impersonating a soldier is a capital offense. As long as I report you with the recording, Jiang Huqing, your fate is sealed. Just wait. Faced with the butler's impotent rage, Jiang Huqing appeared somewhat uncertain. After all, it was his first time enlisting, and he had no clue if what he had received was legitimate. Chapter 3. Since you've hummed it, let us wipe the slate clean. After pondering for a moment, he sought Director Lee's assistance. Director, could you help me verify this? The acceptance letter bears the military department seal. It cannot possibly be a counterfeit, right? If it is, I could still report it and earn a little money, which I could use to buy myself a fine weapon. By the way, they must have invested quite a bit to pull off this deception. They even claimed they would assign me an SSS-grade martial arts helmet as a reward for the 50,000th Galactic League. He asked, do you think it was mere coincidence, or is this for real? Director Lee was utterly taken aback by this twist. How could someone speak so boldly about something still uncertain? This lad would be executed without a second thought, had it not been for Jiang Huqing shoving the email notification in his face. He wouldn't even have bothered to glance at it. Setting aside everything else, consider those keywords: acceptance letter, military department seal, winning a prize, SSS helmet. Which of these does not reek of a scam? To combine them all, one might as well attempt to sell health supplements to the elderly and expect success. People may age, but they do not lose their wits, 100% fake. Did this lad truly not realize that this was a lifeline for him? If he kept it under wraps, perhaps the Zhao family would think twice before acting. But by blaring it out loud, he seemed to be challenging them. Director Lee, seeing that Jiang Huqing had already opened the email, felt no fear of it being a phishing attempt and clicked to open it. The lengthy and tedious text at the beginning was telling. Very well, this was yet another glaring piece of false evidence. What kind of place was the military department? Would they have the time to craft a lengthy, flowery missive? Unless it was due to recent reforms demanding that new recruits receive a sense of belonging. The enlistment notice was not filled with phrases like, "The Federal Army welcomes your joining and appreciates your contributions to the Federation." Instead, it read something more akin to, "Stop dragging your feet like a Walmart plastic bag and clean yourself up to roll over here." Despite the lengthy wording, it was more in line with the crude vernacular habits of those old-timers using voice input. For them to express gratitude would be a tongue-twisting endeavor. Director Lee was increasingly intrigued by this matter. A little absurdity might insult one's intelligence, but excessive absurdity necessitated an examination of the other party's limitations. Scrolling to the very bottom, Director Lee was genuinely impressed. They truly did not view this lad as a human being. This document, if presented to a goblin, would likely incite laughter. The so-called seal was not from the recruitment office at all, but from the military academy. Who among the Federals did not know that these types of universities only accepted the descendants of martyrs? Ah, how intriguing! The principal's signature next door resembles something quite legitimate. If it were not handwritten, it would appear even more authentic. The school dispatches thousands of notification letters each year. Who would take the time to sign them personally? Director Lee was keen to assist Jiang Huqing in creating an impression, hoping to intimidate the other party, but in an unexpected turn, he inadvertently cast the document onto the screen for all to see, leaving no room for recovery. Alas, his earlier expression could hardly deceive those seasoned individuals. With a sigh, Director Lee lamented the situation, not due to a lack of concern for his charges, but rather because the other party seemed intent on self-destruction. Even divine intervention would be of no avail here. Jiang Huqing appeared blissfully unaware of the gravity of the matter, persistently inquiring, "Director Lee, what is the verdict? With this notification, can I enroll in the military university? Or should I report it to acquire new weapons?" Still clinging to the hope of good fortune. It seems you are determined to escape unscathed, are you not? Not only is your emotional intelligence lacking, but your intellectual capacity appears equally deficient. How could such a trivial matter warrant several years of accolades? Director Lee mused that perhaps there was indeed a flaw in the educational system. Meanwhile, the housekeeper erupted in raucous laughter, unabashedly exclaiming, "You still wish to exchange weapons? Do you not comprehend the severity of forging military documents? Have you no sense of the consequences? If you were clever, you might forge an enlistment document. Perhaps that could pass, but a fabricated admission letter for the military university? Do you possess the capability for that? In signing off as Commander Chun, do you believe that a common surname would facilitate your disguise? You ought to consider which respectable individual would sign in such a manner. Such scrawled handwriting is utterly disgraceful. I have already reported you. Now, merely await your fate." Jiang Huqing paused, curiosity piqued. "Is the loophole that apparent? Is it possible that this document is nothing but an illusion, devoid of any substance?" Director Lee interjected, his thoughts racing. Were it not for the inappropriateness of the moment, upon seeing the email, he might have contemplated engaging in further dialogue with the other party, perhaps even managing to extract a mere 200 in return. This acceptance letter hardly warranted being showcased as an example in the anti-fraud bulletin. It would be far more suitable as a comedic anecdote. After voicing this, Director Lee grew concerned that Jiang Huqing might be unable to withstand the impending blow. With no backing and having offended the Zhao family, it could be said that his life was now on borrowed time. Perhaps even a terminally ill patient might outlive him. Yet, Jiang Huqing seemed utterly unconcerned, engrossed in his phone, exuding an air of indifference. Zhao Haochen, witnessing this individual's unperturbed demeanor in the face of impending doom, felt utterly bewildered. Shouldn't a normal person seize the opportunity to wail and plead for mercy? Without the dramatic conclusion of an MVP screen, even the act of showboating felt unconvincing. Zhao Haochen, irritated, pointed at Jiang Huqing and admonished, "What is the matter? Do you still have time to indulge in your games? Don't think that acting deranged will allow you to escape this. I assure you, even if you were to kneel and beg, you would not survive today." Jiang Huqing replied with a casual, "Oh, so I need not kneel then? If you happen to have time, do wait next door. I am rather busy and cannot attend to you at the moment." Although pleading with this individual was likely futile, couldn't he at least display some semblance of effort? Has he truly cast aside his very existence? Director Lee now contemplated involving the authorities and reconsidered the terms proposed by the Zhao family. After all, this matter would not linger much longer. Whom to eliminate was inconsequential. The act of taking matters into his own hands might even yield some reward. Why should he toil to set up a situation, only to be left empty-handed and at odds with others? The more he pondered, the more he felt at a loss, prompting him to catch Jiang Huqing's attention. "Huqing, what matter could possibly outweigh your very life? While young Master Zhao is present, speak wisely." Zhao Haochen, having been thwarted in his previous attempts, seized upon this moment of support. "Jiang Huqing, should you choose to repent and crawl beneath my legs, perhaps I would be in a forgiving mood, willing to merely break your limbs instead of ending your life. Otherwise, Jiang Huqing nodded. "Very well. Since you have expressed your intent, let us consider it settled. You may wait outside while I attend to my affairs, and then I shall seek you out." Chapter 4. I'll record a video to berate him. Let us engage in a duel of 3 heroes against Elbu. Jiang Huqing suspected this fellow had lost his wits. To kneel and beg for mercy only to have his limbs broken? Conversely, Not pleading for mercy brought no repercussions, and he could even enjoy the spectacle of this individual squealing like a pig. If he couldn't best him in combat, why not simply come forward and demonstrate his peculiar preferences? As long as it didn't disrupt him, he could stand outside and holler all day long. What need was there for excuses? Was this the understanding he sought? What did he mean by once you have expressed your grievances, it is all settled? Did he still believe he was seeking forgiveness? Zhao Haochen, incensed, turned red with rage, smoke practically emanating from his ears. I shall break your legs right now. I hope your screams are kept to a minimum. Yet, Jiang Huqing, remarkably, halted and raised a hand to block him. Young Master Zhao, remain calm. Calm? Zhao Haochen laughed in fury. Now you wish to plead for mercy? I tell you, it is too late. No, no, no. Jiang Huqing remained composed, even taking the time to elucidate. What I mean is, I advise you against acting impulsively. I am the top student in my grade. On the testing arena, you lack the qualifications to even lay eyes upon me. You cannot defeat me, should you act out. I will have grounds for self-defense. Should I render you unconscious, the onlookers would not assume you overstepped your bounds. Rather, they would think I was bullying you, tarnishing my reputation. Such a statement was akin to aiming a dagger directly at the opponent's heart. Did he truly believe he could maintain a good reputation? His notoriety was far from insignificant. Director Li felt a headache coming on. How had this student achieved the top rank? Others may not know. But he certainly did. During the midterm exercises, this individual had incapacitated 23 opponents with sheer brute force. Had it not been for modern medical advancements, he could have single-handedly crippled half a class. Once on the arena, he was merciless. Although he was a public figure, he showed no regard for familial ties. In later matches, students would voluntarily concede, rendering any challenge to him non-existent, leaving the limits of his abilities shrouded in mystery. At the very least, his position as the top student was unassailable. Of course, young Master Zhao was no pushover either. As a scion of a prestigious family, he would not engage in close combat with mere commoners in the arena. Others had professional martial arts instructors, and his prowess was surely formidable. Wait, why was I evaluating this? Did I genuinely wish for them to engage in combat? Assisting one party would inevitably offend the other. Supporting Jiang Huqing might provoke the Zhao family, while backing Zhao might lead to Jiang being unjustly treated. This was a conundrum. It was imperative to prevent an incident from escalating. Director Li hurriedly interjected. Young people are often spirited, which is commendable, but do bear in mind the setting. We are in my office. Show a little respect. Zhao Haochen was resolute in his intent to teach Jiang Huqing a lesson. Gritting his teeth as he declared, then let us fight in the public arena. Equip the martial arts helmets for a fair competition. I will show him that even with an SS-level helmet, he is still a waste of resources. He does not deserve such privileges. Why should a public figure have access to such high-quality resources? Such talent is reserved solely for me. Granting it to him is akin to casting pearls before swine. As for being the top student, in the eyes of noble families, that is nothing but a jest. Those commoners know nothing of martial arts. Even if they possess a few basic skills, they are merely amusing themselves. When faced with someone like me, they would crumble at the first contact. Jiang Huqing had not engaged in physical activity for quite some time. Upon hearing that a challenger was willing to step forward, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Is this true? Then let the battle commence. Do you seek that martial arts helmet? Defeat me, and it is yours. However, allow me to finish my current task first. Never mind, I shall make this quick. Director Li intended to intervene, but suddenly a thought struck him, and his spirits lifted. It seemed this student was not as lacking in emotional intelligence as he initially believed. Consider this. Young Master Zhao had originally intended to purchase the helmet. Even if he acquired it, it would be through familial connections, and his reputation would bear a blemish. However, engaging in competition changes the narrative. If this student were to show even a hint of leniency, or even if he did not, young Master Zhao could claim the helmet by virtue of his own strength, leaving no room for criticism. This would satisfy the youthful desire to prove oneself. Even if young Master Zhao harbored ill intentions later on, he would have no grounds for retaliation. His family would undoubtedly appreciate this restraint. The earlier insults could be chalked up to misunderstandings, easily dismissed. If young Master Zhao were not of such a background, acquiring an SS-level helmet without consequence would indeed be a remarkable feat. Time was of the essence. Director Li promptly declared, Excellent. Since both parties are in agreement, I shall arrange for the arena now. Wait, Jiang Haching interjected, halting the proceedings. Director Li gazed at him, perplexed, uncertain of this student's intentions. What is it? Jiang Haching raised his phone and declared, Did I not mention that I have unfinished business? You all come here to help me berate this fraud. His language is utterly vulgar. He hesitates to step into the arena for a father-son duel, clearly lacking the qualities of a true man. I shall initiate a video call, and we will jointly unleash our verbal onslaughts, engaging in a battle akin to the legendary 3 heroes against Elbu, which is bound to end in our favor. As for seeking external assistance in a brawl, that has been attempted before. But in a quarrel, who would dare to call for reinforcements? Just observe the composition of our team. One is the school principal, a figure of authority, and the other is young Master Zhao, a scion of wealth. What base language could possibly emerge from such esteemed company? You, a mere commoner, cannot even prevail in a verbal exchange. Let us consider ourselves mere accomplices in this endeavor. However, upon reflection, Director Li quietly acknowledged the gravity of the situation. Young Master Zhao, having been previously slighted by this individual, likely harbors a grudge. When we face him in the arena, he may strike with undue force. If we allow him to vent his frustrations beforehand, he might regain his composure and understand that this person is merely seeking favor, potentially moderating his aggression. The swindler has truly become a pawn. This fellow is indeed adept at leveraging resources. With this thought, Director Li preemptively acquiesced before young Master Zhao, then softly advised, Young Master Zhao, you can discern that this person is not particularly astute. Why not lower yourself to engage him in play? Resolving this matter swiftly would be beneficial in acquiring the helmet sooner. Young Master Zhao, reminded of the helmet, felt a surge of warmth and finally nodded in agreement. Jiang Haching, seeing his ally prepared, nodded in satisfaction, tapping his fingers to promptly initiate the video call. The other party, displaying considerable bravado, actually accepted the call. Before long, a stout, bald elder appeared at the top of the screen. Jiang Haching remained silent, directly clicking the projection button, then pointed accusingly at the elder, hurling invectives. You despicable bald old fool, you dare answer the call? Have you truly deceived even your own father? You shy away from a father-son duel, hiding behind the screen and spouting nonsense like a coward. Chapter 5. I shall commence with a silent treatment, and together we shall berate the mute. This language vividly illustrates that this person is a product of a failed education. How dare he accuse others of vulgarity? What could possibly be more crude than this elder? The two raised their gazes to the projected image, and although the elder appeared somewhat indecent with his bare torso, his body was a testament to robust musculature, a clear indication of strength. Furthermore, his imposing demeanor exuded an aura of authority. Merely standing there, he instilled a suffocating sense of being encircled by a sea of corpses and blood. Such poise hardly resembled that of a fraudster. Rather, it resembled a harbinger of death. Intimidated by the elder's presence, the two momentarily found themselves at a loss for words. Jiang Haching, however, was irked. I summoned you to assist. And you stand there as mere spectators? Is this my personal stand-up comedy show? Did you purchase tickets? Hurry, each of you take a stance and join in. What are you standing around for? The essence of the 3 heroes against Elbu is continuous output. Do you intend to play defensively? Suddenly, a thought struck Jiang Haching, and he slapped his forehead. Of course, I could impose a silent treatment on him, rendering him unable to articulate anything but incoherent babble. Since you cannot engage in the verbal assault, let us take advantage of the mute. Surely that will suffice. Such a clever maneuver, could it truly be conceived by a mere mortal? Is he not concerned that this elder might suffer from hypertension? The two, sensing an underlying disquiet, wisely chose to remain silent. Jiang Haching, however, was growing increasingly frustrated. If you cannot even insult a mute, what grand achievements can you hope to accomplish? If you remain silent, I shall continue my tirade. Just as Jiang Haching was about to speak, a loud, explosive sound erupted from the other end of the call, as if someone had stepped on a dog's tail. No. It is unacceptable to show disrespect to the commander. This, of course, was not a sound emanating from Jiang Haching's phone, but rather a roar from Zhao Haochen's device. Young and inexperienced, Zhao Haochen may not have understood, and while Director Li's rank was lower, he too might have been oblivious. But as the steward of the Zhao family, how could he be unaware? Perceptiveness is a fundamental quality in his position. Otherwise, one might find themselves in a situation where the family head is forced to kneel in welcome. Although the elder had not fully revealed his identity, his commanding presence was unmistakable. Such an aura of authority could not be cultivated without prolonged exposure to high office. If this person were indeed a fraud, then those who invested such effort in deceit would have to accept their fate. Jiang Huqing paused, contemplating. Are you implying that he is not a fraud? Driven by a desire for survival, the steward quickly responded. This is undoubtedly the commander, and he could not possibly be a fraud. Yet, Jiang Huqing's eyes gleamed with wisdom. Unlikely. If he truly is a commander, why would he send me a fraudulent email, tricking me into believing I could enlist? Furthermore, did you not say his handwriting resembled that of a dog dragging its paw? A commander of such stature, with such poor basic skills. Furthermore, that admission letter seemed to contain several typos. Good heavens. This person dares to file a report. The steward nearly leaped out of his seat to cover Jiang Huqing's mouth, urgently interjecting. These are mere details, insignificant in the grand scheme. A person of Commander Qin's caliber does not concern himself with trifles. Moreover, could those be typos? They are clearly homophones. Do not speak out of turn. Who claims that his handwriting resembles a dog dragging its paw? It is evidently a display of dragon and phoenix. Unique in its own right, the steward, deserving of his title, deftly lauded the commander, leaving Jiang Huqing momentarily speechless. Is he truly that remarkable? Indeed. The steward nodded vigorously, his resolve firm as if preparing for a noble sacrifice. Jiang Huqing pondered for a moment, yet doubts lingered. No, he is a fraud. They say soldiers are martial by nature, yet he shrinks from even a father-son duel, clearly a coward. The steward, witnessing the elder's face turning red with rage, dared not speak further, instead attempting to pacify the reckless youth. Brother Jiang, why not unmute and allow him to explain? The admission letter was sent by this esteemed individual, and its handwritten nature indicates his regard for the matter. Whatever nonsense he may spout here, it is not worth a major incident if communication fails. It could potentially bring calamity upon our family. Reflecting on his previous remarks, the steward's complexion paled, mentally preparing for his own demise. Damn it! If you had this backing, why not reveal it sooner? Why play the role of a stealthy benefactor? Are you trying to lead me to disaster? The steward, however, failed to consider who had initiated the doubts. Fortunately, Jiang Huqing heeded the advice and finally agreed to unmute. The moment the screen erupted with a cacophony of beeping sounds, one might have mistaken it for an air raid alarm. The others soon realized that the elder was indeed vulgar in his speech. Forget about the three heroes against Elbu. One must possess talent to engage in such a contest, and in this tier of conflict, one could merely be deemed a minor player, incapable of withstanding even the residual effects of skill. They wished to cover their ears, yet the elder's identity compelled them to endure, trembling in place, evoking feelings of pity and helplessness. Jiang Huqing, however, remained undeterred. The elder had barely uttered a few curses when Jiang Huqing promptly interrupted. Silence. Do you think volume equates to righteousness? You have already exposed yourself. If you cannot provide evidence to substantiate your identity, the Zhao family will undoubtedly seek justice and bring you to account. Thud. Before the elder could respond, the steward had already knelt before the screen. This fellow truly knew how to navigate a situation. He understood the gravity of the moment. How did the Zhao family become so formidable without my knowledge? If we are to apprehend this big shot, why not send us to sweep the universe clean? The elder, seemingly unaware of the absurdity of the situation, perhaps intending to put on a grand performance, refused to produce credentials when questioned by Jiang Huqing. Instead, he brandished a weapon resembling an anti-tank gun. Does this prove my identity? It certainly should. The steward nodded vigorously. Indeed. He knows this is the latest standard weapon of the Federation, only distributed in limited quantities. Who else but the military could possess such a thing? Jiang Huqing also nodded in agreement. That suffices. His refusal to present credentials while brandishing a firearm is unmistakably that of a terrorist. Everyone, please record this as evidence. I will report him and request a change of equipment. By the way, can the police trace his IP address for a location? Quickly mobilize, and do not allow him to escape. And remember, I expect a share of any reward. Still thinking about a reward? Do you value your life? The steward was on the verge of tears. Brother Jiang. No, Jiang Gu, Jiang Yi, please do not toy with me. Stand up, no kneeling. As a police officer, how can you surrender to a terrorist? Chapter 6. He is a natural-born berserker. Who needs intellect? The elder, cunningly, continued along Jiang Huqing's line of thought. Indeed, as a police officer, you represent the people. Why kneel? The steward was genuinely on the brink of tears, his face contorted in distress. Esteemed sir, it is my failure to recognize your significance, whether you wish to kill or maim. I am at your mercy. Just spare me this jest. The elder disdainfully glanced at him. Lacking courage, you are outdone by this young man. He dares to insult you. Do I not have the right to retaliate? How many heads do you think I possess? The steward's heart was filled with bitterness. Damn it! The one insulting you is this fellow, and it is he who is fanning the flames. Why do you fixate on me? If you have courage, confront him directly. The elder seemed to sense his thoughts and snorted derisively. This young man is undoubtedly destined to be a berserker. What need is there for intellect? Why should I hold a grudge against him? As long as he possesses the courage to fight fiercely and can slay his enemies with vigor, he is free to express himself as he pleases. As for you lot, mere sycophants who cling to power, I will deal with each of you as I see fit. The old man, seemingly fed up, finally retrieved his credentials from a drawer and addressed Jiang Huqing, saying, Young man, open your eyes wide. This is my identification. Is it sufficient? It was a gilded card, the content of which was rather succinct, featuring a photograph of the old man, the name Chenlai, a rank of solar level, and a military seal in the lower right corner. Beyond that, there was little additional information. However, that was ample. Combat power levels are categorized as fluorescent, candlelight, torch, star, moonlight, and solar. Anything above that is classified. The solar level is among the highest echelons of conventional combat power, capable of commanding an entire star system single-handedly. Once Chenlai displayed the credentials, he keenly observed Jiang Huqing's expression, eager to witness his astonishment. True to his expectations, Jiang Huqing's subsequent remarks left Chenlai momentarily speechless. Technology has indeed advanced remarkably. The ability to produce a counterfeit credential so swiftly is astonishing. Are you not the police? Why do you stand idly by while he fabricates evidence before everyone? By the way, it has been several minutes. Where are the police? Are you even competent? The steward interjected. Shall I remove my attire and wear yours, so you may assume the role of the police? Having presented his credentials, what more proof of identity could one require? The steward sighed. Is it possible that this identification is genuine? Jiang Huqing shook his head. Impossible. If it were genuine, why not present it sooner? It is clearly a stalling tactic. Besides, even if it were real, what of it? He wouldn't dare confront me. He is nothing but a coward. It's evident that this fellow is a simpleton, no matter how one provokes Chenlai. It will not matter. The elder possesses the grace not to stoop to his level. Yet, Chenlai would never bottle up his frustration. That ire would undoubtedly be redirected towards himself. Fortunately, Chenlai appeared to be so incensed that he failed to notice others around him. You know nothing of the world. Do you understand what a father-son match entails? Jiang Huqing replied confidently, Of course. If you win, I shall call you father. If I win, you shall call me father. Who truly wishes to hear you explain the rules? One can simply apply their intellect to the actual circumstances. Chenlai inhaled deeply, determined to clarify matters. Is it truly fair to take advantage like this? Regardless of whether you win or lose, you gain. What do I, with my age and status, have to play a father-son match with you? My great-grandson is of similar age to you. This revelation sparked a memory in Jiang Huqing. Are you not the Chen Feng whose legs I broke? Who crawled and cursed on the arena? No need to elaborate excessively. Sure enough, Chenlai's expression darkened several shades. His great-grandson, whom he had painstakingly nurtured, was supposed to shine in this arena competition, only for this individual to emerge and leave him crawling in disarray. Now, he felt embarrassed to even mention that Chen Feng was his great-grandson. It was a matter of pride he could not afford to lose. Nonetheless, as a scion of a military family, Chenlai retained some dignity. He did not resort to using his status to seek vengeance, but instead insisted that his great-grandson fight back. Thus, in addition to awarding this fellow a 3S helmet as a prize, he also provided an exceptional admission notice from a military university, intending to foster a competitive spirit between Chen Feng and him. It was to ensure that he did not waste his days mingling with a bunch of second-generation elites. indulging in debauchery and looking down on the world's heroes. Should Chen Feng be able to rise to the challenge, it would reflect well on his great-grandfather's legacy. Should he fail, it would merely uncover a valiant figure akin to Fan Kuai or Su Zhu, contributing to the strength of humanity, a win-win situation. Chun Lai's insults may have been harsh, but his mind was sharp. Yet, he overlooked one crucial detail. He never anticipated that this swarm of flies would dare to infringe upon Jiang Huqing's interests. With their reach extending so far, if they do not perish, who will? Jiang Huqing began to contemplate the situation deeply, recognizing that there was indeed a problem. After a moment, he nodded, "You are correct. It is indeed inappropriate to challenge you to a father-son match." Before anyone could breathe a sigh of relief, Jiang Huqing continued, "Qian Feng's mannerisms mirror yours perfectly. Should I defeat him, he will certainly refuse to acknowledge me as his great-grandfather. If he loses, he will be even less inclined to call me grandfather. How about this? Let us have a grandfather-grandson match instead. Whoever loses shall address the other as grandfather. This arrangement seems fitting, considering Chen Feng lost to me previously and should rightfully call me father." Despair engulfed the crowd as they collectively covered their faces. Upon hearing this, Chun Lai felt his fists clench. Whether this fellow was genuinely foolish or merely pretending, he felt compelled to teach him a lesson. He could not allow such insolence to go unpunished. "So you wish to be beaten? Very well. Prepare for the virtual arena." He thought to himself, "I shall break your legs and see if you scream." Jiang Huqing promptly received a notification. "Supreme One Chun Lai invites you to enter the fair duel arena. Do you accept?" There was no reason to decline. Upon hearing of the impending battle, Jiang Huqing's eyes gleamed with excitement, his spirit invigorated, and he unhesitatingly confirmed his acceptance. Ignoring everyone else, he donned the combat helmet and reclined on the ground, his consciousness being drawn into the arena. The venue spanned several hundred meters, featuring a remarkably flat terrain, with both competitors positioned at opposite ends, gazing at one another from a distance. Chun Lai stood ready, awaiting his opponent. "Young man, are you prepared? Do not complain of unfairness should you lose." Jiang Huqing stretched his limbs, his gaze sharpening into focus, and nodded. "Let us begin. I am not made of clay. Do not blame me if I break your old bones." Sharp-tongued, Chun Lai refrained from further banter, confirming the start of the match. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown concluded, Chun Lai bellowed, "Dragon breaks the void." The old man bent forward, propelling himself forward with a powerful kick, closing the distance of 100 meters in an instant. Under the shimmering light, he transformed into a ferocious dragon, pouncing upon Jiang Huqing with ferocity, the makeshift weapon in his hand roaring like a dragon. Chapter 7. Winning in a fury, losing with poise. The Dragon Breaks the Void is an advanced martial technique inspired by ancient martial arts masters, observing the celestial dragon piercing the skies thousands of years ago. It unleashes unparalleled speed through unique footwork, projecting an unstoppable momentum. Chun Lai employed this technique not out of respect for Jiang Huqing, but solely to vent his anger, allowing this individual to experience the depths of despair. The fair arena merely restricts physical attributes. It does not limit martial techniques, allowing him to wield it effortlessly. So what if he is employing his might against the weak? Chun Lai had already devised a justification. Later, he would claim that arena competitions held little significance. The true battlefield presents unimaginable challenges, and it is brutally unforgiving. If one is unsatisfied, they may challenge him again. He planned to utilize basic techniques to methodically torment this vexing young man, ensuring a bountiful return on investment. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated Chun Lai became, and the execution of his moves became increasingly refined, surpassing even the standards demonstrated in instructional videos. This technique consists of 3 stages: Dragon Form, Dragon Roar, and the Paramount Dragon Might. The Dragon Form and Dragon Roar manifested as Chun Lai advanced, and when he reached Jiang Huqing, the intensity of his aura surged, Dragon Might surged forth. Clearly, Chun Lai had mastered this technique to perfection. Exuding an effortless demeanor, Jiang Huqing felt as though he were being targeted by some ancient creature, causing him to shudder, utterly devoid of the will to resist. Only one thought echoed in his mind: submit. Get lost, Jiang Huqing roared, summoning every ounce of spirit to confront the Dragon Might, standing stiffly, weapon raised. Yet, the disparity in their attributes was insurmountable. By the time Jiang Huqing prepared to strike, it felt as though he had been crushed by a bulldozer. His internal organs ruptured, sustaining fatal damage. The arena's protective mechanism activated, and Jiang Huqing was instantly transported outside the arena. Without hesitation, he exited with grace. Chunlai was left bewildered. I haven't had my fill of excitement yet. How did he just run away? Shouldn't he be cursing? Is he simply conceding? Damn it. I haven't surrendered. Upon exiting the arena, Chunlai observed Jiang Huqing's disheveled appearance, spitting angrily. This rascal is such a coward. Does he dare to face me in another 300 rounds? Witnessing their expressions, the onlookers found themselves in a peculiar predicament. One party remained calm and composed, aloof from the turmoil, while the other seethed with frustration. Hopping about in agitation, the outcome was evident. The furious party was none other than the venerable Chunlai. Surely a solar-level powerhouse could not be bested by this fledgling. Such an event would raise doubts about the authenticity of his credentials. Fortunately, Jiang Huqing had no intention of falsely claiming victory. He soon shook his head. If I cannot win, I shall not fight. Chunlai was infuriated, nostrils flaring. Commander, I am willing to spar with you. A mere child. How dare you refuse? Get back in the arena and stand tall. Without the courage to challenge a stronger opponent, you are nothing but a worthless soldier. Jiang Huqing, however, offered an explanation. Only battles between equals can be deemed worthy. When faced with an overwhelming opponent, a timely strategic retreat is the path of wisdom. Since I cannot defeat you at present, why not hone my skills to grow stronger before issuing a challenge? The logic is sound indeed. Yet, why does it sound so grating when uttered from this individual's lips? Surely, Chunlai would not be inclined to let it go so easily. Otherwise, all the scorn endured earlier would be for naught. Am I to be viewed as having some peculiar sentimentality? Absolutely not. I cannot allow it to end like this. Today, I must gain clarity. So, can I merely rely on your martial skills in combat? If that fails, I can always offer you one of my hands. Jiang Huqing continued to shake his head. No, to unleash one's full strength is a matter of respect towards a warrior. Holding back is something you might reserve for dealing with Qinfeng. He would likely fall for that tactic. Is this not akin to stirring the pot unnecessarily? Chunlai nearly suffered a hemorrhage, gritting his teeth in response. Very well. I await your enrollment and shall relish the moment you confront the alien race. Watching you tremble in fear, Jiang Huqing had diligently studied history and was acutely aware of the devastation wrought by the alien races upon humanity. Shattered landscapes, cities drenched in blood, and desolation pervasive. These horrific images flashed through his mind, prompting him to clench his fists and declare, word by word, that day shall never come. If the aliens encounter me, they shall surely perish. Even from behind the screen, Chunlai could sense the bloodthirsty fervor in those words, a hatred etched into the very DNA of humanity. This fellow possesses a commendable perspective. Chunlai felt a modicum of relief and instructed those before the screen. Li Hui, next month, report to the nearest military district for the exercises. Do not carry yourself like a merchant. Zhao. Commander Qin, greetings. I am Zhao Haochen. Zhao Haochen displayed remarkable acuity, immediately recognizing Chunlai's summons and presenting himself. However, Chunlai was unappreciative, rolling his eyes. I care not what your name is. I assign you a singular task. With 1 month remaining until the commencement of school, present your utmost prowess and break a leg of this creature in the arena. If you succeed, this debt shall be considered settled. Should you manage to break several more, I have a surplus of 3S helmets. Your name can be added to the military district's enrollment list, and I shall vouch for you. If you fail, I shall not impose hardships upon you, young one. I shall instruct your family head to report to the military district, slaying 100,000 aliens before returning. Of course, this is predicated on the condition that all methods remain fair and just. Zhao Haochen and his steward wore paint expressions. The Zhao family may be prominent in Song City, yet when faced with true machines of violence, they fall short. There are always greater heights. Circumstances outweigh individual capability, and thus Zhao Haochen reluctantly acquiesced. Understood. Upon hanging up, Chunlai's image vanished, and a collective sigh of relief escaped everyone. Jiang Huqing nodded. Indeed. We all possess a bright future ahead. How did you discern that? Director Li's remarks were somewhat mixed. However, being allowed to participate in the exercises signifies a connection to the military, possibly leading to an advantageous position in the future. Yet, our Zhao family nearly faced eradication as a criminal organization. The future appears shrouded in shadows and gloom. Where is the brightness to be found? Zhao Haochen ventured cautiously. Jianggu, Jiangyi, would you be willing to assist me by voluntarily relinquishing a leg? Although Zhao Haochen was unaware of Jiang Huqing's true strength, it was evident that anyone capable of enticing a solar-class powerhouse into combat could not be weak. If he were willing to go easy, that would be ideal. Jiang Huqing shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, "Dream on. If you possess the ability to defeat me, I would concede, but cheating is out of the question. It is precisely because you cannot best me that I believe you possess a bright future. Your family head may finally extricate himself from the trivialities of lesser affairs and join the ranks of those slaying the alien menace. Why not wield a spear and conquer the 50 states? Please ascend the Lingyan Pavilion for a moment. If a mere scholar can become a marquis, Zhao Haochen, is there any possibility that being coerced into military service differs from willingly enlisting? That equates to entering with negative merit, does it not? Should the head of the Zhao family learn of this, he would likely be driven to murder this rebellious child." Zhao Haochen's mind suddenly echoed with the sound of police sirens. It's over. At that moment, however, Director Li inexplicably noticed something, his expression gradually turning peculiar. Writing this chaotic scene flows surprisingly well. 7 updates today. Chapter 8. Careless littering can lead to bloodshed. Nothing else. Director Li observed the helmet Jiang Huqing had used in the competition and found it oddly familiar. He had once possessed a similar item, known as a combat helmet, specially designed for the 5th Galactic Star League. Unlike conventional martial helmets, this one lacked binding functions. Anyone could wear it regardless of ownership. Additionally, this helmet had a unique trait. Not only did it offer no assistance in cultivation, but it also suppressed the wearer's physical capabilities to levels seen before they practiced martial arts. The rationale was simple. The Federation needed to identify promising candidates with strong combat qualities for training. Since this item was meant for participation in the Galactic League, its suppressive capacity was of paramount importance. At the very least, the so-called rules of fair competition paled in comparison to this. If Commander Chun had employed such a helmet in battle, employing the Dragon Breaker Strike, it would be no surprise if he broke his foot before even taking the first step. Initially, it seemed outrageous for Commander Chen to suggest using one hand, but this individual had surpassed expectations by relinquishing all his attributes. It was akin to racing a Ferrari while confined to a wheelchair. One must commend him for understanding the importance of respecting elders and cherishing the young. Alternatively, perhaps he comprehended the intricacies of human relationships, genuinely wishing to acknowledge Chen Lai as his elder. Indeed, after a round of interaction, Li Hui could no longer dismiss this individual as ignorant. Instead, he began to suspect that this person was feigning weakness to lure others in. What transpired earlier? The Zhao family had made their intentions abundantly clear regarding coercive tactics. Yet this fellow appeared as a mere pauper. Regardless of whether he was an orphan or had no connections in this city, if the Zhao family desired something, even those with parents would still find themselves kneeling. Should the Zhao family offer compensation, it would be considered a favor, and one would kneel to accept it. Standing to receive it would be deemed foolishness. Unwilling to comply? Suffer in silence. This fellow somehow disrupted the status quo, arranging matters for the Zhao family with clarity, leaving them utterly flabbergasted. Most absurdly, while this individual was the one leaping about, Commander Chen was willing to provide him protection. That term grandson, though uttered in a fit of rage, could not be dismissed entirely when viewed in the context of the wager. If there were no substance behind it, no one would believe it. Li Hui even speculated that this fellow had set a trap for the Zhao family to fall into. Once the head of the Zhao family was reassigned, the family would be left leaderless, and the situation would not merely stagnate. Existing market shares would gradually be eroded by other families, and if they failed to remain astute and bide their time, even if the head were to return, the landscape would have irrevocably changed. Although the character of the successor remained uncertain, the shift from a dictatorship to a multi-party system would undoubtedly improve the lives of many. Perhaps numerous individuals would find themselves grateful to this fellow. What a resourceful and astute strategist. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Li Hui suddenly entertained an even more outrageous notion. If this individual had not utilized the combat helmet just now, but rather employed the 3S talent helmet, could victory have been within reach? Given that he had secured the championship in the Galactic League, he should possess the ability to create miracles, right? Li Hui was taken aback by this thought. Yet his curiosity only deepened as he turned to Jiang Huqing. Did you indeed use this helmet during your match? Jiang Huqing furrowed his brow, inquiring. Is there an issue with this helmet? An issue? A grave one. It can be said that it is fraught with problems. Never mind. Attributing this to that fellow is not worth the trouble, considering the competition earlier was merely a game. Watching him ascend to greatness. He may do as he pleases. Finally, one lingering question arose in Li Hui's mind. Jiang Huqing, how did you come by this helmet? Normally, our students should not qualify for participation in this competition. This event is an invitational. One must demonstrate a certain level of strength before even being granted the opportunity to appear. Only a handful of professors possess such items, yet they have all faced early elimination, rendering any further attempts to save face utterly futile. Generally, these helmets are directly sealed away. This year, I foolishly participated, only to be thoroughly trounced by my opponent, leaving me feeling like a fool. I decided to discard the helmet. Preferring not to see it anymore, Jiang Huqing proclaimed defiantly. I found it in a trash bin. I thought its design was somewhat peculiar and considered modifying it into an electric bicycle helmet. Unexpectedly, the moment I donned it, someone attempted to attack me. I could hardly tolerate that. Witnessing him resort to underhanded tactics, I retaliated and left him searching for his teeth. Subsequently, I discovered that this helmet was genuinely impressive. Every time I wore it, I found myself in a brawl, so I began to wear it daily. I am unsure how it happened, but before long, they declared my score to be the highest. Even the champion and a few old men surrounded me, requesting my email and address. I assumed they were dissatisfied and wished to practice, so I provided them. Ultimately, I received a helmet and an acceptance letter riddled with typos. And then you all showed up at my door at Li Hui. What a serendipitous twist of fate. Wait, why does this helmet sound so much like the one I discarded? So, this means it fought under my identity? What a supreme proxy fighter! Li Hui's mouth fell open, momentarily at a loss for words. Were it not for this individual's formidable prowess in securing the championship, he might have found himself once again subjected to identity verification, potentially bewildered and unwittingly placed at the forefront. Is this a good thing? No. This is a matter of life and death. Currently, the human race is under siege by foreign entities, with flames of war erupting along the borders. With such formidable martial might, is it not absurd to cower in the rear as an instructional director rather than rushing to the front lines to lend support? No matter how affluent the human race may be, such resources cannot be squandered. It is highly probable that this serene and idyllic existence is on the verge of being shattered, leading inevitably to a confused dispatch to the battlefield and a similarly muddled sacrifice. Why would one sacrifice? Everyone assumes you possess strength. If you are not the vanguard, then who is? No one would suspect that you are merely a weakling, at most merely adding a dish to the foreign entity's banquet. Indeed, one must express gratitude to Jiang Gu for being so formidable. In a certain sense, he has saved his own life. Although this predicament was instigated by him. Wait. There is something amiss. I still need to report to the military district. There may very well be individuals there who have been pummeled by this fellow, and they might not even be aware that he was a substitute. To whom will this debt be attributed? Li Hui could not help but shudder several times. When the time comes and he is beaten, others may not believe he is a weakling but rather suspect him of deception. Based on his understanding of the rough men in the military district, their thought after easily defeating him would undoubtedly be, "Dare you hide? That would be a sign of disrespect to your comrades, and you shall be punished." Damn. Just a moment ago, he was laughing at the Zhao family, and now he finds himself akin to them. I am clearly on the right side. I am a hero. Li Hui felt tears welling up without any means to express his sorrow. Indeed, one must not litter with rubbish, for it may lead to a bloody catastrophe in mere moments. Meanwhile, Qinlai also began to grasp the gravity of the situation, feeling that something was amiss. His dragon breaks the void strike was undeniably impressive. Yet such attributes should not be trifled with. To be shattered by a single skill, he would have perished on the battlefield countless times already. If the balance were to be gauged according to Jiang Huqing's caliber, then that too would be incongruous. Let alone a high-level martial skill like Dragon Breaks the Void. Even a casual intermediate skill would leave him battered and broken without striking an opponent. This lad is certainly suspicious. A review is in order. Qinlai first examined the battle replay, and upon seeing a particular frame, his pupils involuntarily contracted, his hand absent-mindedly tugging at his beard. resulting in a handful of hair being pulled out. My beard. How does one fare when adopting a defensive stance? As a man reaches middle age, two fears loom large. Baldness, which tarnishes one's image. Chunlai had long since passed that stage, having lost all his hair, thus he no longer had any worries. The remaining concern was the loss of facial hair, since the image of a eunuch became ingrained in the public consciousness. This aspect has become inextricably linked to one's abilities. Furthermore, Chunlai had already lost his hair. Should he also lose his beard, from a distance he would resemble a particularly round and explosive boiled egg. Under such a dual assault, the pain would be excruciating. Yet, Chunlai merely gasped in surprise, quickly returning his focus to the replay. Cautiously, he rewound the battle video a few seconds to analyze. This posture. Hiss. This lad's combat intuition cannot be this terrifying, can it? Does he truly possess this technique? There seemed to be no traces of fluctuations on his body, and if the fluctuations were too weak, it would be impossible to break the move. Chunlai became engrossed, repeatedly watching the footage, completely oblivious to the fact that someone had entered the room. Old Master, Chen Feng, noticing his rapt attention, could not help but remind him. But the usually adoring Chunlai didn't even spare him a glance. Get out of the way, don't be a nuisance. Huh? Chen Feng was taken aback to find himself treated in such a manner. It was well known that during the fiercest battles, Chunlai had never spoken to him in such a tone. Feeling disgruntled, he thought to himself, I'll see if you are watching some other old lady dancing in the square. Chen Feng leaned closer to the screen, scrutinizing the footage. After a while, he could not comprehend it at all. What was so impressive about a crushing victory? How many could withstand a perfect dragon breaks the void? Was it truly worthy of such extensive analysis? When did the old master become so self-absorbed? Unable to decipher the situation, he decided to check the ID. Perhaps the old master had a nemesis who enjoyed taunting the dead? Upon doing so, he was met with a startling revelation. The opponent's ID was Li Hui, the very same individual who had bested him so thoroughly just days prior. The old master truly had a knack for handling matters. While claiming to let him deal with it, he was, in fact, unable to resist aiding in revenge. Truly, I remain the old master's most cherished grandson. With this thought, Chen Feng felt a surge of satisfaction. Unable to refrain from chiming in, it's deserved. Such treachery deserves to be dealt with in this manner. Serves you right. Chunlai, irritated by this interruption that disrupted his train of thought, swiftly delivered a slap in response, not allowing Chen Feng a moment to protest, and immediately remarked, I ask you, if I unleash the full force of the dragon breaks the void against you, what means do you have to counter it? Is that even a question? I am your beloved great-grandson, after all. Are you truly so callous as to unleash your ultimate technique against me? Chen Feng felt that the old master had changed. Ever since that loss, his status had been demoted to a mere punching bag. How about adopting a defensive stance? Get lost. From now on, don't claim to be my great-grandson. Hearing this response, Chunlai's anger surged, and his aura began to radiate violently. While adopting a defensive stance could indeed halt the dragon breaks the void, its effectiveness does not stem from disrupting the opponent's footwork to interrupt their skills. In fact, such techniques are imbued with intent. Unless one possesses overwhelming strength, it is impossible to disrupt them through conventional means. The reason a defensive stance can halt the dragon breaks the void is that this posture is the standard surrender position in a fair competition. Once the opponent has surrendered, to continue using skills to crush them would signify a breach of martial ethics. Should there be any deep-seated enmity, even in the face of defeat, one must relent. But when did surrender become a viable strategy in battle? For families steeped in martial tradition, this question is particularly sensitive. To be outclassed in skill is to be a failure. To be outclassed in skill and yet unable to escape without compromising one's side is to be a significant failure. Choosing not to flee but rather to surrender is not merely a failure. It is tantamount to treachery. One would become the target of universal condemnation, comparing Jiang Huqing to his own grandson. Chunlai suddenly entertained a thought. Did he perhaps adopt the wrong child? How could someone so spineless be a member of the Qin family? Jiang Huqing, who, despite being at a complete disadvantage, still dared to strike at the strong, was far more to his taste. Alas, the public nurturing center is a red line. Otherwise, he would have wished to ascertain whether the seeds donated back then had taken root and flourished. Chun-Li could only emit a resigned sigh. Understanding that the old master was genuinely furious, Qian Feng dared not engage in further antics, his face contorted in discomfort as he said, "The disparity in strength is simply too great. It is an inevitable death sentence. What other choices do I have?" Chun-Li let out a deep sigh and rewound the battle replay for another viewing, pointing at the screen. He dared to wield his sword. At that moment, Qian Feng realized the old master had been admiring his adversary, and resentment began to swell within him. Just because he lost once, did his beloved old master have to be stolen away? Acknowledging the opponent as a rival, Qian Feng could not utter a single kind word, continuously searching for flaws to exploit. This is a fair competition arena. Both sides possess equal attributes, and the disparity is not substantial. Thus there is room for maneuvering. Before Chun-Li could inquire further, Qian Feng launched into his explanation. There are 3 recognized methods to counter the dragon breaks the void. The simplest is to employ the leap technique to enhance agility and increase hang time. Evading its edge, and when its momentum falters, it will collapse without effort, leaving one vulnerable. For those confident in their abilities, terrain-altering skills can be employed to impose limitations, such as using ice wall techniques to restrict movement. Provided the opponent's strength is not overwhelmingly superior, they will be unable to break free, and after exhausting their stamina, one can easily secure a kill without allowing them to escape, if one possesses a significant advantage. Attempts can be made to use grappling skills to forcibly disrupt the dragon momentum, directly targeting the core. This is the most intense form of confrontation, often resulting in mutual destruction, and should only be employed when absolutely necessary. From the movements displayed, it was clear that the opponent had not employed any of these countermeasures, fixated solely on brute force, which, in Qian Feng's eyes, was truly unwise. Qian Feng looked at Chun-Li, brimming with confidence, awaiting praise. However, Chun-Li had already discerned the essence of his great-grandson's strongest kingly nature and offered no words of commendation, simply donning his helmet and sending a combat invitation. "Come in and practice with me." Qian Feng sensed that this time the old master's tone was different. It did not resemble the usual concern of an elder for a younger. Instead, it felt serious. Sensing the heavy aura of bloodlust emanating from Chun-Li, even before the battle commenced, Qian Feng felt a sense of unease. The pressure was more than just diminished. Yet, he knew that the old master's word was law. To regain his attention, he could not afford to shy away. Mustering his courage, he stepped into the arena. Chun-Li was already prepared, shouting, "Are you ready?" Faced with those predatory eyes, Qian Feng dared not declare himself prepared. Being thrust into the fray left him with no alternative. In this dire situation, he could only unleash his trump card. This trump card, of course, was not merely to feign innocence. The old master was irate. Even bringing his father would result in a beating. Such tactics would be futile. The trump card was deception. While he could not match the old master in combat, a sneak attack was out of the question. However, he could bolster his own capabilities. Having discussed strategies for so long, Qian Feng knew full well that the old master would utilize the dragon breaks the void against him. Therefore, it would be entirely reasonable to cast the leap technique on himself before the match began. Wouldn't he it? However, just as he began to gather his energy, Chun-Li had already commenced his assault. The dragon's descent? The terrain mirrored that of their previous battle, the angle of attack remained unchanged, and the momentum was identical. Chun-Li did not intentionally seek to trouble his great-grandson. Upon hearing the dragon's roar, Qian Feng felt as though his very soul had been shaken, causing the breath he intended to gather to veer off course. As a result, his attempt to execute the leap technique not only failed but also left him gasping for breath. With no air to sustain him, Qian Feng completely lost his chance to resist. Feeling as if he were being repeatedly crushed by a massive truck, the pressure of the dragons might further shattered his spirit. After the protective mechanism activated, Qian Feng remained oblivious to the fact that he could withdraw. He was merely drenched in sweat, panting heavily, resembling a fish dragged onto the shore. Once he had calmed down, Chun-Li inquired, "Do you now comprehend where you went wrong?" Qian Feng, still defiant, retorted, "I am not at fault. The disparity in combat proficiency is too great. This move is simply insurmountable for me." Chun-Li remained silent, his eyes filled with disappointment as he gazed at his spoiled grandson. Eventually, Qian Feng began to recognize something, and his protests gradually diminished. Chun-Li approached and gently ruffled Qian Feng's hair, expressing, I am profoundly disappointed in you. Of course, I bear the primary responsibility for this disappointment. I have devoted myself to your education. Yet the outcome pales in comparison to that of a wild weed by the roadside. This is my failure. As Chen Lai's self-reflection resonated within him, Chun Feng felt even worse, shouting, "What exactly is my flaw? Until now, I have always been the most outstanding among my peers, and simply because I lost that one time." Chen Lai shook his head. "Losing is not dreadful. I have lost many times myself. As long as you are alive, there will always be opportunities to surpass your opponents. However, you have revealed numerous issues just now, and in terms of character, you lack the humility to acknowledge your shortcomings. As a soldier, you lack the courage to confront challenges in the secret realm. As a strategist, you only engage in theoretical discussions, entirely oblivious to the details. As a commander, harboring jealousy of the capable is an absolute taboo. In fair competition, should you lose, our family possesses the means to utilize resources to elevate your realm and crush him. Regardless of his strength, if you can win his allegiance, you could still secure your position. But consider how you acted earlier. You were only seeking excuses to evade responsibility. You focused solely on the incorrect tactics of Jiang Huqing without contemplating that his background dictated such limitations. Most critically, when faced with formidable foes and inevitable battles to the death, you only thought about how to cheat and slip away, while Jiang Huqing contemplated how to inflict a parting bite on his opponent. Within the human race, your status as a young master is indeed invaluable due to my presence. Yet, facing the alien races, they have no notion of your worth. In their eyes, you are indistinguishable from any ordinary soldier, merely a piece of meat. If you lack the will to fight and create opportunities for your comrades, returning alive makes you a coward, and dying is a pointless waste. We are a family of military prowess. Does your conduct live up to those 4 words? If you cannot amend these flaws, regardless of my sorrow, I shall have no choice but to abandon you, for my military position has been earned through the lives of my comrades, and I must be accountable to them. Return and reflect deeply. If you are willing to change, then report to the reserves, conceal your identity, and begin anew as a foot soldier. I shall grant you no protection. Before the term begins, should you manage to slay 1,000 alien foes, you may return to reclaim your position as heir. If not, and you perish, that will be your fate." Upon hearing these heart-wrenching words, Chun Feng instinctively clenched his fists, his nails piercing his skin, blood streaming down to the ground, forming small pits. Yet, Chun Lai showed no intention of relenting. "Calm yourself. If you harbor resentment, direct it toward the alien races with a blade, not through self-inflicted suffering in pursuit of sympathy. A chaotic mind will inevitably lead to failure in all endeavors. I will offer you one last piece of advice. The competition you just participated in was not a fair battle. That simpleton fought me using the body of a mortal." The body of a mortal? Chen Feng was taken aback by this assertion, wanting to protest its impossibility, yet knowing that his great-grandfather would never misjudge. After experiencing the previous battle, Chun Feng had come to understand the true terror of his great-grandfather's skills. He realized how incredibly rare it was to wield such power with a mortal form. Now, he felt foolish for his earlier performance. In the last competition, his second-place finish had been due to the family's reputation, allowing him to bypass many formidable opponents. Jiang Huqing's first-place victory stemmed from his undeniable strength. "I understand now. I won't allow you to be disappointed again." Coming to terms with the gap, Chun Feng finally lowered his head. "Very well." Chen Lai nodded solemnly, permitting Chen Feng to leave without further scrutiny. However, his curiosity regarding another matter only deepened. Would that simpleton truly be able to execute the wave cleave? If he had indeed unleashed that move at the right moment, the dragon's descent would have surely been countered, granting him a slight edge over me. Hiss! If it were a fair competition, I might very well gain another grandfather? The thought was too daunting to entertain. The mere notion of adding another fool to the ancestral hall sent shivers down Chun Lai's spine. The video must be secured. No, it must be classified as a top military secret. Carefully concealing the footage, Chun Lai finally felt a sense of relief, and then discreetly issued a command to the Zhao family. If they could ascertain within 2 days whether Jiang Huqing possessed the wave cleave during combat, today's events would be wiped from the record. To be honest, the steward was utterly baffled upon receiving this peculiar order. When had a commander ever shown such interest in a rudimentary skill? If he truly wished to see that trivial technique, He could have me perform it daily. Why fixate on that fellow? The steward could not comprehend, yet he dared not inquire. Meanwhile, Zhang Huqing suddenly asked, Director Li, do you have a basic application guide for the wave cleave? May I borrow it? What game were these two playing? Commander Chun was fully aware of what this young man sought to learn. This could be problematic. Was it possible that this fellow was indeed his biological grandson? Had the so-called competition merely been an excuse to welcome the young master back? Were we all mere pawns in their play? Regardless of the motives behind their actions, the steward, with a task at hand, could not allow Zhang Huqing to procrastinate. Otherwise, the integrity of their intelligence would be compromised. He hurriedly approached, saying, No, you already promised to face our young master first. Zhang Huqing was a man of his word and had no choice but to set aside his insights for the time being. This was vexing. If he could truly perform the wave cleave, perhaps he could turn the tide in his favor. Chapter 11. A gamble? A trivial charade? Me? Now? Zhao Haochen was momentarily taken aback. Although he was unaware of Zhang Huqing's precise capabilities, he recognized that this battle held significant implications for the fate of his family. He believed it prudent to prepare thoroughly before engaging. This was not a display of cowardice, but rather a sign of respect. Even though he was aware that Zhang Huqing had claimed the championship in the Galactic League, Zhao Haochen still felt confident in his chances. This confidence did not stem from a belief in his own combat skills, but rather from the understanding that the two sides' strength were not evenly matched. Even in a fair competition arena, the same principle applied. A fair competition arena would merely balance the physical attributes of both parties. Yet physical attributes constituted only a small fraction of actual combat strength. Equipment, martial techniques, battle awareness, and adaptability all played crucial roles in determining outcomes. Firstly, in terms of adaptability, Zhang Huqing was at a distinct disadvantage. The fair competition arena aimed to balance attributes based on the highest potential. If a limping elder sought to challenge a superhero, the elder's physical attributes would be adjusted to match that of the superhero. On the surface, this appeared equitable. However, it was unreasonable to expect someone who typically walked with a limp to suddenly sprint at speeds exceeding hundreds of kilometers per hour. Not to mention the limitations of bodily control, the brain would impose self-restrictions, deeming such feats irrational. Thus, physical attributes served merely as a reference point. Actual performance depended on specific circumstances. Zhao Haochen, having grown up in luxury, undoubtedly enjoyed better physical condition than Zhang Huqing, who had been raised on charity. A stronger physique allowed for the application of more martial techniques, while Zhang Huqing could theoretically employ such techniques. Zhao Haochen had a personal trainer and had practiced rudimentary martial techniques for an extended period, enabling him to execute them effortlessly with minimal preparation. In contrast, Zhang Huqing was still in the foundational stage. Perhaps with his remarkable battle awareness, he could creatively apply basic techniques, but he had yet to learn any advanced martial skills. Ultimately, the disparity in equipment was overwhelming. Weapons imbued with regulated power could exacerbate wounds and increase the likelihood of debilitating effects, while regulated armor could significantly enhance a contestant's physical attributes for a brief period. Zhang Huqing, on the other hand, possessed only tattered clothing and a broken stick, drawing disdain even from beggars. The only advantage he might hold was his fighting spirit. Yet this only manifested when both sides were critically injured. Who would indulge in nostalgic reminiscing at full strength, only to erupt in a frenzy afterward? That was not called fighting spirit. It was merely a cheat. Given the multitude of advantages, Zhao Haochen saw no reason for defeat. However, his cautious nature compelled him to seek additional leverage in his favor. Concerning the survival of the family, the butler naturally took it upon himself to make adequate preparations. In a hushed tone, he reassured, "Young master, do not panic. The head of the family is already aware of the situation and will ensure you are equipped accordingly. In 2.5 minutes, a flying vehicle will arrive to deliver the treasures." Zhao Haochen finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was a crushing victory, and everything seemed secure. However, the butler remained less optimistic, fully aware that until both parties surpassed the critical threshold of their attributes, the advantages they could gain from maintaining the balance were exceedingly limited. He reiterated, "The head of the family has issued orders. If you can dominate, then victory should be your goal. If not, you must find a way to increase the frequency of close-quarters combat, compelling your opponent to reveal all their martial skills." Having weathered the storm, Zhao Haochen made a gesture of acknowledgement, signaling his intent to heed the advice. Once he donned his equipment, Li Hui had already set everything in motion. Should both parties have no objections, they would swiftly don their helmets and commence the duel. Jiang Huqing had long grown impatient. Once the competitive helmet was secured, he lay back, allowing his consciousness to immerse itself in the combat space. Apart from the foundational training phase, the school arranged for students to engage in close combat to cultivate their fighting spirit. With the predominant competitive format being virtual combat, this not only prevented powerful martial skills from damaging the environment, but also allowed parties of unequal strength to unleash their full potential without the stronger party having to beg the weaker one to refrain from fatal strikes after delivering a powerful blow. Observing that Jiang Huqing remained steadfast while utilizing the competitive helmet against him, Zhao Haochen felt a surge of confidence and followed suit. Upon both participants' arrival, Li Hui promptly announced the rules. The duel would be conducted under fair competition, balancing both parties' physical attributes, with the victor being the one who incapacitated their opponent first. Within the arena, all physical laws were consistent with the outside world. Pain was felt in its entirety, and the body could sustain debilitating injuries. With all martial skills available for use, the use of props was strictly prohibited, and violators would be disqualified. Apart from myself, there were a total of 8 referees present, and both contestants were advised to cast aside any notions of luck. Should there be no further questions, the countdown would commence. Jiang Huqing furrowed his brow, muttering, "Can't we just fight directly? This is annoying." It seemed the earlier preparations were merely to gather spectators to watch the spectacle. Li Hui's expression darkened momentarily, but he chose to ignore Jiang Huqing's remarks. Once he confirmed that Zhao Haochen had no objections, he immediately began the countdown. 3, 2, 1, commence. With his gaze sharpened, Zhao Haochen took a measured breath. The leaping technique had been executed, significantly enhancing his agility, a maneuver that allowed for both offensive and defensive strategies. Once fully prepared, he noted that Jiang Huqing remained immovable and, gritting his teeth, charged forward. "You will regret this decision. If you do not strike now, you shall have no further opportunities." The referees in the audience commented approvingly, "The Zhao family's training methods possess merit. At least they are audacious and spirited. When in a position of advantage, one should press the advantage." To the judges, it was merely children squabbling. Strategy and analysis held no significance, as they only sought entertainment. A bloody clash was the most satisfying spectacle. The greatest fear was that both contestants would adopt a defensive, counter-strike approach, merely staring at each other in a daze, which would bore the audience to tears. Li Hui, however, understood Jiang Huqing's prowess and recognized that Zhao Haochen assumed the role of challenger in this confrontation. He refrained from voicing dissent, remaining silently observant. As Zhao Haochen charged, the gap between the two gradually closed until it dwindled to less than 10 meters, where the pores on Jiang Huqing's face became distinctly visible. Zhao Haochen refrained from reckless advances, inhaling deeply, shifting his stance, and raising his weapon, generating a formidable momentum. 3-part slash. This was a basic martial skill, employing swift footwork to close in on the enemy while delivering 2 horizontal slashes and a downward strike in rapid succession. If executed flawlessly, it would be impossible for a mere mortal to withstand. A single blow could spell the end. However, upon recognizing his opponent's movements, Jiang Huqing's eyes filled with disappointment. "Is this your trump card? A tiresome trick." Chapter 12. A well-executed dive. Even if Jiang Huqing spoke softly, his words reached the referees clearly. The referee who had previously supported Zhao Haochen's efforts felt a chill at the presumption. How many can even execute such a technique at this stage? His critique did not impede Jiang Huqing's actions. With a slight retreat, Jiang Huqing raised his wooden staff and forcefully planted it into the ground, effortlessly blocking the initial horizontal slash of the 3-part strike, his stance unwavering as a mountain. In contrast, Zhao Haochen, unsteady from his move being thwarted, stumbled backwards several meters before regaining his footing. Had Jiang Huqing not halted his pursuit, Zhao Haochen would have likely faced severe consequences. The judge who had praised Zhao Haochen now felt the sting of disappointment as the tide of battle shifted, their face flushed with frustration. Truth be told, Zhao Haochen's execution was not entirely lacking. Though it lacked the fluidity of experienced practitioners, he had managed to grasp some essence of the technique. Utilizing his waist strength, he wielded his sword with the grace of a whip. The sound of slicing air akin to an explosive detonation, exuding an impressive aura. Yet, to his astonishment, Jiang Huqing easily countered the attack, rendering its power less impactful than a straightforward barrage of punches. How could anyone not be bewildered? Zhao Haochen, affected by the recoil of his skill, turned pale as he realized he had fallen into a disadvantageous position. Yet, Jiang Huqing remained dissatisfied, still vexed by the earlier missed opportunity. Is that all? I thought your earlier retreat was to set a trap to lure me in. Turns out you genuinely lack skill? This technique pales in comparison to that of the seasoned veteran S-Dragon's breakthrough slash. Why the grandiose shout earlier? Is there even a comparison? Setting aside the disparity in strength, is this even on the same tier of martial skills? Zhao Haochen found himself at a loss, unable to discern whether the remarks were praise or disparagement, and wisely chose to remain silent. Having faced setbacks, he hesitated to continue his aggressive approach, instead circling Jiang Huqing in search of an opening. Jiang Huqing, puzzled, inquired, "Are you planning to tire yourself out and concede?" Zhao Haochen nearly gasped. The unexpected turns had become unbearable, compelling him to unleash his yet-to-be-mastered grand technique. He swiftly circled behind Jiang Huqing, leaping into the air, gripping his sword tightly, his aura coalescing as the blade emitted a dazzling brilliance. Akin to a star plummeting from the heavens, crashing down toward the earth, silver light strike. Should this technique succeed, it would unleash horrific seismic waves upon impact, sending Jiang Huqing flying and leaving him vulnerable to a follow-up attack. The referee who had previously supported Zhao Haochen finally found a reason to cheer, exclaiming, "A prodigious talent! Truly a prodigious talent! Young Master Zhao is already capable of utilizing wave skills?" The butler smiled slightly, noting he likely still has some way to go. At this moment, he is merely attempting to capitalize on momentum. Despite this, the butler's expression revealed satisfaction with Zhao Haochen's display. It was not that the wave skill was particularly devastating. Its merit lay in its intangible nature, rendering it difficult to defend against, granting an advantage in initiating attacks. The crux was that wave skills were closely tied to subsequent realms, although there remained a long journey ahead. It marked a significant step forward. Given Zhao Haochen's age, to praise his extraordinary comprehension and potential was hardly an overstatement. However, before they could pop the champagne, Jiang Huqing had already devised a countermeasure. His eyes gleaming. What a splendid dive into the embrace. Seeing the attack imminent, Jiang Huqing did not evade. Instead, he lunged forward, gripping his wooden staff tightly and launching an upward thrust. Upon witnessing Jiang Huqing's advance, Zhao Haochen felt a surge of panic. Why wave technique hasn't he fully manifested yet? How could he dare to seize the offensive? Where are his martial ethics? Yet, suspended in midair, he had no opportunity to alter his trajectory, helplessly allowing his opponent to close the distance. No. Half a second later, Zhao Haochen felt a jarring pain beneath him, his entire body instinctively adopting a crouching posture in the air, tears streaming down his face in despair. The agony of such a blow was beyond the tolerance of an ordinary individual. Even the referees felt a sympathetic chill. As the protagonist, Zhao Haochen could only feel regret. Why had he not provided Jiang Huqing with a better weapon? Had he wielded a long knife, it would have left him gutted, sparing him from further torment. The nightmare was far from over. Being in midair, the impact propelled him even higher and further. Jiang Huqing, recognizing the opportunity, charged forward, securing his staff and targeting Zhao Haochen's landing point for another strike. As Zhao Haochen attempted to regain composure, he was met with yet another blow. That vulnerable area suffered a second wave of damage, the excruciating pain nearly rendering him unconscious mid-flight. His resolve remained steadfast. He was a man who would exert his utmost as a sign of respect. Upon witnessing Zhao Haochen's refusal to succumb to despair, Jiang Huqing expressed admiration, promptly raising his staff for yet another assault, resembling a dog frolicking with a flying disc. Zhao Haochen, having finally dulled his senses somewhat, was nearly startled into oblivion upon hearing Jiang Huqing's remark, his mental state teetering on the brink of collapse for a mere moment. Thankfully, Jiang Huqing's strike was remarkably precise, as he surged forward to deliver a devastating blow to Zhao Haochen's head. The crimson and white fluids erupted instantaneously, splattering across the arena floor, forming a vast stain. Remarkably, at that moment, no one deemed Jiang Huqing to be brutal. Rather, they regarded him as possessing a sense of fairness. To engage in a few more rounds of the previous attack, even if it is merely a virtual competition, would not affect one's physical state. However, the mental toll would be indelible, raising the question of whether any semblance of humanity could remain afterward. The battle concluded. Jiang Huqing, feeling a bit embarrassed, rubbed his head and reached out to pat Zhao Haochen. I truly couldn't restrain myself upon witnessing such a splendid opportunity earlier. By the way, do you have any hidden techniques left? How about one more round? I shall let you unleash your full potential. After half a year of high-stakes matches, accustomed to intricate scheming, Jiang Huqing was eager to relish the rare chance to dominate a novice. His mind was solely focused on how to savor the thrill a few more times, ensuring this plump prey would not escape. Yet, Zhao Haochen dared not provoke further. Under Jiang Huqing's bloodthirsty gaze, he felt as though confronted by a malevolent spirit, unable to contain himself, and suddenly felt warmth beneath him. He had lost control. In previous instances, the steward would have encouraged and comforted him, suggesting he practice more and seek revenge later. Especially with the Zhao family's resources at his disposal, allowing him to surmount any peak with ease. But this time was different. Throughout the entire battle, Jiang Huqing had employed merely one upward strike and two basic attacks, failing to truly assess Zhao Haochen's capabilities. Moreover, Chunlai had assigned a task. Failure to accomplish it would spell significant trouble for the Zhao family. He rushed over to offer encouragement. Young master, do not lose heart. He merely resorted to underhanded tactics. If you continue fighting, victory is assured. Jiang Huqing was taken aback to discover that the sycophant was indeed one of his own, his eyes lighting up as he chimed in. Yes, yes, if you unleash your full strength, victory is certain. Let us not waste time. Prepare for battle. Chapter 13. One cannot harm my Haochen for the sake of family's future. Zhao Haochen had never felt the world's malice so acutely. While it was one thing for enemies to wish to strike him, it was quite another for the steward, who had always regarded him as family, to contemplate casting him into harm's way. What was wrong with this world? Surely, he had not been nurtured in luxury for 18 years merely to be delivered into the hands of this brute for a beating. Were they raising pigs for the new year? Although Zhao Haochen was inexperienced, he was by no means foolish. How could he possibly agree to become a human punching bag? He immediately waved his hands and shook his head vigorously. The steward felt a heaviness in his heart. As a martial artist, one need not fear a lack of ability, but rather a lack of spirit. Once that spirit is lost, one is destined to be tormented by inner demons, with no hope of progress. The young master has been struck by trauma. If the family were to lose its pillar, the head of the family, along with this promising star as a figurehead, it could lead to disarray, potentially causing a regression of 100 years. A drastic remedy was required. The only way forward was to reignite the young master's fighting spirit through the family's honor. The steward's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on Zhao Haochen. Speaking sternly, "Open your eyes and behold. The fate of our family rests in your hands. Can you bear to watch the head of the family be exiled, our assets devoured by external wolves, leading to our annihilation?" If Zhao Haochen encountered mere setbacks, perhaps realizing the weight upon his shoulders would spark a revival. Yet, he had just endured inhumane treatment, both physically and mentally overwhelmed. Pressing him further would only hasten his collapse. Zhao Haochen showed no signs of rallying. Instead, his face reflected madness. Why? The Zhao family is clearly thriving, producing formidable warriors. Why must this burden fall upon me? If everything is but an illusion, then let it be destroyed. One cannot harm the family's future for the sake of my Haochen. What a profound folly! Just moments ago, he had been praised for his remarkable insight, yet now, the judge, who had once wished for sons like Zhao Haochen, abruptly reversed his stance. May the heavens and all deities protect me from birthing such a wretched creature. I would rather aim for the toilet, least releasing it would accrue some merit. Right? Bringing such a being into the world is truly a disgrace. The steward had not anticipated that his words of counsel would backfire so drastically, and his expression darkened. After today, the Zhao family would likely become a laughingstock. Unable to endure even a modicum of this, he disregarded rank and status, delivering a sharp slap. Useless. How could the Zhao family produce such a disgrace? Zhao Haochen remained unresponsive, wearing a vacant expression. Yes, I am a waste. Everyone, align with me. I am a fool. This was a case of breaking the pot and sinking further. Jiang Huqing was utterly bewildered by Zhao Haochen's extreme reaction. Having lost to that old fellow earlier, he was now bouncing back with vigor. He had never considered that the disparity in their fighting abilities was so vast. Merely daring to wield a blade was already a feat worthy of pride. A case of being defeated yet still retaining honor. This fellow was akin to a headstrong warrior, never acknowledging disparities in strength, charging forth without hesitation. Winning was winning, and losing was losing. He had no concept of excuses. Indeed, if he emerged victorious, the opponent was merely a novice, and there was no need to fabricate justifications. If he lost, he was simply defeated. Lying still was all that was required. There was no room for excuses. Without such awareness, he would never have dared to challenge a figure like Chen Lai. Ultimately, being born with a lack of insight had its advantages, as he felt no sense of the shattering fall from grace. Jiang Huqing was unaware that Zhao Haochen was the second genius he had driven to madness that day, the first having already faced reprimand and punishment. Sensing the situation was becoming serious, and that this soft-spoken novice seemed truly unable to cope, he could only approach to offer comfort. After all, if he reduced someone to tears and then walked away, it would tarnish his reputation, and soon no one would voluntarily come forth to be struck. Jiang Huqing approached and patted Zhao Haochen on the shoulder. "Come on, my classmate, cheer up. You are not the only one I have brought to tears. It is nothing to be overly concerned about. I in my senior year. Half the grade has cried at my hands, yet they still live on with resilience." Li Hui recalled the complaints from parents during that time and felt a headache coming on. He never imagined Jiang Huqing would speak of it with such pride. What good could it be to make classmates cry? Seeing that his words had no effect, Jiang Huqing thought of another example to continue his encouragement. "Moreover, did I not mention before that Qin Feng, a military district scion, was also once brought low by me, crawling about on the ring after having his legs broken? Yet his resilience far surpassed yours. He even had the audacity to curse." Everyone present was left speechless. Was this truly how one consoled another? The pain felt by someone of higher status, having been beaten, was surely greater, was it not? Did his attack somehow inflict additional damage based on the opponent's societal standing? Could these two instances of harm truly be compared? Cases of individuals continuing to fight valiantly after suffering broken legs were not uncommon. A third leg broken, and one would instantly revive, bouncing back with enthusiasm, eagerly calling for more. Such tales had never been heard. Such injuries could even be deemed a liability, and losing them would not be a loss at all. Observing others merely consuming thin gruel, one would not consider that being starved to death was acceptable in any case. Something felt fundamentally amiss. Yet, for Zhao Haochen, who found himself in such a state, this method of comforting oddly held a modicum of efficacy. In his mind, the calculation was clear. He had merely lost a short leg, while a scion with a deeper background had lost 2 long ones. Therefore, he was superior to Chen Feng, and no fault found. It was not that he was incapable. Rather, the circumstances were simply too perverse. With his spirits lifted, he even dared to voice a question. "So, does that mean I am not a waste?" Jiang Huqing furrowed his brow slightly. While it was acceptable to comfort someone with a semblance of truth, outright lying was rather inappropriate, was it not? Had this fellow truly become so insatiable? While it was permissible to stretch the truth a little, reckless deceit would surely tarnish one's moral standing. It would take several more beatings to rectify this. However, the issue was that this fellow was hardly resilient. Perhaps one more strike would bring him to tears again, and to continue striking would require further consolation, thus further clouding his moral standing. Ultimately, the frequency of deserving punishment would only increase. Allowing unresolved debts to accumulate would simply amount to a loss, equating to a personal deficit. Business should never be conducted in such a manner. Jiang Huqing's eyes gleamed with shrewdness as he sought to limit his losses. However, the steward was unwilling to relent. The young master had been raised under his watchful eye. Though they appeared as master and servant, in truth, he regarded him as a cherished grandson. Witnessing him become despondent, he regretted having spoken so harshly. Rarely did Jiang Huqing possess a viable solution, and so he chose to swallow his pride and plead. "Jiang, my dear student, I implore you to assist. The Zhao family shall offer ample rewards." How ample? Jiang Huqing doubted whether he was being offered an empty promise. The steward had never encountered such a question. Did this fellow truly not understand the value of favors from the Zhao family? Realizing he was dealing with a simpleton, he endeavored to clarify. "The Zhao family possesses a certain foundation. Whether you require equipment or martial skills, we shall do our utmost to fulfill your requests." Chapter 14. Busy sending off, too late to catch the reincarnation? Anything is possible? Zhang Huqing's eyes brightened. The steward had initially thought this fellow lacked insight and would merely request some equipment or martial skills. However, upon being questioned, he hesitated to agree carelessly. What if this fellow sought to become a military district commander? Even if he asked for something nefarious, it would be intolerable. While not impossible, they were currently under surveillance and could not speak recklessly. The steward could only add, "What the Zhao family can provide, we shall certainly agree to." "Then could you fight me?" Zhang Huqing inquired cautiously. Huh? The steward was left perplexed. He could easily exchange this condition for luxury. Yet here Zhang Huqing was, seeking a beating? What was he after? Zhang Huqing sought nothing but the thrill of battle. He simply felt unfulfilled. Zhao Haochen was a novice, but surely others from the Zhao family could not be so inept. Was it not reasonable to defeat the younger before confronting the elder? As for resources, would joining the military not provide ample supplies? There was no need to ask them for anything. The steward genuinely did not know whether this condition could be met. Fearing Chenlai might view it as a case of bullying the weaker, an even graver offense. Zhang Huqing's voluntary request? How could a military bigwig entertain such notions? Is it impossible? Zhang Huqing felt a twinge of disappointment upon realizing that his counterpart had not responded. How is it that the Zhao family members are all so cowardly, resembling soft eggs? It is no wonder they end up howling in defeat when beaten. It seems to be a case of the upper beam not being straight, causing the lower beam to be crooked. The butler was infuriated by this expression, practically at his wit's end. This fellow is simply rubbing Zhao family's reputation into the dirt. Does he truly believe that a dignified figure of the lantern fire level, would fear a nameless individual like you? If it weren't for Chen Lai's protection, the Zhao family could have packed up and left Song City today. Just as the butler found himself in a predicament, he suddenly felt the communicator vibrate, revealing a message from an unknown number. Agree to him. The butler felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and promptly declared, "Very well, I accept your challenge." Zhang Huqing's spirit soared, and he promptly lay down to don his helmet. The butler, witnessing this, felt his brow twitch uncontrollably and rushed over to yank the helmet off his head. Bellowing, "First, you must work." Zhang Huqing finally remembered what he had forgotten, muttering, "It's troublesome. I have to coax the child before I can beat them." The butler. Does this fellow genuinely intend to offer comfort? It is simply adding fuel to the fire. I wonder why the young master finds this approach appealing. Could it be that after being beaten, he has awakened some extraordinary attribute? Whatever the case, as long as he can still stand firm, the rest is merely a trivial matter. Zhang Huqing, not one to back down, approached Zhao Haochen once more and said, "Do not be disheartened. You are not a waste. At the very least, you are a waste who possesses numerous martial skills. Is this truly consolation and not bullying?" The butler pointed at Zhang Huqing, seething with indignation. "Zhang Huqing, do you not recognize that these martial skills possess their own merits?" This statement indeed contained a trap. These martial techniques were meticulously crafted by the elites. Should Zhang Huqing dismiss them as rubbish, it would surely offend many. Naturally, the butler's primary aim remained to elicit a compliment for his young master, hoping Zhang Huqing would acknowledge the proficiency of Zhao Haochen's martial arts. This would at least provide a modicum of comfort. However, Zhang Huqing could not fathom how this fellow managed to divert the topic elsewhere and shook his head. If these are considered universal martial techniques, then they undoubtedly possess their own merits. It is merely the practitioner who is lacking. Good heavens! Is the salt not enough for the wound? Is it necessary to repeatedly stab at the heart? Zhang Huqing, however, had an explanation. Martial skills are merely tools. The objective is to injure or kill the enemy. Without a strategic mindset, their execution amounts to mere showboating. In my view, one might as well use the turtle-style fist. A single martial technique can indeed serve multiple purposes. For instance, during a siege by a large army, one should gather their resolve for a suicidal attack, channeling strength into their legs and arms, advancing without retreat, in a quest for survival amidst death. Conversely, in a personal duel, one should conserve energy, primarily testing the waters. If the opponent shows a weakness, one should strike swiftly, but if the opponent is prepared for a counterattack, one must quickly retreat instead. This analysis is indeed profound. If one were to apply this line of thinking to utilize these skills, both flexibility and threat levels would escalate significantly. Remarkable. It is evident that he possesses great potential in martial arts. This explanation could easily be featured in a teaching video. Chunlai, who had been quietly observing, couldn't help but applaud and sigh, growing increasingly satisfied with Jiang Huqing. His talent has clearly been directed towards the understanding of martial skills, leaving other areas somewhat lacking. While this extreme focus may be problematic, it is undoubtedly suitable for military service. As a soldier, one must be daring and obedient, with little need for emotional intelligence. Would flattering the enemy ensure their compliance? Dream on. The butler, of course, was not pleased with this response. Anyone could make such statements. Aside from Zhao Haochen, a novice, the others present were all elites. Would they allow him to teach them martial techniques in return? Comforting his young master was the primary goal. He quickly sought to redirect the conversation, asking, "What do you think of my young master's application of these techniques?" A sensible person would recognize the importance of mutual benefit. However, this fellow was far from ordinary. After some contemplation, he replied, "Using them as Zhao does, I can only think of one objective." What objective? Even if one suspected he would not utter anything kind, the butler still held onto a glimmer of hope. He hurried to deliver the message, fearing he would be too late to influence the situation. The anxious heart ultimately succumbed. This statement indeed strikes at the essence, but who wishes to hear this? Your task is to provide comfort. Do you understand comfort? The butler could no longer contain himself, seizing Jiang Huqing by the collar and vehemently retorting, resembling a prostitute caught in the act of not paying for her services. In an instant, all semblance of composure vanished. Once Zhao Haochen regained his composure, his spirits lifted somewhat, and he countered, "Uncle Tianxiang, enough. It is indeed my lack of skill that has led to this predicament. There is nothing more to say. My disparity with him does not stem from resources, but from determination. Remaining within the family to hear your flattery will likely only render me a hollow shell of a warrior. I lack the capability to fulfill my mission. However, I sincerely request an opportunity to redeem myself. I volunteer to join the Death Row Battalion to confront the foreign tribes on the front lines. And I hope Commander Chun will grant me this chance." At this moment, Zhao Haochen finally demonstrated a semblance of responsibility befitting a member of a noble family. This situation ultimately arose from him, and the Zhao family had not exerted much pressure. If Chunlai were to agree, the repercussions would not rest solely on Zhao Haochen's shoulders. It would at least alleviate much of the burden. There would still be repercussions, but for the most part, it could preserve the family's strength. The young master has indeed grown up. The butler couldn't help but reflect, knowing this was the best outcome. And he refrained from trying to dissuade him. He bowed his head and clasped his hands, saying, "I too wish to join the Death Row Battalion to fight against the enemy. I hope Commander Chun will allow it." The front line is a perilous endeavor, and the atmosphere at this moment was tinged with a sense of solemnity. Just then, an unexpected voice rang out, "Yes, as long as I join the Death Row Battalion, I can fight the foreign tribes every day. Why did I not think of this sooner? I want to go too," Jiang Huqing exclaimed with enthusiasm. Chapter 15. The fastest route to enlistment. No, my friend. What are you doing stirring up trouble? It sounds as if joining the Death Row Battalion is a glorious endeavor, and you must rush to sign up. Both individuals found themselves thrown into disarray. The Death Row Battalion, as the name implies, consists of prisoners sentenced to death. Each individual is guilty of heinous crimes. However, due to the urgent situation at the border, individuals with a certain level of combat capability are not executed outright. Instead, they are conscripted to assist in resisting the foreign tribes, effectively a means of utilizing the undesirables. These are scoundrels. Their deaths would not be mourned, and typically, the commanders assign them to the most perilous battlefields. As such, the casualty rate within the Death Row Battalion is extraordinarily high. It is quite possible that a team sent out may not return at all. Others have no choice. If they do not go, they will die, and if they do go, there remains a slim chance of survival, thus they must risk their lives. Zhao Haochen chose this path out of necessity, purely to express his stance. Yet, why would someone with a bright future as a military academy student wish to go there? Is this a rush to meet death, fearing that they might miss their chance at reincarnation? Jiang Huqing, however, had a different perspective. Only by going to the battlefield could he engage in endless brawls. Those foreign tribes are utterly incompetent. Despite their inability to breach the human defenses, they continue to howl and charge in periodically, providing endless opportunities for combat. Unlike the current situation, where he is merely waiting at school for others to come to him. Unable to strike too fiercely for fear of being left without opponents, it is truly stifling. Noticing the silence in the room, with everyone looking at him in confusion, Jiang Huqing was completely bewildered and furrowed his brow. Asking, "Why are you all looking at me? Is there a threshold to this? Oh, right. Does joining the death row battalion require first becoming a death row inmate? Do I need to eliminate him?" Jiang Huqing mused, playfully grabbing Zhao Haochun's head as if contemplating the idea. He had seen people impersonate students in universities, seen impersonators taking on official roles, but this was the first time he encountered someone attempting to impersonate a death row inmate. To call it impersonation is not entirely accurate. If he truly crushed Zhao Haochun's head, he would undoubtedly qualify for the death row battalion, without any notion of impersonation. Zhao Haochun, feeling the pressure on his head, was left utterly flabbergasted. Is this fellow serious? Does he know that the most dangerous moment in joining the death row battalion is right when one signs up? What grudge or grievance could this be? I am willingly heading toward death, yet he refuses to let me go. From the simplicity of this fellow's gaze, it seems he does not perceive any vendetta, merely a desire for a spot. Completely disregarding what was said, the butler, realizing that his young master was momentarily in this fellow's grasp, became alarmed. "Jiang brother, stay calm. Do not act impulsively." Jiang Huqing tilted his head and glanced at him. "I am quite calmed. I merely wish to join the death row battalion and am aware that I need to submit a blood oath. I understand your urgency, but there is no need to be so extreme." The butler, recognizing this fellow's stubbornness, could only feign a pained smile as he attempted to negotiate. "You merely wish to enlist, and there are many ways to do so. Besides, are you not already a soldier? Enlistment is implicitly understood from the moment you receive your acceptance letter from the military academy." Jiang Huqing nodded that I know, but they only wish to grant me a title, not any actual duties. I have explored all other avenues. Once they learned I was entering the military academy, they insisted I wait until graduation. Furthermore, I have come to understand that being a regular soldier is cumbersome, as one must adhere to commands without question, for instance, retreating at the sound of a trumpet. Once one enters the death row camp, everything changes. Even with eyes closed, one can recklessly charge ahead. The most significant aspect is that others do not believe you will survive. Upon hearing the retreat signal, there is no need to pay heed. The freedom is far greater, which suits me exceptionally well. Is it not a form of freedom to die unmonitored? To crave combat without the desire for life? Thankfully, all interdimensional passages are under the control of the federal military. Otherwise, this fellow would have likely abandoned his studies to become a free mercenary long ago, while everyone else has lost their wits. The butler retains a semblance of awareness. After all, the young master is in this fellow's hands, and persuasion is the only option left. Well, there must be alternative ways to enter the death row camp. Right? Is it possible that we need not resort to such extremes? Jiang Huqing boldly countered. But isn't this the fastest method? It is logical and convincing. Truly, there is no swifter way. With a gentle squeeze, one could report by noon. It is you who is so impatient. Why not simply fast forward to reincarnation? The butler was exasperated. With no other options, he could only seek help from the sidelines. "Master Chun, could you please say a word on our behalf?" Chun Lai, who had been observing, finally snapped back to reality. To be honest, after so many years as a general, it was the first time he had encountered such an eager soldier. Even the people afflicted by alien invasions on the border planets had not shown such initiative. However, Chun Lai was hesitant to send Jiang Huqing to the battlefield so soon. The reason was simple. This individual possesses great potential. The awkward truth is that, at present, he only has potential. It will take considerable time to hone that potential into actual combat capability. If he were sent out now, he would merely become a cannon fodder. Although the attrition rate for such soldiers is typically high on the battlefield, the Federation is not lacking in low-level troops. To squander this quality seedling would be a significant loss. What the Federation truly lacks are the experts capable of decisively influencing the tide of battle. If this promising individual is nurtured properly and sent out later, he could at least become a valuable asset. However, it seems he is determined to leave, and it appears there is no stopping him. The last thing Chun Lai wanted was for him to have a breakdown and cause further trouble. Besides, the back city is rife with petty squabbles. Given the chaos that has already ensued in just one day, such an environment is certainly not conducive to the growth of a hero. Perhaps sending him to the border for some tempering might yield unexpected results, or perhaps it would be beneficial for Fenger to meet him in advance. After some deliberation, Chunlai finally relented. If he wishes to go, then let him go. Inform him to report with you in the afternoon. Never mind, it seems your words may be of no use. I shall directly open the holographic projection and speak myself. The butler finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to operate the device. Brother Jiang, Commander Chun has agreed to your request. Can we release my young master now? Chunlai nodded in affirmation. Yet, Jiang Huqing shook his head vigorously. Do you have any objections? Chunlai felt a twinge of irritation at this individual who consistently disrupted his plans. I must board the same spaceship as them. Otherwise, I'm afraid you might confine me to school midway. A glimmer of wisdom flashed in Jiang Huqing's eyes, as if to say, the scheming frog is probing your belly. How remarkable that this fellow, in his eagerness to enlist, has begun to use his intellect. Chunlai could only curse in frustration. Do you truly consider yourself my grandson? If you wish to go, then go. If I had any reluctance, you would indeed be my grandfather. Seeing that Chunlai's expression was genuine and not feigned, Jiang Huqing finally relented, willing to hand over the hostage. Stretching with satisfaction, he said, now that the trivial matters are settled, shall we begin with the serious business? Chapter 16. Blood Dragon Battle Helmet. Is even sending oneself to death considered a trivial matter? What other serious business could there possibly be? Could you save humanity from peril while wearing your underwear outside? Jiang Huqing grew furious upon noticing the butler's inaction. Grabbing Zhao Haochen, he threatened, I've already pacified the child. Are you not going to spar with me? Do you intend to default? The butler was taken aback. How could this fellow still be preoccupied with such nonsense? Did he not realize he was about to enter the death row camp? In that dreadful place, fights would be relentless. One could not even pause for breath. With such a rare moment of respite, should he not savor the splendor of the rear lines? Furthermore, was the young master truly pacified? Merely transitioning from kneeling to a death sentence does not guarantee survival in the death row camp. This was hardly a success. It was merely sending someone to their doom, even risking his own life in the process. The butler regretted provoking this individual and wondered what compelled him to act so foolishly. However, this fellow had become addicted to threats. To ensure the young master could survive the death row camp, he had no choice but to comply. Fine, I shall indulge you. But let me be clear, I am going to the death row camp, and I will not hold back. The butler resolved that even if it meant being accused of bullying the weak, he would deliver a proper thrashing. Otherwise, the thoughts would remain unaddressed. Jiang Huqing, however, was unbothered, exclaiming excitedly, why hold back? If we fight, death is just part of the game. Indeed, no place could be more suitable for him than the death row camp. This fellow does not regard his life as precious, and it just so happens that the camp does not value human lives either. It was a perfect match. Jiang Huqing paid no mind to the thoughts of others. Upon hearing that the butler was willing to fight, he promptly donned a helmet and lay down on the spot. Wait! The butler suddenly called out. What now? Planning to back out again? Jiang Huqing's gaze turned perilous as he looked at Zhao Haochen. If the lackey disobeyed, a beating was in order. Zhao Haochen, in disbelief, thought, if you want to fight, then fight. Why are you staring at me? Am I to become part of your play? The butler, feeling a headache coming on, exclaimed, you intend to fight while wearing that thing? Could you show some respect? Do you not have a 3S helmet? Are you waiting to go fishing? Jiang Huqing shook his head. Is there a difference? As long as it can be used for fighting, that's all that matters. Besides, this helmet is part of my wager. Perhaps one day he will rise to the occasion and defeat me, and I would owe him a compensation. There was no other reason. It was merely a matter of keeping one's word, adhering to the principle of a promise once made. Zhao Haochen retorted, is this really not a fishing expedition? I appreciate your high regard for me. Just now, I was nearly beaten into submission. How could I still entertain thoughts about the helmet? Even if I could win. So what? Chunlai is watching. Who would dare to act? He quickly waved his hands. I concede. I concede. You keep the helmet. Just do not give it to me. Li Hui approached to offer his counsel. Huqing, this helmet is no ordinary item. You will indeed need it. Jiang Huqing expressed his confusion. Clearly baffled, Li Hui, aware that this fellow had likely only attended martial arts classes throughout his education, proceeded to provide a detailed explanation. The so-called otherworld does not exist within our star system. The rules within it differ significantly from those here, thus entry requires the assistance of a helmet. The helmet serves several functions. First, it provides protection. Possessing it means that death in the other world does not equate to immediate death of the body. Only a portion of one's soul strength may be diminished. Such soul damage can be slowly repaired through rest or supplemented using resurrection coins. Second, it allows one to read their own physical data at any time, offering a clearer understanding of bodily changes and enabling targeted training for improvement. Third, it records achievements in killing enemies and can be traded with the platform for various resources, including but not limited to martial techniques and equipment exchanges. Fourth, and most importantly, the helmet possesses an innate function that allows it to absorb and reinforce the user through the essence of slain enemies. With each kill, the user can absorb a certain amount of nutrients, which can be used for personal enhancement, and there is also a chance to condense martial techniques or equipment rules. The so-called drops that people often speak of stem from this. Helmets range from the lowest grade F to the highest 3S, with higher grade helmets better facilitating individual strength. Additionally, higher grade helmets may come with unique enhancements. Each helmet carries different attributes that one must experience for themselves. However, since this is a military-issued helmet, it must be tailored to your specific characteristics, ensuring a significant boost. Moreover, this type of helmet differs from competitive helmets. It features an identity binding system, meaning once bound, it cannot be used by others. Zhang Haqing began to grasp the situation and was finally satisfied. No wonder everyone was fixated on this item. It seems quite useful, and the military has finally done something worthwhile. In comparison to the helmet, that admission notice was nothing short of a punishment. Not only did it hinder his enlistment, but it also sought to deceive him into studying cultural subjects, akin to rewarding a primary school student with practice books. Simply revolting. Chunlai, observing from the sidelines, nearly lost his composure again. This individual truly lacks appreciation. He disregards the bright future offered to him. Yet when it comes to enhancing his combat ability, he suddenly shows enthusiasm. There is no one left. Upon understanding the helmet's functions, Zhang Haqing wasted no time and removed the ornament hanging from his chest. With a simple gesture, a blood-red helmet was swiftly conjured. The crimson hue was not a mere dye but rather a thick layer of indelible bloodstains, forming a blood dragon that coiled back upon itself. The texture was peculiar, resembling not metal but rather a piece of living flesh. Upon summoning it, a faint dragon's roar resonated, emanating waves of oppressive power. Akin to a top predator hunting its prey, the onlookers instinctively found their bodies stiffening. Divine artifacts possess their own character. To wield one, the user must certainly not be feeble. This was indeed a biological metal, indicating the military had invested significantly. The butler quietly commented, concealing the embarrassment he had just experienced. Looking at Zhang Haqing, he seemed utterly unfazed. Upon realizing the enhancement it could provide him, he eagerly donned the helmet. Soon, a cascade of system notifications erupted. Blood Dragon Helmet is about to activate. Collecting host information. Suddenly, Zhang Haqing felt a sharp prick at his brow as a droplet of blood was absorbed by the helmet. Ding! Host information successfully collected. Blood Dragon Helmet has completed binding. You will soon be presented with a novice tutorial. Zhang Haqing, unwilling to endure its lengthy explanations, promptly opted to skip and explore the interface himself. A screen materialized, divided into several key sections. The first was the physical condition, depicted as a 3D model of the human body, with specific strength values listed for various body parts. After a brief examination, Zhang Haqing noted that most of his body parts had strengths ranging from 95 to 110, with a few weaker areas only measuring between 10 and 30. Chapter 17. The flawed helmet. The annotations indicated that each point could withstand a strike of 1 pound of force, and if used for an attack, it could inflict a maximum damage calculated as data multiplied by 2. Furthermore, these values also influence the duration for which a body part could engage in full combat. Approximately, each point could sustain its output for 10 seconds. For instance, Zhang Haqing's arm had a value of 102, allowing it to endure 17 minutes of full exertion. Of course, this duration was merely a reference. Employing certain over-limit explosive skills would proportionally shorten the time. For example, Zhang Haqing's arm could consistently exert 204 pounds of force for 17 minutes, but if he employed a skill like the upward thrust, which could instantaneously generate 500 pounds of force, the duration would plummet to under 7 minutes. Naturally, Exhausting one's stamina did not equate to being utterly incapable of resistance. However, exerting oneself forcefully could inflict damage on that body part, leading to a reduction in its value and creating a vicious cycle. Additionally, this value also encompassed certain health bar functions. If the force endured reached 10 of this value, it would break the skin. Exceeding 30 would result in significant bleeding, while reaching 50 would cause fractures, diminishing strength values. At 80, it would be deemed catastrophic damage, necessitating repair in a medical facility, with little hope of recovery otherwise. In essence, these values amalgamated attributes of attack power, stamina, and health. My eyes can withstand 20 pounds of force, yet my lower regions can only endure 30. This algorithm seems somewhat flawed, Jiang Huqing muttered, brushing it off. Convinced he could ascertain the accuracy through practice, the attribute panel also featured a toggle button, adjacent to which were labeled soul strength and various talents. Soul strength similarly influenced several functionalities, the most crucial being the number of revival attempts. Each failure in the other world would deduct at least 1 point. Furthermore, it affected resistance to various abnormal states, such as confusion and charm, as well as damage from elemental attacks. Ultimately, it reflected the mastery over various supernatural abilities. This world did not merely revolve around martial arts. It was a diverse tapestry of powers, with numerous paths leading to Rome. For instance, the spell system could communicate with various elements, unleashing a plethora of dazzling skills, with spell potency closely tied to soul strength. Furthermore, those with higher soul strength were more favorably regarded by deities, making it easier to receive divine blessings and acquire various godly skills, such as healing. The previously mentioned wave technique was, in essence, a fusion of supernatural abilities and martial arts. However, Jiang Huqing was dismayed to find that his panel displayed a pitiful soul strength of merely 1 point. This value implied a disconnect from other systems, and more critically, there was no room for error. Should a mishap occur in the other world, while others could resurrect and return, Jiang Huqing would simply perish. It seemed that soul strength also impacted learning capacity, which would explain his difficulty in acquiring knowledge. Rather than being disheartened, Jiang Huqing felt a flicker of excitement. I wonder if I could obtain a certificate of incompetence from the officials with this screenshot. Freeing me from that dreadful school? A plan well conceived. Glancing at the talent section, Jiang Huqing appeared to have pinpointed the reason for his low soul strength. Effect 1. Soul Power Transmutation permanently locks soul strength at 1 point while significantly enhancing his own vitality. This talent serves as a prerequisite for other skills and cannot be removed. Effect 2. Unyielding Resilience allows for a full revival upon receiving fatal damage. Every 50 points of average attributes increases the number of revival attempts. Currently at 0.2, recovering once every 24 hours. Effect 3. Bloody Hunt enables the absorption of blood essence from enemies upon breaching their defenses, restoring one's injuries and energy. Effect 4. Not activated. Requires the defeat of 5 foes with attributes 3 times greater than one's own. Effect 5. Not activated. Jiang Huqing briefly studied these skills, realizing that their combination resembled a perpetual motion machine, aligning remarkably with his combat style. He had indeed been quite reckless earlier, grateful he hadn't discarded this equipment. Jiang Huqing silently acknowledged his fortunate escape, yet he had not considered that this helmet would deter others from using it. Had Zhao Haochen known the helmet's talents had such effects, he would have never entertained the thought of seizing it. Strength is one thing, but the unpredictability of the other world is the true narrative. Survival is essential for the opportunity to continue fighting, is it not? Yet, once donned, this helmet would compel one to engage in relentless battles with the other races. An all-or-nothing scenario where only one could emerge alive. Encountering even the slightest turmoil could result in being trapped indefinitely. It was a strategy of retreat without advance, suitable only for a reckless individual. Jiang Huqing then delved into other functionalities. For instance, he could participate in the arena and various ranking matches. As a newly activated helmet, it had yet to compete in events, with a ranking consisting of 17 digits, which could easily be mistaken for a bank account number, presumably correlating to the number of individuals in the Federation. With this feature, once weary from slaying other races, he could engage in a few leisurely ranked matches. Jiang Huqing felt quite satisfied. Additionally, there was a forum function for exchanging insights on martial techniques or discussing changes in the other world. However, he held little interest in the latter. The martial discussion, however, had prerequisites. One must first demonstrate the skill in a recorded video for validation. It was impossible to freeload or act as an armchair strategist. Presently, Jiang Huqing only possessed one upward thrust technique, so he casually recorded a video for verification and set it aside. Lastly, there was a trading function, allowing the exchange of merit points for various equipment and skills. Upon noticing his merit points were 0, he felt no inclination to explore further. He re-entered the arena, sending an invitation to the butler, and awaited in quiet anticipation. Before long, a muscular man entered the room, gazing at Jiang Huqing. "Have you figured it out so quickly? I thought you would take a bit longer." Jiang Huqing shook his head. "I haven't delved deeply, just glanced over it. We can't afford to delay." After multiple exchanges, the butler had likely begun to grasp Jiang Huqing's thought process. To him, aside from fighting, nothing else seemed significant. The butler, disinterested in persuading him otherwise, nodded and said, "Begin when you're ready." Jiang Huqing assumed a prepared stance. "I'm ready." The butler scoffed. "Let me impart a lesson. Seeing as you and the young master will be comrades in the future, never engage in conversation with an enemy outside your attack range." Flame Pillar. The advanced mage had already attained a semblance of divine power, capable of conjuring spells with mere words. And no sooner had he spoken than the once smooth arena was shattered by fiery columns. Intense heat surged from beneath Jiang Huqing's feet, flames leaping up and roasting him from within. Terrifyingly, due to the butler's attributes, Jiang Huqing did not perish instantly but was forced to endure the searing flames. Chapter 18. Why are even the large workshops recklessly tossing in additives? The disparity in strength between the two was overwhelming. The butler's casual skill had already placed Jiang Huqing at a disadvantage. The damage from that skill was one matter, but the pain was undoubtedly excruciating. If Jiang Huqing's confrontation with Zhao Haochen had been akin to a chicken flapping its wings, this was akin to the boiling of a phoenix. The immortal bird was ablaze. Jiang Huqing's lower body was now a gruesome mess, resembling a soft-boiled egg rather than a fully cooked one. Overwhelmed by the blow, Jiang Huqing could not suppress a pained groan. Regaining his composure, he swiftly executed the most prudent response, rolling to escape the flame's grasp while extinguishing the flames clinging to his clothing. Quite resilient. A true man, the butler murmured, then confidently declared, however, when it comes to bullying mages, they will always reign supreme. Feel despair. Ice wall technique? Jiang Huqing, now highly alert, sensed the impending danger and lunged forward with all his might. However, he still failed to evade the spell's casting range. 6 ice walls erupted from the ground, enclosing him from all sides, forming a 10-meter square ice prison that sealed him within. Being trapped was not the end. It marked the beginning of a nightmare. The butler showed no mercy, reciting incantations as he continued casting spells. Unleashing skills like a machine gun, Shadow Black Cat, Frosty Snowman, Jack Bomb, Thunder Pearl. A barrage of minor skills rained down. Despite Jiang Huqing's desperate attempts to maneuver, it was futile against such a level of overwhelming assault. His clothing was shredded, and his body became riddled with wounds. Hiss! In a moment of carelessness, Jiang Huqing was unexpectedly ambushed by the shadowy black cat, resulting in a severely injured leg. With this mishap, any hope of breaking free from his predicament vanished, and the countdown to his demise had begun. It was time to concede. The end was nigh. With the advantage firmly in hand, the steward finally found the opportunity to mock him. Eagerly anticipating the sight of Jiang Huqing kneeling in supplication, a chance to avenge Zhao Haochen. Yet, Jiang Huqing merely gazed at him with his bloodshot eyes, resolutely advancing in his direction. "Let us see how long you can endure." The steward, frustrated by his failure to achieve his objective, felt a surge of anger and unleashed his skill. A shadowy essence hurled at Jiang Huqing from an acute angle. It was said that even at his peak, Jiang Huqing would have been struck. Now, in his debilitated state, he was utterly vulnerable. Crack! The last of his uninjured leg was hit, bending at an unnatural angle, the damage sufficient to cause a fracture. Jiang Huqing let out a muffled groan, forcing himself to remain standing, but he had lost all ability to move. With the battle's horn already sounded, the steward saw no reason to show mercy and cast another skill. It is over. Just as Jiang Huqing emerged from the haze of pain, he beheld a grotesque, pumpkin-headed bomb hurtling towards him, forcing him to twist his head in a feeble attempt to evade the strike. Such a simple maneuver was still too strenuous for his failing body. With a softening of his form, He collapsed to the ground, and it was evident to all that this battle had spiraled beyond redemption. Yet Jiang Huqing refused to yield. He strained to support himself with his hands, executing a handstand, and laboriously began to inch towards the icy wall. The steward, taken aback by his tenacity, momentarily refrained from unleashing further skills. Jiang Huqing seized this brief respite, but under his grievous injuries, the ice wall that had once seemed a mere few meters away now felt insurmountably distant. 3 meters, 2 meters, the destination gradually approached. Upon reaching the icy wall, Jiang Huqing finally halted, his hands slightly bent as he collapsed to the ground. Was this the end? Had the recent surge of energy merely been a fleeting glimmer? As the steward contemplated delivering a skill to grant him a semblance of dignity, Jiang Huqing made a sudden move. With a powerful thrust of his waist, his body twisted like a maggot in a filth-ridden pit. His already tormented form erupted in agonizing pain from every direction. This was not a moment for weakness, to stifle a scream. Jiang Huqing clenched his jaw, shattering his gums. The blood surged within him, igniting a fiercer rage, and with this newfound vigor, he swung his arm with great force, colliding violently with the icy wall. Alas, the title of the mage as the king of slaughtering the weak was not undeserved. Their physical prowess was merely supplementary. The intensity of their skills was extraordinarily high. Even with Jiang Huqing's attributes, he could only leave a faint crack upon the icy barrier. The boiling blood within rolled slowly, soon succumbing to the low temperature, solidifying into a dark red line. Futile, it was time to surrender. This ice wall, even I cannot easily shatter. Witnessing this brutal scene, the steward felt a newfound respect and sincerely advised him to give up. Yet Jiang Huqing showed no sign of despair, convinced that if he could breach it once, he could certainly do so again. In that moment, he forgot his adversary, forgot everything, and became utterly fixated on this obstructive wall. Taking a deep breath, he inflated his abdomen, gathering strength once more. His injured right fist had yet to fully withdraw, but his left followed swiftly, striking the icy wall and widening the previous fissure. Even without blood to stain it, the fragments within the ice became visible to the naked eye. Although Jiang Huqing had long since lost consciousness, his instinct for combat alerted him that his fractured hands would be incapable of launching a second attack in such a short time. Once the wall repaired itself, his chances of escape would vanish. Currently, the only part of his body capable of movement was Jiang Huqing barely managed to prop himself up with his feeble arms. Then, akin to a water turtle executing a headbutt, he thrust his head into the crack of the ice wall. The posture was far from elegant, yet it proved effective, delivering successive blows that finally carved a sizable hole in the once impenetrable barrier. Regrettably, it still did not collapse. Jiang Huqing's neck became the new support for the wall, struggling to maintain its form, albeit at a precarious angle. Yet he had no strength left to continue. His neck, crushed under the weight above, had completely deformed, leaving him resembling a victim of an avalanche, recently unearthed. The steward did not ridicule Jiang Huqing's audacity. On the contrary, witnessing this grotesque display filled him with trepidation. He understood the astonishing will to fight that Jiang Huqing possessed. No force on earth could compel such a spirit to submit. His demeanor was reminiscent of a cursed entity. Had he been a member of the Zhao family, he might have been capable of expanding their influence 100-fold with sheer determination. The steward's thoughts turned to the feckless individuals within the clan, consumed by petty desires and self-indulgence. And he sighed in resignation. It was clear that the Zhao family lacked the genetic potential to produce such talent. Perhaps it was true that no ordinary human could give rise to such a terrifying iron-headed child. How could such a being emerge from the public nurturing and breeding center? It was normal for small workshops to cut corners. But why were even the larger establishments recklessly mixing additives? Surely, those involved in the breeding process weren't conducting any forbidden experiments. Wasn't the crime against humanity merely a facade? Chapter 19. He who finds delight in his own misfortune. Li Tianxiang ID number 753. Please be mindful of your conduct. The arena is not a lawless territory. Li Tianxiang receiving repeated notifications, the steward was left dumbfounded. How could mere speculation lead to such warnings? Was I the only living soul in the arena? And why was my identity repeated thrice? It felt like a blatant threat to scrutinize my actions. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Tianxiang wisely fell silent and promptly sent a message to the family head. I implore the family head to take this matter as a serious warning, to rectify our family conduct, and to remind all young masters and misses that public nurturing is also a pillar of the nation, and they must refrain from reckless actions. While this message might seem overstepping, it was aptly suited to convey the gravity of the warning. Consider this. When has a sycophant ever approached their master to advise reform? It was clear he had struck a nerve. Knowing full well that Jiang Huqing was a formidable opponent, the steward pondered the significance of sending such a message. As the family head, he had to think beyond the immediate. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Having drawn the ire of a living ancestor, he had already dispatched the most promising heir to the death camp. What might happen if he provoked a whole host of living ancestors? The weather had grown colder. Was the Zhao family destined for annihilation? Action must be taken. The family conduct must be rectified, and the future must be approached with courtesy. Those already offended must face their due consequences, and reparations must be made. They were indeed the masters. Setting aside the chaos within the family, the steward ensured the message was conveyed before finally exiting the arena. Just as he contemplated how to placate Jiang Huqing, he was taken aback to find the latter fully recovered, his face devoid of any despondency, instead radiating vitality. What an exhilarating battle! Might I engage you in combat once more? I assure you, I shall perform even better this time. Li Tianxiang. The words of comfort that had been on the tip of his tongue were forcibly suppressed, leaving him only to marvel at the fact that a true masochist finds joy in their own suffering. Shaking his head, he struggled to clear his mind of sordid images. He finally managed to counsel, "We entered the death camp together. I trust Commander Chen will grant us the favor of sharing a barack. There will be ample opportunities for training in the future." Li Tianxiang paused, casting a furtive glance at his phone. Not having received any notifications reassured him that Chenlai had no objections. Although all were termed death camp, the battlefields varied according to the level of entry. Humanity faced enemies on all sides. Regardless of rank, there would always be opponents to match. Generally, it was improbable for a luminary to enter a low-level battlefield, as skilled individuals could inadvertently trigger unforeseen changes, given that other alien factions might dispatch equivalent opponents for support, preventing humanity from expanding further. Conversely, allowing low-level combatants into high-end battlefields was out of the question. The residual impact of battle could easily incapacitate them, rendering it more sensible to execute them internally than to send them as fodder to the aliens. With a seedling like Jiang Huqing present, it was even less likely he would be cast into a high-level battlefield as cannon fodder. Thus, it seemed he was being assigned to a low-level battlefield for protection, barring any major mishaps. The young master had a solid chance of survival. If he could accrue some military merit, not only would the modest Song City be within reach, but further expansion would also be plausible. Li Tianxiang felt a surge of joy, realizing he had indeed benefited from Jiang Huqing's presence. Understanding the need for reciprocity, he continued, "I kindly request that young Master Jiang accompany us back to the Zhao residence to select a few weapons and equipment, enhancing our chances of survival on the battlefield." Jiang Huqing paused, taken aback. "We are heading to the battlefield, yet the military does not issue weapons? Was he not aware of the name of this place?" Li Tianxiang felt a tinge of helplessness but had to explain, even urging Jiang Huqing to accept if he did not take them. How could the young master do so? The young master's life was not as resilient as his. Without proper armament, there was no way to ensure safety in the battlefield. Those in the death camp were utilized as expendable resources. Issuing weapons was deemed wasteful. Moreover, as they all had criminal records, to prevent any potential insurrections, only veterans with significant accomplishments were permitted equipped gear, while the rest were relegated to basic equipment. Jiang Huqing retorted, "If they are not allowed to bring anything, then why should we be permitted? If it doesn't adhere to the rules, then so be it. Your generosity is commendable, but have you considered how challenging it would be for me to protect you when the time comes?" Li Tianxiang understood that without a clear explanation, the equipment could not be transported. However, he couldn't reveal that he had already received Chenlai's tacit approval, lest this fool genuinely sought verification from Chenlai. After much contemplation, he finally managed to devise a plausible excuse. "You are different from them. They entered due to their misdeeds, while you gained entry through examination. You would be the first in history to enter a death row camp through such means." Jiang Huqing finally grasped the advantage of his status and inquired further, "Then why is the military department unwilling to provide me with weaponry?" Damn. There was no evading this. For the first time, Li Tianxiang realized how difficult it was to bestow a gift. Fortunately, Li Hui knew how to communicate with this fool and interjected, "Indeed, we cannot grant you weapons. If the military were to supply you with arms while denying others, it would reveal your unique status, likely affording you special treatment on the battlefield in a bid for survival. Conversely, if you were to bring your own weapons, others might suspect you have some background." Li Hui paused, sensing that this fool was about to reject the notion, and quickly added, "They detest those who rely on connections to succeed and would undoubtedly seek to relegate you to the most perilous front lines, where losses would be inconspicuous. Therefore, acquiring equipment would not be a simple matter. If you are unfamiliar, you might as well stick with your initial weapon." Hey, it must be said, those words struck a chord with Zhang Haqing. It is only in combat against formidable foes that one finds true excitement. Would I genuinely be ostracized? You aren't deceiving me, are you? Li Tianxiang felt uncertain about whether to affirm or deny the situation. Who in their right mind would willingly march toward exclusion? Yet this fellow was anything but normal. Trusting Li Hui, he nodded slightly. If this fool were to refuse, he would shake his head vehemently to deflect. Zhang Haqing, however, felt invigorated and exclaimed, "I did not enlist to frolic. If I am to go, it must be to the most dangerous battlefield, where I can slay the most enemies. In that case, equip me with a full set of weaponry. Whether it is powerful or not is inconsequential, but it must look impressive." Indeed, this fellow was truly seeking a path to demise. The gift was given, but Li Tianxiang's heart sank further. The lives of the three were now intertwined. With this fool at the court, if he perished, both he and the young master would certainly accompany him in death. This was akin to guarding a ticking time bomb, striving to prevent it from detonating. True masochists derive pleasure from self-inflicted suffering, while those with complex experiences inflict intensity upon themselves. Li Tianxiang gazed skyward in exasperation, deciding he must prepare the finest armor for this fool, then deceive him into believing it was the most magnificent. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "No problem. I will arrange it swiftly. By the way, what martial skills do you possess? Let me see what is applicable within the military, and I will ensure you are equipped promptly." At last, the password was correct. Zhang Haqing's eyes sparkled with excitement as he said, "You are truly a wonderful person. Currently, I only know one skill, the upward strike. Can you assist me in obtaining the rest? If possible, I would appreciate several manuals as well. Chapter 20. I can already cool things down. Can I not say a fan is not refreshing?" Li Tianxiang was exasperated. This fool had previously analyzed everything so astutely, and now it turned out he was merely a blustering fool devoid of real skill. He seriously suspected this fellow was attempting to swindle martial manuals from him and couldn't help but ask, "What did you mean when you said the young master's 3-section strike was ineffective?" Zhang Haqing waved his hand dismissively. If he won, it would be an indication that my analysis was flawed. Given that he lost, would I then dishonestly commend him? I cannot claim it was solely due to his use of various complicated martial techniques that he lost so spectacularly, can I? I can already cool things down. Can I not say a fan is not refreshing? Zhao Haochen felt utterly helpless. Despite being unrelated, did it necessitate dragging him out to repeatedly mock him? It might be hard to believe, but half an hour ago, he was still the exalted young master. After encountering this fool, he suddenly found himself relegated to the role of a supporting character. Li Tianxiang was also in distress. It was his first encounter with such a brazen martial artist. He had first beaten the person up, then provided an analysis. No one could claim the victor was incorrect. It felt as though speaking another word would cause him to bleed. Li Tianxiang could only endure the discomfort and say, "Fine, I will make the arrangements for you. I guarantee your satisfaction." Zhang Haqing discovered that everyone in the Zhao family were good people. First, they rushed over to acknowledge him as their father, then took him to enlist. And now they were providing him with equipment and martial techniques. He couldn't help but exclaim, "If humanity could emulate your Zhao family in their selfless dedication, how could we fear the annihilation of our race?" This notion was far-fetched. If they could truly be selfless, why would humanity be divided into ranks? Of course, it was not impossible, provided one had a powerful benefactor wielding a blade on their behalf. If they truly did so, one might find their service surpassing that of the Zhao family. Li Tianxiang was disinclined to engage with this fool any further and simply walked away at that moment. Zhang Haqing suddenly felt his phone vibrate. After reading the message, a rare flush of embarrassment crept onto his face. prompting him to call out to Li Tianxiang. Wait. Li Tianxiang squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth. Is there anything else you require, young Master Jiang? Jiang Haqing, feeling sheepish, admitted, I was mistaken earlier. It turns out I do not know the upward strike at all. This was the most fundamental martial technique. You mean to tell me you do not know it? What were you doing before? Jiang Haqing, meeting their gazes, bashfully scratched his head. I am merely a public servant, too impoverished to afford lessons in martial arts. The upward strike was something I figured out on my own. I had thought I had mastered it, but when I submitted an application to join the Martial Arts Exchange Forum, I was rejected. And only then did I realize that I truly did not know it. This was absurd. When a person becomes so enraged they render themselves foolish, they will indeed humiliate themselves. Zhao Haochen cursed under his breath. If you truly do not know, how could you have struck me like a baseball earlier? Are you some sort of natural powerhouse? Not quite. My attributes are not excessively beyond the norm, Jiang Haqing pondered aloud. Could it be that you jumped too high earlier? It was a logical point, impossible to refute. Jiang Haqing, still unsatisfied, waved the upward strike manual he had previously shown and remarked, furthermore, according to the guide, a person's strength is limited. Relying solely on the upward strike will not yield significant results, even if one exhausts their strength. To keep an opponent airborne for a longer duration, one must employ a special technique. What technique? Zhao Haochen, now embracing a break the pot and sink the boat mentality, figured he might as well learn something. You can strike it so that it jumps on its own. This allows for a decent initial velocity, making the effort much more efficient, Jiang Haqing proudly elaborated. What sort of twisted mind must one possess to conceive such a strategy? The most terrifying aspect was that one dared to write it down, while the other dared to learn it. Zhao Haochen finally realized that the two strikes he had endured earlier were not mere accidents. They were intentional. The question arose. If this fellow's actions were flawless and the special technique was effectively utilized, why had his verification been denied? Were those evaluators blind? Step into the arena and demonstrate it properly, Li Hui suggested, sensing the issue at hand. Jiang Haqing's eyes lit up. After having sparred with Chen Lai, Zhao Gongzi, and the sycophantic steward, how could he forget that there was still this fellow left unchallenged? Li Hui, under Jiang Haqing's scrutinizing gaze, felt a chill in his groin and hastily clarified. I do not wish to fight you. I have no enmity with you. What I meant to say is, try striking a scarecrow and see where the problem lies. Jiang Haqing's expression visibly shifted to disappointment. Fine then. Upon entering the arena, he summoned a scarecrow before him. Jiang Haqing wasted no time testing it out, charging forward in a swift motion, gripping the wooden stick tightly, and aiming a thrust at the scarecrow's undercarriage. The scarecrow, while merely a conventional term, was designed to simulate the weight of a character of equal caliber. Jiang Haqing's strike sent the scarecrow soaring nearly 2 meters into the air, scattering straw everywhere. Clearly suffering significant damage, the displayed force of the strike read 287 pounds, reaching 2.5 times Jiang Haqing's maximum strength, and should have met the skill loading standards, if not exceeded them. Everyone watched in stunned silence. If this wasn't an upward strike, then what was? Did loading a skill require breaking records? Li Tianxiang, however, had a realization and shook his head. Young Master Jiang must be missing the record for skill purchase. Wait, we can help you pay the copyright fee. Jiang Haqing was utterly bewildered. I can perform it, and I still need to pay? Li Hui, however, understood. This is quite normal. Researching a martial skill is not easy. If everyone could simply steal knowledge and use it, no one would be willing to share in the future. Thus, the forum screens martial artists. Only those who have purchased the original martial techniques can enter and continue learning deeper skills. Jiang Haqing contemplated this and nodded. Very well. Perhaps I can eventually research something profitable. Just help me with the copyright fee first, and I will repay you once I have the funds. Jiang Haqing was acutely aware of his financial constraints. He was so impoverished he might as well beg for alms, and he certainly couldn't afford to pay up front. However, neglecting the debt for martial techniques would not be ethical. The Zhao family had wealth, so they could assist him in covering the cost. If he managed to earn later, he would repay them. If he were to perish unexpectedly, the debt would naturally become void. Enlisting had its advantages. This is what one might call the wisdom of the impoverished. Wisdom. Zhao Haochen had never encountered anyone so impoverished, and he was taken aback. Is your public welfare this destitute? Doesn't the Federation provide you with subsidies? Li Hui's heart sank, and he quickly offered an explanation. This is not my fault. This fellow always strikes without restraint, and the meager subsidies from the Federation barely cover the medical expenses. Currently, his meals are only made possible by our teachers taking turns to assist him. Zhang Huqing nodded in agreement with this assessment. If it weren't for the school's relatively humane approach, he might have truly starved. Zhao Haochen was left speechless. He had initially thought this individual was merely feigning poverty to extract benefits, but it seemed he was genuinely destitute. Furthermore, the earlier words he had spoken to himself were not mere consolation. How many people had this individual truly reduced to tears? It's all trivial amounts. We can cover it for you. Li Tianxiang, however, was magnanimous and unwilling to waste any more time, directly agreeing and leading Zhao Haochen back to gather supplies. These past few days, I spent time with my parents, so I can only write secretly at night. I will do my best to update. By the way, if any of you have suggestions, please share. This is my first attempt at writing fantasy. Chapter 21. So, your prison conditions are rather good. With trivial matters weighing on his mind, Zhang Huqing found himself at leisure once more. His eyes darted, constantly glancing at Li Hui, pondering how he could persuade him to practice together. Li Hui felt a shiver down his spine under Zhang Huqing's gaze, realizing that if he didn't find something for this fellow to do, the day would not end well. After some thought, he suggested, Huqing, since you don't need much preparation, why not take this opportunity to practice in the arena? Firstly, it will allow you to encounter opponents with varying abilities, helping you familiarize yourself with your skills, so you're not caught off guard in special situations in the future. Secondly, as your ranking improves, you'll be matched with opponents of equal strength, providing a better training experience. Otherwise, fighting against opponents who are either too strong or too weak would be rather pointless. Thirdly, every time your ranking improves, you will receive a reward from the Federation, which includes equipment, martial skills, and money. Among other things, if you can build up some resources, you won't have to rely on favors from others for such trivial matters in the future. Li Hui's reasoning resonated deeply with Zhang Huqing. Whether it was seeking training partners or earning money, both were essential for him. If honing martial skills was a passion, then making money was a necessity. With much of the Federation's work already automated, it was not easy for a student like Zhang Huqing to find a part-time job. Although he was not starving due to the teacher's assistance, they too had limited resources, making it impossible for him to indulge in his desires. As a young man, he could never seem to have enough to eat, especially considering that martial artists require a substantial amount of meat to sustain their vitality. Zhang Huqing had long been craving the exotic beast meat from the cafeteria, but due to his financial constraints, he could only leave with his mouth watering. Now that he had a chance to earn money, how could he resist? Even if it were not for sustenance, he owed his teachers quite a debt and needed to repay them. He could never let such kind-hearted individuals think he would disregard their goodwill. He had even contemplated writing a will, just in case he met an untimely end in battle, so that any compensation could be distributed among them, at least giving them something in return. It would be better to survive and treat them to a meal, allowing him to share in the bounty, wouldn't it? Yet, he had never considered that for those in the death row camp, there would be no compensation at all. Without any hesitation, Zhang Huqing donned the helmet and lay flat on the ground. When would this dullard's lack of finesse ever change? Li Hui, observing this cumbersome sight, could only shake his head in silence. He didn't scold him further, but instead fetched a soft mat for him to lie on comfortably. After gazing at Zhang Huqing's youthful face for a while, Li Hui felt a surge of emotions. He had watched this young man grow up, and now he was about to head to the front lines, to the most perilous battlefield. How could he not be worried? Yet, this fellow had no wealth to squander, nor any parents or elders to pave the way for him. To rise up, he could only rely on his own life. It was fortunate that he had distinguished himself enough to gain the favor of influential individuals, as joining the military was undoubtedly the best path for him. As for danger, what endeavor was without risk? If Zhang Huqing did nothing this time, the Zhao family could still come knocking at his door. A slight whim of power could manifest as catastrophic upheaval for those at the bottom. So be it. Everyone has their own path. I hope you can become a king and an official, riding across vast seas, etching your name in history, rather than being wrapped in horsehide and buried in the earth. Li Hui offered his blessings as a mentor and turned to leave. Continuing to act like a child did not suit his character. Zhang Huqing, having overheard fragments of their conversation, fell silent for a long time before opening the arena and starting his ranking matches. For food, Jiang Huqing cheered himself on. After a moment, he quietly added, "Also for those who care about me." He quickly selected ranked competition and began waiting for a match in the ranking system. Finding skilled opponents might be challenging, but there were only a few familiar faces available. If one wished to engage in a match, both parties had to be free. Newbies were much easier to come by. One could easily find two to fight against. Before long, Jiang Huqing saw his opponent, a rather well-equipped chubby man, whose ID was Hichong. Unlike the game, the system did not require balancing the strengths of both sides. Skilled individuals would naturally rise in rank and find suitable opponents. As for high-level players seeking weaker opponents, this arena was IP-bound. One could easily face consequences. Not only could rewards not be claimed repeatedly, but if a prominent figure's junior were to suffer a setback, it could lead to offline conflicts, which would not bode well. Jiang Huqing, at his current ranking, would not encounter any high-level players. His opponent was likely a novice, brimming with enthusiasm and eagerly greeting him. The arena felt genuinely immersive. One could effortlessly unleash martial skills without feeling pain. Jiang Huqing was somewhat perplexed. Wasn't the arena supposed to simulate real combat? If not, that would be rather lackluster. Hichong, not in a hurry to make a move, chuckled, "Bro, are you even newer than I am? Didn't they teach this in the related courses?" In the arena, pain perception could be adjusted from 0 to 100. With the default set at 50, the instructors recommended that novices set their pain perception to 0 to effectively build confidence, allowing them to understand their strength when they were unafraid of pain. Jiang Huqing summoned the interface to investigate and found that such an option indeed existed. Without hesitation, he set it to maximum. He was about to head to the battlefield and had no time to gradually acclimate. If he couldn't endure pain during combat, he would undoubtedly suffer significant losses on the battlefield. The Federation also supported competitors in increasing their pain experience. There was a prompt indicating that the stronger the pain perception chosen, the greater the rewards for victory. After maxing it out, Jiang Huqing discovered a hidden button. If selected, he would lose automatically upon being hit even once, but the reward would be tripled. Without a second thought, he chose it. With only half a day left, he needed to score as many points as possible to boost his ranking and withdraw his earnings swiftly. Once completed, Jiang Huqing nodded and said, "Thanks, I'm ready. We can start." What Jiang Huqing did not realize was that after he selected his options, the arena rules would also change accordingly. Hichong immediately received the relevant information, his face turning astonished. "Bro, you're quite the ruthless one. This is only selectable with maximum pain perception. Are you looking down on me with the automatic loss condition?" Jiang Huqing shook his head. "Not at all. I simply have to report to the death row camp this afternoon, so I need to raise my ranking quickly." Hichong was left dumbfounded, seriously doubting whether he was being morally coerced by this fellow. How was this any different from a brother wanting to win a match before his last moments? It seemed that selecting this option meant he was not a skilled player looking for a serious match, but rather someone who intended to surrender without resistance. The issue was, the triple points he earned would come directly from Hichong. Hichong deeply regretted his earlier words, only managing a forced smile as he awkwardly replied, "Well, it seems your prison's living conditions are quite decent if they even let you play in the arena with helmets." Chapter 22. I thought you were here to beg, but it turns out you're here to fish for points. Jiang Huqing was unaware of what the opponent meant by prison and didn't particularly care. They had already chatted long enough, and he couldn't afford to waste any more time. He decisively chose to take the initiative, warning, "Be careful. I'm about to start." Jiang Huqing brandished his wooden stick and charged forward. And by the time Hichong realized what was happening, Jiang Huqing had already crossed half the distance. A close-quarters battle was imminent. At this level, opponents had not learned many martial skills and relied mostly on standard offensive and defensive techniques, primarily utilizing basic punches. Seeing Jiang Huqing charge, Hichong dared not adopt a passive strategy. Otherwise, he would find it difficult to handle the initial strike once momentum was gained. After all, he had no pain perception. What was there to fear? Gritting his teeth, Hichong rushed forward with his weapon, resembling an enraged piglet. As the two approached, Jiang Huqing noticed his opponent's state and couldn't help but frown. One must always keep an eye on the opponent's eyes during a fight. Otherwise, one would have no idea what techniques might follow. Hichong heeded the advice, glancing up at Jiang Huqing, only to be met with a pair of crimson eyes, which sent a chill down his spine, instantly robbing him of his fighting spirit. This fellow is so treacherous. He actually resorted to tricks. After issuing the warning, Jiang Huqing had no more to say. focusing on his score. That brief comment had already settled the debt of gratitude. Upon noticing a sudden lapse in the opponent's demeanor, Jiang Huqing seized the moment, taking a large stride forward. With a powerful twist of his waist, he unleashed a ferocious horizontal sweep of his weapon. He Chong, already unsteady on his feet, found himself unable to mount any resistance and could only brace himself for the impending strike. Even in the absence of pain, he sensed that his situation was dire. It felt as though the landscape was rushing forward while his retreating steps were futilely stalled. Jiang Huqing, recognizing the opportunity, decisively pressed on, pivoting on his lead leg to launch another forward strike. Exclaiming, "Stabilize your base." He Chong felt his body stiffen, his internal organs likely damaged beyond repair. Even if he could comprehend the situation, a response was beyond him. He could merely raise his weapon to block. The openings were too glaring. Jiang Huqing violently swung his arm, forcefully altering the trajectory of his wooden staff, maneuvering it at an uncanny angle to bypass He Chong's defenses, landing a brutal blow to his face. This strike was not merely a matter of leaving him bruised. It contorted his entire visage, and as He Chong attempted to utter a word, he found himself losing a significant number of teeth. It became glaringly obvious that he had encountered a formidable opponent. "How ruthless," he mused. "Fortunately, I feel no pain. I thought you were here to beg for alms, but it seems you've come to catch fish." Truly, the skilled are audacious. As he soared through the air, He Chong marveled at the scene, which had taken on an absurd quality. Conversely, Jiang Huqing approached every battle as a fight for survival. As long as his opponent could still draw breath, he had no intention of relenting. Retrieving his staff, he quickly closed in, and while He Chong lay incapacitated on the ground, Jiang Huqing rained down blows upon his legs, shattering them, and finally secured his victory. He Chong recognized the futility of his defeat, abandoning even the pretense of defense, opting instead to lie flat and allow Jiang Huqing to obliterate his skull. This fellow's fighting style would undoubtedly earn him a place among the condemned in a prison. We not on the same path. I want to compete with a madman. Time to take a break. Without a word of farewell, He Chong logged off. Jiang Huqing paid him no mind, engrossed in reviewing the system notifications. "You have triumphed over your opponent, He Chong. The system has deemed this a complete victory, awarding you 30 competition points. Your current ranking is 942, 13 digits omitted. Please continue to strive for excellence. You have achieved the accomplishment of first victory, earning a federal reward of 200 star coins, which has been credited to your personal account. You have attained the accomplishment of complete victory, earning a federal reward of 500 star coins, which has also been credited to your personal account. You have achieved the accomplishment of maximum pain sensation, earning a federal reward of 800 star coins, which has similarly been credited to your personal account." Indeed, the Federation exhibited a commendable conscience. The combined rewards for these three achievements amounted to a substantial 1,500 star coins. It should be noted that the monthly subsidy for public sustenance is merely 500 star coins. Thus, winning a single virtual competition equates to 3 months' worth of food expenses. Clearly, the Federation is unrelenting in its efforts to cultivate a martial spirit among the populace. Jiang Huqing nodded with satisfaction, scrutinizing his personal account that had finally breached the threshold of 0, yet he could not help but sigh. Unfortunately, these accomplishments are merely one-time benefits. Over 3 years, he had likely deprived his mentors of 20,000 star coins. This was hardly sufficient to settle debts, let alone indulge in meat. Hard work remains essential. Jiang Huqing continued to study the rules, discovering that within the current ranking tier, achieving maximum pain sensation yields a reward of 15 star coins for each victory, with the potential for doubling the reward for consecutive wins, but only once. Upon reaching the 15-digit ranking, each victory would provide 30 star coins, with a minimum score requirement of 372 points to qualify. Additionally, there was a one-time reward of 2,000 star coins for achieving 5 consecutive victories. After a brief calculation, Jiang Huqing surmised that if he minimized conversation and faced opponents of the same caliber as the recently defeated He Chong, he could likely conclude a match within a minute. Including matching time, approximately 2 minutes per match would yield 30 star coins, resulting in 900 star coins for an hour of uninterrupted victories. With the achievement rewards factored in, he might just be able to repay his debts and even treat himself to a meal before departing. Motivated, Jiang Huqing promptly clicked to continue matching. Yet he refrained from disabling the option that would result in an automatic loss upon being hit. He understood the importance of training. Survival in the long run would allow him to provide greater returns to his mentors. To prioritize monetary gain at the expense of training would be a grave misstep. The majority of those ranked in the 16-digit range were students just entering the field, possessing few martial skills, comparable to He-chung in their lack of experience, in the subsequent 3 matches. Jiang Huqing dispatched his opponents with ease, warming up for the challenges ahead. Following another battle, his points climbed to 120, and his ranking transitioned from the 9-digit tier to the 5-digit tier. This ranking enabled him to match against some seasoned graduates from previous years. Albeit still among the lesser ranks, 1 more victory would secure him the 2,000 star coin reward. Jiang Huqing swiftly clicked to continue matching. This time, the system seemed to lag, taking a moment to assign an opponent. The adversary was ranked in the mid-15-digit range, identified as Su Tian. Though not overly extravagant, his equipment was evidently of decent quality. He emanated a palpable aura of menace, unmistakably stained with the blood of prior encounters. Rather than the mere posturing of a schoolyard fighter, upon recognizing Jiang Huqing's appearance, Su Tian was taken aback. "Are you attempting to play the role of the underdog? This is somewhat excessive, isn't it? To be matched with me, you should at least be presentable. You should hurry and equip yourself properly. Otherwise, you may miss your chance." Jiang Huqing shook his head. "This is all I have. Let us get started. A victory here will grant me my 5 consecutive wins." Chapter 23. This exchange, not a loss. Consecutive victories? How many must one achieve to ascend to a higher rank? Su Tian began to sense something amiss. He opened Jiang Huqing's profile and was met with further confusion. Matches. 4. Win rate. 100. Current points. 120. Was this data accurate? A 100 win rate was understandable, given the limited number of matches. All were mere novices clashing. And achieving victory was not particularly challenging. Yet, how had he amassed so many points so swiftly? Moreover, with his own score exceeding 800, why had the system paired him with such a novice? After some contemplation, he arrived at a conclusion. It must be an aberrant account, flagged by the system for exploiting the matchmaking to farm points. Su Tian scoffed derisively. "I care not who you are. Encountering me will mark the end of your winning streak." Jiang Huqing remained silent, preoccupied with a series of system notifications. "Your strength has surpassed 99 of the competitors in this ranking tier. Your opponents will be reassigned based on your true capabilities. Detection indicates that the opponent's score far exceeds your level. The option for an automatic loss upon being hit has been disabled and is not selectable. Should you successfully defeat your current opponent, the victory points will be calculated as if you had an automatic loss. This match features a cross-tier opponent. Victory points will be multiplied by 10. The system maintains balance. While Jiang Huqing was matched against a high-difficulty opponent, the victory conditions were adjusted to compensate. Nevertheless, Jiang Huqing felt dissatisfaction. A no-damage victory was a personal pursuit, but it was not merely about accumulating points. What use are points without monetary rewards? He pondered. The system offered no reply. He had been flagged as an exploiter, and if he did not quickly elevate his competitive points, the arena would soon become a mere treasury for him to harvest rewards. The rationale behind matching him with a challenging opponent was simple: to prevent him from abusing the system by farming points, ensuring subsequent matches would pose increasing difficulty, testing his capacity to earn. Of course, for most participants, the primary motivation was self-improvement, rendering the paltry rewards inconsequential. Acknowledging the system's silence, Jiang Huqing dismissed it. His consecutive victories could not be interrupted. Stretching his limbs, he inquired, "I am ready. May we begin?" Su Tian, feeling ignored, could not suppress a disdainful snort. "I hope your skills are as formidable as your bravado. Let us commence." As the countdown concluded, Jiang Huqing charged forward, his movements not as straightforward as before. Each stride was laced with caution. His gaze fixated on his opponent, prepared to evade any unusual skills that Su Tian might deploy. Having been bested by Li Tianxiang, Jiang Huqing now harbored a greater respect for the seasoned fighters. Acutely aware that succumbing to the rhythm of an opponent's attacks would leave him with no chance of recovery. How timid! Su Tian observed Jiang Huqing's demeanor and could not resist a taunt. He did not rely on his superior attributes, instead charging forward with a powerful stride. For him, failing to dispatch Jiang Huqing within a minute, no, 50 seconds, would constitute a defeat. Watching his opponent advance, Jiang Huqing finally exhaled in relief. At least his adversary was not a mage or similar supernatural entity. Without any dash abilities, facing those who could evade combat was genuinely vexing. However, as long as his opponent was also a melee fighter, there would be opportunities for engagement. Su Tian undoubtedly possessed superior stats, and a head-on confrontation might yield unfavorable results. He would have to adopt a strategy of evasion, seeking the right moment to strike. Su Tian had just begun to make a move when Zhang Huqing swiftly clarified his combat strategy, deliberately slowing his advance. Although clearly at a disadvantage, he exuded an air of effortless patience. As if waiting for the right moment to strike, Su Tian cursed his opponent as a coward, feeling his time was being squandered, and pressed forward with determination. As the distance between them diminished, Su Tian gripped his weapon with increasing intensity, his knuckles whitening in anger. It was certain that once he unleashed his move, it would be nothing short of earth-shattering. This posture and stride bore a resemblance to Zhao Haoqin's three-section slash, though Su Tian wielded it with far greater cunning. This technique, employed to seize the initiative, is indeed commendable. He is a worthy adversary. As he witnessed his opponent's tenacity, Zhang Huqing's heart ignited with fervor. This was the battle he had longed for. The three-section slash, a technique that harnessed momentum to deliver a rapid succession of 3 strikes, required a careful distribution of force. The first strike, propelled by sheer speed, would be the most ferocious. If the opponent was unprepared, it could cleave them in two. Even if they were on guard, the sheer weight of the attack could disrupt their balance, forcing them to retreat. Once the first blow struck true, the second sweeping attack would require minimal effort to keep the enemy on the defensive. Unable to counter at this point, the final strike would transform into a lethal blow, capable of shattering the enemy's skull. This inexperienced student had likely never encountered a martial skill of such caliber. Having defeated a few opponents, he had become rather arrogant. Welcome to the brutal and bloody arena. Su Tian was resolutely determined to instill a sense of humility in this audacious challenger. As the distance closed, Su Tian recognized that Zhang Huqing was now within his striking range, and he could no longer hold back. The three-section slash, his long knife sliced through the air like a meteor streaking across the night sky. Shining brilliantly under the lights, its momentum awe-inspiring. Should it connect, it could surely sever Zhang Huqing in twain. However, as the blow was unleashed, Su Tian immediately sensed something amiss. This crafty lad had not responded as Su Tian had anticipated. Suddenly, Zhang Huqing crouched low and executed a powerful backward leap, completely evading the attack. A miss. Regardless of the prowess of either martial skill or supernatural ability, the fundamental goal was to strike true. Once a blow was wasted, even the most devastating force would merely result in a display of fireworks. To make matters worse, close-quarters combat was far different from the distant skirmishes of a mage. Victory or defeat often hung by a thread, reliant on the brutal clash of flesh and steel. A failed strike left one vulnerable to myriad openings, and with the three-section slash being a skill that offered no retreat, there was little room for maneuvering. If the first strike failed, how could one leverage it for the second? Zhang Huqing, ever vigilant, seized the opportunity presented by Su Tian's open stance and, with a firm step, countered with a sweeping blow that sent the already unsteady Su Tian staggering. The rhythm of the attack now lay firmly in Zhang Huqing's hands, ensuring that Su Tian would not regain his composure. He advanced further, delivering a powerful thrust that sent Su Tian airborne. What followed was a relentless barrage, as Zhang Huqing swung his weapon with abandon. When Su Tian finally found his footing, one of his legs was grotesquely bent, broken. Yet, owing to Zhang Huqing's excessive force, the already battered wooden staff snapped in two. This exchange was a fair trade, but it left Su Tian feeling utterly defeated. Chapter 24. Relying on high attributes. He resorting to underhanded tactics. Losing 2 of his eggs was nothing compared to the loss of mobility that left him vulnerable to slaughter. So tough. Zhang Huqing winced at the pain in his hands, unable to suppress a mutter. The disparity in attributes was glaring. Without exerting himself fully, Zhang Huqing could hardly achieve the desired effect. Had he not focused his attacks on a single point, perhaps Su Tian might have endured the onslaught. Exhausted from such extreme exertion, Zhang Huqing found himself panting. Relying on high attributes was nothing short of cheating. Su Tian was on the verge of tears. You break my leg and call me a cheat? Who's the real cheater here? In this dire situation, Su Tian realized that turning the tide would be an uphill battle. Yet he refused to simply concede points to Jiang Huqing. Although his agility was lacking, his physical prowess remained intact, and his weapon's reach provided an advantage. If he could defend adequately, perhaps there would be a chance to return the favor and land a few hard strikes. Even in defeat, he intended to stand firm. He could not afford to lose completely. This resolve propelled Su Tian to maintain his stance despite the chaos around him. However, he quickly came to regret this decision, as he realized Jiang Huqing was determined not to grant him any opportunity. With every advantage on his side, Jiang Huqing exhibited no signs of mercy, acting as a relentless combat machine. Furthermore, the defensive maneuvers were proving to be more difficult than anticipated. After gaining an advantage, Jiang Huqing did not recklessly press his attack. Instead, he sought to amplify his lead. Understanding Su Tian's compromised mobility, Jiang Huqing circled around him, constantly applying pressure but refraining from striking. Though the circling seemed similar to previous engagements, this time the circumstances were vastly different. While Zhao Haochen had faced Jiang Huqing unharmed, Su Tian was now at a severe disadvantage, struggling to maintain his balance. Engaging in a game of musical chairs with Jiang Huqing was an uphill battle. The young man was merciless, seizing every opportunity to deliver a brutal kick to Su Tian's injured leg. With Su Tian barely able to stand, a fierce blow sent him grimacing in pain, nearly toppling to the ground. After regaining his balance, he soon found Jiang Huqing's follow-up assault crashing against his face. What could he do? He had to defend first and seek an opening for a counterattack. Yet Jiang Huqing had no intention of granting him that opportunity. As soon as Su Tian raised his defenses, Jiang Huqing retreated with a large leap, evading Su Tian's attack range. Had Su Tian's legs been in working order, a single stride would have closed the distance, allowing him to strike. But, alas, he was not so fortunate, provoked by Jiang Huqing's taunts. Su Tian felt as if he were a floundering fish in a brothel, his heart racing while his resolve weakened. I refuse to believe you won't make a mistake. In a desperate attempt to distract himself from the pain, Su Tian screamed internally. This momentary lapse allowed Jiang Huqing to exploit the opening, launching a relentless series of strikes that Su Tian could not withstand. This time, it was his hand that suffered the brunt of the assault. In a twisted sense, one could argue there was some progress. At least he had saved 2 eggs. But he had lost his long knife. It was hardly Su Tian's fault. After enduring 2 punishing blows to his wrist, he could no longer hold his weapon steadied. He barely had time to cry out in alarm before Jiang Huqing snatched the long knife from the air, gripping it firmly before retreating to continue their duel. Without a weapon, what could he do? In just 2 rounds, he had lost both his spear and his long knife. The next time he took a beating, he would find himself stripped bare. In a fit of rage, Su Tian could no longer maintain his balance and collapsed to the ground. Jiang Huqing, adhering to a code of martial ethics, could not let such a dire situation go unpunished. He approached Su Tian to deliver a couple of swift cuts to his other leg. Fearful of the possibility that Su Tian might retreat to a corner and refuse to emerge, Jiang Huqing knew it would be difficult to break through. Seeing Su Tian utterly incapacitated, kneeling in a fit of impotent rage, Jiang Huqing finally ceased his circling. After all, bullying the disabled was hardly ethical. He was in no hurry to grant Su Tian a swift end. Instead, he curiously inquired, "What exactly are you trying to achieve? Surely you don't derive pleasure from this torment? If you wish to fight, do so earnestly. If not, step aside." With no coherent offense and a lackluster defense that faltered under pressure, Su Tian found himself perplexed. Is this a game? Are we simply playing around? Su Tian's frustration boiled over. You are the one who has been beating me to a pulp. Jiang Huqing shook his head. I was the one who pummeled you just now. Besides, your last attack was indeed weak. Why pursue maximum attack distance so relentlessly? Would it not suffice to close the distance before striking? This was a bitter pill to swallow, akin to losing a game of chess only to be told that the critical error lay in the first move. Su Tian could no longer contain his anger. Without a word, he exited the arena. Jiang Huqing gazed at the now empty battleground, exasperated. Is he really leaving? I even pointed out his flaws. I had hoped we could connect as friends and train together. Finding a worthy opponent of similar strength was no easy feat. With a sigh, Jiang Huqing felt disheartened. Even the sight of his star coins arriving felt lackluster. This time, the calculations were inherently based on a complete victory, and with an additional tenfold increase, a total of 300 competitive points were directly credited. Along with the existing 120 points, it amounted to a commendable 420 points. The ranking also ascended by a single digit, reaching a 15-digit number starting with a 7. If the winning streak continues, the next victory would yield 60 star coins. However, this also means that the duration of each competitive match would be extended correspondingly. The most troublesome aspect is the uncertainty of guaranteed victories, which suggests that the pace of earning rewards is bound to slow. Nonetheless, it provides an excellent opportunity to diligently hone martial skills. Chapter 25. If you insist, then just take it in the subsequent matches. The system finally ceased its troublesome antics, or perhaps it was all merely a series of such antics, since Zhang Huqing's score had reached the requisite standard. The opponents matched thereafter were naturally of the same caliber. These adversaries, while not entirely unbeatable, made the prospect of a complete victory nearly unattainable. After all, Zhang Huqing's equipment and martial skills were rather lacking. Each battle felt like an uphill struggle. Unlike Su Tian, these opponents would not underestimate him. Following his victory over Su Tian, Zhang Huqing fortuitously triumphed over another unfortunate soul, achieving a streak of 6 consecutive victories. However, this was followed by a disheartening sequence of 3 consecutive defeats, causing him to lose all his points. Zhang Huqing understood that his current attributes could not sustain a flawless victory without incurring losses. Often, it was akin to an elderly man hurrying to the bathroom in the early morning. While his awareness was in place, his execution lagged behind. By the time he was ready, his pants were already soaked. There was simply no way to continue in this manner without losing the opportunity for training. Zhang Huqing had no choice but to deactivate the button that rendered him defeated upon being struck. After all, achieving a complete victory was his aspiration, not merely a means to accrue competitive points. Even if rapid ascension were possible, it would hold no significance. The opponents at this rank were already a true reflection of his actual capabilities. Pursuing further advancement would only lead to humiliation, failing to yield any training benefits. While equipment dominance was one matter, the sheer superiority of martial skills was an entirely different challenge. The opponent's attack ranges exceeded his own, naturally affording them greater maneuverability. Due to his lack of experience, Zhang Huqing found himself bewildered on several occasions, suffering clear defeats. However, he bore no resentment. If he could not evade their attacks, it was simply a reflection of his own inadequacies. In a genuine battlefield scenario, he might have even met his demise. Protest held no value. It was far more prudent to learn from his experiences. Gaining exposure to various martial techniques was not a loss. After deactivating the button, Zhang Huqing gradually found himself able to continue ascending. Yet, each battle was fought with extreme intensity, often culminating in a struggle where both fighters crawled on the ground, vying to see who would succumb first. A streak of consecutive victories had become nearly impossible. It was now a matter of winning and losing interchangeably. On good days, he could achieve 2 or 3 consecutive victories, while on average days, he would win one match only to lose another. Overall, his score continued to rise, albeit at a slower pace than before. After such an extended period of competition, Zhang Huqing finally comprehended how those single-digit competitive points were accrued. Not every victory awarded a full 10 points. To attain maximum points, a complete or near-complete victory was essential. Otherwise, the system would adjust the score based on the extent of damage incurred. For instance, if a leg were broken, even if he managed to turn the tide, he would receive at most 5 points. Conversely, if he inflicted severe damage on his opponent, even in defeat, the score deduction would be minimal. This indicated that if he consistently emerged from battles battered and bruised, winning 10 matches might not even offset a single loss's score deduction. Understanding the strength of his opponents was crucial. If not for sheer technical superiority, amassing 3-digit competitive points could require thousands of matches. His combat experience was undoubtedly extensive. There were reasons behind the Federation's regulations. The arena operated on a one-on-one combat system, naturally favoring the victor. In contrast, actual battlefields often involved overwhelming numbers of enemies. If one could not eliminate foes at minimal cost, even a victory might not guarantee survival until rescue, akin to a forced sacrifice. The value of a one-time strong fighter could never compare to that of a seasoned veteran. The purpose of the arena's setup was not merely to provide a release for martial artists, but to compel individuals to recognize their flaws, identify their limits, and persistently strive to surpass them. Fighting fiercely yielded significant rewards. Although Zhang Huqing had yet to master many martial techniques, he had already observed numerous practical tactics. Should the Zhao family be forthcoming? Providing complete martial technique manuals, Jiang Huqing would swiftly become proficient. Furthermore, having endured many hardships, he was now well acquainted with the skills of current-tier opponents, and no matter how cleverly concealed their martial techniques were, they could not escape his keen observation. This ability, when applied to the battlefield, would greatly enhance his survival capabilities. After 2.5 hours of combat, the time for assembly was drawing near. Jiang Huqing was acutely aware of what truly mattered and finally consented to remove his helmet. Ultimately, his star coin account balance soared to over 8,000, while his competitive score stabilized at 632, landing him in a 15-digit ranking beginning with a 7. Such a ranking was undeniably impressive. It is worth noting that the arena was a shared space for all, not merely a playground for students, but also a venue for seasoned soldiers and martial arts instructors from prestigious institutions. Should Jiang Huqing find himself in a small county, this ranking would effortlessly secure him a respectable job. In fact, during his time in the arena, many had extended olive branches to Jiang Huqing. Although it goes without saying that prominent families sought to invest in his training, there were even those willing to offer guarantees, hoping he would attend university to learn more advanced martial techniques. Despite the ranking not being astronomically high, it should be viewed in conjunction with his age. Based on Jiang Huqing's performance in the arena, he was clearly a raw gem, capable of radiating brilliance with just a little refinement. Who wouldn't want to seize such an opportunity? However, conversing with such a thick-headed individual was far from pleasant. Many were left exasperated, often to the point of blood pressure spikes. Most dialogues unfolded as follows. Prominent family, brother, with us, you can learn more advanced martial techniques. Jiang Huqing eagerly nodded. Sure. I'll visit once I'm on leave from the army. The mood of the prominent family members instantly soured, akin to being mocked by a dog. How many lives did they possess to dare poach someone from the military? They could only laugh off the situation, claiming that the army offered more learning opportunities, while their own household was merely a display of superficial techniques unworthy of the stage. Recruiter. Brother, with your talent, joining the army this early is a waste. Sharpening the knife doesn't hinder the woodcutter. How about you come to our university for further studies? Jiang Huqing frowned. Further studies means learning, right? I'd be better off lounging at the military university than going to some death row camp. The recruiters thought he was merely being abstract. How could the upstanding students of the military university be compared to the notorious cannon fodder of a death row camp? Upon discreet investigation, they discovered he was indeed accepted and had just signed up for the death row camp, preparing to depart imminently. He had no criminal record, making it seem as though an admission letter had been sent to the wrong address. The university swiftly seized the opportunity to protest, claiming that the military university was squandering talent and demanding equitable treatment for public funding. Upon hearing the news, Chunlai's head was spinning. Why are you all fixated on me? Go and pull him back. He is the one insisting on going. I couldn't even stop him. The university operated independently and was not intimidated by Chunlai. Additionally, the military selection of candidates had always irked them. A promising young man, a martial arts prodigy, was pushed to the battlefield before he could even be properly nurtured, ultimately meeting a clear demise during an unexpected rescue in a foreign realm. What a waste! They stormed in, demanding answers. If he insists, then just let him go. Chunlai was left speechless, as if they were placing all the blame squarely on him, oblivious to Jiang Huqing's actions. To join the army, he had even learned the art of hostage-taking. Slamming the table, he exclaimed, I refuse. He went off on his own. You all can try to stop him. After several rounds of heated exchanges, the uproar finally subsided somewhat, though Chunlai found himself bearing several accusations. It was utterly unjust. Jiang Huqing remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding situation, only knowing that his benefactor, Zhao Haochen, had returned. Chapter 26. Had I known? I should have let him starve in pursuit of the treasure. Jiang Huqing even learned the intricacies of social etiquette, standing to greet his benefactor. Haochen, what wonderful items have you brought for me? Zhao Haochen sincerely wished to avoid further interaction with him. Even a mere glance felt burdensome. He handed over a storage backpack. Speaking tersely, do you want some cat food? Just take a look for yourself. Jiang Huqing maintained a positive attitude towards his benefactor, brushing off any issues with tone, and eagerly began to sift through the contents. The preparation was indeed quite comprehensive. The equipment comprised a robust set of metallic heavy armor, including 5 major components: helmet, top, bottom, boots, and gloves. Weighing nearly 80 pounds, even selling it as scrap metal would yield a substantial sum. Li Tianxiang, understanding Zhang Huqing's needs, elaborated, first, get used to the weight. Not many soldiers can don armor on the battlefield. Once you wear it, you'll be the most striking figure, drawing all firepower towards you. Initially, Zhang Huqing had some reservations, but upon hearing this, he immediately donned the armor. He soon realized that the armor was far from ordinary. While heavy, its design was exceptionally clever, allowing for unimpeded movement once accustomed to it. The thick metal plates effectively shielded against cutting and slashing damage, and the internal padding provided cushioning against blunt force trauma. Seeing Zhang Huqing's satisfaction, Li Tianxiang continued to detail the specifications of the heavy armor. This was a series of Mad Dragon battle armor sets, classified as standard equipment, rigorously tested on the battlefield, and utterly reliable. The outer iron could withstand up to 500 pounds of force without shattering, while it could absorb approximately 20 of blunt force impacts, preventing fractures and similar injuries, if all is well. Let us take a look at the weapons. This individual had a knack for salesmanship, and Zhang Huqing's focus swiftly shifted. Perhaps unaware of Zhang Huqing's weapon preferences, the backpack was stocked with an impressive array of choices. The long sword, spear, warhammer, and an array of both standard and unconventional weapons were all readily available, Li Tianxiang elaborated. These weapons are crafted from specialized metals, ensuring their robustness is beyond question, sufficiently durable for your use at the ignited flame level. It is not that I am unwilling to provide you with superior options. Rather, higher-grade weapons require different materials, resulting in increased weight, which may hinder your convenience. The most crucial aspect is to find what suits you best. Zhang Huqing nodded in understanding, prompting Li Tianxiang to continue his exposition. The long sword measures 1.2 meters in length and weighs 15 jin, characterized by its sharpness, capable of inflicting 1.1 times the force in cutting damage. The spear spans 2.4 meters and weighs 36 jin, also adorned with a sharp pattern, capable of delivering up to 1.2 times the force in piercing damage upon impact. The advantage of such weapons lies in their extensive attack range. However, their complexity renders them relatively difficult to master, necessitating a period of adaptation. The warhammer, measuring 80 centimeters and weighing 130 jin, is enhanced with a lightweight pattern, making its effective weight feel akin to only 30 jan. Akin to wielding a mere stick, just swing and strike. After completing the introduction of all the weapons, Li Tianxiang inquired, "Might I ask which type young Master Zhang prefers?" Reflecting on his combat style, Zhang Huqing ultimately opted for the long sword in the face of a melee. Conserving energy seemed prudent, lest his innate talents falter in replenishment. Having finalized his selection of equipment, Zhang Huqing did not indulge further and returned the excess. Li Tianxiang sighed in relief. Should this fellow have insisted on keeping everything, it would have been quite a burden to reclaim, leading to significant losses. As he received back the backpack, Li Tianxiang solemnly retrieved several crystal spheres from his pocket. These are the crystallized legacies of martial skills. They can significantly accelerate the learning speed of martial techniques. With combat imminent, I shall not provide you with manuals for leisurely study. Equip yourself as swiftly as possible, for it will increase your chances of survival. Of course, mastering the technique still depends on individual performance. One must never employ martial skills for the sake of using them. The true art of survival on the battlefield lies in dispatching foes in the most efficient manner. However, I trust you are already cognizant of this and require no further reminders. Zhang Huqing nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, I am not Haochen. I do not revel in showmanship. Zhao Haochen. That this matter cannot simply be overlooked. Can it? Disregarding Zhao Haochen, Zhang Huqing, after assessing the resources, felt that the other party was genuinely sincere. The weapons provided were of exceptional quality, likely treasures from the Zhao family vault, not easily obtainable elsewhere. The crystallized legacies were even more precious. Unlike manuals, their usage is finite. Each application reduces the count, and once depleted, they become worthless. The advantage lies in having a personal instructor to impart the essence of the skills. These are worth 1,000 times more than manuals, and even within prominent families, one would hesitate to distribute them casually among their kin. Surely, only the head of the family would receive such treatment on the battlefield. The Zhao family found themselves in a precarious situation. Zhao Haochen and Zhang Huqing were now inextricably linked. The death of Zhao Haochen would not necessarily mean Zhang Huqing's demise, but should Zhang Huqing fall, Zhao Haochen would undoubtedly perish, and perhaps the Zhao family would face reckoning. The complication arose from Zhao Haochen's reluctance to engage in battle. He heeded counsel in the face of danger, opting for caution rather than recklessness. In contrast, Jiang Huqing was a born warrior, genuinely yearning for combat, likely to charge headlong into danger. Ultimately, Jiang Huqing needed only to contemplate how to thrive, while the Zhao family had to consider far more to ensure his survival. It was akin to having a living guardian. Strangely enough, Jiang Huqing's armor was of superior quality compared to that of Zhao Haochen, raising questions about who truly was the favored son of the Zhao family. After a brief moment of delight in counting his provisions, Jiang Huqing suddenly recalled Li Hui's earlier warning and paused, a note of wariness entering his voice. Surely, your investment in me comes with ulterior motives. Does it not? Am I required to serve as your protector for a few years upon my release from the death row camp? Li Tianxiang was rendered momentarily speechless, unsure whether Jiang Huqing was genuinely naive or merely playing tricks on himself. Could such a grand gift fail to silence this fellow? Chen Lai, eavesdropping, thought, even if I wanted to undermine the situation, would I dare bring it up now? Do I think the head of the family, having long settled in the city, requires a workout at the death row camp? That would surely invite the annihilation of the Zhao family. Gritting his teeth, he replied, absolutely not. Young Master Jiang is a prodigious talent, and more importantly, his patriotic fervor is evident to all. The head of the family was deeply moved by your deeds and decided to present you with these resources to assist you in vanquishing the alien threat. With that assertion, and with the presence of a great figure as witness, the debt of gratitude could not be repaid, marking it as a futile endeavor. Jiang Huqing chuckled, patting Li Hui on the back. I knew not all families are solely driven by self-interest. The Zhao family generously bestows this upon me purely to enhance the reputation of humanity, without any strings attached. Li Hui was devoid of ulterior motives. He simply wished to escape alive. Should Jiang Huqing depart, he would still have to face the Zhao family. How could he not suspect he was being used as a pawn? Reflecting on this, he regretted his earlier leniency in feeding Jiang Huqing, allowing him to survive to this point. Had he known the circumstances, he might have let him starve. Chapter 27. Are they coming for me? Li Hui grimaced, vigorously shaking his head to distance himself from the situation. Fortunately, the Zhao family was aware of their precarious position and refrained from making enemies. The steward merely nodded slightly, indicating that there was no need for concern. At last, Li Hui breathed a sigh of relief. The steward continued, Young Master Jiang, while these resources are indeed a gift from the head of the family, I hope to make a small request from my personal perspective, and I hope you will acquiesce. Meanwhile, the head of the Zhao family, who had been satisfied with Li Tianxiang's previous response, felt a wave of dread wash over him upon hearing this request. What am I, to negotiate with such a living guardian? After knowing him for so many years, how did I fail to realize he was such a fool? This is bad. They are coming for me. As the ship bound for the death row camp was about to land, the head of the family became increasingly agitated. Bring me my armor, he commanded. If we delay, we shall miss our chance. While chaos ensued on one end, Jiang Huqing remained momentarily perplexed, unable to discern the connection between this request and the resources he had just received. However, he sensed that he would not be at a disadvantage, and inquired, Is there something you require of me? It is not a matter of great importance. It is merely that the young master has grown up under my watchful eye. The battlefield is fraught with peril, and even though I shall accompany him, I cannot help but worry about unforeseen accidents. I hope that aboard the ship, young Master Jiang can assist in training him. If he can grasp your 3 fundamental skills, it will enhance his chances of survival on the battlefield, he added. You can also take this opportunity to hone your new martial techniques. Li Tianxiang, fearing Jiang Huqing would decline, further explained, the ship's operations are military secrets, and external networks are prohibited. However, engaging in competitions aboard the same vessel is permitted. Jiang Huqing recognized Li Tianxiang's thoughtfulness. He had even prepared a sandbag to alleviate potential boredom. He promptly thumped his chest in agreement. No problem. As long as Haochen is willing, I shall ensure he receives ample training. The head of the family finally exhaled in relief, grateful it was not a personal matter directed at him. He quickly straightened up and scolded the servant bringing the armor. I merely wanted an extra layer against the cold, and you bring me armor? What is the meaning of this? After berating the servant, the head of the family recalled the importance of treating others with respect, lest he provoke the living guardian further. He begrudgingly shifted his tone. Let this one slide. It shall not happen again. On the other side, Zhao Haochen felt a twinge of discomfort, as if a pain was beginning to manifest. Is Uncle Tianxiang truly aiming for me? Yet he understood that only through rigorous training could one minimize bloodshed in battle. He hesitated several times, but ultimately did not dare to refuse. With matters settled, Zhang Huqing, recalling the earnings from the arena, withdrew all the currency and handed it to Li Hui, bowing deeply as he said, "Teacher Li, I am off to join the army. This money is of no use to me now, so I'll return some to you. Should I earn more in the future, I will repay you promptly. If not, consider it your compensation." Li Hui felt a pang of discomfort at this earnest declaration. Upon glancing at the transaction record, which included both whole and fractional amounts, he realized it represented Zhang Huqing's entire fortune. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he admonished, "Get lost. Who needs your compensation? You'd be better off treating me to a fine meal." He added, "You should save some for yourself. Otherwise, what will you eat on the journey?" Zhang Huqing donned a confident expression, ready to respond, but Li Hui playfully interrupted. "On the way to the death row camp, you may not find much to eat. Why not keep a little for protection?" Zhang Huqing shook his head, pointing to Zhao Haochen. "I'll be relying on him. With him around, I won't go hungry." Zhao Haochen, feeling helpless, recognized that this persistent attachment was not so burdensome and resigned himself to the notion that he might as well indulge. Li Hui, in a generous mood, accepted Zhang Huqing's funds and treated him to a lavish meal at the cafeteria, fulfilling his promise. The meal, costing over 100, finally allowed Zhang Huqing to savor the meat of exotic beasts, leaving him nearly oblivious to his impending mission. Once satisfied, time was nearly up. There was barely enough time for nostalgia before they had to report to the ship. Military orders are not to be trifled with. The trio wasted no time and immediately set off. The Zhao family still had influence, granting them a few privileges and arranging for the three to occupy a small compartment, free from outside disturbance. The other world did not exist within this star system. To reach the other side, one must traverse through specialized spatial folds. Such folds were not found just anywhere. Otherwise, a great chaotic war would have long since erupted. Disregarding any internal planets in the realms where spatial folding exists, the Federation has long since established military bases, deploying heavy troops and an abundance of weaponry to firmly guard the entrances and exits. This region has come to be known as the border. This spatial folding operates on a point-to-point basis, leading only to a singular area. The Federation arranges suitable personnel to garrison these locations based on the standard strength of the otherworldly beings within. They actively manage the intensity of combat, facilitating military training while ensuring not to excessively provoke the nerves of foreign races. What Zhang Huqing and his companions are currently set to explore is the border planet designated as Z-03, which they will access through various military wormholes, a journey expected to take approximately 3 days. The letter signifies the combat prowess level of the predominant indigenous beings within, roughly equivalent to that of an average adult human. However, this does not imply that the highest combat capabilities inside are solely at the Z level. Each alternate world is immensely vast, and humanity lacks the means to conduct thorough reconnaissance. Some experts have even posited that different spatial folds leading into other worlds are interconnected, with various races each claiming their territories. Given the vast distances, mutual support is rare. Such speculation remains mere conjecture, devoid of concrete evidence. Each time humanity dispatches strong individuals for support, the difficulty of gaining an advantage in a particular area invariably incites a frenzied counterattack from other regions, resulting in failure, hence the emergence of this conclusion. Moreover, theories such as the selection theory and the divine creation theory are also prevalent. This academic discourse holds little significance for Zhang Huqing. Upon receiving this information, his primary thought is how to traverse from one spatial rift to another. Contemplation? Unthinkable. With such idle thoughts, he prefers to focus on building muscle instead. The spatial rift of the Z-03 border planet leads to an area that scholars have named the Forest of Lorlin, a title also adopted by the indigenous inhabitants. According to soldiers who have ventured in, this territory ought to be more aptly referred to as the Kingdom of Goblins. Within the base, the surroundings are filled with various grotesque green-skinned goblins. Indeed, one cannot underestimate these diminutive beings, often relegated to the status of lowly antagonists in countless works. Their adult physical attributes can approach 90 of the human standard, and more importantly, they are remarkably prolific. Each time hostilities commence, they surge forth in overwhelming numbers, creating a truly terrifying spectacle. and they can launch relentless assaults for 24 hours straight. This region is responsible for consuming the most decent citizens and death row inmates annually. Humanity can barely maintain a foothold within, struggling to claim any significant advantage. To be labeled a kingdom implies the presence of civilization, and unlike the technological advancements of humanity, their civilization is steeped in mysticism. Indigenous sorcerers can, through incantations, tame minotaurs towering nearly tenfold their height and can subdue agile cat demons. Each engagement results in significant casualties for humanity. Some individuals, appearing frail on the surface, can unexpectedly unleash devastating thunder strikes or conjure massive fireballs with a mere utterance of their power. None of the beings capable of standing as long-term adversaries are to be underestimated. Chapter 28. Cautious and discreet. Retreat upon encounter. Although this cohort consists of death row inmates, the ship's broadcast still relays pertinent information. Once aboard the vessel, escape is impossible. The intent behind this discourse seems to be to ensure that the individuals grasp the gravity of their fate. In any case, Jiang Huqing finds himself drowsy. No one has informed him that even as death row inmates, they must attend classes. He has no desire to learn about the enemy's circumstances. He merely wishes to know their location. In contrast, his neighborly Tianxiang appears far more engaged, likely having memorized substantial information during his return to the Zhao family, and is now eager to impart that knowledge to Zhao Haochen. Young master, when you find yourself on the battlefield, remember not to act impulsively. The Minotaurs are exceptionally formidable beasts, possessing immense physical prowess coupled with a low intelligence that renders them fearlessly aggressive. Once they charge, unless one's strength vastly exceeds theirs, it is impossible to halt their advance. Even if slain, they may continue to charge a distance. Always be vigilant and avoid their primary attack routes. The cat demons are even more troublesome. Capable of striking without a trace, however, they are physically fragile, and if one can evade their attacks, there remains a chance for an adult human to vanquish them. When facing such beasts, it is imperative to form a circular formation with teammates and shield one's vulnerable areas. Moreover, most goblins are of a repugnant, sickly green hue. Should one encounter individuals of different colors, one must not be careless. It is best to retreat promptly and notify higher-level fighters for assistance. These are mutated individuals capable of utilizing mysterious skills. And if they initiate an ambush, they may even eliminate a person in an instant if targeted. One must flee at the earliest opportunity, but avoid using jumping techniques indiscriminately, as it may render one susceptible to lightning strikes, resulting in severe consequences. Additionally, among the goblins, there will be particularly robust individuals who have enhanced their strength through military formations. Do not confront them head-on, but rather engage in evasion until teammates can deal with the other goblins. Jiang Huqing, having endured nearly half an hour of this monologue without a pause, stifles a yawn. He cannot fathom how Li Tianxiang possesses such stamina for rhetoric, nor how Zhao Haochen can absorb it all. Essentially, if one were to summarize, the advice boils down to a single phrase: be cautious and retreat upon confrontation. What kind of soldier does that make? However, he is disinclined to concern himself with others' affairs, instead seizing a few martial skill orbs to absorb and study. The Zhao family is indeed earnest, preparing thoroughly. The orbs encompass nearly all low-tier martial skills: 3-stage slash, silver light blade, continuous thrust, and cross slash, 4 in total. They even thoughtfully indicate the difficulty of learning and suggest a sequence for study. Jiang Huqing, adhering to the guidance, selects continuous thrust to begin his training. As he grasps the crystal orb, he has yet to fully comprehend its intricacies when a peculiar light flashes upon it, and Jiang Huqing finds himself drawn into an arena. A phantom figure materializes beside him. Jiang Huqing, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, mistakes this for an ambush and instinctively strikes out. Yet, the blow fails to connect. As his blade cleaves through the air, startled, he leaps backward, creating distance while keenly observing the figure's movements, prepared to block or evade. The phantom, however, does not pursue but rather states in a mechanical voice: continuous thrust is not executed in this manner. Follow my movements. With that, it proceeds to demonstrate the technique methodically. With the spear aligned with its shoulder, its gaze sharp as lightning, it steps forward to thrust. The spear reaching its full extent before twisting at the waist for a second rapid thrust. The two thrusting motions are executed with such swiftness that Jiang Huqing can see the spear's afterimages shimmering in the air. Remarkably, both strikes land in the same location. This sight is somewhat intimidating. In a direct confrontation, he realizes he would likely be unable to match it. Only then does Zhang Huqing comprehend that this phantom is a teaching NPC. Recognizing no threat, he calms himself to study the martial technique. After observing the phantom's actions several times, he begins to grasp the essence of the skill. This technique may not solely serve as an assault. It could very well be practical for opening tin cans in daily life. Aware of its utilitarian value, Zhang Huqing becomes more earnest in his studies, mirroring the phantom's movements with precision as he practices the forward thrust. After several minutes, he subtly begins to sense a rhythm. Each strike carries a peculiar grace, indicating he is finding his tempo and approaching proficiency. Nonetheless, despite his efforts, the execution of the same technique by Zhang Huqing still pales in comparison to that of the teaching phantom. The disparity in speed is significant, with Zhang Huqing's transitions between strikes lacking fluidity. This affects his ability to harness momentum. If the phantom can unleash 3 times the force, Zhang Huqing can only muster 2.5. More critically, this amplifies his vulnerabilities. Even minor flaws could prove fatal in actual combat. Warriors engage in close-quarters battles, where survival often hinges on the minutest of margins. Zhang Huqing, however, does not intend to hasten his pace. Precision is paramount over speed, and he currently struggles to achieve consistent accuracy in his strikes. This will severely impact his ability to breach defenses, while a balanced approach may suffice against unarmored foes. Should the adversary don sturdy armor akin to his own, the resultant damage would be inadequate, rendering any advance a mere act of folly. Frustrated with his performance, Zhang Huqing contemplates voicing his concerns. But the phantom interjects, "Well done, you have already mastered it. You may leave now." "Wait, I just learned it." Before Zhang Huqing can protest, his consciousness is drawn back, and he finds the crystal orb dimmed, no amount of manipulation allowing him re-entry. Li Tianxiang, noticing this turn of events, approaches with inquiry. "So, did you not learn it?" "This orb can only be used once a day. It may take until tomorrow to recharge," Zhang Huqing replies, furrowing his brow. "I suspect this orb might be malfunctioning. The instructor was slacking off. I clearly hadn't perfected my thrust, yet he insisted I had mastered it and expelled me." Li Tianxiang, having encountered individuals who failed to learn from the orb before, is taken aback to see someone who learned yet complained about it. He pauses momentarily. This is merely a projection. It cannot be slacking off. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. Zhang Huqing shakes his head. It was indeed slacking off. I hadn't resolved the issues with my thrust speed and accuracy, yet after just 2 attempts, it unceremoniously sent me away. Li Tianxiang finally comprehends the situation and retorts, "Is it not possible that your expectations are too high? The techniques inscribed within those orbs are imparted by seasoned martial masters. You have only just begun learning. Why should you expect to match their level? The criteria for having learned are rather straightforward. Proper execution of the movements and effective output. As for how well you utilize them, that relies on your subsequent practice. Is this how it is?" Zhang Huqing sighed. Feeling that the crystal ball in his hand had lost its charm, he lamented, "It would be better to read books myself. This old man is clearly leading the youth astray." Li Tianxiang was rendered speechless. "Is it easy for me to request this resource for you? Am I flattering the horse only to end up kicking its leg?" Chapter 29. The art of killing not yet mastered. But the proficiency in self-sacrifice grows ever higher. Li Tianxiang, unwilling to dwell on unpleasant matters, suggested, "The Lian Tusi is a skill that allows for no retreat, primarily used in military formations and not widely applicable in daily life. The reason for your training in it is mainly due to its footwork, which bears some resemblance to the 3-section slash, thus accelerating your learning process. Since the crystal ball has determined you have already mastered it, why not skip ahead and start studying the 3-section slash?" Zhang Huqing was resolute. "No. If it is combined with military formations and I fail to execute it properly, it could result in the enemy before me remaining unresolved, breaking formation, and potentially leading to a quicker demise. If I cannot apply it flexibly, it is merely a decorative facade. It would be better not to learn it at all. At least it would eliminate one way to court death. I need to digest this through actual combat. Have you finished your discussion? If so, may I borrow Haochen?" Zhao Haochen immediately felt uneasy. Was this fellow so brazenly seeking a practice dummy? Had he forgotten who was providing his sustenance? "I am the young master here, and you, merely a sparring partner, dare to overstep." Just as he was about to refuse, Li Tianxiang had already consented. "You finished? You youngsters should engage in a good discussion. Zhao Haochen felt as if he had been left out of a deal after hearing the translation. What is this? I haven't even spoken yet, and you're already shaking hands? Have I been sold? However, once aboard the pirate ship, there was no room for refusal. Zhao Haochen felt a sudden darkness as Jiang Huqing placed a helmet on him, and within moments, he received a training invitation. The pain threshold was maxed out. Torment was the order of the day. What could he do? Just fight. This time, he donned armor, his defenses bolstered. He believed it wouldn't hurt too much, and he could endure without crying. Encouraged, Zhao Haochen charged forward with all his might. Determined to at least startle his opponent, Jiang Huqing had initially thought this fellow would lose his fighting spirit and cower in a corner, but seeing him still brimming with determination was a pleasant surprise. Fighting was akin to that other thing. Rather than lying passively with vacant eyes while being dealt damage, engaging in interaction was undoubtedly more enjoyable. Jiang Huqing wasted no time and followed suit. Advancing with purpose, as he moved, his aura gradually coalesced, like a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, ready to pounce on its prey. Observing his opponent's movements to adapt accordingly, rushing in mindlessly was a certain path to ruin. Jiang Huqing could not comprehend why his adversaries always preferred to charge forward with their eyes closed. Like a turtle peeking out of its shell, if you close your eyes, while your opponent remains vigilant, are you not merely offering yourself as a moving target? Even if both of you charged forward with closed eyes, wouldn't you risk swapping places and missing each other? And if a fight ensues, would it not resemble two blind masseurs exchanging techniques? Is that truly a proper battle? Though he had no authority over the initial exchanges, Jiang Huqing considered the subsequent encounters with his comrades. Since they had bestowed upon him such valuable resources, he felt compelled to impart knowledge. Unlike the earlier old man, who had been so lackadaisical, Jiang Huqing was determined to offer substantial guidance. Furthermore, with the next 3 days promising opponents of similar caliber, if he did not elevate his skills, how could he expect any real training effect? Zhao Haochen, heeding the advice, forced himself to meet Jiang Huqing's fierce gaze, yet found himself instinctively wanting to look down. Disrupting his rhythm of attack, Jiang Huqing, perplexed by this cowardice, admonished, "Maintain your rhythm. What are you afraid of? No matter how fierce your opponent, once you sever their head, they can no longer pose a threat. You could even use it as a chamber pot." Such words were certainly unfiltered. However, upon hearing them, Zhao Haochen felt a surge of relief, bolstering his resolve. Having come from a prestigious family, his innate talent was exceptional, and his skills were naturally commendable, though lacking in ferocity. Once that was addressed, he could barely serve as cannon fodder. This wasn't a slight. On the battlefield, it wasn't solely about you killing others. Others could also kill you. Once combat commenced, anyone could be expendable. Jiang Huqing did not offer further reminders. Speaking while advancing could lead to a lapse in focus, which would affect his offensive strategy. Of course, when dealing with novices, such concerns were trivial. As the distance closed, both prepared their stances for attack. 3:Lien 2C. This time, Jiang Huqing did not toy with Zhao Haochen. Evading attacks was not the focus of this round. The objective was to cultivate new martial techniques. Lien 2C was a brutish maneuver and should be executed with force. However, even brute force required method. Recklessly charging was sheer folly. One must first break the opponent's technique before launching an attack. According to Jiang Huqing's understanding of this martial skill, the second thrust was the essence of the technique. On the field, one side wielded a sword that swept through the air like a shooting star, while the other thrust forward like a cunning serpent, both actions sly and unpredictable. The clash of martial techniques was a contest for mere fractions of opportunity. Yet, the reality was far more chaotic. Anyone watching would not see a duel between masters, but rather two novices pecking at each other. Jiang Huqing's straight thrust failed to block Zhao Haochen's onslaught, resulting in a direct strike to his body, while the same thrust struck Zhao Haochen squarely in the chest. Following the exchange, one flew diagonally while the other retreated, resembling an awkward dance, where the primary goal was merely to strike without inflicting lasting damage. Had they not both donned heavy armor, the force of the blows would have been fatal. Once Jiang Huqing regained his footing, he felt a headache coming on. That old man had been utterly ineffective, imparting only half-hearted instruction. Had he not practiced beforehand, he would have traded evenly with goblins on the battlefield, a guaranteed loss. However, Zhao Haochen was invigorated. Realizing that his opponent was not as fearsome as he had imagined, He thought that with a little effort, he could land a hit. If he could break through the defense, perhaps he might even score a kill. After steadying himself, he immediately shouted, again, with a diagonal slash aimed at Jiang Huqing. He swung his sword once more in a sweeping arc. Jiang Huqing was willing to play along, launching Lian Tusi again, this time with increased speed. The two engaged in fierce clashes, yet once more. Their attacks only grazed each other. Jiang Huqing was growing exasperated. This wretched martial skill was proving elusive for effective use against foes, yet he could employ it with alarming proficiency against himself. His skill level soaring. The first strike was still not quick enough. Pointed attacks were exceedingly limited in range, making it incredibly challenging to break through an opponent's defense. It required practice, truth be told. Jiang Huqing had never faced a battlefield. He had always lingered in the arena, where the prospect of revival altered his mindset. He had not grasped one crucial concept. His life was valuable. But so was that of the goblin. Who would willingly trade blows with him? Under normal circumstances, if he had the initiative and acted swiftly enough, others would be considering how to block and counter rather than thinking about how to land a blow on him. Zhao Haochen, too, had not comprehended this rationale. Perhaps he did, but felt that his armor was thick enough, and he simply wished to trade blows for the thrill of it. After 2.5 hours, the arena was soaked in sweat, and two ragged figures resembling beggars stood atop it. Even clad in iron, they could not withstand the intense slashing of blades of equal caliber. The individuals themselves remained uninjured. The damage absorbed entirely by their armor. Jiang Huqing paid no mind and struck again. Lian Tusi? The sound of metal clashing echoed. He had struck true. The technique was interrupted, causing Zhao Haocheng's breath to falter. But Jiang Huqing did not pause, swiftly stepping in for a second strike. The sword plunged through the breach in Zhao Haocheng's chest armor, and with a flicker, he vanished into light. Though defeated, Zhao Haochen felt little impact. Compared to being toyed with by Jiang Huqing earlier, this time he felt he had made tangible progress, at least managing to exchange blows. More importantly, his demise was remarkably effortless, nearly painless, leaving him in decent spirits. Stretching his limbs, he called out, "I was careless just now. Let's go again." Jiang Huqing naturally had no objections, steadied himself, and recalled the sensations of breaking through an opponent's technique, which had given him newfound confidence. Having improved his martial skills, Jiang Huqing was in good spirits, even taking the time to remind Zhao Haochen, the 3-section slash is not a straightforward attack. You must learn to conceal your movements and adapt to different angles and situations. If you can achieve this, your martial prowess will become significantly more formidable. Jiang Huqing also recalled Su Tian's concealed techniques. Although they still appeared somewhat forced, he had gleaned some insights. If one did not pay close attention, it would be difficult to respond in time. Zhao Haochen was now acutely aware of Jiang Huqing's exceptional abilities, and rather than sulking over his earlier reprimand, he earnestly took note. After practicing for a short while, both Jiang Huqing and Zhao Haochen had made considerable strides. Now, when employing their skills, they no longer adhered rigidly to the academy's teachings. Instead, they infused their techniques with personal insights, leading to a greater likelihood of successful execution. The only reason they still faced interruptions was due to Jiang Huqing's rapid improvement. As they re-entered the arena, the two practiced for another half hour. Whether it was due to Jiang Huqing's newfound familiarity with Zhao Haochen's combat style or a genuine breakthrough in Lian Tusi, the success rate for breaking through defenses steadily increased. A perfect defense was unattainable, yet achieving a success rate of 50 to 60% was certainly not low. With this technique, one could at least enhance their chances of survival by 20% on the battlefield. Moreover, even in the event of a failed block, Jiang Huqing could evade vital strikes thanks to his footwork, ensuring he still had the strength to continue fighting. Most importantly, Jiang Huqing was not merely focused on defense. His approach concealed lethal intent. If the first strike of Lian Tusi could effectively break through an opponent's defense, the ensuing thrust would undoubtedly leave them utterly bewildered. Zhao Haochen increasingly sensed that something was amiss with his training. Despite being the aggressor and having significantly improved his martial skills, each strike felt laborious. Missing his target was one thing, but when his footwork faltered, he found himself repeatedly forced to retreat. Even when he landed a hit, it hardly proved advantageous. With both combatants of similar height and weapon length, their striking ranges were nearly identical. If Jiang Huqing could not thwart his assault, it was tantamount to him being unable to counter Jiang Huqing's. After exchanging blows, While his armor could withstand fatal damage, he was left gasping for breath, nearly on the verge of vomiting blood. If not for the thought of being able to land a strike on his opponent, he might have given up entirely. Who would willingly endure such punishment? As Zhao Haochen pondered ways to improve, Zhang Huqing called for a halt. The reason was straightforward. Zhang Huqing felt he had sufficiently honed his speed and perception, and he was confident in his ability to apply them adeptly. Continuing the training would yield minimal enhancement, as opponents of this caliber could no longer refine his martial skills. The pressure was simply insufficient. Overextending oneself could lead to failure, so Zhang Huqing opted not to pursue new martial techniques, instead preparing to conduct specialized training for Zhao Haochen. Resources should not be squandered, and enhancing Zhao's abilities would serve to better prepare him as a training partner while also allowing Zhang to practice his offensive skills. After all, one cannot solely rely on defensive tactics against even a goblin. Such an approach would be disgraceful. It was a strategy that achieved multiple objectives without waste. I have trained sufficiently. Now it is your turn, he declared. Huh? Zhao Haochen felt utterly bewildered. If that was not considered practice, then what were all those swings he had just taken? A mere animal performance. Noting his opponent's reluctance, Zhang Huqing retorted, "You may have developed your offensive skills, perhaps even achieving a score of 500 in the arena. However, we are not heading to an arena. We are going to the battlefield. Who cannot wield a weapon and strike at an enemy's vital points? The real question is, what will you do when the enemy strikes back? Do you really wish to exchange blows with a goblin? You would end up as cannon fodder. I will take the offensive, and you will defend. If you cannot withstand my assault, do not expect to fend off the enemy." There was a semblance of logic in his words, or was there? If all foes were of such caliber, how could humanity hope to conquer other realms? They might as well cower within their internal star systems, biding their time until the slaughter commenced. Yet, Zhang Huqing did not afford him the opportunity to protest. Declaring, "Be cautious. I am coming in with that," he charged forward, wielding his weapon with a single hand. The seriousness with which Zhang Huqing engaged elevated his fearsome presence to an entirely new level. His aura was oppressive, and especially when locked in gaze, Zhao Haochen felt like prey under the hunter's scrutiny. Him, Zhang Huqing no longer resembled a human, but rather a top-tier predator, causing his own spirit to wane. In a moment's distraction, Zhang Huqing seized the opportunity, thrusting his blade. Zhao Haochen was momentarily blinded by the gleaming tip of the weapon, followed by a sharp pain in his chest that forced him to stagger backward. Zhang Huqing did not relent. Combat demanded taking advantage of every opening. With his left leg as a pivot, he lunged forward with a powerful step, driving his blade once more. After enduring 2 brutal strikes, Zhao Haochen could no longer withstand the onslaught, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Before he could regain his composure, he felt the resounding thud of iron armor against his groin, launching him into the air, nearly leading him to the brink of unconsciousness. The clanging of his armor and the blade shattered any semblance of a serene moment. Had his grandmother raised a bell-ringing cow? Just as that thought crossed his mind, he plummeted heavily to the ground. The impact was excruciating. Even with the cushioning of his padded armor, it felt as though his backside had split into 8 pieces, and his tailbone threatened to fracture. Fortunately, the pain did not linger long. Zhang Huqing had already stepped above him, raising his blade to deliver another strike directly to Zhao's facial area, then gripping the hilt tightly to spin violently. Zhao Haochen felt as though his head had been submerged in a blender, his vision darkening as he was ejected from the practice arena. Although the arena would not affect his real-world state, the force of that blow left him trembling, drenched in cold sweat, akin to a fish yanked from the depths of water. It was his first realization that even clad in iron armor, facing such a formidable beast could spell doom. How terrifying would it be to be surrounded and beaten on the battlefield? Damn it. Why did the spaceship not have an emergency exit? He needed to escape. This was no jest. It was urgent. Chapter 31. The more they hit him, the more spirited he became. Meanwhile, Zhang Huqing wore a furrowed brow. There was still an issue at hand. Just as Zhao Haochen began to regain his senses, he instinctively glanced over, eager to discover if he could devise a strategy to overcome this formidable opponent. Zhang Huqing shook his head, stating, "It is not your fault. It is mine for not executing properly. Had my martial skills been up to standard, given the strength of this weapon, my first strike should have had a chance to breach your armor." This would have spared you from further suffering. After his initial attack, Zhang Haqing realized that his precision was still lacking. The second thrust failed to penetrate the gap created by the first, veering off by several centimeters and resulting in a failed breach. Otherwise, there would have been no need for subsequent combos. It was easy to toy with Zhao Haochen, as he could be mercilessly toyed with. But on the battlefield, one could not expect such favorable conditions. Timely assistance from an opponent's ally could easily lead to a missed opportunity. Even if a kill could be achieved, it would be an exercise in futility. Furthermore, the advantage of a thrust lies in its minimal movement, requiring the least amount of effort to achieve a breach and kill. Adding follow-up actions would negate the skill's greatest asset. More practice was indeed necessary. Zhang Haqing sighed, not wanting to make it difficult for Zhao Haochen. See if you can continue. My main issue is a lack of precision. If you cannot, I can summon a scarecrow for practice. Zhang Haqing genuinely feared causing Zhao to cry, as he would then have to find a way to console him. Although Li Tianxiang understood the situation and would provide him some resources afterward, he did not wish to appear as a resource-extorting bully. What of his image? With only 3 days remaining until the battlefield, Zhang Haqing was unwilling to waste time. Given Zhao Haochen's level, he was not much different from a moving scarecrow. He had failed to evade or defend against anything. Zhao Haochen was immediately indignant. Did this mean he was akin to a scarecrow? Never had he endured such an insult. His face flushed with rage as he gritted his teeth. I was merely careless earlier. Let's go again. Zhang Haqing was at a loss for why he persisted. Perhaps it would be best to call it quits. I would not thrust my chest toward the enemy's blade when I am being careless. Zhao Haochen translated this into one word. Weak. How could he endure such a slight? If he was too afraid to train, he should just admit it instead of rambling on. If not, then let us begin. This child appeared to grow more spirited the more he was struck. The moving scarecrow indeed felt more responsive than the one summoned in the arena. Zhang Haqing did not mind. If he wished to come, then let him come. Begin. It must be said that when one is faced with extreme anger, they can indeed manage to ignore pressure. Now, Zhao Haochen dared to lock eyes with Zhang Haqing, unaffected by the oppressive aura. However, Zhang Haqing remained dissatisfied with his approach. Wake up. You are merely shifting from one negative state to another. Randomly swinging your blade holds no more value than refusing to swing it at all. Missing your target is utterly pointless. After offering this advice, Zhang Haqing did not slow his movements. He exploited Zhao Haochen's openings, lunging forward with a thrust that forced Zhao to retreat repeatedly. Nonetheless, Zhang Haqing felt that his speed still fell short. Landing a second strike proved challenging. Unhappy with this, he refrained from pursuing, recognizing that it was difficult for the child to muster such effort, a kindness that would not leave him with further trauma. Yet, Zhao Haochen was acutely aware of the situation. After taking a hit, he knew he had perished once more. Drenched in cold sweat, he remained stubborn. Hit me properly. No need for you to hold back. Any ordinary person would recognize the unwritten rules. If one is amiable, the other will reciprocate in kind. Was it wrong for a young master from a prestigious family to exhibit a bit of pride? Unfortunately, Zhang Haqing had never understood human speech. Given that his opponent had shown some determination, it was only fitting to accommodate him. Without hesitation, Zhang Haqing raised his blade and struck. The arena echoed with the sounds of combat as Zhao Haochen cried, protested, and ultimately surrendered. Yet he never received any consolation from Zhang Haqing. Zhang Haqing had long since understood Zhao's temperament. Whenever he began to throw a tantrum, Zhang Haqing would simply summon a scarecrow. Within seconds, it would rush in, ready to take a beating, proving exceptionally useful. Li Tianxiang had never witnessed such a spirited young master, and he could not help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Very spirited." As the combat continued, both parties made progress. Zhang Haqing's precision improved, and his movements became increasingly discreet. His skills flowed seamlessly, leaving no trace. Meanwhile, Zhao Haochen still struggled to defend against the onslaught. This was not his fault. His opponent was simply too formidable. However, he was now aware of the need to protect his vital areas, using the hardest parts of his body to absorb attacks, which was a small step forward in the following 2 days. Aside from meal times, they engaged in intensive training. Zhang Haqing experienced little change, while Zhao Haochen underwent a remarkable transformation. With his newfound vigor, no one would mistake him for a pampered young master. Instead, he resembled a reckless outlaw. At this point, their target planet was finally within sight, and Zhang Haqing ceased the rigors of training, allowing Zhao Haochen to rest for half a day. While honing martial skills was vital, ensuring one was well rested was equally important. A tense mind could lead to mistakes, and too much of a good thing could have adverse effects. On the other hand, Chen Feng had been grounded for 2 days but was finally released. With a wager against Chen Lai hanging over him, he dared not act dishonestly and headed straight to the military to report. Upon completing the process and receiving my identification badge, I delved into my research only to find myself utterly dismayed. I hastily returned to confront the quartermaster. Have you lost your mind? How could I possibly end up in a death camp? The identification badge bore no inscription indicating death camp, merely a string of numbers. Yet, while others may remain oblivious, Chen Feng could not be so easily deceived. Only a death camp would employ such a format. The condemned souls on the brink of death warrant no waste of ink. Serially produced numbers are entirely appropriate. The quartermaster had already received word to ensure this unfortunate soul's accommodation, initially believing he could simply toss him onto the battlefield to await his demise and thus complete the task. Little did he anticipate encountering someone so perceptive who dared to expose the truth. This infuriated him. What is the matter? Your name is Dong Feng, correct? I have verified the information. You have indeed been assigned to this unit. The foremost duty of a soldier is to obey military orders. What difference is there between one soldier and another in battling foreign foes? If you fear death, you ought not to enlist. Difference? There is a significant distinction. The unit assigned to the good families, while still fraught with danger, benefits from rigorous military training over time, mastering coordinated attacks and mutual protection, resulting in a relatively low casualty rate. Conversely, those in the death camp are thrust into combat without training, merely a disorganized rabble, incapable of providing cover for one another. Even if fortunate enough to encounter decent individuals, they are still tasked with the most perilous assignments. Often with a survival rate of 1 in 10, Chen Feng believed that even if his grandfather were ruthless, he would not cast him into such a place. Clearly, someone was plotting against him. Gritting his teeth, Chen Feng threatened, "Dare you recklessly assign me to ruin my future? Do you know who my grandfather is?" Chapter 32. We three can barely muster up a pair of parents. And you still dare to threaten me? If you truly had connections, you would have long since become a young master soldier. Who among the illustrious would be found mingling in a death camp? The quartermaster scoffed disdainfully within. If you do not know who your grandfather is, perhaps you should inquire with your grandmother instead. What need have you to ask me? If you truly had connections, you would not be here as a mere foot soldier. Return to your life as a young master. I advise you to prepare yourself promptly. Failure to do so will affect military operations, and I could have you executed on the spot. Chen Feng's fists clenched in frustration, yet he found himself powerless. Once in the military camp, one must adhere to orders. Otherwise, they would be treated as a deserter, and dying would be in vain. Even if Chen Lai understood the situation, he could not speak out. Their family benefited from these rules, necessitating stricter adherence than others. If he were to lead the way in exploiting loopholes, it would be difficult to manage the subsequent ranks. Thus, while conveying a message was permissible, it must be traded for military merit. With sufficient merit, one could not only relay a message but could also indulge freely at the commander's table. With others merely praising their appetite, I have no criminal record. Logically, I should be promoted upon slaying 10 enemies. With enough strength, the death camp is indeed the best place to earn military merit. Once I am successfully promoted and can report back to my family, I will ensure to cleanse this den of miscreants. After contemplating this, Chen Feng ceased his resistance and exited the tent, providing no further opportunity for the quartermaster to provoke him. A shrewd individual indeed. The quartermaster, initially intent on using the crime of insubordination to eliminate him from battlefield opportunities, found no reason to pursue the matter further. Manipulating a petty thief posed no risk. Such a rookie, merely surviving the battlefield without soiling themselves was a feat. To expect them to slay enemies was laughable, while dying in another world would merely weaken one's soul. The death camp was fraught with perilous tasks. One could not afford to lose even a single life. Once again, the quartermaster soon dismissed this minor incident from his mind, noticing the arrival of another spaceship and quickly presenting a multitude of identification badges for distribution. Delaying the essential duties would indeed invite real trouble. Zhang Huqing and Zhao Haochen were also aboard this vessel, both aware of their purpose. Upon receiving their identification badges, they did not stir up chaos but instead followed the guidance to locate their respective military camps. Li Tianxiang, as a rare high-end combat asset, had other arrangements and could not disrupt the battlefield, requiring assignment to a different tint. Thus, the three dispersed. Given the lowly status of the death camp, the environment was naturally subpar. Lacking even proper tints, merely an expanse of white ground with a guiding sign, Jiang Huqing began to assess his future comrades. A cursory glance revealed a collection of misfits, their eyes betraying the tension of impending battle. Yet they feigned strength to assert their resilience, to encapsulate their demeanor. One might say they were fierce in appearance yet cowardly within, understanding that this was a crucial period for mutual understanding. They wasted no time in engaging in tentative explorations, seeking relatively reliable allies to bolster their chances of survival. However, those drawn here were not exemplary individuals. The formation of teams was not particularly smooth. Some, already part of gangs, fared somewhat better, possessing a rudimentary social structure that allowed them to coalesce into a small unit. The remaining individuals were more problematic, eager to band together yet failing to identify a leader who could command respect. While verbal agreements seemed to form in abundance, an underlying wariness persisted, preventing any closeness. Clearly, they were all acutely aware of each other's nature. Such a team dynamic was merely superficial, and in the face of danger, betrayal was imminent. Neither side dared entrust their lives to the other. Before entering, Jiang Huqing had identified Chen Feng, who appeared to be the most appealing target. This individual, clearly from a respectable family, likely found himself here due to some offense. Regardless of his skills, he was easily manipulable, an ideal candidate to serve as cannon fodder without repercussions. Numerous individuals surrounded him, employing threats and temptations. Chen Feng, already irritable, felt the pressure mounting yet refrained from acting against military orders. He could only suppress his frustration, swatting away the persistent nuisances like flies. The arrival of Jiang Huqing and his companion alleviated some of that burden. The two appeared to be students, their faces marked by an innocent foolishness. Crucially, they had come together. If they could deceive their way into a team, it would be a two-for-one deal. Many rogues brightened at this prospect, their minds scheming, even the gang members unable to resist the allure. "You too, come over here," a scarred brute bellowed, asserting dominance while simultaneously warning others that these two were his. Once he spoke, the other groups fell silent. Venturing into battle was already a matter of life and death, and to be targeted by a larger force would guarantee their demise. They could only lament and turn away, mentally cursing their ill fate, lamenting that a good pig had been fed to the dogs. In the ensuing chaos, a gap in the encirclement allowed Jiang Huqing to lock eyes with Chen Feng. Upon encountering this ill-fated soul, Chen Feng's expression darkened, likely aware of the reasons for his current predicament. Clearly, the old man had a hand in this, determined to ensure the two interacted before the start of their training. However, was this troublesome individual truly that significant? The old man deemed it necessary for him to undergo training, yet insisted on involving a distant grandson? Meanwhile, Jiang Huqing was genuinely pleased to encounter a familiar face, disregarding the others as he waved enthusiastically. "You, the one with the broken leg, how did you end up here too?" Upon hearing this address, Chen Feng's eyes darkened. He painstakingly maneuvered through the crowd, exclaiming irritably, "I have a name. I am Chen Dongfeng." Chen Feng was still adjusting to this new identity, nearly revealing too much. Jiang Huqing, oblivious to the inconsistency, merely regarded him with pity. "Your grandfather's surname is Chen, and you are surnamed Dong, so were you perhaps adopted? How fascinating that the three of us can only muster a pair of parents. Fortunately, you hail from a large family. Perhaps your mother count is substantial enough to yield an average. Is this some sort of patchwork arrangement?" Chen Feng had endured harassment for most of the day without losing his temper. Yet conversing with this individual nearly pushed him to violence. "I have parents." "Oh, understood," Jiang Huqing replied calmly. "However, no need to be so worked up. Your mother likely doesn't have as many as his." Jiang Huqing gestured toward Zhao Haochen, seemingly suggesting he demonstrate his strength to Chen Feng. Zhao Haochen wore an expression of acute embarrassment. "Is this a commendable matter? And how can you presume that I have many mothers? Were it not for our presence in a military camp, and were you not under protection, your words would earn you a harsh lesson in Song City." Chapter 33. The young master is in a perilous profession. Upon hearing such an introduction, Zhao Haochen realized Chen Feng's background, feeling a mix of shock and fortune. He was astonished that a young master from a prominent family would find himself in such a precarious situation. This was indeed a high-risk occupation. It was only fitting that one who had failed to recognize the danger would end up here. Surely, there must be other avenues for earning military merit. Yet here was the scion of a commanding family. Fortunate, however, was the realization that with Chen Feng present, Chunlai would not allow his great-grandson to perish. Aligning with this unit could offer some prospects. Perhaps even a genuine chance of survival. Aware of the esteemed individual before him, Zhao Haochen seized the opportunity to extend an invitation. Young Master Dong, I am Zhao Haochen from Song City. I have formed a team with Haching. If you do not mind, we could all move together, providing each other with some measure of support. Indeed, those from prestigious families exuded an aura of refinement. Their every action seemed to envelop others in a warm spring breeze. Yet, Chen Feng was unimpressed, furrowing his brow and casting a disdainful glance at Zhao Haochen, showing no inclination to engage. Merely a provincial bumpkin, he deemed, unworthy of associating with him, let alone extending an invitation to join his team. Jiang Haching, why have you brought along such a pretty boy? Zhao Haochen felt as if struck by lightning. Was it truly me, the pretty boy, the delicate flower? Clearly, there was no intention to include oneself in this venture. Alas, not only was there a risk of failing to connect, but it was also possible that Jiang Haching might be lost in the process. It was evident that Jiang Haching was acquainted with the other party. Should they abandon him to regroup, it would equate to losing a protective charm. Sweat poured down his back in an instant. Fortunately, Jiang Haching showed no signs of forsaking him and remarked, "It's all right. He has indeed gifted me quite a bit of equipment. Moreover, he can serve as a punching bag." Chen Feng scrutinized Zhao Haochen for a moment, willing to extend some courtesy, and nodded, "Since he is your benefactor, let it be. Once we enter, you can follow my lead and lie low, right?" How could Zhao Haochen dare to refuse? He nodded vigorously. Chunlai extended his hand and declared, "In that case, I am willing to take you under my wing. From now on, you shall heed my commands." Jiang Haching immediately protested, frowning, "That won't do. We have formed a solid team with our numbers. What gives you the right to assume leadership as a newcomer? Furthermore, you cannot even defeat me, and do you expect to intimidate the goblins into surrender with that flimsy mouth of yours?" This fellow clearly could not distinguish between the powerful and the weak. Others had formidable backgrounds, and it was a privilege to play alongside them. Zhao Haochen was reluctant to complicate matters further, but understood that reasoning with this person was akin to talking to a brick wall. With a swift mental pivot, he finally devised a way to persuade. He understands military formations and can discern where the enemy is most concentrated. Sure enough, Jiang Haching's demeanor shifted immediately to "Is what you say true?" Chen Feng was also a newcomer to this wretched place, having been lured here under false pretenses, and he understood little. However, upon noticing Zhao Haochen's intense signals, he realized that to deal with this dullard, one must play along with his whims. Besides, there was no need for deceit in the Goblin Kingdom. There were constant assaults from foreign enemies around the clock. One need not worry about a lack of adversaries as long as one possessed the capability. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded. "Fine. As long as you permit me to fight with all my might, I shall follow your lead thereafter." Before Chen Feng could affirm, a loud roar emanated from the adjacent area. "No way! It is a rare opportunity to have 3 little lambs in our ranks to serve as cannon fodder. Who wouldn't want to snatch them up, if we allow them to unite? They may never join another team, which would definitely not align with our interests. This must be disrupted." The previous black leader immediately approached with his underlings, pointing a finger at Jiang Haching's nose. Berating, "A bunch of kids spinning tales, huh? But this is a death camp. Who in their right mind would show up here? Playing house, and you think you can intimidate me? Not even close. You two have already been absorbed into our ranks. Why didn't you come when I called you over? This is an army, and orders must be obeyed. Do you not comprehend? Considering it is your first offense, I shall let you off with a warning. But you must surrender your equipment to the others, or you may find yourself targeted inside, resulting in your demise along with your precious belongings." The threat was unmistakable, yet he understood the game. He did not want to gather all 3 of them to avoid creating too many enemies while also preventing them from forming a faction against him. Loose troops and small teams were entirely different matters. The underlings quickly grasped that the leader's intentions were to covet their equipment, which also aligned with their interests. With better gear, the leader would naturally part with his old equipment, and they could strengthen their positions. On the battlefield, Possessing quality equipment could mean the difference between life and death. They immediately began to cheer. Were it not for the impending battle against foreign foes and the need for manpower, the leader would not have been so lenient with them in the past. Defying orders would result not only in the confiscation of property, but also in receiving a brutal punishment. Shouldn't you kneel and thank the boss? After saying this, they began to get hands-on, eager to examine the equipment's materials and see which components they might hope to claim. As the nominal leader of the team, Chun Feng had to resolve the situation. He stepped forward and stated, "Sir, you are being excessively domineering. While military discipline is indeed paramount, it only applies to superiors. You possess not a shred of merit. You are merely a soldier and have no authority to command others." The black leader burst into laughter. "No authority? You are but a naive child. Allow me to enlighten you. In the military, might makes right. They all heed my words. Here, my fist reigns supreme, making me the commander. You merely see that I am unwilling to take you in and are trying to garner sympathy. As I am in a generous mood and reluctant to hold a grudge, hurry and find a team to take you in, keeping your head down to avoid dying from some unforeseen accident and losing your life." Upon hearing this, the team that had been preparing to recruit Chun Feng instinctively distanced themselves. Having a sweet, naive member as cannon fodder was one thing, but if it meant clashing with the larger group, that was another matter entirely. Chun Feng was furious, realizing that those commanders would indeed use the death camp to send cannon fodder to their demise. Soldiers of such caliber deserved to perish. Even though he had been forced by the patriarch to adopt a new identity, he could not utilize resources against this group, and he was destined to suffer losses. This truly was a disaster brought on by the patriarch. Chun Feng felt a deep sense of frustration, wishing to pull the two away from the limelight and find an opportunity to settle the score once inside. However, the black leader, seeing his retreat, was unwilling to let them go so easily and immediately commanded a group of underlings to encircle the three tightly, intent on squeezing every last bit from them. With a cold snort, he declared, "Kid, your leader is just like this. Following him leads nowhere, and I am gracious enough to take you in. Why not hurry and shed your equipment to join my ranks? Surely, you do not expect me to invite you repeatedly? Displaying arrogance in my presence comes with a price." The black leader, eager to assert his dominance, aimed a slap directly at Jiang Huqing. Chapter 34. Ascending as the black leader. Since the black leader sought to establish his authority, he naturally aimed for the weakest among them. Such small factions could be troublesome if united against him. However, should one show weakness, the others would inevitably lose their resolve to resist. Among the trio, Jiang Huqing appeared the most feeble. Nonetheless, it was a grave miscalculation on the black leader's part, for he underestimated the resolve of the very one he perceived as the weakest. Under normal circumstances, an individual surrounded would think to avoid conflict. However, Jiang Huqing was different. His response was instinctual. As he was attacked, his body reacted before his mind could catch up, taking a slight step back to evade the blow. His right hand gripping his weapon and swinging with force. Flesh and blood could not compete with metal. In that fleeting moment, the black leader transitioned from aggressor to victim, his arms severed at the root. As blood gushed forth, the black leader finally comprehended the situation, emitting a wail akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Not only was the pain excruciating, but he was also rendered incapacitated. The death camp was a place for expendables, and thus lacked proper medical facilities. Even if there were, they would not be provided freely. One must exchange military merits for assistance. Having just arrived, where would the black leader acquire such merits? This meant he would have to drag his injured body into the other world, waiting until he could earn enough military achievements to restore his arm. The reality was grim. Acquiring military merits was no easy feat, let alone with a missing limb, even if he had a team. The stark truth was that no one would want to carry such a burden. With one arm lost, his combat prowess diminished, and his capacity to intimidate vanished, he would undoubtedly be abandoned by his comrades. Jiang Huqing, once provoked, showed no mercy. Before the black leader could fully process his predicament, the second strike was already delivered. A long knife aimed straight for the black leader's heart. "Stop!" Chun Feng finally reacted and called out in time. The black leader, drenched in cold sweat, was left with only one thought in his mind. What kind of desperate outlaw was masquerading as a child, striking with such decisiveness? Jiang Huqing did not withdraw the long knife. It remained pressed against the black leader's chest as he inquired, "Will I be held accountable for killing him?" Qinfeng shook his head. "Not at all, but it is not worth it, should you kill him. The tally of enemies he owed would automatically transfer to you. The criminals sent here are no small fry. If you take him on, you may find yourself trapped here for a considerable time." The black leader quickly chimed in, "Kid, if you have the guts, kill me. I'll let you in on a secret. I need to eliminate 57 enemies to escape this hellhole. If you kill me, those counts become yours." The black leader had never felt so fortunate that his quota was high. In this situation, that number had transformed into a protective charm. Had I known, I would not have split my crimes. Letting the little brothers bear the brunt to reduce my sentence, a protective charm, naturally, was best when substantial. Zhao Haochen could not help but sigh. Initially, this fellow had a glimmer of hope for survival. Yet, with such banter, he had effectively sealed his fate. Zhang Huqing was not like the others. They were coerced into this predicament, while he genuinely wished to remain, constantly fretting over not having an excuse. With a quota, he would undoubtedly be eager to take it on. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Zhang Huqing's eyes sparkled with excitement, mumbling, "Is there such a good thing? Thank you." Ah? The black boss had yet to fully comprehend the situation when he was suddenly pierced by a long blade. Feeling a chilling sensation as life slowly ebbed away, his eyes still filled with disbelief. How could he have fallen so low? A person of his stature should not have allowed himself to be devoured by an alien race. Awaiting a slow demise. Why sully his hands with such filth? He still had the potential to rally his underlings to fight desperately, seeking vengeance for himself. He could not die in vain. Summoning the last of his strength, the black boss asked, why, however, before he could receive an answer from Zhang Huqing, he had already lost all his strength and succumbed, departing this world with his eyes wide open. The bold feared the foolish. Witnessing this scene, the underlings hesitated to continue surrounding the three, retreating in droves. Zhang Huqing felt his own metrics were insufficient and immediately cast a predatory glance at the underlings, exclaiming excitedly, "They have tasks on them, right? I want to eliminate them, and those numbers will count for me, will they not?" The underlings quickly shook their heads vigorously. "Big brother. Sir, we have merely committed minor transgressions, not deserving of death. Since the evil leader has been dealt with, please spare us." Though they had numerical superiority, when had they ever seen a flock of sheep overpower a tiger? Having been in the gang for years, they had witnessed enough. Such ruthless individuals were indeed rare. Even among those who thrived in the shadows, pleading for mercy was not an act of shame. Perhaps, if they joined forces, they might win, but the casualties would be significant. Who could guarantee they would be the lucky survivors? Moreover, were there enough sets of equipment to distribute among so many? Vengeance for the boss. He was alive, and thus his commands must be followed. Even in death, he had his own leader. Rather than tormenting his underlings, it would be wiser to seek the King of Hell's favor, hoping for divine intervention against this foe. If the king did not intervene, it would only signify that even the leaders of their leaders did not care. And they naturally could not defy orders. Such was the logic of the situation. In summary, they dared to fight when the wind was at their backs, but who would be foolish enough to charge into a losing battle? If they stood firm, their opponents would yield. Qinfeng certainly did not wish to see Zhang Huqing continue his rampage and hurried to counsel him. "Huqing, do not act impulsively. They have erred, but their crimes do not warrant death. More importantly, the death row camp operates under lethal tasks. There is no room for negotiation. Whether one person or 1,000, the same tasks must be completed. If we kill too many, we will also fail our subsequent missions and meet our end." Zhao Haochen, upon hearing this, felt a splitting headache. Why did this group of fools insist on speaking to this individual as if he could comprehend them? He was likely already translating their words into a command to kill them, believing that without competition, all alien creatures would belong to him. Was this not a clear encouragement for rampage? Seeing Zhang Huqing prepare to strike, he hastily translated into terms the latter could understand. "Huqing, stop. The goblins will pursue the team with the largest numbers. If we eliminate them, with only a few of us remaining, we will not attract the interest of the main force." After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Huqing finally relented, unwilling to sacrifice the greater for the lesser, and halted his advance. "I shall spare you this time. However, once we enter, you must obey orders. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee I will not turn my blade upon you." The underlings felt as if a great weight had been lifted from their shoulders, hastily nodding in agreement. "We will obey. We will absolutely obey." Zhao Haochen and Chen Feng exchanged glances, utterly speechless. How had this individual suddenly assumed the role of the Black Boss? Before they could finish their musings, an alarm blared, signaling the arrival of a mission for the death row camp. Chapter 35. Distracted by watching the drama, they forgot to form a team aside from Jiang Huqing, who was eager for action. The others harbored a nagging sense of foreboding. Though they were labeled as death row inmates, under normal circumstances, a brief respite would be afforded to recover their energy and regroup. The urgency of this mission suggested that conditions would be exceedingly dire. More critically, in their preoccupation with the unfolding drama, they had completely forgotten to form a team. Initially, they had a well-organized squad, which, despite its domineering nature, could have proven useful, at least providing a stable point from which others could support. However, with the boss swiftly eliminated, they were left leaderless. Now, all factions were disjointed. This scoundrel is truly formidable. How could he silently eliminate someone? The group exchanged glances, all feeling helpless. To venture forth in this state would be tantamount to a death sentence. Jiang Huqing, however, was brimming with enthusiasm, clapping his hands in excitement. The opportunity to achieve something great had finally arrived. "Everyone, follow me." Donning his helmet, he strode quickly into the spatial fold. Chen Feng and Zhao Haochen, aware of his temperament, hastened to keep pace behind him. The remaining members finally grasped the situation. Having finally found a reliable team, they knew that failing to keep up would leave them to fend for themselves. Eager participants immediately called out, "Boss, wait for me. I want to join you." As one stepped forward, others quickly echoed, "Take me with you." "Me too." Jiang Huqing paid them no mind, responding without looking back, "Then stay close. Follow me wherever I charge," confirming once more that they were to follow him rather than to lead. The group felt a measure of reassurance. This individual was not only fierce but also genuine, making him a good ally. People began to thump their chests in affirmation. "Absolutely no problem. Whoever dares to retreat and disrupt our formation will face the military's punishment. Once I return, I'll be the first to take them down." Remarkably, to some extent, the team had achieved a semblance of unity. Chen Feng observed that the position of leader had unexpectedly shifted, and he could only sigh and shake his head. This individual had established his authority remarkably well. The troops were now aligned behind him, and attempting to usurp power at this juncture would be foolish. Upon entering the spatial rift, everyone felt a wave of weakness. A consequence of the differing rules between realms, the helmets also relayed a message. The helmet will automatically lock the entered camp as a respawn point, as long as the soul's strength is not exhausted. Resurrection is possible here. After digesting this unhelpful information, Jiang Huqing stood on tiptoe to peer outside. The entire camp resembled a massive anthill, with commanders continuously gathering battlefield intelligence, issuing orders, and dispatching teams like his own in various directions. Everyone was busy, with hardly a moment to spare. Further afield were enormous siege engines, resembling conventional crossbows, devoid of any technological aura. Due to the differing physical rules, firearms struggled to function, while equipment reliant on personal strength was operational. For defense, a colossal wall had been constructed within the camp, and even inside, remnants of crimson blood could be seen. Clearly, this place had just endured a fierce defensive battle. Distant sounds of battle cries and screams echoed, allowing one to vividly imagine a scene reminiscent of hell. Noticing Jiang Huqing's interest, Chen Feng explained, "This is the blood-stained wall. Due to the constant territorial struggles between humans and aliens, it is soaked in both their blood, never drying out, with blood droplets flowing throughout the year." Jiang Huqing's mind conjured images of the alien slaughter against humanity, and he could not help but clench his fists and nod emphatically. As the inmates from the death row camp assembled, a figure resembling a military officer approached without greeting, directly assigning tasks. Having just endured a brutal battle, the wall cannot withstand further assault. The situation in the southwest is critical. I need you to hold the line. At the very least, delay for half an hour until reinforcements arrive. You must reach the coordinates 432, 2135 within 3 minutes. Those who fail to comply will be executed. Anyone who retreats during the battle will also be executed. Failure to achieve the objective will result in the execution of all. All accomplishments will only be tallied upon task completion, until the mission concludes. Regardless of how many enemies are slain, those who retreat may still be killed. The death row camp was filled with condemned souls, and the officer did not mention any rewards to boost morale, instead emphasizing the word kill to exert military pressure. The group wore grave expressions. On the battlefield, such time-delaying missions were the most dreaded, as long as time had not elapsed, no matter how dire the situation. They were compelled to charge forth until their final respawn opportunity was exhausted. With the announcement of such a time-sensitive mission, the prospects for the battle were undoubtedly bleak. They would likely lose several lives. However, military orders were as unyielding as mountains. They had no right to refuse, and could only grip their weapons and charge forward, fearful that any delay could lead to defying orders and meeting a grim fate. Jiang Huqing took the lead. The coordinates not far from the fortress, which was hardly good news, indicated that the enemy was formidable, pushing the federal troops towards the city. In such a state of affairs, a few hundred reinforcements would hardly make a difference. Yet, no one had time to ponder these matters. To continue to undermine their confidence would mean certain death. Only by fighting desperately could they hope to find a sliver of survival. The group soon reached the designated location, encountering the various alien races often depicted in stories. The green-skinned creatures were indeed green-skinned, but contrary to descriptions, they were not diminutive. Many stood nearly 1.7 meters tall. Sporting sharp features and a grotesque appearance, they exuded a foul odor that even the battlefield stench of blood could not mask. Fortunately, this race seemed devoid of any technological advancements, clad in no armor and wielding only crude stones and broken sticks. However, this did not imply low defenses. Their resilience stemmed from individual evolution, with only the strongest surviving the trials of battle. Their skin was likely tougher than cowhide, without significant strength or effective weaponry. Even breaking through their defense would be challenging. A single strike often left only a white mark on their skin, and should they retaliate, even a blow to their body could result in a mouthful of congealed blood. Such a heap of entities does not come merely from one or two small squads, but rather stretches endlessly, blanketing this vast land with a carpet of a feculent green, instilling a sense of dread in all who behold it. The commander of the team entangled with the goblins, upon seeing reinforcements arrive, immediately called out, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and take the front. Retreating even a centimeter would require hundreds to fill the gap behind us. The front line must find an opportunity to fall back, while the rear must swiftly complete the replacements." Jiang Huqing, witnessing this scene, was already boiling with bloodlust. Spotting a gap in the formation, he charged forth without hesitation. "Charge! Go forth!" Chen Feng and Zhao Haochen followed closely behind, while the remaining scattered soldiers knew that to hesitate would mean death, and thus dared not fall behind. With agile steps, Jiang Huqing swiftly pushed into the front line. Facing a goblin that was brandishing its claws, he did not show mercy. He parried the creature's wooden club with a horizontal slash, feeling the force behind it as he remarked, "Not bad for strength." Seizing the opportunity as the goblin's attack faltered and it left itself wide open, he countered with a swift strike. The blade arced gracefully before plunging directly into its chest, burying deep within flesh and blood. The goblin was unable to utter a cry, collapsing lifelessly, a spray of crimson blood mist enveloping Jiang Huqing. Chapter 36. Stabilize the front line. His helmet relayed several notifications. Enemy killed. 1 attribute point plundered. Chest. Absorb 1 point of blood energy, usable for restoring damaged body parts or stamina. Record 1 military merit for the kill. Jiang Huqing felt a slight itch at his chest, a result of the plundering enhancement effect from the helmet. If memory served, after this enhancement, the strength of his chest should reach 93 points. Was it random? Or did this species only enhance that area? Or perhaps it depended on the location of the kill? Jiang Huqing was not entirely satisfied with this enhancement outcome, and no matter how high the reinforcement to his chest, it was of little use. One could not rely on pectoral muscles to ram into foes. Moreover, this area was critical. No matter how high the defense, he could not use it to block the sharp weapons of the enemy. Rounding it off, it was as if no enhancement had occurred. It merely served to average out his attribute strength, slightly increasing his chances of resurrection. However, with nearly 100 body parts, that single attribute point would be diluted to near insignificance if given a choice. Jiang Huqing would prefer to add it to his limbs, for greater strength would enable him to slay foes more swiftly. Fortunately, he could recover some blood energy, so it would not be a complete loss for his efforts. He needed to kill quickly, lest the absorption of blood energy fall behind, leading to exhaustion. A troublesome predicament. Jiang Huqing had not forgotten that he could resurrect on the spot. Should he tire, and the front line be pushed back? He might find himself surrounded upon regaining consciousness, leading to repeated slaughter. Hey, Huqing, be cautious. Don't lose focus. After dispatching the nearby minor monsters, Chun Feng managed to squeeze into the adjacent position. With a thrust of his spear, he successfully eliminated a goblin that was preparing to ambush, calling out, "Thanks." Having fought in the arena extensively, Jiang Huqing found himself momentarily disoriented, forgetting that there were multiple opponents on the battlefield. He had become too absorbed in reviewing information, inadvertently granting the enemy an opportunity. Fortunately, with teammates covering him, no significant chaos ensued. Jiang Huqing refused to become distracted again, striding boldly through the bloodied ground, and before the goblins could fully regroup, his long knife struck fiercely, slaying another foe. Enemy killed, 1 attribute point plundered, right arm. Absorb 1 point of blood energy. Record 1 military merit. Indeed, it was random. Jiang Huqing sighed in relief. After the enhancement, he felt his hands grow stronger. The constant positive feedback was intoxicating. His gaze brightened, perceiving the goblins before him not as repulsive creatures, but rather as moving points of attributes. "Follow me and slay," Jiang Huqing shouted in exhilaration, forcefully urging the formation forward. With a great stride, his long knife streaked through the air like a meteor, and the goblins ahead had no time to react before a crimson arc appeared across their necks, leaving them lifeless on the ground. Chen Feng attempted to caution him to remain with the group, fearing he might stray too far, but Jiang Huqing resembled an unrestrained husky, impossible to hold back. As he neared encirclement, Chen Feng instinctively brandished his spear to provide assistance. Stepping forward twice to successfully eliminate the ambushing goblins, albeit at the cost of becoming encircled himself in battle. Advancing was challenging, and retreating even more so. Thus, they could only hold their ground. Zhao Haochen felt helpless. Despite Uncle Tianxiang's teachings to be steady and cautious, he found himself in a reckless team, devoid of options. With the leaders charging ahead, how could he not follow? Losing even one member would likely lead to his own demise. With a flurry of strikes, he executed a series of slashes that shattered 2 goblins blocking their path. Fortunately, Jiang Huqing did not push further, allowing him to catch up and secure the left flank. The 3 formed a triangular formation, akin to a rock standing firm against the flood of enemies, significantly alleviating the pressure on both sides. Unless they could shatter the enemy formation, it would be difficult to create a situation of outnumbering the foes surrounding them. The other condemned souls in the rear gained a brief opportunity to breathe. Their armor was not as formidable as that of the trio, but being condemned, they surely had blood on their hands and could hold their own against the goblins in one-on-one combat. Once they regained their composure from the battlefield's chaos, they could exchange blows with the enemy, successfully stabilizing this small stretch of the line. Gratitude surged within Jiang Huqing towards the 3 ahead. With such skilled individuals present, his chances of survival would vastly increase. Perhaps he could truly wash away his crimes with military merit and return to a peaceful life in the rear. A single fierce warrior could match dozens of ordinary soldiers. This one had a better sense of the frontline dynamics than he did. Seeing that their trio was not flanked from behind, Chen Feng noted that the others had stabilized as well, letting out a sigh of relief. His movements remained swift, his spear striking with the speed of lightning, leaving a trail of crimson blossoms in its wake. Jiang Huqing found himself increasingly at ease, surrounded by teammates, focusing solely on the approaching enemies and thrusting forward relentlessly. The results of 2.5 days of training were now fully manifesting. His thrusts were not only swift but also precise. Each strike was a guaranteed success, with the blood energy around him never ceasing but rather compounding, transforming him into a veritable demon of blood. Attribute points accumulated rapidly. Enemy killed, 1 attribute point plundered, left arm. Enemy killed, 1 attribute point plundered, left leg. Gain 23 points of blood energy. Record 23 military merits. In just a few minutes, Jiang Huqing had amassed dozens of attribute points. His form growing increasingly agile as if unshackled, bursting with vigor. Before him, the goblin corpses piled high, forming a small hill, creating a barricade of flesh and blood. Press on. Let these beasts taste my might. Jiang Huqing was thoroughly exhilarated, kicking aside the bodies to forge a path forward, Though be honest, these goblins were not weak. They could hold their own against the condemned souls in the rear, exchanging blows without resolution. Yet, no matter how they evolved, they were ultimately flesh and blood, incapable of withstanding the onslaught of three wielders of divine weaponry. They could only succumb, obediently contributing their attributes. Qin Feng, observing the struggles of their allies in the rear, understood he could not allow Jiang Huqing to recklessly charge ahead, hastily intervening. Huqing, steady yourself. If you push forward, the others won't keep up, and you'll find yourself surrounded. Once your stamina depletes, you may become easy prey. It would be better for me to take the lead, clear the enemies on either side, and rescue the others to facilitate a better advance. Zhao Haochen quickly concurred. Huqing, listen to Qin Feng. I'm feeling the pressure here as well. Continuing to push forward might lead to trouble. Despite his specialized training, Zhao Haochen still struggled with mastering martial skills. His techniques were powerful yet exceedingly taxing. While Jiang Huqing could slay enemies with 3 parts effort, Zhao Haochen found himself exerting 12-part strength to take down a few minor foes, leaving his arms aching and breathless. Just as he had managed to stabilize, they would need to shift positions again. How could he endure? Chapter 37. Transition. Jiang Huqing suddenly remembered there was still a minor player beside him. However, this one was the financier, and with no other teammates to choose from, he would have to accommodate. All right, you stand in the middle and rest well. I'll expend minimal effort to clear a path on the outskirts. And Qin Feng can assist from the rear, if that's acceptable? Ah, sure. Zhao Haochen acquiesced, feeling resigned. Did this fellow misunderstand the concept of resting? Normally, one would let those behind take the front, allowing themselves to take a breather. He had accumulated over 10 military merits during this time. Had he not offended the big shots, any ordinary criminal would have enough merit to wash themselves clean. Requesting a moment of rest was absolutely reasonable. Yet, here he was, forced to gamble his life. What a predicament! Qin Feng held no objections either. He did not require the spotlight in such a setting. Whether he was leading the charge or covering the rear mattered little. As long as Jiang Huqing promised not to lead the team into danger, he could indulge in his recklessness. After a round of engagement, he understood that Jiang Huqing was akin to a husky. Utterly uncontrollable, if he paused even momentarily, he would suddenly blurt out, "I have an idea," which was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Keeping him occupied with tasks could stabilize his restless energy. With the accumulated corpses forming a makeshift wall, the goblins' assault lessened somewhat. The defensive pressure on the trio also eased considerably. This minor adjustment was quite manageable. Once they reformed their formation, Jiang Huqing strode forward, aiming to clear a path to the left. Given their current position, as long as they did not advance directly forward, whether left or right, they would be inserting themselves into the enemy's vulnerable flanks. The goblins had never anticipated that this place would give rise to a band of ruthless killers. Utterly unprepared, they suffered a devastating blow upon engagement. Jiang Huqing's gaze was as sharp as lightning. Wielding his long blade with a ferocity that created a tempestuous gale, each strike aimed directly at the goblins' vital points. How could their fleshy bodies withstand such a tremendous and forceful onslaught? With each descent of Jiang Huqing's blade, the goblins' necks snapped like twigs, their heads flying off as blood gushed forth in a crimson fountain, their bodies collapsing before they even had a chance to fall. The scene resembled a bartender showcasing his skills in a bar, as the cap of a bottle popped open, sending the liquid soaring into the air. Jiang Huqing was not performing for show or indulging in any morbid amusement. It was simply a necessity of the task at hand. As the Pathfinder, he could not afford to conserve energy. He had to eliminate every creature in his path with the utmost speed to clear space for his comrades to land. Direct thrusts were impractical in this scenario. Should he miss, the enemy would surely retaliate instead of meekly offering their throats. After severing a head, what followed was simple. Jiang Huqing delivered a swift kick, sending the mangled flesh sprawling to the ground. If he could connect with anything, all the better. A mere stumble from the enemy would allow his long blade to find its way into their chest, ensuring they too would lie flat. Jiang Huqing found himself increasingly in his element. Covering nearly 100 meters, he moved as if strolling through a garden, the enemies before him akin to mere weeds, posing no threat whatsoever. Above him, the sky was awash in bloodlight, while below lay severed limbs scattered across the ground. The bloodlust that enveloped him felt as heavy as a crimson armor in such a guise. One could hardly tell the difference between a mortal and a demon descending into the world. If one were to observe Jiang Huqing's battle from a distance, they would undoubtedly regard it as a form of art, the art of slaughter. However, neither side on the battlefield possessed the leisure to appreciate such aesthetics. The goblins' plight required no elaborate explanation. As long as they were not celestial fanatics, they would not be lamenting how handsome the brother was or urging Jiang Huqing to kill me. Hoping to enhance his fervor, Zhao Haochen, trailing closely behind, was not faring any better. Already fatigued, he thought that if he could just hold his ground in the middle, occasionally snagging a fish or catching his breath, he might just manage to endure. Yet he had not anticipated this reckless advance. The task had become heavier. Following Jiang Huqing did not merely entail running. It required him to fend off incoming enemies, expanding the breach while simultaneously ensuring Jiang Huqing was shielded from harm. His martial skills were hardly exceptional, and taking on such a task felt akin to being a nanny for an infant. Though he harbored intentions to offer counsel, he found it impossible to focus, gasping for breath with every step, let alone articulate any reminders. Meanwhile, Chun Feng was questioning his life choices. Why had he ever trusted this maniac to pave the way? At this pace, they might end up circling the realm, proving its roundness before they could halt. The role of support was fraught with anxiety. Aside from the other soldiers holding back the goblins, there was little respite to be found, with enemies lurking everywhere. He even had to split his attention to assist Zhao Haochen in intercepting unexpected attacks, embodying the very definition of a caretaker. Unable to suppress an internal tirade, he thought, "Damn it. This guy just can't feel at ease unless he throws himself into a trap. Can he?" Perhaps the only ones who could afford to admire this spectacle were the soldiers engaged in battle. Jiang Huqing targeted the second and third ranks of enemies, not stealing their kills but rather intervening to hinder the enemy, allowing them a brief respite. Wherever he went, the air was filled with exclamations of admiration for the gallant hero, almost wishing the group could establish a stronghold there to alleviate the pressure on the front line. Upon realizing that they had distanced themselves from the death row camp's battle line and entered a different defense zone, Chen Feng felt a flicker of hope. These soldiers possessed a relatively higher caliber. Entrusting his back to them would ease his burdens, allowing him to catch his breath and suggest, "Huqing, it would be unwise to stray too far from the front line. Let us establish ourselves here to alleviate the pressure on our brothers." Jiang Huqing, seeing the enemies flourishing in this area, deemed it an excellent place to enhance his attributes and willingly heeded the advice. Those around him recognized the arrival of a skilled fighter, leading to a chorus of praise. "What a fine warrior!" This attention inevitably drew the gaze of numerous soldiers. In the military, strength is revered. And with such a formidable team, everyone was eager to witness their prowess. The commander at the rear began to take notice of this small unit, unable to suppress his admiration, pondering, "Whose subordinate is this?" So fiercely valiant, however, upon learning they hailed from the death row camp, his heart sank in regret. One misstep in life leads to countless obstacles. Had they been from respectable backgrounds, they might have already met the criteria for promotion. The commander nodded, acknowledging the situation, yet could not quell his appreciation for talent, confirming once more. "What crimes did they commit?" A nearby soldier took a moment to investigate, his expression turning ghostly as he confirmed after several checks. Their backgrounds were remarkably clean, with no criminal records found, and even one had been a top student at a military university, appearing to have voluntarily joined the death row camp. Oh, wait. That one named Jiang Huqing killed a scoundrel in the tent after being provoked, bearing 57 enemy kills, but he has already completed that task. Chapter 38. Voluntarily entering. This voluntarily seemed rather ironic. Who in their right mind would willingly enlist in a place like the death row camp? Voluntarily merely signified they had offended someone. The commander waved his hand forcefully. As long as they were killing those who deserved it, there was no fault to find. Regardless of their past experiences, here they were soldiers, and if they could slay enemies, they were good men. Should those dirty hands dare to reach in, they must be prepared for severance, according to the rules of reward and punishment. Those who killed 10 enemies without falling could become team leaders. Keep an eye on them. If they can complete the task and return alive, ask them if they would be willing to join the vanguard. Indeed, the vanguard was not a coveted position. Like the death row camp, it involved perilous work, charging at enemies that outnumbered them by several folds. However, For ordinary individuals to emerge from the death row camp and secure a respectable position was no small feat. While it may not be a meteoric rise, it would certainly cleanse their identities and set them on the right path. The improvement in treatment was secondary. Aware of the risk, the commander would issue a timely retreat order, ensuring the elite did not perish in vain. Yet it remained uncertain whether the commander of the vanguard recognized the composition of this team, one that had connections beyond measure and looked down upon their prospects. One had genuinely volunteered, while the other, a wrongdoer, had merely been thrown in as penance, leaving one to ponder the expression on their face after being cast into such a fate. It could be said that for the several millennia of the death row camp's existence, it was unlikely to find another team as peculiar as this one. The nearby soldiers, familiar with their leader's character, refrained from offering further cautionary advice. All positions in the vanguard were earned through bloodshed. Those lacking courage could not hope to find work in this place. Similarly, those chosen through such means were sure to possess a fierce spirit, or, one might say, were born killers. Regardless of background, one would do well to consider the ramifications before provoking them. The military merits were no mere decoration. Should they offend, even the federal forces would intervene as the least of consequences. If they were to take action themselves, the accolades on their bodies could secure a future for their entire clan and maintain their status as respectable individuals. Such privileges were born from the crucible of battle. Jiang Huqing paid no mind to whether others were watching him. As far as he was concerned, life was rather splendid. Monsters to slay, progress to witness, what more could he desire? After changing positions, Jiang Huqing felt even more jubilant. An expanded area of defense? No, it merely meant a greater influx of monsters. He could simply wield his blade, and they would eagerly come to him. With the foundation of thrusting techniques, every strike Jiang Huqing delivered was exceptionally steady, his focus solely on the vital points. Not only was he precise, but he was also swift. So swift that by the time the goblins raised their wooden clubs, his blade was already upon them, forcing them to bow their heads and confront the ravaged earth beneath them. To be struck by Jiang Huqing meant no mere injury. There was no need to waste resources on an ambulance. They could be taken straight to the crematorium for incineration. Enemy killed, attribute plundered, 1 point, left leg, enemy killed, attribute plundered, 1 point, heart. You have stored 57 blood energy. Military merit recorded, 57 points. The helmet's notifications cascaded like a waterfall, but Jiang Huqing had no time to examine them in detail, promptly stating, "Consume blood energy to replenish stamina." The helmet's attribute plundering merely raised the upper limit and did not restore the base value. If given time to recover, he would naturally grow stronger. Yet on a battlefield besieged by relentless foes, when was there any opportunity for recuperation? The newly acquired attributes could only be utilized for bursts of power, quickly depleting the already scant stamina. A lack of stamina was the primary cause of soldier casualties on the battlefield. Most who had arrived in this other world were ordinary people with little enhancement to their physical capabilities. If every strike were to be a full-power explosion, even without using any extraordinary skills, one could only last about 10 minutes. A seasoned veteran, skilled in managing their stamina, might endure for half an hour. If there were no orders to retreat and regroup, many would simply lie down. If one perished, they would regain some stamina upon resurrection. If they survived, resting for a while would restore a portion of their strength. Should the battle ahead proceed favorably, they would automatically fall back and blend into the ranks. The war situation is dire, and we have been pushed back by the enemy. In such circumstances, one might consider feigning death after lying low for a while. Any advantage gained is worth pursuing for the relentless onslaught of the strange beasts that strike without pause for a day and night. They are simply not present here. The true challenge lies with the goblins. Notorious for their troublesome nature, their sheer numbers are formidable. Even if their combat skills are lacking and their equipment subpar, if they can wear down our soldiers through attrition, once fatigue sets in, they can easily turn the tide and seize control. In essence, it is a matter of brute exchange. Facing ordinary soldiers, we might sacrifice 10 for 1. If equipped with divine weaponry, perhaps 20 or 30 for 1. As long as the numbers are sufficient, even against a dragon, we could potentially tip the scales of battle with sheer flesh and blood. More crucially, these creatures, perhaps due to their low intelligence or reckless nature, harbor little fear. Regardless of how many of their kin have perished ahead, they remain convinced that they are destined to be the fortunate ones who will ultimately reap the rewards. They are akin to reckless souls. Believing that no sacrifice is too great, amidst the enemy ranks, Jiang Huqing cannot afford to hold back. Although his strikes may appear ordinary, they are infused with every ounce of strength, for the goblin's neck is not so easily severed. Continuous bursts of overwhelming force naturally deplete his stamina, and he can feel his movements growing sluggish, his arms feeling as though they are laden with lead in the midst of a formation. Relying on teamwork, a slight delay in movement would be manageable. However, now he finds himself isolated, surrounded by foes. If he cannot dispatch these minions swiftly, they may converge upon him. Even if victory is achievable, it would come at a considerable cost. In summary, his vitality must be conserved for recovery rather than expended on endurance. Jiang Huqing, of course, would choose the former. This helmet proves invaluable. Having consumed 50 points of stored vigor, he immediately feels rejuvenated, as if reborn, infused with an inexhaustible energy. During this time, he has amassed a considerable amount of attributes, with those affecting his attack power nearing 110 points. Each strike now delivers an impressive force of 110 Jin, and employing explosive techniques along with weapon enhancements allows him to unleash nearly 230 Jin per blow. Should he employ martial skills, he can briefly exceed 400 Jin of force, rendering even the most ordinary iron armor ineffective, let alone mere flesh. Once restored, Jiang Huqing emerges like a fearsome tiger unleashed. Each strike delivered with overwhelming power. The goblins have no time to react. Even if they manage to block, it merely results in their weapons shattering alongside their skulls, willingly donating their vitality. Delightful. Jiang Huqing revels in his success. Having dispatched several foes, and lets out an exhilarating roar to the heavens. Chapter 39. Conspiracy. Seeing Jiang Huqing brimming with vigor, even the lowly goblins can sense that this harbinger of death is not to be trifled with. They instinctively choose to avoid him, opting to steer clear rather than approach. Qinfeng and Zhao Haochen, witnessing Jiang Huqing grow more spirited with each passing moment, cannot help but curse under their breath. They, too, do not wish to be seen as a hindrance, exerting all their strength and unleashing their various martial techniques. Blade and spear clash on the battlefield, and soon dismembered limbs and shattered bodies fill the air, stirring a tempest of blood and carnage. The trio moves as one, a finely tuned machine, and any enemy daring to approach is swiftly torn asunder before they even grasp the situation. Not a single adversary stands in their way. Were it not for the constraints imposed by the death row camp preventing them from retreating to tally their achievements, the glory of this charge alone could have earned them the rank of officer, potentially rising several levels. According to military regulations, those who slay 10 enemies without falling may be promoted to squad leader, commanding 5 men. Even Zhao Haochen, the least skilled among them, is nearing 50 kills. And only 13 minutes have elapsed. Should they persist for half an hour, he could achieve the accolades of a squad leader. This suggests that, despite Qinlai's earlier anger, he had no intention of letting Qinfeng perish. At this rate, it would take perhaps 5 lives to fulfill the task of slaying 500 foes. The noble families possess treasures capable of restoring souls, so losing a few lives is hardly a significant concern. Of course, the battlefield operates under its own balancing system, always adhering to the principle of soldier against soldier, general against general, king against king. How could they allow these 3 outliers to reap military honor so easily? The enemy quickly devised a countermeasure. The goblins before the trio ceased their reckless advance and instead dispersed to the sides, while a group of towering brutes surged forth from the distance. They resemble goblins, yet they are the enlarged version, each standing nearly 2 meters tall. Their green skin and protruding fangs are no exaggeration but an objective description. Their teeth protrude like small daggers. More developed than those of wild boars, their muscles bulge as though inflated with air, and no one would underestimate their explosive power. Their skin glistens with an oily sheen, not only evading vital strikes but also boasting formidable defensive capabilities. Their weaponry has transformed as well. No longer wielding misshapen sticks, they now brandish crescent-shaped sabers forged from fine iron. The glimmering blades attest to their superior craftsmanship. Damn, we have been marked. Those are the 10-man captains. Chen Feng's voice carries a hint of irritation. Among the 3, he bears the misfortune of tallying the kills. Just as they were racking up achievements, the difficulty has suddenly escalated, making the situation far less enjoyable. Jiang Huqing, however, remains unfazed, perhaps even invigorated by the challenge. Privately, A strong opponent presents a worthy test. Publicly, if they can thwart this squad's advance and prevent them from breaching the line, it would greatly stabilize their defenses and ensure the mission's success. With an air of nonchalance, he states, "Aren't they still goblins? They'll die just the same when struck." "Not quite," Zhao Haochen retorts, exasperated. "Goblins are one thing, but 10-man captains are another entirely. These are true instruments of war. Their physical prowess is at least 1.5 times that of regular goblins, a comprehensive enhancement. Even our basic attacks will be difficult to withstand. It often takes 2 to 3 soldiers to bring them down. If we merely attempt to engage, we are certain to suffer losses." Zhao Haochen recalls the intelligence shared by Li Tianxiang and contemplates retreating to regroup with their comrades for mutual defense against these hulking foes. However, the soldiers, who had previously boasted of their bravery, stubbornly refused to yield ground, shouting, "Stop! No further retreat. This is your mess, so don't gamble with the lives of your brothers. When we were racking up military achievements, we didn't share the spoils. Why should we shoulder the risk now? If you can fight, then hold the line. If you cannot, retreat quickly and do not impede us. Otherwise, do not blame us if our weapons do not discriminate." According to military regulations, any soldier who retreats in the face of an assault may be killed by their comrades. In the wake of this declaration, a few grip their weapons tightly, prepared to defend against the trio. Should Zhao Haochen attempt to withdraw, it seems they are truly ready to resort to violence. Zhao Haochen's face flushes with anger. "You are being unreasonable. By regulation, when unusual foes appear, nearby units are required to provide support to stabilize the line while waiting for skilled warriors to eliminate the threat. Do you dare violate military protocol? Furthermore, while we may not have received military credit for slaying goblins, we helped you maintain your front line and prevent a direct assault. Without our assistance, would you have been able to achieve such a swift victory? Are you implying that we 3 not only need to defend against the enemy's attacks, but also have to guard against your treachery from behind? Is this your idea of camaraderie?" Many of the soldiers find themselves blushing at his words. Setting aside military regulations, having previously benefited from the 3, now turning against them feels unjustifiable. Only one remains obstinately defiant. "Military regulations? You lot of traitors think you are worthy of lecturing us on military conduct? According to regulations, you should not even be here. Having strayed from your unit and disrupted the formation, if it weren't for your potential usefulness, we could have easily ended you for military credit. You are merely a band of miscreants. Serving as meat shields is your only purpose, so why should we sacrifice our lives for you? Get back?" Chen Feng, incensed, glances back at the speaker and coldly retorts, "You must be Zhou Yong from the Z-07 squad, am I correct? Well done. You truly live up to your name. Have you considered that the military credit for these 10-man captains is 5 times that of regular goblins? If my brothers can eliminate them, even if it's only 2 or 3, we could clear our names. The next time we meet, you might just be addressing us as your superiors, I assure you. Your days ahead will be much brighter." A flicker of unease crosses Zhou Yong's face, clearly taken aback that Chen Feng could spare the attention to focus on him, yet he remains steadfast. "What's wrong with fighting for my brothers' lives? A mere thief dares to threaten us. Are you worthy? Survive this onslaught first, then we shall see. According to regulations, even if you are revived, you must return here to deal with these enemies first. I look forward to taking good care of you." After delivering his tirade, Zhou Yong, still unsated, recklessly thrusts his weapon, sending an enemy towards the trio. The goblin, rising, sees foes before it and thinks, why not strike? It raises its wooden club and swings at Chen Feng. Such minions pose little threat to the trio, and Chen Feng swiftly dispatches it with a piercing thrust. However, his irritation only grows. This fool not only refuses to assist but actively seeks to disrupt them. Should the battle escalate, such antics could prove perilous, potentially leading them into danger. He bellows, "You are in the front line. If anything happens to us, you will be the first to suffer the consequences. What benefit do you gain from plotting against us?" Chapter 40. Desperation. Zhou Yong noticed that those around him instinctively distanced themselves, recognizing that he had just made a grave mistake. Not offering assistance was one matter. Repaying kindness with ingratitude was entirely another. Most individuals grappled with this moral dilemma. Furthermore, Chen Feng was not wrong. If they failed to hold their ground and returned after resurrection, these frontline soldiers would bear the brunt of the consequences. Others prayed fervently for Jiang Huqing and his companions to exhibit more resolve, making it intolerable for him to disrupt their efforts. Zhou Yong cursed his misfortune inwardly, yet outwardly remained defiant. What constituted betrayal of comrades? Merely an instance where the intensity of battle had overwhelmed him, leading to a momentary lapse. Besides, did you not claim that I merely stood behind you to reap military merit? How is it any different if I now repay you with a merit of my own? At worst, I will risk my life to assist you later. Spare me. Chen Feng did not even bother to glance in his direction, dismissing him as a cowardly burden who would only hinder their efforts. Just stand firm over there and do not cause any trouble. Zhou Yong, infuriated, retorted through clenched teeth, "It is not that I refuse to help. It is that you do not want my assistance. I shall see if your skills are as formidable as your boasts." Should their negligence allow the enemy to breach their formation, he would undoubtedly report to superiors, accusing them of reckless ambition. Even if they managed to slay foes, their contributions would merely cancel each other out, condemning them to a lifetime in a prisoner camp. Chen Feng, noticing the enemy closing in, chose to ignore Zhou Yong's tirade. Recognizing him as just another frontline soldier, could military regulations be any clearer than his own understanding? He promptly assigned commands. Huching, can you still hold your ground? Stand with me to repel the assault. Haochen, conserve your strength and ensure the rear is secured. Do not let any opportunist create chaos. Jiang Huching nodded affirmatively, while Zhao Haochen immediately turned, fixing a steely gaze on Zhou Yong. In that moment, Zhou Yong hesitated to escalate the situation, opting instead to find an opponent to bide his time, his primary focus now on observing the battlefield. When Chen Feng mentioned that this endeavor carried 5 times the military merit, Zhou Yong felt a surge of excitement. If he could seize one, his record would ensure his promotion. Even if several protested, the battlefield had always favored the one who delivered the final blow. Additionally, as a commander, he should have some control over a few prisoners. These brigands are clad in better armor than I am. Perhaps they acquired it by eliminating some worthy adversary. I must find a way to obtain it later. Stirring the pot on the battlefield could yield significant advantages, but I must keep a close watch. I cannot let them ruin it. Jealousy twisted his features. Jiang Huching, however, remained unconcerned with this minor adversary. Having just replenished his energy and eager for a thrilling battle, he felt no need for assistance and was more wary of someone attempting to steal his kills. Had it not been for the reliable support of the two beside him, he would have been reluctant to share any spoils. When a squad leader charged over with a fierce demeanor, he shouted, "You dare, brigand!" He gripped his weapon tightly and swung with all his might, aiming to behead the foe. Yet, the squad leader was no fool. Having enhanced his physical prowess, he reacted swiftly, raising his blade to block the strike. With a powerful push, he deflected Jiang Huching's assault, and had he not maintained a strong stance, he might have suffered a serious blow. Jiang Huching quickly called out, warning, "This one possesses great strength. Do not engage him head-on." Chen Feng nodded in understanding. He recognized the threat these foes posed more acutely than Jiang Huching did. While their spears seemed to target the enemy's vitals, they were a blend of feints and genuine strikes, preserving a fraction of their strength for a change in tactics. If the adversary was unprepared, a fierce blow could be delivered. If they were cautious, the assault would be restructured. The squad leader found himself manipulated like a puppet, brimming with power yet unable to swat away the persistent fly before him. His frustration evident in his furious shouts. This was the true art of battlefield combat. Surrounded by a formidable force, there was little room to maneuver. To achieve victory against overwhelming odds, one must control the enemy and create opportunities for allies. Alas, that fool next door is utterly uncooperative. Forget it. He is too preoccupied with his own troubles. Unlike Jiang Huching, who could recover his stamina, Chen Feng had already exhausted considerable energy after several rounds of combat. He could only maintain his position and strive not to reveal any vulnerabilities. The only one managing with relative ease was Zhao Haochen, who had support from other soldiers at the rear, allowing him to focus on preventing any disruptions while still having a moment to catch his breath and regain some strength. For a time, the battle seemed to reach a stalemate. Jiang Huching, rare to encounter an opponent capable of trading blows for 2 rounds, was exhilarated. After having his attack countered, he disregarded the tingling in his arm and forcefully arched his blade, aiming for the enemy's lower body. However, upon contact, he immediately sensed a problem. The foe's defenses were far sturdier than he had anticipated. Having already forced a change in his attack due to insufficient power and the slickness of the opponent's skin, his initially decisive strike only managed to graze the surface, leaving a notably deep scar. The squad leader, struck by this blow, felt a surge of rage and retaliated with a powerful leap, executing a move akin to a mountain crashing down. Should he land a hit, even with his helmet to mitigate the blow, Jiang Huqing would surely suffer a concussion. Jiang Huqing hastily retreated to buy himself some time while raising his weapon to block. The sound of metal clashing resonated as the force of the impact drove him down half an inch, his blood surging in response to the blow, nearly forcing him to vomit. More ominously, the enemy he faced was not merely this single foe. A whole squad, numbering over 10 squad leaders, had arrived, and after 2 rounds of skirmishing, they were now positioned to strike. If he could not swiftly dispatch the adversary before him, he would soon find himself caught in a pincer attack. Seeing that Qin Feng was barely holding his ground, unable to offer support, Jiang Huqing steeled himself. He swallowed back the blood that threatened to choke him. Refusing to retreat, ignoring the enemy's blade, he leaped forward, thrusting his long knife directly at the squad leader's chest. The thrust was executed with precision. The squad leader, preparing to counterattack, found himself wide open, with no time to defend. In a moment of desperation, his eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty light, wagering that his strike would be faster. This was the fierce resolve of a warrior. In an instant, the 2 blades collided with a thunderous roar. Fortunately, his armor held firm, sustaining only a white mark upon impact. However, Jiang Huqing was not unscathed. Dizziness overcame him, and the blood he had restrained burst forth uncontrollably. Realizing this was not the time for weakness, Jiang Huqing forced himself to focus, pressing his arm forward with renewed vigor. The long knife successfully pierced flesh, yet due to the opposing oiliness, it deviated slightly, lodging against a rib, obstructing his advance. Chapter 41. The Shadow Blade. The squad leader, reeling from the heavy blow, instinctively took a half-step back, momentarily unable to retaliate. Jiang Huqing seized the opportunity, pressing forward without hesitation. His blade struck true. He stepped forward, arm slightly bent, and thrust once more at the wound. This strike was stable and targeted precisely at the previous incision. Were one to analyze the squad leader post-battle, they would find only a single incision from the 2 strikes, perfectly aligned. Ribs were not known for their strength, and they could not withstand such intense blows. With this final thrust, the rib fractured, allowing the long knife to penetrate the chest cavity effortlessly. With a twist of his arm, Jiang Huqing shredded the flesh, forcefully lifting the blade to pierce the enemy's heart. The squad leader's engine of life was compromised, blood gushed forth, and darkness enveloped him as he could no longer muster any strength. Jiang Huqing, seizing the moment, delivered a front kick, using the fallen foe's body to obstruct the advance of other squad leaders, and swiftly turned to block a side attack. Though he lacked the brute strength of his opponents, he surged forward, radiating murderous intent. The newly arrived squad leaders, confronted with the sight of his bloodied eyes, hesitated momentarily, allowing Jiang Huqing a chance to retreat. Damn it! How can he withstand this? Just one brigand. Why is he clad in such fine armor? Zhou Yong, witnessing Jiang Huqing's unexpected reversal of fortunes, had initially planned to rush in and scavenge for weapons, but Jiang Huqing's counterattack left him in an awkward predicament. He had severed ties with his original team and found no opportunity to reposition himself. The goblins, indifferent to his reasons for being there, raised their clubs and charged at him. Surrounded on 3 sides, Zhou Yong could only rely on his rudimentary skills to hold his ground, flailing about in desperation. A moment's inattention led to a couple of solid hits, leaving him bloodied and aware that he might not escape with his life. He quickly cried out for help. That brigand, what are you waiting for? I put myself in this position to assist you, and you still haven't come to my aid. If you dare abandon me, I shall report you to the higher-ups upon my resurrection. Zhao Haochen indeed had the ability to rescue him, but had long since grown weary of this insufferable fool, choosing to ignore him entirely. Typically, it was Zhao Gongzi who bullied others. How could he allow himself to be bullied? If this were in Song City, Zhou Yong would have been dragged out and fed to the dogs long ago. Zhao Haochen scoffed. You clearly seek to take advantage of the situation. Do not speak of rescue. With your pitiful skills, you cannot even handle a few goblins. What gives you the right to participate in this battlefield? I shall refrain from reporting you. Tio speak candidly, the reason I have found myself here is due to offending someone. I never contemplated escaping this predicament. Feel free to report me if you wish. After all, I am burdened with debts aplenty. Upon uttering these words, Zhao Haochen felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him. Being here felt like living a life devoid of value, unbothered by anyone. Seeing that this fellow had lost the ability to cause chaos and had regained a modicum of strength, he turned to support Qin Feng. With a swift motion, he executed a three-part slash. The long blade sliced through the air with ferocity towards the Centurion. It was already a formidable task for the Centurion to defend against Qin Feng's assault, and now he faced an additional threat from a fresh combatant. Moreover, having undergone a period of training under Zhang Haqing, Zhao Haochen found it somewhat challenging to break through defenses, but his determination to land a couple of strikes on Zhang Haqing was resolute, and the angles of his attacks were utterly devastating. The first strike tore through the Centurion's thigh, causing him to stagger backward, while the second strike, leveraging the momentum, delivered a devastating upward slash that rendered him incapacitated. From that moment on, he was free of any earthly desires. Strangely enough, when Zhang Haqing had inflicted such pain upon him, he had wished for nothing more than an early reincarnation. Yet, as he witnessed the adversary flail about in agony, it brought him an unexpected delight, akin to tormenting a green-skinned frog, with each slice met by a bound. The battlefield was densely populated. With no room to retreat, the Centurion found himself ensnared. This retreat not only disrupted his formation but also left him vulnerable to his comrades' blades. Caught between a front and rear assault, the Centurion resembled a chicken wing on a barbecue, firmly held in place. Before Zhao Haochen could deliver a third blow, Qin Feng seized the opportunity to pierce the Centurion's chest, swiftly ending his life. "Curse it! You stole my kill!" Zhao Haochen exclaimed, witnessing his hard-earned military merit vanish before his eyes, infuriated. "Get lost? After I've fought so long, you dare ask me for the kill?" Qin Feng retorted, his annoyance palpable. Upon checking the helmet's information, he found further amusement. It had inexplicably increased his right arm's attributes by 3 points, an undeniable boon. "Little brother, step up your game. Otherwise, you'll fall behind the team. Don't blame me for not including you," he added. Having engaged in battle, Qin Feng begrudgingly acknowledged his teammate. Though lacking in skill, he managed to keep pace without being a hindrance. His unique technique, akin to a surgical strike, could prove invaluable if executed effectively, potentially turning the tide against their foes. Most importantly, his ability to communicate in a manner comprehensible to Zhang Haqing marked him as a true asset. Zhao Haochen rolled his eyes, choosing to ignore him, and cautiously examined the helmet information, allowing a chuckle to escape. "Hey, I'm not envious at all. You have no idea what enhancements I've made," he teased. "Otherwise, I could enlighten you on what it means to be a man." Attribute plundering did not operate as Zhou Yong had surmised, where the Slayer received assistance from others. If that were the case, no one would willingly create opportunities for their allies. As a support character, Zhao Haochen also garnered 2 attribute points, allocated to critical areas, leading him to feel that even death would not have been in vain. "Let us go. You've struck a stroke of luck." The helmet's attributes functioned as a remedy for deficiencies, enhancing his capabilities in crucial areas. How fragile one must be. Upon realizing this, Qin Feng quickly ceased his jesting, consumed by envy and resentment. With 100 slots available, securing a suitable enhancement was no easy feat, let alone acquiring 2 points at once. Even disregarding future implications, it was aesthetically pleasing. Moreover, regardless of which attribute points were allocated, there was no such thing as a useless enhancement. Who could predict when one might encounter a perilous attack? Increasing defense points could mean the difference between surviving an encounter or not. "Let your envy fester," Zhao Haochen shot back. "If we continue like this, perhaps my smaller head will prove sturdier than your larger one, and at that point, with all limbs engaged, I shall slay foes with unparalleled ferocity." Enough chatter. If the two of us combined cannot surpass that fool, we may find ourselves eliminated together. After contemplating a bright future, Zhao Haochen immediately issued a warning. Qin Feng's heart sank at the thought. Losing once to Zhang Haqing could be attributed to poor performance, but losing again would be truly humiliating. He hastily resumed combat, his spear now imbued with newfound vigor and no longer fixated on the vital points. He redirected his focus to lower regions. Clearly, Though professing not to harbor jealousy, he could not entirely suppress his thoughts. The allocation of attributes remained a mystery. Yet, what if it truly correlated with the targeted areas? It wouldn't cost anything to test. Chapter 42. This is the army. Strangely enough, attacking in this manner proved more threatening than targeting vital points directly. An assault aimed at critical areas could lead the centurion to underestimate his own resilience. Willing to retaliate fiercely without defense, striking at less vital spots, though not lethal, compelled everyone to maintain their guard. Even in a berserk state, a mere gesture with a blade would render them remarkably composed. For a brief moment, the centurion appeared less like a warrior bent on slaughter and more like a participant at a grand ball, spending ample time leaping about. Whether or not they could eliminate foes was secondary. At the very least, they managed to maintain their formation, preventing Jiang Huqing from becoming surrounded. In this localized skirmish, the only one truly at a disadvantage and taking a beating was Zhou Yong. The buffoon, clearly lacking the skill of a master, he had nonetheless assumed the role of one. Who else could bear the brunt of the punishment? By the time his comrades were free to rush to his aid, he was already a bloodied mess, his skull dented. Surviving did not signify luck, but rather a cruel fate. In such a state, he possessed no capacity to continue fighting and was merely a hindrance, obstructing his teammates' offensive maneuvers. Zhou Yong, given your current state, either regain your dignity or allow your comrades to preserve it for you. Do not disrupt the team's operations, others urged. This time, Zhou Yong, already inflamed with anger, could hardly heed any rational advice. With a look of hatred from his one good eye, he spat venomously. I stepped forward to alleviate the team's burden. Without my assistance, how could you vanquish foes so effortlessly? Now that I am of no use, you turn against me. What kind of logic is that? Were these words to come from Jiang Huqing or his allies, no one could refute their validity. However, when spoken by Zhou Yong, they incited laughter. Others scoffed at his words, recognizing his misguided ambition to seize credit for himself without any support. If you could slay an enemy, would we share the spoils? Furthermore, you have not alleviated our burden. Rather, in trying to save you, we have pressed forward, and many a valiant soul has sustained injuries. Not only do you express no gratitude, but you also dare to scorn us? Without the life of a master, do not expect the privileges of one. This retort stripped away his pretense, igniting Zhou Yong's fury as he pondered how to irrationally argue his way out of this predicament. Others, however, were unwilling to engage in his petty squabble, preoccupied with their own combat. Why waste breath when they could focus on slaying enemies? Unbeknownst to him, someone had stealthily intervened, delivering a swift kick to his backside. Currently staggering, Zhou Yong could hardly maintain his footing, careening into the goblin's ranks in a wild charge, half kneeling as he advanced. Having endured such humiliation, Zhou Yong could no longer suppress his rage, bellowing, "You shall all pay for this. I will report you to the authorities, claiming you conspired against a teammate." The sentiment to eliminate him was widely shared. Others paid him no mind, spitting in his direction as they retorted, "What a misfortune to have rescued an ingrate." Another chimed in, "He is quite the hothead. No need for others to come to his aid. As you can see, he is half dead yet still charges into battle," in the laughter of the group. This matter was settled. Such is the army. Even the most inept, if they display courage, earn respect and are acknowledged as true men. Those who do nothing but sulk in envy and fail to recognize opportunities deserve to be cast aside. Being betrayed is no injustice. Moreover, in this world, death is but a temporary setback. Removing this fool from the ranks incurs no guilt whatsoever. As for whether Zhou Yong would lodge a complaint, let him do so. Should he dare report a collective, word would spread, and he would find himself branded as a pariah in any future unit he joined. Bullying? So what? If one cannot carve out their own path, they must learn to endure. Witnessing Zhou Yong's fate, those who had previously supported him fell silent, realizing the goblin before them was indeed formidable. They yearned to dissect every detail of him, their minds occupied with nothing else. The winds of fortune shift swiftly. Had they faltered, leading to a breach in their defenses, Jiang Huqing and his allies would have been deemed the culprits. Yet, not only did they hold their ground, but they also claimed enemy lives. Were they not akin to generals? Under different circumstances, they might have knelt in reverence, shouting, "We hold you in high esteem." In some, loyalty prevails. This is the army, where one naturally gravitates toward strength. Following powerful figures not only to preserve their own lives, but also to seize opportunities for glory. Who would not relish that? Upon his revival, Zhou Yong's countenance was steeped in resentment. Betrayed by the collective, he even contemplated colluding with the enemies to breach his own unit. Alas, he lacked the capability. Just then, recalling Zhao Haochen's words about having offended someone, he surmised that these three must have had their own grievances with the officers. Opting to report rather than return to the unit. Commander, I wish to report that those three rascals have brought forbidden weapons to the battlefield, violating the regulations of the death camp. This revelation proved effective. The condemned are deemed dangerous, and to facilitate management, they are prohibited from assaulting their own ranks and must adhere to strict weaponry guidelines, including the absence of armor. Upon learning of the formidable weapons these three possessed, the officer felt a surge of excitement, quietly noting their identifiers in anticipation of seizing the moment. If one were to encounter their demise and return, the opportunity to seize the moment would be unequivocally present. Nodding in acknowledgement, it was evident that such a large-scale soldier would not be entitled to any share of the spoils. With a grand gesture, it was proclaimed. The situation is dire. Our priority is to vanquish the enemy. Return to your posts at once. Zhou Yong was fully aware that he had encountered an unsuitable individual, yet as the other party was an officer, he felt no inclination to resist. He could only bow his head in resignation and reply. Yes. Jiang Huqing paid no heed to the shifting tides behind him. It was not that he was confident in the protection afforded by Qin Feng, the local power broker, but rather that he was completely engrossed in the thrill of combat, reveling in the exhilaration of slaying foes. Understanding the formidable nature of armor, Jiang Huqing transformed himself into a tank, adopting a strategy of relentless advance. If the squad leader sought to strike him down, he would simply demonstrate whose blade was swifter. With armor to shield him, he could afford to take the hit. When the adversary's blade descended, it would merely resonate with a clang, akin to the tolling of a bell. Yet, should he retaliate, he could cleave off half of the opponent's head. In any case, he would not emerge at a disadvantage. If others were destined to perish, what harm was there in playing a dirge for himself in advance? Naturally, he would forgive such an occurrence. His vitality would automatically mend his wounds and replenish his strength. Jiang Huqing issued a mental command. As long as there was life force in reserve, it was as though he were tethered to a spring, free from any concerns. Anyone could wield a blade. Jiang Huqing, however, unleashed his body's instinctual prowess, each strike surpassing the last in speed. The technique of consecutive thrusts, in his hands, transcended mere formality, becoming an effortless extension of his will. Each subsequent strike was nearly a seamless continuation. Chapter 43. A tricycle without a Ferrari engine is not a standard tricycle. The consecutive thrusts had become second nature. Jiang Huqing nodded in satisfaction. The essence of consecutive strikes was not merely a matter of delivering multiple blows in succession, but rather executing a single attack that compounded strength to yield multiple times the damage. Reality, unlike a game, did not adhere to rigid formulas. Martial techniques could not be constrained to precise movements, as any misstep would render them ineffective. Such techniques, if they existed, would be utterly useless, confined to scenarios where adaptability was rendered moot. In Jiang Huqing's view, martial arts were fundamentally about the philosophy of exerting force. The accompanying techniques merely facilitated novices in mastering this skill. Much like the consecutive thrusts, the core secret lay not in the thrust itself, but in the principle of continuity. It involved harnessing the momentum of one's steps to augment both power and speed, thereby achieving a compounding effect that resulted in exponential damage, suitable for penetrating armor. Suppose an enemy donned armor capable of withstanding a 300-pound strike, while an individual possessed a mere 110 points of strength in their right arm. Without martial skills, even with all their might, the armor would remain unscathed, rendering their efforts futile against the iron shell. However, one who understood the footwork of consecutive thrusts could channel their entire body's strength, unleashing over 200 pounds of force. Although this still might not breach the armor, it would inflict minor damage. Achieving this level of proficiency marked the initial steps toward mastery. If one could deliver 2 consecutive strikes, landing precisely on the same spot, they could instantly generate 300 pounds of destructive force, meeting the criteria for armor penetration, thus signifying formal entry into the realm of martial prowess. Further advancement would necessitate an understanding of subtle force application. enabling the appearance of a single strike while effectively delivering double damage, culminating in 400 or even 500 pounds of force. At this level, that armor would be as fragile as a mere sheet of paper, and a single blow would shatter both armor and life. Only upon reaching this pinnacle could one be considered truly proficient. The moment Jiang Huqing first encountered this martial technique, he instinctively understood its proper application, eschewing the rigid forms that others clung to. Otherwise, he would not have so vocally criticized the old man for idling on their journey, teaching merely the basics while expecting them to record it in the crystal sphere. This was something any male could accomplish. Even a male dog could master it, yet he had never witnessed a female dog suffer internal injuries from such a trivial endeavor. Without imparting the core principles, it was tantamount to teaching nothing at all. Fortunately, through the life and death struggles of the battlefield, Jiang Huqing had managed to piece together this technique. This individual had never considered that this rudimentary martial skill was not designed with a third step in mind. If it existed, it would not be something a novice could grasp. Studying it would yield no results. This individual was akin to forcibly dismantling a Ferrari engine and installing it in a tricycle, insisting that this was the tricycle's true speed. Who would not be bewildered by such claims? With his newfound abilities, Jiang Huqing's opponents, the squad leaders, were now in dire straits. Each of his strikes now packed multiple times the power. And even though Jiang Huqing's physical prowess was inferior to that of the squad leaders, he suffered no disadvantage in defense. It was impossible to pressure Jiang Huqing into retreat through offense. Rather, it was the squad leaders who, upon having their moves countered, stumbled and nearly toppled. The subsequent sequence was a foregone conclusion, with Jiang Huqing seizing the opportunity presented by their openings to send them to their demise. Should Jiang Huqing secure the initiative, the battle would become overwhelmingly one-sided. Those with even a modicum of combat awareness might manage to raise their blades in defense, perhaps surviving an additional few seconds. However, those who relied too heavily on their physical strength, dismissing Jiang Huqing's attacks, would soon discover whether their fragile necks could withstand the brutal onslaught of his blade. Jiang Huqing dispatched 15 squad leaders in rapid succession. Yet he had yet to encounter this iron-headed anomaly. Nevertheless, their cries were increasingly resonant, their enhanced physicality lending greater force to their lamentations. Fortunately, this transpired in the chaos of battle. Had it occurred within the confines of a high-rise residence in a core star system, neighbors would surely knock on the door, urging Jiang Huqing to temper his actions, lest he lead the children astray. As Jiang Huqing approached the brink of annihilating an entire squad of squad leaders, Chen Feng and Zhao Haochen could only observe the spectacle, inwardly cursing the beasts, exchanging glances. That fellow's strength legitimate. What martial technique is he employing? Chen Feng suspected that this individual was concealing secrets. Yet he doubted his intelligence would suffice for such deception. Zhao Haochen shook his head. According to his own words, he only knows the upward thrust and consecutive strikes. Does that seem typical? Chen Feng conceded. Who knows? It appears that any martial technique in his hands morphs into something unrecognizable, even more unpredictable than a goblin's evolution. Upon hearing this, Zhao Haochen instantly recognized that this individual had likely been struck in a sensitive area by the upward thrust, and he reciprocated with a look of shared sympathy. Chen Feng, oblivious to the underlying issue, continued, if he were willing to share his insights on this martial technique, I bet a throng would kneel in reverence to learn. Zhao Haochen refrained from responding, wishing to convey that he was overthinking it. After all, he had been forcibly subjected to intensive training by this individual for 2.5 days. How this fellow wielded his martial arts was no mystery to him. It was not merely a matter of sharing insights. Hand-holding instruction would likely still yield no results. It seemed that only he could master such techniques. However, even with his newfound prowess, Jiang Huqing could not maintain this heightened state for long. In the theater of war, unexpected events were always the dominant theme. Perhaps it was true that as long as one did not exceed the battlefield's combat standards, there existed a matching mechanism that would assign suitable opponents. Just as Jiang Huqing felled another squad leader, a sudden rush of wind whistled past his ears. Be careful. Chen Feng, having kept a vigilant eye on the battlefield, immediately warned, dodging while raising his voice. Yet, the warning came too late. By the time Jiang Huqing raised his head, a boulder the size of a basin, weighing several dozen pounds, was already hurtling toward him. Realizing he could not withstand the blow, Jiang Huqing swiftly sidestepped to evade a critical hit, gripping his long blade tightly as he swung upward in an attempt to shatter the boulder and mitigate the impact. Yet, the force accompanying the stone was far beyond 1,000 pounds. Even with his mastery of consecutive strikes, he could not budge it an inch. The boulder, having absorbed some of the force, came crashing down upon him. Jiang Huqing instantly felt his internal organs churn violently, and his hands, which faced the brunt of the impact, suffered catastrophic fractures. Fortunately, the surrounding area had been cleared, or else, had someone come to deliver a finishing blow, Jiang Huqing would have found himself singing a requiem for his own revival. Where did this aberration come from? Could this be the legendary 100-man leader? Chen Feng cursed the intelligence team for their incompetence. While distant units had not been absent from battlefields before, their threat level had never been particularly high. Typically, it was merely ordinary goblins employing underhanded tactics, tossing sand and gravel to launch surprise attacks. With slightly better equipment, as long as one did not expose their weak points, they could nearly disregard such attacks. Yet a goblin species capable of wielding boulders as playthings, one with strength surpassing that of squad leaders, had never been documented in any intelligence reports. Lacking such knowledge, there could be no preemptive precautions taken. Leaving unfortunate souls to stumble upon it and test their luck against its might, it was unclear who in the team had drawn the short straw, or perhaps they all had, as the situation unfolded. Jiang Huqing, are you all right? Chapter 44. A mere fatal wound. Zhao Haochen hurriedly rushed over to help lift the massive stone pinning Jiang Huqing down. Thankfully, he still breathed. Zhao Haochen finally released a sigh of relief. He had no choice. He had accompanied the formidable one, and Jiang Huqing's life was intrinsically linked to his own. With every life Jiang Huqing lost, his own proximity to death increased. Most critically, this great boss stood in their midst, and Jiang Huqing would inevitably be compelled to confront it. Relying on himself and that fool next door, he estimated he would struggle to even close the distance. Even if he managed to sneak up, it would be futile. Just look at those bulging muscles on its arms, thicker than his own thighs. One would naively believe that this creature would only engage in ranged sneak attacks while being incapable of close combat. Even if it lacked any martial skills in melee, hurling a stone at one's face would be unbearable. There's a saying that goes, a stone is swift from 10 paces away, yet swift and accurate within 10 paces. Once Jiang Huqing managed to rise, he mustered his spirits and shook his head. It's nothing. Just a mere fatal wound. Zhao Haochen. Chen Feng. Is this the time for bravado? In his current state, simply standing was a testament that even the Grim Reaper had not claimed him yet. However, they must not forget that a formidable foe loomed ahead, one that would certainly not allow him to escape. Upon rising, Jiang Huqing swiftly utilized his consciousness to curtail the reckless expenditure of blood energy exhibited by his helmet. Given the severity of his injuries, healing necessitated a prioritization. A balance must be struck, which could only sustain a state of disability. Jiang Huqing glanced at his remaining blood energy. Each of the centurions he had just vanquished yielded 5 points of blood energy, commensurate with his military achievements. Even after a series of fervent skill activations, he could still accrue a substantial amount upon regaining his stamina. When factoring in the blood energy accumulated from previously slaying goblins, he found himself with a total of 77 points. Naturally, a complete recovery from his injuries was out of the question. However, utilizing this energy to mend an injured arm could potentially downgrade his condition from first-degree disability to second-degree, allowing him at least some capacity to wield a blade. Understanding that he must first repair his essential tools of production to ensure any chance of sustainable development, Jiang Huqing promptly decided to allocate all his remaining blood energy towards the restoration of his right arm. As for the internal injuries, he noted that they were not immediately life-threatening, thus chose to neglect them for the time being. Let the blood flow. He would slay a few more monsters and reclaim the necessary blood energy for recovery. At worst, he could always change his blood type. After testing his mobility, Jiang Huqing found he could still adapt and quickly made arrangements. Do not concern yourselves with me. Scatter quickly, prioritizing evasion. Once I regain some blood, I shall seek vengeance upon that beast. Hearing him speak so nonchalantly, the two companions had no doubt that were it not for his impaired hands, he would have been making provocative gestures, such as cutting throats, at the creature. Indeed, a low IQ often breeds an optimistic outlook. The creature, having failed to achieve a successful strike, displayed an expression of anger. with hands raised high and muttering incantations. It hurled another massive boulder their way. The trio dared not linger in nostalgia and promptly dispersed like birds and beasts for how to maneuver their way out. They could only hope to squeeze through. If that failed, a few more strikes would carve a path in this life and death moment. None dared to hold back, unleashing every martial skill at their disposal. Their singular focus was to eliminate the obstruction. The outcome of the battle mattered little. In such an environment, the output was irrelevant as long as movement did not cease. Fortunately, though the boulders appeared terrifying, they were merely ranged attacks, allowing for a reaction time without a locking mechanism. The trio managed to evade significant harm, suffering only minor scares. Conversely, the goblin blocking their path faced dire consequences from the flanking assault, suffering heavy casualties. After 2 rounds of engagement, Li Tianxiang, who was poised to assist from the rear, began to discern the nature of the situation. The boulders were not mere objects. They were conjured through magical energy, akin to his own shadowy black cat skills. The only distinction was that one was a shadow spell while the other was earth-based. And the opponent's ability lacked agility, being straightforward in its execution. However, on a battlefield of this caliber, the presence of a mage was undoubtedly dominating, capable of influencing the course of combat. Furrowing his brow, Li Tianxiang remarked, "How did these troublemakers attract such an aberrant creature? It possesses a physique far surpassing that of a centurion, along with mysterious side skills, undoubtedly reaching the level of Ignis. Can I intervene? Do not let the fact that Ignis is merely the lowest tier fool you. It already signifies a departure from mortal limitations. Its physical prowess is at least 3 times that of an ordinary person, with explosive strength exceeding 5 times. Moreover, with the addition of mysterious side skills, even sending dozens to encircle it would not guarantee a successful capture. Engaging these 3 would be akin to a grandfather taking on his grandchildren. There is no honor in this." As his grandson prepared to enter the fray, Chunlai naturally kept a keen eye on the situation. After assessing the circumstances, he retorted with irritation, "Get lost. If you've chosen to be a soldier, you must be prepared for the possibility of death. While others of Ignis level may not be concerned with ordinary individuals, you, as a Luminous, have no right to challenge Ignis level foes. You might as well let me take action. If you dare to move now, the opponent will undoubtedly dispatch a rival of your caliber, altering the battlefield entirely. Whether you survive is uncertain, but I assure you, not a single one of these soldiers will make it out alive." Li Tianxiang was infuriated, his beard bristling. "What use am I if I have come here? Even if I am not allowed to engage, surely I should at least send someone of equal rank to assist? What sort of nonsense is it to merely watch?" Chunlai reassured him, "Do not worry. While they may be struggling, they have not surpassed their capabilities and can still cope. This also serves to intimidate these youngsters, lest they come to believe they are invincible. They act as if military achievements can be casually amassed, as if they were on a leisurely excursion. Coping? What nonsense!" Li Tianxiang could hardly contain his frustration. Did this old fool not see the current predicament? A half-dead cripple accompanied by 2 lackeys, charging at a formidable foe. This reckless individual seemed intent on ensuring his own great-grandson met his demise. Had he grown so oblivious to his own lineage? What does it mean to sacrifice his own heir? Chunlai disregarded Li Tianxiang's grumblings and continued, "Do not fret so much. Cherish this time, for I suspect it will not last long. These unfortunate souls have already drawn the ire of an Ignis-level enemy in their very first battle. Who knows what other calamities await them? If they cannot overcome this challenge, let us hope they learn to be more cautious in the future. Should you intervene and allow them to pass, the repercussions will certainly be on your shoulders. With only a few months until the semester begins, how many Luminize-level foes do you think they will attract? Perhaps even higher, such as a Stralis level. Do not jeopardize your own life. At this, Li Tianxiang's mind conjured images of himself leading these 3 into battle, besieged by a host of Astralis-level foes, causing him to shudder involuntarily. Merely contemplating it conjured nightmares for several nights. Li Tianxiang ceased his clamoring for support, instead wishing fervently for the aberrant creature to endure. Smash! Strike hard upon those 3. Fortunately, this was a private chamber. Were the sentiments to escape, one might suspect he had betrayed his own kin. Chapter 45. Surviving against all odds, Qin Feng and Zhao Haochen were fortunate not to be targeted by the aberrant creature as the primary attackers. They were clad in armor, which afforded them protection even as they delved deep into the throng of monsters, allowing them to withstand the onslaught without sustaining severe injuries. If they were feeling particularly audacious, they might even take a moment to rest within the swarm of foes to recuperate their stamina. The sole precaution was to ensure Jiang Huqing did not draw too near, to avoid becoming an unintended target of the massive boulders. In stark contrast, Jiang Huqing found himself in a far more precarious position. As the one being targeted, the boulders whistled past him like cannonballs, leaving him no opportunity for respite. He could only rely on his left hand to fend off the goblins, desperately seeking a space to maneuver while remaining cautious not to stray too close to the aberrant creature, where he would have little reaction time and risk dire consequences from the slightest miscalculation. Even while severely injured, his efforts to slay monsters were hindered. Human movement relies on the coordinated effort of all limbs to maintain balance. With his left arm incapacitated, he had to reserve a third of his strength just to stay upright. Not to mention the internal injuries that throbbed painfully. Each swing of his weapon felt as though he were cleaving into his own heart, akin to a mother chastising her child. His endurance was solely sustained by sheer willpower. Should one peer into his abdomen at that moment, they would find a scene of utter devastation. It was nothing short of miraculous that he remained standing. Jiang Huqing dispatched several of the obstructing creatures, and his helmet promptly began to relay information. Enemy defeated, attribute gain of 1 point. Jiang Huqing had no time to contemplate where the attribute points would be allocated. He immediately commanded, "Continue the restoration of my right arm." As long as his internal blood supply remained intact, he would prioritize ensuring his blade was swift and effective. Tingling sensation coursed through his arm, restoring significant feeling, albeit amplifying the internal pain. Jiang Huqing could not suppress a muffled groan, his eyes blazing with fury, perceiving all as sworn enemies. Frankly, the goblins were genuinely reluctant to face such a harbinger of death. Their combat prowess against him was akin to that of an Ignis-level aberration against Jiang Huqing. There was no semblance of chivalry, yet they found themselves with no avenue for escape. They could not very well strike at their own comrades. Jiang Huqing disregarded their sentiments. The more fearful they appeared, the easier it became for him to slay them, thus accelerating his blood energy acquisition. After evading 5 large stones and dispatching dozens of ineffectual foes, his right arm was fully restored. Remarkably, despite the chaos within, the newfound agility of his arm significantly enhanced his combat capabilities. Slicing through the remaining minions, Jiang Huqing charged towards the location of the centurion. The internal conditions were deteriorating rapidly. If he did not swiftly locate a substantial source of blood energy, he would truly be finished. Noticing Jiang Huqing's battered state, the centurion revealed a sinister grin, eager to seize the opportunity. However, it had grossly underestimated Jiang Huqing's attack speed. As it raised its weapon, its head was swiftly severed in a single stroke. Jiang Huqing recognized that his internal injuries could scarcely withstand such vigorous activity. In less than 2.5 minutes of relentless movement, he found himself gasping for breath, nearly succumbing to a falling boulder that had nearly crushed him. Aware that if he did not treat himself promptly, he would surely perish, he temporarily sacrificed a portion of his blood energy to tend to his internal wounds. He prioritized the restoration of his heart. With a supply of 5 points of blood energy, his heart transitioned from a state of lethargy to displaying a semblance of vitality, capable of sustaining its most fundamental functions once more. No longer was he running while spitting blood. He felt invigorated, his murderous intent heightened. More crucially, Jiang Huqing discerned a particular trait of the aberrant creature. As he approached the centurion, the creature raised its boulder, taking a considerable amount of time to aim, yet hesitated to launch it. Clearly, there was a hierarchical structure among the goblins. While higher-ranking individuals could dispatch the lesser ones, they exercised caution when targeting principal combatants. Armed with this newfound intelligence, Jiang Huqing felt a surge of motivation, scouring the area for any sign of the centurion, charging towards wherever it could be found. Infuriated, the aberrant creature's eyes turned crimson, as it hoisted a boulder for what felt like an eternity, rendering itself statue-like, merely to seize a fleeting opportunity to strike. However, once Jiang Huqing had recuperated, his agility and evasion became even more deft. And with his unwavering focus on the creature, he deftly avoided any chance of being hit. The creature hurled stones at its own kind, engaging in self-inflicted harm. The scene transformed into one of peculiar harmony. with the aberrant creature seemingly acting as Jiang Huqing's ally, Jiang Huqing executing lethal strikes while this entity cleared away the lesser foes. The battlefield they had traversed was a grotesque tableau of blood and carnage. A veritable mess. The goblins, caught in this chaotic crossfire, found their ranks in disarray, their momentum considerably dampened. The soldiers, even amidst the fray, found moments to glance at the main battlefield. I felt no envy towards the fellow who could earn military accolades. The true warriors were those risking their lives, capable of resilience. Who could argue otherwise? Just moments ago, I believed he would perish under the weight of the boulder, yet now he seemed invigorated by the conflict. Indeed, when he initially rose, I thought him a pitiable sight, yet now I could only admire the gallant silhouette of a true champion. Someone remarked, "This fellow's helmet must possess vampiric properties. Goodness, with such a broken ability. Wouldn't he be invincible? Invincible, you say? It merely aids his endurance. Facing overwhelming foes, he would still fall, as evidenced by the thrashing he received recently." Dio refrained from envy. Given his prowess in dispatching a squad of 10 captains while restraining such an aberration, he is certainly a commendable figure. After sustaining those injuries, should he retreat to regroup, who would dare refuse him, considering his prior contributions? If he were to retreat, it would be us who would suffer the consequences. Must we then express our gratitude for his life-saving deeds? Absolutely. A rare warrior has emerged among humanity, who wouldn't fear the repercussions of neglecting to save him, even if he has but a single life left to save. Dying honorably is still dying with purpose. Reflecting on this, others found themselves unable to refute the sentiment. Those willing to enlist and risk their lives still harbor some sense of patriotism. After all, self-serving individuals are but a minority. In truth, those earlier actions weren't entirely selfish. Initially, many believed these three were merely posturing, recklessly disregarding military orders and causing trouble, naturally leading to their downfall. Who would willingly sacrifice their life to clean up after such troublemakers? Now, their capabilities have been thoroughly proven. They are indeed seed candidates, not merely reckless against formidable foes. Rather, they face opponents who lack martial ethics, targeting their own elite, thus necessitating a life-or-death struggle to protect them. It can only be said that those with exceptional abilities will find themselves surrounded by good people. I have a question. That brother appeared to be losing copious amounts of blood. Does the blood he siphons back resemble his original? Surely he won't end up transforming into a goblin mid-fight. Get lost. While others kill without a second thought, are you truly concerned about the state of their eyes? Instead of pondering such trivial matters, why not consider whether our champion can vanquish that aberrant creature? Though I dare not hope, I still eagerly anticipate. No one has encountered that aberration before. If he could bring its corpse back to the Research Institute, it would likely be worth hundreds of military accolades, a bountiful reward. If I were in his position, after such a triumph, I'd retire to a life of leisure. The thoughts of a champion are beyond your comprehension. If you were in his shoes, facing 10 captains, you'd be reduced to mere rations. Life is hard. A cacophony of voices echoed as they discussed, watching Jiang Huqing's form recede into the distance. Chapter 46. We no longer have an environment for its growth. With his left arm severed and balance compromised, Jiang Huqing could only charge relentlessly in one direction. Unbeknownst to him, he had strayed far from the main forces, having circled around the aberrant creature. His companions had also vanished. Should he be beset by skilled adversaries, he might find himself lying there, none the wiser. Fortunately, after a relentless onslaught, his injuries had nearly healed, and his stamina fully replenished. The enemy had not deployed a second aberration to encircle him, nor had they attempted to send captains to surround him. Only lowly minions remained, posing no significant threat. Yet, Jiang Huqing was not eager to confront that inept creature. Instead, he continued to slay the lesser foes. He craved worthy opponents, but he was not foolish enough to throw himself into danger. Before facing a boss, one must prepare supplies. This basic knowledge he still understood. Now, his objective was crystal clear: to accumulate several hundred points of vitality, ensuring he could rise again unless struck down outright. Then, he would gradually infiltrate its vicinity, eliminating enemies along the way. Ideally, he hoped to deplete the creature's mysterious energy, forcing it into close combat. If he could draw it within his striking range, even with superior physical attributes, the outcome could very well be uncertain. Jiang Huqing possessed such confidence. He had not forgotten that he could resurrect on the spot. 3 lives for one of its. No matter how formidable, success was inevitable. Right? 3 is greater than 1. No flaws there. Him, he had not contemplated the possibility of losing in close quarters, nor of being unable to escape upon resurrection, directly perishing here. It must be said, his fighting spirit was undeniably strong, and his recklessness was equally evident. The choice of helmet had indeed found its rightful owner. As he struck down foes, his eyes frequently darted in Jiang Huqing's direction, causing the aberrant creature to howl in frustration. It no longer cared about Jiang Huqing's actions. Chanting incantations in a fit of rage, it hurled stones incessantly. The battlefield erupted into chaos, resembling the intensity of gunfire despite being a melee combat zone. In an instant, the goblins suffered grievous losses. Continue the assault? To what end? Escape was paramount. Only a fool would advance. The commander within the goblin stronghold witnessed this scene and felt his temper flare, nearly dispatching elite warriors to eliminate the oblivious youth. However, before he could act, several skilled fighters enclosed the tent. They did not engage, merely surrounding it. Their intent was unmistakable. Should you dare strike Jiang Huqing, we shall retaliate against you. The battlefield has its own rules. Deploying an elite against a mere minion was already a breach of conduct. The fact that they had not obliterated the stronghold was a sign of humanity's restraint. Should they test their limits further, they would soon learn the sharpness of humanity's blade. The goblin commander, upon receiving the glares of these elites, quickly regained his composure, trembling as if preparing to break into a dance at any moment. As the formidable threat loomed, several goblin elders, leaning on their staffs, soon emerged from within the tent. Their use of staffs was not due to frailty, but rather as a symbol of status. In truth, their vitality surpassed that of the younger warriors. More importantly, intricate patterns adorned their faces, a means through which the goblin clan executed mysterious skills. The more patterns, the greater the number of skills possessed. Should they choose to engage, they could effortlessly decimate half the battlefield. Having fought against humanity for years, these goblin elders had also learned the common tongue, and with feigned politeness, one of them remarked, "The sudden arrival of 3 elite warriors poses a threat to our commander. Is this not a breach of protocol? Have you grown weary and sought to engage with the elders?" The leading commander cast a disdainful glance at them. Protocol? Do you even comprehend the meaning of the word? When you concealed your strength and assassinated 5 of our prodigies, did you consult us about protocol? A glimmer of hatred flickered in the eyes of the goblin elder, who coldly retorted, "Did you not annihilate our entire clan? Had I not fled swiftly, I would not be standing here conversing with you." The goblin elder understood that now was not the time for old grievances. He needed to compose himself. The past was the past. Having ascended to this position, did he truly wish to brawl like a youth? Now, he was quite the adherent of the rules. Why not sit down and converse amicably? The human commander replied, "Since you are willing to adhere to the rules, what then is the situation with this aberrant creature? Is deploying an elite against mere mortals part of the regulations? If so, I could easily recall my own child for training." The goblin elder's expression stiffened, clearly aware of the fearsome reputation of that killing machine, but he quickly regained his composure and shook his head. "Commander Nya, you jest? Such a helmet should not grace this battlefield. Assigning him to fight a level higher is simply a mutual understanding. Since you raised no objections when he was dispatched, it naturally falls within the bounds of propriety. Batuf has not harmed any other personnel. Rather, it is that youth who has been on a rampage. Furthermore, there is a saying among your people, 'A jade that is not polished cannot become a gem.' Do you not take pleasure in preparing a whetstone for your prodigies? Do you not wish to witness the limits of his abilities? Or do you suggest that humanity has regressed to the point of picking any young child and calling them a genius, merely cradling them in comfort?" Commander Nya snorted coldly. "Over the years, your skills have hardly improved, yet your tongue has become increasingly sharp. Since you claim that leveling up is a form of training, then he must be considered a standard warrior. If your minions cannot contend with him, then you must accept it. Deploying an aberration against him for training is acceptable. However, should the intensity be raised again, it would no longer be training but murder. Do not forget your mission. Our tolerance for you exists primarily to identify true prodigies, not to eliminate them. Should you forget your task, We would not hesitate to replace you with a more compliant race to fulfill it. I pondered that if we were to trade the annihilation of your kind for a decade of mutual cultivation within the confines of a closed space, many foreign races would be willing to negotiate with us. Faced with such a blatant threat, the Goblin Elder could only remain silent, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. We understand. His trials would end with this battle, and regardless of the outcome, they would embrace life and death without regret. I hope all esteemed officials will adhere to the rules as well. Director Nye nodded. It should be so. The surname Batuf seems to bear some connection to you. It would be a tragedy for such a young and talented descendant to perish on the battlefield. I hope you do not feel too much sorrow when the time comes. The Goblin Elder shook his head with a sigh. Who can say what the universe holds? Moreover, this is the fate of every goblin. We must account not only to you but also to other foreign races. If we can sacrifice one of your geniuses, we might at least extend our existence for another decade. What is the loss of a potential successor? We no longer have the environment to nurture it. Chapter 47. Are we not forging a pact of blood? The moment these words were uttered, all fell silent. While it is claimed that martial arts must contend, what is truly at stake goes far beyond mere combat. To survive, one must naturally vie for existence. This ironclad law is vividly illustrated among foreign races, who are born to compete for resources, land, mating rights. Those who are smaller or weaker are often driven from their nests at birth, left to perish in the wilderness. The strong possess everything, while the weak have nothing. This is the brutal reality. Humanity, on the other hand, though plagued by the oppression of nobles over the commoners, still possesses various mechanisms that allow the talented to emerge and receive cultivation. In contrast, among foreign races, only those who survive are deemed geniuses. The rest are merely cannon fodder. This is a lamentable state of affairs. Yet, no one expresses sympathy for them. Given the hostilities between us, both sides must be prepared to stake everything. Were humanity in the weaker position today, the situation would hardly be more favorable. Words are futile. Let us await the outcome. Should a new race arrive in this land, we are confident they will learn the rules. You are not the first race to face extinction, nor will you be the last. After Director Nye spoke, his aura erupted, causing the tent to flap violently, leaving all foreign races tasting blood in their throats. Now that they have arrived, they must be given a show of strength. How they will account to other foreign races is beyond Director Nye's concern, nor does he wish to know. However, they should not entertain the thought of using mutual destruction as a threat to disrupt the order of battle. Force is undoubtedly the best means to instill calm in the opponent. The Goblin Elder displayed shock. You have already reached the star level. How can you remain in this area? Director Nye shook his head. It is merely a slight breakthrough. By your standards, it should be considered half a step to the star level. Only by severing your head will it be deemed complete. Can we now cease these petty actions and witness the spectacle? Faced with such overwhelming circumstances, the Goblin Elder had no choice but to comply, becoming exceedingly obedient. As a totem was dismantled, Batuf's momentum faltered, and he could no longer hurl stones indiscriminately. The infinite blue replenishment bug had been rectified. During their negotiation, Zhang Huqing had effortlessly eliminated over half the opposing forces, accumulating 300 points of stored vitality. The process was unremarkable. Their equipment and weapons were advantageous, and even if slightly damaged, they could withstand most attacks. It was akin to driving an armored vehicle in an era of cold weapons. Even those lacking in skill could cleave through enemies with reckless abandon. Admittedly, Zhang Huqing had likely slain fewer goblins than Batuf. Were Batuf human, he might have earned a position as a company commander through this encounter. However, as a foreign race, he was destined to offer his head as a stepping stone for humanity's ascent. Seeing that his stored vitality was nearly sufficient, the opposing side began to calm, ceasing their erratic stone throwing. Zhang Huqing, unwilling to waste further time on these lackeys, charged directly at Batuf with his blade drawn. The task was to hold the position for half an hour. What kind of restriction was that? Slaying the enemy chief would truly signify a successful defense. The best defense is always an offense. Batuf, noticing Zhang Huqing closing the distance, immediately began to chant a spell. However, observing Zhang Huqing's erratic movements, combined with the lack of support from the tent and limited resources, he hesitated to unleash his skills. Instead, he brandished a massive sword, making a provocative gesture, awaiting the warrior's challenge. Batuf believed that even in close combat, he would not fall short against a mere ant. regardless of how agile or talented this ant might be. Should he sever its head, it would remain obediently subdued. Jiang Huqing refrained from exchanging taunts. The lesson imparted by Li Tianxiang had been profound. Until he confirmed that Batuf was within striking range, any further words would only serve to entertain. At this moment, he focused intently on his opponent, denying Batuf any opportunity for a sneak attack. Though the battle raged fiercely, with both sides separated by hundreds of meters. In the instant they locked eyes, each saw only the other, as if they had entered a deadly arena. As for the other goblins, mere fodder. Those who obstruct the path shall perish. Jiang Huqing swung his blade, cleaving through several hapless lackeys, and the remaining goblins became acutely aware of their situation. Recognizing that this formidable figure was beyond their capacity to confront, they naturally did not wish to sacrifice themselves for a mere military achievement and scattered to the sides. Akin to concertgoers making way for the main AT 400 meters, then 300 meters, the distance between them steadily diminished. The enemy's features grew increasingly distinct. Jiang Huqing noted that this peculiar creature did not possess 3 heads and 6 arms. It was merely a larger version of a 10-man squad leader, with a face adorned by a peculiar earthy yellow pattern, seemingly etched by knife or axe. Is this creature colored by excrement? It truly looks repulsive. Jiang Huqing prided himself on not judging by appearances, firmly believing that a man is most handsome when wielding a blade against foes. Nevertheless, he could not help but feel pity for the creature's appearance. Perhaps this distorted psyche stems from enduring long-term ridicule, but tough. Enraged by Jiang Huqing's sympathetic gaze, felt a surge of fury. Does this ant think it has me at its mercy? Unable to endure any longer, the peculiar markings on his face shimmered with a strange light. In an instant, a boulder the size of a grinding stone materialized in Batuf's hands, which he hurled forcefully toward Jiang Huqing. I shall crush you into paste. Lacking the totem's enhancement, Batuf's control over his skills was diminished. The boulder no longer fell directly upon Jiang Huqing, but instead rolled toward him from the ground. Jiang Huqing was unharmed, yet the goblins around him met a disastrous fate, crushed into a bloody pulp. Cleaving a path of carnage between the two, having suffered losses before, Jiang Huqing was not foolish enough to confront the boulder head-on. He unleashed a series of sweeping strikes, clearing away the hindrances, and deftly sidestepped the impending attack, even wearing a puzzled expression. Such force, such lethality. Could this creature be an undercover agent? Though goblins are born of flesh, does their heart still beat with the essence of humanity? For a moment, Jiang Huqing was uncertain whether to advance or retreat. Meanwhile, within the tent, the goblin elders fumed, their faces turning red with rage, while the commanders laughed uncontrollably. Your kin lack the skill to cultivate energy and cannot even control their abilities. You have harmed yourself while gaining nothing. Are you not seeking a blood pact? With such an unappealing appearance, we will not accept you. The goblin elder, having suffered setbacks, refrained from verbal sparring and scolded harshly, but tough. What are you doing? Charge forward and tear him apart. Upon receiving the military command, Batuf finally moved, a savage glint in his eyes as he brandished his sword and charged forward. His size was not without merit. With a single movement, the ground trembled as if an armored tank were bearing down upon them. A formidable force indeed. Chapter 48. A grueling battle. Since the opponent seeks battle, Jiang Huqing had no reason to decline, his fighting spirit ablaze. However, instead of recklessly charging against Batuf, he opted for a nearly spiral maneuver, continuously weaving through the enemy ranks. He aimed to position himself on the opponent's flank. Jiang Huqing understood that the disparity in foundational skills was too vast. A direct confrontation would be unwise. Furthermore, he feared Batuf might conjure a stone mid-charge to strike him down, leading to the loss of his first life in the theater of war, especially against foreign races. One must underestimate the enemy's power rather than overestimate their morals. Should one fall into a trap, even a strong enemy could turn the tide, let alone when facing a more formidable foe. To lose a life due to carelessness could render any future resurrection attempts futile, relegating him to mere escape. Though Jiang Huqing took his time, he was unperturbed, he was eager to be reborn. Moreover, the enemy was advancing as well. Since he had taken the first step, it was entirely reasonable for the remaining 999 steps to be taken by them. Batuf indeed prepared some tricks, yet he found Jiang Huqing to be exceptionally slippery. rendering his schemes ineffective. After several attempts to find an opening, Batuf grew increasingly agitated and roared, "Coward, come face me directly." Jiang Huqing remained unfazed by the provocation, showing no inclination to engage, and instead maneuvered to a more obscure and advantageous position. Rather than charging forward, he appeared more akin to retreating. This oscillation between advance and withdrawal left onlookers bewildered. From a distance, Chun Feng grew increasingly perplexed, harboring grave doubts that Jiang Huqing had been replaced. Echoing the same question as Badu Fu, how could he endure this? The enduring legacy of provocation strategies is rooted in their inherent logic. Despite their seemingly crude and straightforward nature, few are able to evade their snares. Indeed, such tactics are almost a blatant scheme, where either option results in a loss. During a one-on-one confrontation, retreating is a demoralizing act that can shatter the momentum one has painstakingly built. A warrior's spirit hinges on maintaining a steady resolve. If that resolve is prematurely deflated, what remains to be contested? When one's heart falters, even martial prowess is diminished by a third, rendering it preferable to abstain from the confrontation altogether. Thus, under normal circumstances, even when aware of an opponent's hidden capabilities, one would still prefer to engage directly. Zhao Haochen, clearly more attuned to Jiang Huqing, offered reassurance. Rest easy. His will is as solid as rock, he merely interprets words in a manner that favors him. While we may perceive his inability to confront as cowardice, he undoubtedly considers it cowardice to shy away from confrontation. Chun Feng. Is it truly possible to play this way? A new world has opened its doors. However, the speed at which this individual reacted was commendable. Indeed, he was an ace translator. Chun Feng did not dwell on this further, stating, "Since Jiang Huqing has already engaged the boss, we should not linger idly. We must hasten our advance and ensure he does not bask in glory alone." Huh? Zhao Haochen was taken aback. Was this a battlefield he could participate in? No one had informed him that even cheerleaders were expected to join. Reflecting on Uncle Tianxiang's previous warning only deepened his sense of grievance. All that advice had been futile. What good would it have done to counsel those two brash individuals? Observing that the two reckless men had already engaged, he gritted his teeth and followed suit, exerting himself without restraint and unleashing his martial skills. 3-section slash. The gleam of the blade flashed, swiftly sweeping down a multitude of goblins. It must be said that skill is relative. When faced with goblins, he could barely be considered a reaper of souls. Jiang Huqing had not anticipated receiving any support. Even if he had, it would have been futile. Against such formidable foes, his mind could not afford to wander. Badu Fu was within the inner circle, while he found himself outside. A mere turn from the opponent would necessitate a retreat of 4 to 5 steps to evade the brunt of their charge. Only through constant calculation of his trajectory could he ensure each step landed in the optimal position. Throughout this, he had to remain vigilant against surprise attacks, ready to evade at any moment. Combat is akin to the game of Go. The initial positioning resembles the opening moves, requiring a steady hand to create an advantage. When the time comes for an all-out clash, that will be the final stroke against the dragon. Thanks to Badu Fu's efforts, even while Jiang Huqing dallied, the distance between them gradually diminished. Soon, only 20 meters remained between the combatants, a distance that for warriors could be crossed in a single step. Yet, facing such a slippery opponent, Badu Fu continually struggled to find the ideal angle for attack. As the clash drew near, he was unwilling to conceal himself any longer, since a single fatal blow was unattainable. He must devise a means to gain the upper hand. Badu Fu reached into his chest, retrieving 2 stone blocks the size of goose eggs, which he hurled with great force. With his physical prowess, a direct hit would pierce even through Jiang Huqing's armor. Whoosh, Badu Fu clearly had practiced. Even in haste, this strike effectively sealed off all of Jiang Huqing's escape routes. Fortunately, Jiang Huqing's earlier caution proved beneficial. In that moment, he reacted swiftly, rolling low to evade as the stones grazed his head and landed afar. This attempt at ambush was successfully dodged by Jiang Huqing. However, the situation remained dire, iron contests among masters. Seizing the initiative is paramount. Jiang Huqing's evasion not only avoided the attack but also fully handed the opportunity for a preemptive strike to his opponent. Badu Fu, naturally, would not squander this chance. Without delay, he charged forward with his massive blade aimed directly at Jiang Huqing's head, intent on delivering a lethal blow. Losing the initiative, one must pay a price. It is not so simple to turn the tide without sacrifice. Jiang Huqing realized that he likely had no chance to rise again. Even if he could narrowly escape this attack, he would merely become a target for the enemy's crushing blows. He resolved to forego evasion. Considering he possessed 3 lives, losing one would not significantly impact him, but of course, that life could not be squandered without reason. He aimed to ensure he left his mark on the opponent, rather than continuing to roll away. Jiang Huqing advanced towards the blade. With a powerful thrust of his heel, he executed a move akin to a leaping carp, rising as he swung his long knife viciously towards Badu Fu's knee joint. If he could incapacitate his opponent's mobility, future revivals would surely be easier. Badu Fu, fully aware of his advantage, was reluctant to suffer injury. He swiftly swung his great blade back, deflecting Jiang Huqing's strike. The stance was inherently disadvantageous, and coupled with the vast difference in physical prowess, Jiang Huqing felt an immense force surging through his hand, nearly dislodging his weapon. Complicating matters further, this was a life-or-death duel. Not merely a grandmaster offering guidance in an arena. Badu Fu did not relent. After parrying Jiang Huqing's blade, he followed up with a forceful thrust downward. He understood that, should he pin Jiang Huqing down here, even mere punches and kicks would suffice to easily dominate him. Chapter 49. The first drop of blood. Jiang Huqing dared not confront this strike head-on. He rolled away with great effort, sustaining a wound to his waist to narrowly escape the lethal blow. Drawing upon his blood vitality, he worked to restore himself. Jiang Huqing promptly issued commands, focusing all efforts on evasion while continuously brainstorming strategies to break the deadlock. He had never before suffered such a significant setback in close combat. His weapon had yet to make contact with the opponent, yet he found himself swept away by the goblin's attacks. This goblin, though seemingly arrogant, exhibited a level of caution that belied its nature, making Jiang Huqing feel as though he were ensnared in a soul-crushing game. Not willing to risk injury, he refrained from greedily pursuing strikes, instead maintaining pressure upon himself. Each swing of the blade brimmed with menace, forcing him into a relentless dance of evasion, leaving little room for counterattacks. Were it not for the ample blood vitality within his helmet, allowing him to recover from injuries, he might have already been reduced to mere fragments. Things looked grim. The commanders observing the battle were all weighed down by a sense of foreboding. After several exchanges, they discerned the underlying pattern. Given Badu Fu's physical prowess, combined with the advantage of height, how could it possibly take so many rounds to subdue Jiang Huqing? It was evident that he was depleting the blood vitality within Jiang Huqing's helmet. Badu Fu clearly understood the mechanics of Jiang Huqing's helmet, having already strategized for the ensuing battle. If the current pace continued, even if Jiang Huqing managed to revive, it would only result in a few additional sacrifices. Without means for blood vitality recovery, the helmet was rendered a liability, likely inferior even to the most basic E-grade helmets, which at least wouldn't allow for spontaneous revivals. Observing the blood vitality in his helmet drop below 200, Jiang Huqing quickly realized Badu Fu's intentions and immediately ceased any recovery effects from the helmet. Understanding that this life was already forfeit under such pressure, further wasting blood vitality would only exacerbate his losses. It was better to await death and revive anew. Badu Fu tested a few times, noticing the continuous seepage of blood from Jiang Huqing's wounds, and immediately recognized his strategy had borne fruit. A sly smile crept across his face. Without recovery means, you are but a hapless ant, incapable of escape. Die for me. With that, he aimed a blade at Jiang Huqing's chest. Having been crushed by a massive stone, Jiang Huqing's chest armor was already shattered, his defenses greatly diminished. He stood no chance against such a powerful strike. The massive blade sliced through flesh with ease, threatening to pierce him entirely. Recovery. In this life-and-death moment, Jiang Huqing remained composed, issuing commands in his mind to maintain his vital signs. He then thrust his chest forward, using his right hand to perform a diagonal slash, unleashing a counterstrike. Badu Fu's blade was ensnared by muscle, and by the time he attempted to defend himself, it was too late. A deep, bone-breaking wound appeared on his leg, nearly severing his calf. Excruciating pain surged forth, nearly causing Badu Fu to lose his balance. In a fit of rage, he thrust his arm forcefully, driving the blade into Jiang Huqing's chest, completely shattering his heart. Die for me. Now, Even if Jiang Huqing had blood vitality remaining, he could not recover, having surrendered the first drop of blood. Fortunately, the helmet's protection was still effective. As Jiang Huqing's body fell, a new form began to coalesce 2 meters away, his specialized equipment regarded as part of his body, thus remaining intact. Naturally, the previously damaged areas could not be restored, leaving his chest in tatters, resembling that of a beggar. The second round commenced. Having experienced death, Jiang Huqing remained calm. He did not squander time acclimating. For time was of the essence. He could not afford to lose the initiative again. He promptly lunged forward, knife raised for a thrust. A series of standard thrusts followed. This was the broadest reaching attack in Jiang Huqing's repertoire, characterized by its swiftness and difficulty to defend against. The long knife darted forth like a striking serpent, aimed squarely at Badu Fu's chest. Should he find the right angle, even in a position of disadvantage, a single blow could fell the enemy. If I can kill you once, I can do it again. Die for me. Badu Fu wielded his great blade with force, blocking Jiang Huqing's strike, then shifted to a diagonal slash aimed at decapitating him. Seeing his initial strike thwarted, Jiang Huqing did not press his luck. He retreated swiftly, evading the opponent's edge, sidestepping to await another opportunity. Like a vicious wolf on the hunt, once the prey reveals its weakness, the subsequent strike becomes a fatal blow. Batuf deeply resented the way Jiang Huqing gazed at him, yet hampered by a leg injury, he could only exercise caution and remain on guard, seeking any mistakes in his opponent's offensive maneuvers. However, Jiang Huqing was equally adept at maintaining composure. His subsequent attacks were executed with precision and measured restraint. Batuf felt as though he were ensnared by an irksome fly, unable to swat it away. Yet persistently buzzing around him, fueled by anger, he bellowed, "Face me, you wretch!" This time, Jiang Huqing seemed to have genuinely fallen for the bait, charging forward with his blade, executing a sweeping strike reminiscent of an army's advance. Employing a series of consecutive slashes that emphasized retreat over advance, Batuf's heart leaped with the prospect of seizing a chance to turn the tide. With his physical prowess, he believed that even if his opponent unleashed a martial technique, it would not be enough to disrupt his stance. As Jiang Huqing entered the attack range, Batuf raised his greatsword and delivered a crushing blow aimed directly at Jiang Huqing's long blade. Against such a tenacious adversary, who could seemingly revive at will, Batuf was unwilling to sustain even the slightest injury. As anticipated, Jiang Huqing's full frontal assault merely caused Batuf to sway slightly, yet the impact forced Jiang Huqing to crouch, seemingly offering himself up to the blade. At this distance, there was nowhere for Jiang Huqing to escape. A single cleaving strike from Batuf would ensure his second life was forfeit. At that moment, he would be left with but one life, and even if he had the vitality to recover, he would undoubtedly fear a direct lethal assault. In the throes of attack, hesitation would inevitably creep in, widening the gaps in his defense. Batuf executed his plan accordingly as his great sword descended towards Jiang Huqing's head. In that critical instant, for reasons unbeknownst to him, his body disobeyed his commands. An unbearable jolt of pain shot through his injured ankle, rendering him momentarily powerless, and the lethal strike merely severed Jiang Huqing's arm. The earlier attack by Jiang Huqing had been a feint, the true lethal maneuver targeting Batuf's injured leg. As he surged forward to deliver a powerful kick to Batuf's already compromised limb, the leg, already suffering from a prior assault, could not withstand such a forceful blow, resulting in a shattering fracture that left Batuf unable to bear his own weight. While he might have managed to balance on one leg under normal circumstances, in this pivotal moment, he was unable to maintain his stance and fell to the ground. Seeing his strategy succeed, Jiang Huqing finally allowed a smile to grace his face. This battle was secure. What appeared to be a mere exchange of limbs, trading an arm for an arm, was actually a tremendous gain for Jiang Huqing. Not to mention the fact that he possessed the opportunity for revival. Even without it, sacrificing his non-dominant left arm to incapacitate his opponent was a trade anyone would gladly accept, and of course, most would hesitate to employ such tactics, as it was akin to playing with fire. A slight miscalculation could result in the loss of not just an arm but a head, leading to the squandered price of a life. This young man was ruthless toward his enemies, and even more so toward himself. The commander in the distance could not help but exclaim in admiration. However, having sustained such severe damage, Could Jiang Huqing truly allow himself to end things so easily? Chapter 50. Seize the moment, do not hold back. Batuf, having suffered a grievous blow, was doing his utmost to stabilize himself. If Jiang Huqing could afford even a moment of pause, Batuf might have a chance to reorganize his defenses. Yet, Jiang Huqing would not let such an opportunity slip away in the blink of an eye. His second martial technique was already in motion. Leaning slightly, he halted his decline, pivoting his long blade to execute an upward thrust. Given the vast disparity in their strength, it was impossible to simply overpower Batuf and send him flying. However, employing a special technique could compel Batuf to leap on his own accord. The long blade sliced through Batuf's lower extremities, cleaving him in two. Rationality dictated that Batuf should remain still, focusing on not falling over. Alas, his body was beyond his control. The pain radiating from his groin triggered an instinctual leap, but with his balance already compromised. The jump was futile. In an unfortunate twist, he inadvertently twisted his good leg, resulting in an audible crack as it too fractured. Now, with both legs rendered useless, Batuf found himself unable to rise, though he appeared alive. He was, in truth, already dead, left to the mercy of his adversary. Seizing the moment, Jiang Huqing swiftly issued commands to the helmet, instructing it to repair his bodily injuries and staunch his bleeding, ensuring that no vitality was wasted while reserving the remaining energy to restore his stamina. Having sustained a significant blow himself, Jiang Huqing was not unscathed. Blood poured from his left arm like a fountain, and his body temperature began to plummet. If he continued to bleed, he too would meet his demise. Once his body was sufficiently healed and he regained some strength, Jiang Huqing pursued the now vulnerable Batuf with relentless determination, driving his long blade deep into Batuf's abdomen, performing a disembowelment. Batuf had yet to regain his senses from the excruciating pain when the masterful Jiang Huqing, skilled in the culinary arts of combat, began to expertly slice Batuf's innards into manageable pieces. Even a vendor at a supermarket's steak tasting station would commend such proficiency. At this juncture, even if Batuf could utilize his vitality to recover, it would be of no avail. Jiang Huqing showed no inclination to cease his assault, diligently continuing to carve into Batuf's body until he received confirmation from the helmet. You have slain Batuf? Looted 100 attribute points, evenly distributed, and acquired the ring-handled greatsword. Looted 100 points of vitality. Earned 100 military merit points. The concept of balanced enhancement was novel to Jiang Huqing, yet he would soon grasp its implications. As he finished reading the notifications, a tingling sensation coursed through his body, akin to being assailed by millions of ants. Even at the sight of his severed left arm, a sensation of discomfort lingered. This enhancement seemed to penetrate the very essence of his being, unaffected by the severance of limbs. Once he restored the lost extremity, he would emerge reborn. Though the pain was indeed excruciating, Jiang Huqing's expression twisted into one of ferocity, yearning to unleash his pent-up rage. Meanwhile, the remaining goblins, unwilling to provoke this harbinger of death, had already retreated several paces as Jiang Huqing inspected his spoils. After a considerable period, the discomfort gradually dissipated, prompting Jiang Huqing to reassess his attributes. His right arm, the primary offensive limb, remained unchanged at 121 points. However, the enhancements to his internal organs were substantial, with some increasing by 5 points and others by 1 to 2 points. The balanced enhancement appeared to target weaknesses in his physique, significantly bolstering his overall strength, potentially eliminating vulnerabilities altogether. Jiang Huqing was quite satisfied with this enhancement. A human body is an integrated whole. Strengthening any single part in isolation holds little significance. Incremental enhancements are akin to affixing a car engine to a tricycle. It may run faster than before, but it could never match the speed of an actual automobile. Balanced enhancement, however, is akin to replacing a tricycle's tires with those of a car, gradually upgrading its internal framework. Consequently, the engine would operate more smoothly. A stable foundation is essential for greater journeys ahead. Moreover, he had acquired a ring-handled greatsword, an item that had dropped from that peculiar creature. Jiang Huqing bent down to examine Batuf's corpse, only to find that the greatsword had vanished, leaving him intrigued. Where could such an object possibly reside? The helmet responded swiftly, presenting the icon for the ring-handled greatsword and inquiring if he wished to summon it to his hand. It was quite user-friendly. However, was this not redundant? Even without the helmet's assistance in looting, Jiang Huqing would have certainly rifled through the corpse. Having been impoverished, he felt compelled to collect every last scrap. The sole purpose of looting seemed to be the possibility of summoning a weapon during a future battle, should his current one be disarmed, though only while in a non-combat state. What utility did this serve? Jiang Huqing pondered this for a moment but was unable to decipher its significance. Nonetheless, acquiring a new weapon was always a boon. After enduring several grueling battles, even the finest materials of the long sword gifted by the Zhao family had dulled. He promptly summoned the new sword and wielded it, finding it satisfactory. This blade weighed approximately 18 pounds and possessed a keen edge. Unlike the sword provided by the Zhao family, this one offered an 8 strength bonus for both thrusting and slashing attacks, aligning perfectly with Jiang Huqing's offensive style. Furthermore, the increased weight was not without merit. It was evident that this sword was more robust than the one he had previously used, suggesting it would withstand more wear and tear. The old long sword was not a hindrance, as the helmet's storage space could accommodate it. After stowing the long sword away, Jiang Huqing nodded in satisfaction, picking up his severed left arm and vigorously brushing off the dirt before attempting to reattach it. Could I receive a discount for reattaching my original limb? Jiang Huqing reasoned that repairing a broken bone should be less costly than growing a new one. Alas, the helmet appeared to be a shrewd merchant, maintaining the original price. Repairing the arm will consume 200 vitality points. Having failed to negotiate, Jiang Huqing had no choice but to seek assistance from the goblins. After several rounds of slaughter, he had gathered enough points. Suddenly, 2 blood-soaked figures appeared in the distance. Jiang Huqing, hold steady. We are here to assist you. Who else could it be but Zhao Haochen and Qin Feng? Upon witnessing the scene, both were momentarily stunned. Who could explain where such a large peculiar creature had gone? Surely, it could not be the one lying on the ground. How infuriating. They had fought hard to arrive, only to find the drama had concluded without them. Jiang Huqing recognized the hardships they must have endured to reach him and felt a surge of gratitude. Thank you for your efforts. If it weren't for its apparent foolishness, I would have needed your help to handle this. Having arrived, why not take a few jabs at it? Seize the moment, do not hold back. Qin Feng, Zhao Haochen. Though they understood his intent was to express enthusiasm, the words still struck a peculiar chord. It was odd enough to call the creature foolish after having slain it, and as otherworldly beings, there was no concept of honoring the dead. In the midst of 2 armies clashing, one can undoubtedly assert that the victor possesses the justification for their triumph. However, what does it mean to take advantage of the heat? Is this truly a serious matter? After merely half an hour of military service, has he already transformed into a goblin version of Diaochan? Nevertheless, this troublesome creature is indeed formidable and must not be offended. Otherwise, it could become a nuisance if it decides to operate independently. Qin Feng hastily gestured to the esteemed translator beside him, urging Zhao Haochen to assist with the conversation, for without his help, the day would surely come to a standstill. Zhao Haochen, not forgetting the matter at hand, promptly stated, He Qing, half an hour has elapsed. Our mission is accomplished, and it is time to return and settle our merits. Chapter 51. The return journey. Jiang Huqing was unwilling to leave, reveling in the thrill of enhancing his attributes. Each goblin was a genius in its own right, their wails melodious to his ears. He was thoroughly enjoying his time here. You may return first. I still have energy and can continue hunting for a while longer. What? Zhao Haochen suddenly recalled that this fellow had volunteered for this endeavor. This could be problematic. If he refuses to leave, how can they depart? He quickly signaled Qin Feng, You need to persuade him. Qin Feng, understanding the situation, retorted with annoyance, Stop messing around. With that helmet of yours, do you really think you could tire out? You might endure, but the goblins cannot. Do not annihilate them completely. Jiang Huqing, caught off guard, paused for a moment and said, Do you need me to leave a couple alive for you to exhibit in a zoo? Qin Feng was exasperated. What zoo? The battlefield is about soldiers facing soldiers and generals confronting generals. If you possess the capability to slay these aberrant creatures, it only proves that you have transcended this level. Continuing to kill would violate the rules. Fearing that Jiang Huqing might not comprehend, Qin Feng elaborated further. Though you think these goblins can only be slain by you, any capable expert could easily wipe them out. The issue at hand for humanity does not lie with these low-tier creatures, but rather in the high-end battlefield. Only by preserving them can others gain experience and cultivate more experts. This is a gradual process. If we eliminate every single one, and directly thrust our people into high-stakes combat. It would be tantamount to sending them to their doom. Zhao Haochen promptly assisted with the translation. Do you not find it tedious to constantly slay these creatures? Upon returning to settle our merits, we can join higher-level battlefields. This realm is not solely inhabited by goblins. There are also minotaurs, cat demons, and other strange races. Only by entering higher-level battlegrounds can we encounter them. As our opponents grow stronger, the attributes we gain from victories will also increase. Battling goblins for minute gains will take an eternity before reaching the Firefly level. Zhang Huqing's eyes lit up, and he nodded vigorously. Then let us hurry back. We cannot afford to delay. Qin Feng sighed. Truly, he was a prized translator. When discussing the larger picture with this fellow, it fell on deaf ears. Mentioning powerful adversaries instantly made him eager to inquire about their whereabouts and whether he could join them for practice. There was no one else like him, however. After some contemplation, Zhang Huqing felt somewhat conflicted. I can go, but what about you? The cooperation earlier was quite effective, and following you allowed me to enjoy some sustenance. I truly feel reluctant to part ways. I must thank you for coming here to mock us. Why not just directly call us weak? Qin Feng nearly lost his temper. Who did he look down upon? You merely ran faster and claimed the kill on that aberrant creature. It does not imply that we are incapable of fighting. In this round of combat, I also secured 375 military merits. Zhao Haochen checked his own tally. I have 289 points. Zhang Huqing scratched his head. But I have 874 points. The disparity in strength had grown vast, and it seemed unlikely they would be able to play together in the future. Qin Feng calculated the points, realizing that even combined, they did not match Zhang Huqing's haul, which was rather impressive. Acquiring that helmet and effortlessly slaughtering creatures was indeed an unfair advantage. With infinite stamina, who wouldn't be able to kill? If I were to step in, Qin Feng truly hesitated to claim he could defeat Badu Fu. He could only shift the topic. You do not believe that the sole path to enhancing attributes lies in slaying monsters, do you? The Research Institute has made progress. Collecting the corpses of foreign races can be utilized to concoct potions, which also enhance attributes. These potions can be exchanged for military merits, and if you are willing, you could effectively trade 1 point of military merit for 1 point of attribute. Qin Feng's voice trailed off as he spoke. This troublesome fellow had military merits exceeding the combined total of the two. If he were to exchange all for attribute potions, his progress would naturally outpace theirs, and the gap would only widen. If the family did not provide him with abundant gold coins, it seemed increasingly unlikely he could keep up with this individual. Zhang Huqing, however, felt a sense of relief. In that case, since you are not lacking in equipment or techniques, I will exchange for attributes, and my military merits will suffice for these, ensuring I do not fall behind you. Indeed, I must thank you. The two were so furious they could hardly contain themselves, each resolving to secretly scheme moving forward to prevent this fellow from continuing to show off. After their conversation, Zhang Huqing also recognized the value of the corpses from those foreign races. Suddenly, he felt he had lost millions. The goblin corpses were hardly worth mentioning. Collecting them would be a waste of time, barely sufficient for a hasty retreat. However, the bodies of the centurions should be quite valuable. After so long, they were likely long gone, leaving only waste behind. Thankfully, Badu Fu's corpse was still warm. Taking it back for cleansing would still yield some use and not be wasted. Zhang Huqing called upon the two to help carry the corpse. Unexpectedly, Qin Feng had come prepared, producing a storage bag, effortlessly stowing the body away and boasting, "You have never seen this before, have you?" Zhang Huqing felt no envy. Rather, he lamented, had you brought this out earlier, the corpses of those centurions would not have gone to waste. Qin Feng scoffed. This item is worth 5,000 military merits and can only hold 20 corpses. Using it for this would be wasteful, and bringing out the centurions would be utterly embarrassing. Zhang Huqing sighed. Surely, one cannot prioritize face over money. Perhaps if you packed in a few more goblins. Next time when we break someone's legs, it would be enough for compensation. Among the three, he was the only one still in debt, which truly pained him. Qin Feng, at the slightest disagreement, you wish to break someone's legs? Who here is truly the villain? The group exchanged banter, their spirits lifted as they made their way back. Although the attributes gained from goblins were meager, even mosquito legs are meat, are they not? Moreover, since they dared to obstruct their path, they had only themselves to blame. Coupled with the additional gains from their return journey, by the time they reached the city, Jiang Huqing had amassed nearly 900 military merits. And even after deducting the 57 points for slaying the Black Overlord, he still had 840 points left, sufficient to exchange for many valuable items. This did not even account for the merits from Batafu's corpse. A Firefly-level entity with traces of mysterious power still lingering. With a bit of refinement, it could potentially be worth more than the merits earned from slaying. The other two were also laden with spoils. Commander Nye and his comrades observed Jiang Huqing and his companions return, unable to suppress their admiration. Truly remarkable. Not only have you felled generals and seized flags, but you have also forged bonds of camaraderie. As youths of humanity, you ought to tread this path with song and vigor. With our tasks completed, it is time for us to depart. It has been a pleasure collaborating. Until we meet again. Ignoring the sorrowful visage of the goblin elder, the three vanished without a trace. Bastards, do you think you human youths are treading a song? You are stepping on the corpses of our valiant sons. The goblin elder, witnessing their departure, was so enraged that he shattered his cane and cursed vehemently at the heavens. Chapter 52. The fear of the stubborn. At this moment, Jiang Huqing and his companions emerged from the spatial rift. Hastening back to their tent, although they had fought for less than an hour, it had been an intensely bloody battle, and they yearned for a warm bed to rest upon. However, upon entering, they quickly sensed that the atmosphere was amiss. The tent, once teeming with life, was now nearly empty, with only a few cats remaining. The silence was palpable, and the faces of the remaining individuals were shadowed by despair, as if they could weep tears of sorrow. This was the grim reality of the death row camp. These individuals possessed inadequate equipment, mediocre skills, and lacked unity. There was little sense of support among them. Once one faltered, the entire team would collapse in moments. Attempting to reclaim the front line would require sacrificing lives. Many had exhausted their resurrection attempts, dying within, while the fortunate few who survived had barely any soul strength left. Those who had accumulated enough merits to leave had long since sought out the supply officer to escape, leaving behind those who might meet their demise in the next battle. In such dire circumstances, who could muster the energy to find joy in suffering? Expressions of anguish were evident on every face, mingled with a hint of madness that one might display before death. Upon spotting the three, a man with a scarred face glared at them with malice. You dare return during the battle earlier? Where were you? I died 5 times. How do you intend to settle this debt? As the man spoke out, others began to rally around him. Exactly. Our task was to hold the line, while you went off seeking easy prey. Leaving us to fight for our lives, we demand an explanation. Since you were too cowardly to fight, then leave behind your equipment and military merits. Perhaps we can protect you next time. Zhao Haochun's face flushed with indignation. We sought easy prey. Staying on the line would have endangered you. Did you not see us besieged by an entire squad of centurions? Aside from us, who else could withstand it? That is your problem. The scarred man interrupted brusquely. It is not as though we forced you to provoke those creatures. Besides, the fact that you are still alive proves you possess sufficient capability to resolve these matters. Yet you have brazenly abandoned the front lines, thrusting the entirety of the defensive responsibilities upon us. Our demand for compensation is entirely justifiable. Leave your weapons behind and depart, and we shall consider this matter resolved. Chen Feng, taken aback by the audacity of those who would ruin his mood, gritted his teeth and retorted, "Very well. We have borne the brunt of the pressure, even slaying the enemy chieftain and saving the entire front. How dare you label us as deserters? I shall consult with the commander at once to ascertain their stance on this matter. To slander heroes is an egregious crime. In matters of military protocol, none understand better than Chen Feng. Indeed, they had strayed from their original line, yet they had withstood formidable foes and aided other units in stabilizing the front. Their contributions were undeniably commendable. Even if we were to entertain the notion of punishment for their slaying of the aberrant species, it would be a matter deserving of high regard and gentle consideration. In the military, those who accrue merit have their voices amplified and should rightfully enjoy certain privileges. If one is to risk their life for glory without receiving any form of recognition, who would willingly fight to the death? Regardless of his background, even if he were a mere commoner, this issue would undoubtedly hold weight with Chen Lai. However, these were not your ordinary soldiers. The inmates of the death row were coerced into combat. They cared little for the grand scheme, only knowing that their losses warranted compensation. The scarred face sneered, "That is merely you meddling in affairs that do not concern you. I know that your capabilities were evident. Yet you failed to assist in the defense, leading to my near demise on several occasions. Regardless, I am but a dead man walking. If you refuse to offer compensation, I shall fight you right here." It mattered not that he was a condemned prisoner. Even a normal soldier would regard the battlefield as a realm of life and death. How dare he play the blame game? Chen Feng, infuriated, nearly cursed aloud, ready to teach him a lesson. However, Jiang Huqing was quicker, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "Really? Then let us have a duel. Should you manage to defeat me, all that I possess shall be yours." The scarred face pondered who had the audacity to issue such a challenge, only to notice that those who had previously assisted him had collectively taken a few steps back, upon closer inspection. He recalled that this was the very fool who would kill without hesitation. Truly, one must fear the reckless. Should he be struck by this fool's blade, there would be no justification for complaint. And the scarred face felt a cold sweat trickling down his brow. Yet, to retreat now would mean incurring unwarranted enmity without any benefit. He was reluctant to do so, not be impulsive. "You are all individuals of status. Why engage in reckless bravado with us, the barefooted? Had we not fought desperately to assist you in completing your task, perhaps we would all be dead by now. Surely, it is reasonable for us to receive some military merit to extricate ourselves from this dire situation." One must admit, the practice of martial arts held its merits, with a blade pointed at him. The scarred face instantly adopted an air of calm, even adopting a tone of negotiation. Although he knew this was an unreasonable demand, being subjected to moral coercion made it difficult for Chen Feng to respond. After all, he was indeed a person of stature. To have teammates assist without sharing the spoils was utterly unacceptable. Jiang Huqing, sensing that a fight was unlikely to transpire, grew displeased, frowning as he said, "No, if you seek military merit, you ought to approach the alien races, not us. Asking us for something without reason is akin to begging. It is worse than robbery. Do you not have any shame as a man?" His emotional intelligence remained remarkably steady. Were any others to dare speak in such a manner, the scarred face would surely have been driven to violence. Yet, this fellow was eager to fight, and the scarred face hesitated, ultimately swallowing his grievances and departing in frustration. The commander who had received the report from Zhou Yong had been eavesdropping outside for quite some time. Observing the scarred face capitulate with just a few words, he could not help but curse him as worthless under his breath. Had he succeeded, it would have legitimized his subsequent confiscation of their equipment. It was a regulation that condemned prisoners could not possess their own weapons. Moreover, since the equipment had been extorted, reclaiming it would be entirely justified. Conversely, having witnessed the scarred face's failure, he felt less justified in confronting the trio. Yet, the thought of those exquisite weapons ignited his fervor. In the battlefield, a fine piece of equipment could mean the difference between life and death. Reluctance to relinquish such treasure was natural, and the scarred face had unwittingly provided an excuse for him to proceed. Formulating his justification as he pushed the door open, Commander Wang, the others, upon seeing the insignia of Wang Hong adorning his attire, bowed respectfully and greeted him. Wang Hong had come with a purpose. Disregarding the others as he pointed directly at Jiang Huqing and the others, frowning, "Why do you not heed military orders?" Chen Feng sensed that the newcomer bore ill intentions, but remained composed. "Our formation was scattered. We were outnumbered, and, pressured by formidable foes, we were compelled to adopt a maneuvering strategy to alleviate the defensive burden." This was his explanation for their departure from the front lines. While the primary cause was indeed Jiang Huqing's reckless slaying spree, he could not express such sentiments to the commander. It was necessary to provide a plausible rationale to prevent offering the other party an opportunity to escalate the situation. The notion of being scattered by formidable foes may sound shameful, yet it was a commonplace occurrence on the battlefield with cold weapons. No one could guarantee that they would not find themselves in such a predicament. Moreover, they had even brought back the heads of aberrant species, and none would dare to question this. Wang Hong observed that this young man was rather cunning, his words carefully crafted, leaving him somewhat at a loss for punitive measures. Fortunately, they were merely a group of condemned prisoners, rendering reason unnecessary. Chapter 53. Special military regulations, Wang Hong snorted coldly. A soldier places military orders above all else. How can life be spared? If everyone could claim to have encountered formidable foes and acted out of necessity, would the battlefield not be rife with deserters? With diminished manpower and a lapse in defense, resulting in the harm of comrades, who can bear that responsibility? Just as Qin Feng had pointed out their disarray, he quickly turned the accusation back on the three of them, forcing them to accept the penalty. Zhao Haochen, now aware that the other party was an enemy rather than a friend, offered no favorable response. If we achieve no merit in the future, we shall indeed be deserters. Yet we have slain over 1,000 enemies. Does that still make us deserters? Shall we retreat deeper into enemy territory? Although this reasoning held merit, Wang Hong had ulterior motives and would naturally twist the truth, countering, if you possess the ability to penetrate deep into enemy lines, how can you claim to have been scattered by formidable foes? Clearly, you disregarded military orders, prioritizing your own interests. For such disruptive individuals, severe punishment is warranted. Jiang Huqing scratched his head, attempting to explain, in truth, we were not so formidable at the outset. We merely experienced a few breakthroughs during combat, resulting in our fortunate reversal. Qin Feng and Zhao Haochen exchanged glances, somewhat speechless. Although they recognized that the fellow might indeed be speaking the truth, it still came across as abrupt. It felt as though he had hastily concocted a clumsy excuse. There was no sincerity in his attempt to deceive. Having trained in martial arts for mere months, how could one expect to witness significant results? Such last-minute breakthroughs were the stuff of tales. Should one encounter such a character, even the enemies would cry foul. Unconsciously, they took a few steps away from him. Do not drag us into your charade. Wang Hong seriously suspected that this individual was insulting his intelligence, and his expression grew increasingly furious. Is this how you respond to criticism, making countless excuses to evade responsibility? Moreover, this is not your first transgression. As condemned prisoners, how dare you privately bear arms and don heavy armor? Upon returning to your ranks, you failed to report the retention of your weapons. Did you not seek an opportunity to incite a rebellion? In my view, the Federation has been far too lenient with you condemned prisoners, allowing you the chance to disrupt the battlefield. You ought to be sentenced to death outright. After a barrage of sarcastic remarks, Wang Hong finally revealed his true intentions, commanding, do not delay, disarm at once. He possessed a certain cunning. First, he laid a charge against them, then demanded their disarmament. Most would certainly fear military regulations and refrain from resisting. Once he secured their weapons, he would have ample room to maneuver. Was it not reasonable to preserve equipment before entering the battlefield? In the camp, one could requisition any needed arms. Once on the battlefield, they could easily exchange inferior for superior. Would they dare to resist? If they truly did, it would serve as a lesson to these insignificant prisoners regarding the gravity of military orders. At that point, they could be executed under the pretext of inciting rebellion, and no one would raise a voice in protest. Qin Feng, having been continually provoked, was now furious. Very well. We accord you respect only to address you as commander. Do you truly believe you can take advantage of us? You merely hold the position of squad leader. When it comes to military merit, we cannot be certain who holds the higher ground. Although Wang Hong was not particularly admirable in character, the military merits he had accrued were indeed the result of genuine combat. Were it not for the imminent depletion of his soul's strength, necessitating recuperation, he would not be here overseeing this band of condemned prisoners. How could he be challenged? He slammed the table in anger, exclaiming, you dare to defy us, boasting of your 1,000 points of merit. Do you truly believe you have achieved such numbers? Have you verified with the supply office? The three had only just returned. How could they possibly have time to verify? Observing their silence, Wang Hong grew convinced that they were merely posturing, sneering, you may fool others, but you shall not fool me. Falsifying military merit is a grave offense. Furthermore, since you have not verified your claims, regardless of how much merit you may possess, you remain condemned prisoners and are still my subordinates. I now, in my capacity as commander, order you to disarm immediately. Do you hear me? Wang Hong knew that the three possessed some military merit, as no one could escape unscathed on the battlefield. Yet, he believed their merits were certainly insufficient, at least not enough to secure their freedom. Otherwise, who would not seize the opportunity to escape this wretched place, preferring instead to linger here? To be frank, one cannot entirely fault Wang Hong. His rank does not afford him the luxury of a broader perspective. Safeguarding his own small plot of land has already consumed an immense amount of his energy. He remains oblivious to the uproar that ensued following the departure of those three incompetent fools. Moreover, Chen Feng's possessions are excessively sophisticated. Should he truly return bearing the corpse of Batuf, it is likely that he would become exceedingly amiable. Anyone capable of slaying a chieftain would undoubtedly be held in high esteem wherever they go. Wang Hong has merely committed a blunder that many would likely make, assuming that the death row inmates are nothing more than the dregs of humanity. When they oppress others from behind the scenes, they are perhaps even more reprehensible than they are now. In any case, exerting control over them would entail no moral quandary. Who would ever expect the young master of the Commander's family to be entangled in military exploits within a death row camp? Has he not kicked a beehive? Aware that the other party is in the wrong, Chen Feng, unwilling to engage in further futile banter, stated directly, "Since you are so insistent, I hereby request the invocation of Special Military Regulation 21 for an appeal." Wang Hong was momentarily taken aback, then his anger surged. "How dare you? What is this special military regulation?" The other two, however, looked utterly bewildered and tugged at Chen Feng to inquire. At last, Chen Feng sensed his own resolve strengthening and smiled as he elucidated. Though military orders are as solid as mountains, there are always those who, for various reasons, are reluctant to follow the commands of their superiors. Often, both parties possess considerable merit. Should matters escalate, it is bound to stir unrest among the troops. This special military regulation was specifically established to address such scenarios, providing a chance for the lower-ranking soldiers to resist. The aforementioned Regulation 21 is quite straightforward. It allows any soldier who feels aggrieved to challenge their superior to a duel. The victor is deemed just. The loser, however, cannot protest, lest they be looked down upon by all. Unlike the brash Jiang Huqing, Chen Feng possesses a certain level of cunning. This is a strategy that kills three birds with one stone. First, it safeguards the equipment. Did he not say he would assist in securing it? Then let us escalate the situation, drawing the attention of all. He cannot tarnish the equipment in such circumstances. Secondly, it would be a test for his army. The reason this military regulation is termed special is precisely because it is not typically invoked. Once it is, regardless of whether the superior is right, they will undeniably be branded as lacking in discipline. Aspiring for promotion thereafter? Absolutely difficult. Lastly, it presents a chance to make a name for oneself, so that no vile specters dare to provoke me. Chen Feng had long been fed up with the incessant provocations. Were it not for his promise to the old man to refrain from using familial connections, he might have already exploded, demanding a change of blood in this place. Jiang Huqing's eyes brightened. This regulation sounds excellent. Why bother with all that chatter earlier? Why not just confront him directly? Zhao Haochen, however, was more astute, shaking his head and saying, "In my view, this military regulation has likely seen little use." Chen Feng nodded. Utilizing this regulation, regardless of its success, would equate to wearing the label of a troublemaker on one's face. The days ahead would likely be fraught with difficulties and constant targeting, a mutually destructive scenario. However, with my protection, you needn't worry. Chen Feng remained confident. If he were in the wrong, his family would ensure he did not act recklessly. Now that he held the moral high ground, as a member of the Qin family, could he still endure being bullied by others? Surely, someone would assist in resolving the trouble. Zhao Haochen was entirely skeptical, retorting, "Come on, you've already been sheltered by your great-grandfather to the death row camp. How can you protect us?" Jiang Huqing nodded in agreement, adding, "Being targeted is fine. We're quite comfortable in the death row camp anyway, and it saves us from the hassle of frequent relocations. Just make sure your family doesn't meddle." Chen Feng, "Is it so easy to put on an act just once? These two imbeciles are utterly ungrateful." Wang Hong, seeing the three dare to disregard him, clenched his fists. "Since you are so willing to engage in mutual destruction, then so be it. Bring me to the arena. Let life and death be decided." Chapter 54. Betting. Generally speaking, when combat prowess reaches a certain level, individuals facing insurmountable conflicts tend to opt for the virtual arena for their duels. It preserves the environment, spares lives, and allows for the full expression of one's abilities. Moreover, the helmet provides a degree of protection. Regardless of the severity of injuries sustained, one emerges unscathed, with virtually no burden. However, Wang Hong was resolute in imparting a lesson. He intended to engage in a real fight. If he could intimidate them into surrendering their equipment, that would be ideal. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to resort to more severe measures. Given their identities as death row inmates, they would have no additional merits to procure medical treatment. Should they sustain severe injuries, they might even have to sell their equipment at a loss to obtain healing. He could also legitimately seize their gear for himself. It must be said, Wang Hong was quite clever, swiftly identifying the most advantageous course of action. Yet, Jiang Huqing paid no mind to Wang Hong's intentions. Upon hearing of the impending fight, he became eager to participate. I'll go first. Chen Feng and Zhao Haochen had no objections. After all, the opponent was a seasoned warrior from the battlefield. Allowing this brutish fellow to test the waters was not a bad idea. If he were to win, they could gauge the opponent's tactics and respond accordingly, relishing the thrill of besting their superior. If he were to lose, then it would be a minor setback, perhaps even sparing them from a beating. Strangely enough, what initially seemed to be a humiliating affair became a valuable lesson for them after Jiang Huqing had pummeled them a few times. They quickly learned the importance of adaptability. After all, compared to the discomfort of physical pain, mere embarrassment was hardly a concern. As for Wang Hong's threats of severe repercussions, they were unperturbed in formal duels. While breaking limbs might be permissible, taking a life was absolutely out of the question. The military inherently lacked entertainment activities, so upon witnessing the spectacle, a large crowd quickly gathered. Wang Hong was rather humiliated. He couldn't even subdue a few youngsters, and here he was, forced into the arena. You don't understand, do you? This is the post-00s reforming the workplace. They are all fearless, willing to take on anything, whether it be audacity or foolhardiness. If they were not bold, where would the entertainment come from? The odds are open, the odds are open. Wang wins 1.1. Wins within 3 minutes 1.5. Wins after 3 minutes 1.7. The child wins 1.8. You scoundrel, do you dare open the betting again? Last month, you colluded with Zhang to rig the match. Clearly, you won in 3 moves yet dragged it out to 3 minutes and 1 second. Causing me to lose a fortune, don't tarnish my reputation. Zhang observed the opponent for 2.5 minutes before identifying a weakness, ultimately employing the Iron Mountain crash to secure victory. Exceeding 3 minutes was merely a coincidence. If one were truly to set a trap, it would need to extend to at least 3.5 minutes, wouldn't he it? Otherwise, wouldn't he that be insulting to the foolish? I suspect you believe this timing appears to be a ruse, which is why you deliberately orchestrated it, with an excuse all prepared. Merits are worthless. They don't bear fruit, and losing them while harboring resentment only fuels one's strength when slaying goblins. Right? Enough. Let us not discuss the inane. Will you bet or not? You may doubt Zhang, but Wang would never deliberately lose to a few kids for trifles, would he? The individual who had just spoken seemed swayed and bit his lip resolutely. I'll bet 30 merits. Wang will resolve it within 3 minutes. I'll join in with 50 merits. Wang wins. The bookmaker, seeing others begin to place their bets, could hardly contain his glee. Boss, you are generous. Wishing you daily prosperity. After a round of commotion, the arena was sufficiently prepared, and the combatants began to enter. As the bookmaker contemplated closing the betting, Zhao Haochen and Chen Feng whispered to one another, then approached with mischievous grins. We want to place a bet. The bookmaker frowned. That won't do. You are participants in the match. How can you place a bet? If others think we're colluding, it would tarnish our reputation. Zhao Haochen shook his head. We want to bet on our own loss. That would definitely harm our reputation. But if we bet on our own victory, you can't refuse? Can you? The bookmaker was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. You are that confident? Zhao Haochen shrugged. That fellow has his eyes on our equipment. If we lose this battle, we want to retrieve it anyway. It's better to wager on this gamble. If we win, we earn a little something, and if we lose, at least it's to you rather than to him. What do you say? Dare to accept? The bookmaker realized that this fellow was quite forthright in speech and action. As participants, their involvement in the betting would undoubtedly influence the odds. Should they not tread carefully, it could lead to a one-sided outcome, resulting in significant losses for the bookmaker. He had only just begun to bet, and he explicitly stated that he possessed no special tactics, purely wishing to avoid benefiting Wang. This was merely for fun, with no impact on anything else. As for offending Wang, the bookmaker was not concerned. Without some ability, how could he dare to set the odds? After a moment of contemplation, the bookmaker noticed that quite a few were betting on Wang to win. with the chance to acquire these two sets of equipment to hedge against risk. He grinned and said, "Of course, you are welcome. However, since you have put it this way, it seems this time you might face a slight loss. If you win, I will share 10 of my profits with you. Approximately 300 merits. If you lose, considering the equipment, I will show some kindness and cover your medical expenses. How about that?" Zhao Haochen chuckled. "You truly are crafty. But that's acceptable. Any little bit we can recover is better than nothing." The bookmaker promptly prepared a receipt, accepting the equipment with a smile, and then shouted to close the betting. The personnel setting up the arena also halted their work just in time. There was absolutely no belief that there had been any collusion. Though the two entrants undoubtedly bore grievances against one another, in the eyes of humanity, those willing to fight against enemies were all heroes. In arena battles, a referee would naturally be present. Certainly, the role of the referee does not necessitate an acute focus on the outcome of victory or defeat. Both parties involved are undoubtedly well aware of their standings. The primary function is to act as a guardian of safety, ensuring that no one meets their demise within the arena. Consequently, it is typical for the referee to possess a level of strength that surpasses that of the competitors by a notch. Such skilled referees are not difficult to find, as there are always those who relish the opportunity to assume the role of a VIP spectator. I shall take on this responsibility. Do either of the contenders have any objections? By the time Zhang Huqing ascended the stage, someone had already stepped forward to volunteer. It is a rare occasion that the esteemed Huang team leader is willing to officiate, and I have no objections whatsoever. Officer Wang clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Despite his rank as a platoon leader, the opposing team leader holds a position within the Vanguard Corps that is far superior in combat prowess compared to those outside, making career advancement considerably more challenging, with ranks outside needing to be accounted for at 2 levels higher. Addressing him as officer is not a source of shame. Zhang Huqing, eager to engage, naturally raised no objections. Huang team leader wasted no time, stating, "Since there are no objections, let us don our armor promptly. Internal conflicts cannot be resolved through overt violence. Otherwise, any casualties would be a loss to humanity. The arena is equipped with specialized weapons and protective gear. Akin to a novice competition, the entire ensemble consists of a full-body vine armor and a mere wooden stick. This is all the equipment provided." After donning the armor, Zhang Huqing assessed the feel of the weapon and quickly declared himself ready. Wang Hong, reluctantly pushed onto the stage, felt a tinge of embarrassment and refrained from trading barbs, signaling that he was prepared to commence. With both parties ready, Huang team leader casually waved his hand, barely glancing up, and began to attend to his phone. The sounds of Timmy echoed through the speakers. "Is this fellow reliable?" Zhao Haochen pondered, feeling a wave of frustration. He guessed it was likely reliable. At least there was no sign of a spiritual activation. Chun Feng was equally uncertain. He knew that members of the Vanguard Corps were known for their strong personalities, often disregarding officer commands when in a frenzy. However, this particular individual seemed excessively self-assured. There was an unmistakable air of indifference, as if anyone who fell in battle was merely collateral damage, and he was reluctant to be disturbed from his game. If that were the case, why had he chosen to step forward? Was it because the internet connection here was superior? Wang Hong found himself at a loss, the tension he had built up dissipating with a single utterance. Zhang Huqing, however, remained intensely focused. Once the fight commenced, his gaze was solely fixed on his adversary. Spotting Wang Hong momentarily distracted, he seized the opportunity, charging forward with the wooden stick, intent on delivering a fierce strike. Wang Hong cursed inwardly at the lack of martial ethics displayed by this young fighter, spat in disdain, and advanced as well. Recognizing that neither side possessed any secret skills, they did not need to maintain excessive distance. The arena itself was not expansive, and they were merely 100 meters apart. Given their physical capabilities, even if one side chose to lie still, they could engage within mere seconds. With both parties advancing, the battle escalated into a fierce melee. As the distance closed, Wang Hong initiated a sweeping strike. When a master strikes, one can immediately discern their prowess. Although this move was merely a test of waters, Wang Hong had deliberately held back. Nonetheless, it was a battle technique imbued with a certain ironclad ferocity. Had he wielded a suitable long blade against a goblin, this strike could have easily cleaved open its skull. The audience erupted in cheers below. Such grandiose maneuvers often carry an innate aura of dominance, capable of intimidating the opponent. Should Jiang Huqing falter or evade, Wang Hong's initial advantage would solidify, leading to a one-sided onslaught. However, Jiang Huqing appeared utterly unfazed, a glint of ferocity in his eyes as he braced against the blow with the thick armor on his chest. The wooden stick collided with the vine armor with a resounding crack. As though the protection were mere paper, offering virtually no defense, Jiang Huqing absorbed the strike, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. Nevertheless, his footing remained steady. He lunged forward, his arm thrusting powerfully ahead, the long stick darting toward Wang Hong's chest like a striking serpent. This was a move that could lead to mutual destruction. Wang Hong had underestimated his opponent's ferocity. At this moment, he was spent from exertion, and new strength had yet to surge forth, leaving him with little time to mount a defense. Forcing him to awkwardly sidestep, Jiang Huqing had dedicated considerable effort to perfecting this maneuver, practicing on any concrete hole he encountered. His speed had reached an impressive level, making it nearly impossible to evade. The long stick, guided with precision, relentlessly pursued its target despite Wang Hong's attempts to evade. Bang! The wooden stick struck the vine armor, producing a dull thud. Wang Hong felt the impact reverberate through him. His blood flow becoming sluggish. His already unstable footing faltered, and darkness swirled before his eyes. In that moment, he finally recognized the gravity of his predicament. He scrambled to regain his composure and prepare a defense. However, Jiang Huqing was relentless. He would not merely execute one strike and retreat. Observing Wang Hong retreating, Jiang Huqing pressed his advantage, advancing boldly, drawing his arm back to accumulate greater force, then thrusting it forward once more. Aiming directly at the previous target. Crack! The poorly constructed vine armor shattered, countless shards embedding themselves into Wang Hong's chest. Had Jiang Huqing not tempered his strength at the last moment, he might have opened a gaping hole in his opponent's torso. In the blink of an eye, the outcome was clear. The spectators were left in stunned silence. They had anticipated a one-sided affair, yet none expected it to unfold in such a manner, without even removing their trousers. The match was abruptly concluded. The arena fell eerily silent, and the sounds from Huang team leader's phone became remarkably distinct. The enemy forces have 30 seconds to reach the battlefield. Feeling the weight of gazes upon him, Huang team leader clearly had yet to grasp the situation. Did he truly believe that the audience preferred the virtual game over close-quarters combat? He hesitantly glanced up, finally realizing that something was amiss. Was this the same as the legendary tale of Wen Jiao slaying Hua Xiong, yet still having time to cast votes for a forced retreat? What had he missed? Was it truly over? Although his words were not aimed specifically at Wang Hong, the latter felt a surge of mockery flooding in. A disrespectful thought crossed his mind. Damn it! If I cannot defeat this opponent, can I not triumph over the referee? Indeed, he found himself at a loss. This was bad. Was he truly the weakest in the arena? Wang Hong began to question his very existence. Meanwhile, the audience below erupted in cries of foul play. Geneva? Refund? Damn it. Can't they even stage a proper match? If only he had managed to land a couple of hits, he might have accepted defeat willingly, treating it as mere entertainment. But to be so swiftly vanquished was absurd. Was he to be treated like a mere puppet, allowing others to toy with him? Indeed, could he not even muster a few words of defiance? Where was the emotion? Where was the performance? Wait a moment. What was this? Did he dare to request a rematch? A rematch? I lost 300 military merits, and now the mere sight of a sponsor's advertisement makes me want to retch. Even the new Pujing is not this harsh. Wang Hong found himself despondent, contemplating whether to seek a mutual demise with a goblin instead, when suddenly a voice pierced through the arena. Unfair. All eyes turned towards the source of the outburst. To their astonishment, it was Jiang Huqing, once again seizing control of the situation. Wait a minute, my friend. The other party remained silent upon losing. Why should you raise a fuss after emerging victorious? Did you not find it regrettable that your opponent was not completely defeated? Jiang Huqing paid no mind to the spectators, merely feeling that he had not fought to his fullest satisfaction, frowning as he declared, "This armor is of inferior quality. It hindered my performance. We must have another round." Wang Hong was taken aback, never expecting this individual to provide an excuse for his own shortcomings. Instantly, he felt a surge of warmth. Earlier, he had contemplated criticizing his opponent's equipment, which now seemed utterly foolish. Moved, he glanced at Jiang Huqing and asked, Young brother, are you willing to engage in another match? Jiang Huqing replied eagerly, absolutely. Let us fight to our heart's content today. Huang team leader, who had intended to conclude his duties, found himself compelled to extend his shift, exclaiming in irritation, where do all these trivial matters come from? Had you not held back earlier, this fellow would have been whisked away to the medical bay for urgent care. If you wish to enjoy yourself, wear your helmet and fight. Do not expect me to work overtime. Jiang Huqing reflected that there was indeed merit to this reasoning. It was clear that this fellow was an unreliable referee. Should he inadvertently cause harm to the other party, his meager military merits might not suffice for compensation. Resolutely, he donned the helmet and inquired, let us go for another round, shall we? Wang Hong, upon witnessing the eager expressions of those below, realized he had no choice but to comply. To utter even a single word of refusal would surely result in dire consequences. Thus, he too donned the helmet. With the main event participants entering the arena again, the bookmakers found themselves in a precarious position. How should this rematch be adjudicated? He had never encountered such a scenario before. After some contemplation, he decided to adopt a passive approach and simply observe. Declining to participate would only alienate him from the crowd, who would accompany him in the future. More troubling was the possibility that the same spectators would urge him to reopen betting, forcing him to relinquish his previous winnings. If this young fighter had the audacity to request a rematch, surely he possessed some level of confidence. Perhaps he could secure a swift victory in the second bout. Just as those two individuals had appeared rather unfazed by the earlier incident, Zhao Haochen and Qin Feng indeed harbored no objections. Given their substantial advantage, how could they possibly lose again? Moreover, Jiang Huqing was evidently on a rampage. Even if there were dissent, it would be futile to dissuade him. This rematch was not a display of Jiang Ji's mercy. Rather, it marked the beginning of his nightmare. The thought of yet another individual writhing in agony sent a wicked smile spreading across his face, one that could not be contained. One might think their wives were about to give birth. Jiang Huqing and Wang Hong ascended to the arena. A throng of spectators swiftly crowded into the stands. To everyone's surprise, even the leader of the yellow team began to hang around, eager to discover what he had missed earlier. Watching a battle is hardly a passive endeavor. One must shout and cheer. And at times, the spectators exhibit more fervor than the competitors themselves. Crank up the pain threshold and hit hard, or you'll be nothing but a coward. Old Wang, if you dare to lose again, I'll make sure you suffer a catastrophic injury before you show your face again. I didn't pay a hefty sum just to see you prance around. Indeed, even in defeat, you better give me a show. Or else I'll ensure you regret it. With you saying that, I'm torn between wanting Old Wang to win or lose. Your antics are far more entertaining than those of the youngsters, of course. I hope Old Wang triumphs. I've wagered several hundred military merits. There's nothing I can't watch. Even VIP seats are filling up. Come on, Old Wang just lost a round. Do you think Old Qian will allow a rematch? He's not running a charity, damn. I had forgotten about that. Hurry up and find Old Qian. I still want to gamble. Old Qian isn't foolish. He's long gone. Well, that guy is truly a piece of work. Despite the absence of a betting scenario this time, the atmosphere remained electrifying. As the saying goes, since you're here, you might as well enjoy it. After losing a round, Wang Hong could no longer ignore the young competitor, his demeanor becoming considerably more serious. Naturally, he would not dare to think himself weaker than Jiang Huqing. Surely, the audience would not entertain such a notion either. A seasoned fighter, well acquainted with the rigors of battle, should not be outsmarted by a mere child. The reasons for his recent defeat could be succinctly summarized into 2 points. Firstly, Wang Hong was aware of the limitations of the armor's protection and feared causing real harm, which could lead to a deduction of his merits. In contrast, his opponent showed no such restraint, striking with abandon, and Wang Hong was momentarily caught off guard. Secondly, the sudden interruption by that shout of Timmy disrupted his momentum. It was only fair to grant Old Ma's share of the spoils. A straightforward confrontation was warranted. Wang Hong would not claim victory without a fair exchange. Although it was a virtual competition, the duel maintained a sense of fairness, with Jiang Huqing eschewing ostentatious armor in favor of simple protective gear and a wooden stick, reminiscent of a barbarian. Acknowledging Jiang Huqing's intent, Wang Hong refrained from exploiting his advantage and changed his attire accordingly. Overall, it retained its original form, merely transitioning the competitive environment from offline to online, riding the wave of the internet trend. Be careful. This time, I won't hold back, Wang Hong warned as he prepared himself. Zhang Huqing, rather than feeling anxious, breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you can fight, that's good. Director Li once told me that bullying the weak is unbecoming. The impact of this statement was even more profound than the earlier shout of Timmy, prompting Wang Hong to forego any verbal sparring and charge forward with determination. This time, he had resolved to unleash his most potent techniques, regardless of appearance. He simply needed to restore his pride. As Wang Hong entered the attack range, he unleashed his pent-up strike. With a vigorous shake of his long staff, a wave of crimson light erupted, palpable even to those seated in the audience, who could sense the lethal intent emanating from it. Old Wang, disregarding martial ethics, has unleashed his helmet's special abilities. With bloodlust infused, this strike boasts at least threefold power. If timed correctly, he might even topple the bullhead chief. This competitor was evidently feeling the pressure. Winning through dishonor was preferable to losing outright. If one dared to step into the arena, they should not hold back. Even if Old Wang did not utilize his helmet's effects, the young contender surely possessed his own advantages. Speaking of which, what exactly were the effects of this young man's helmet? Chen Feng, well versed in the situation, knew that a 3's level helmet was indeed formidable. But it required unlocking specific functions. At present, it likely only offered basic healing and resurrection capabilities. With no bloodlust accumulated, it was probably limited to resurrection. Wait, this was a competitive arena where such functions were prohibited. It was essentially a blank slate. Shaking his head, he explained, it seems to only exude a sinister aura. The bystanders were utterly confused. Does the helmet come with pirated features? What good is it if it provides no abilities? Even the green hat my brother's wife gave him could grant an anger buff. Zhao Haochen lamented his earlier folly in attempting to seize such a trivial item, sighing, perhaps it was given away too easily. It was a double entendre, indeed. If one were not reckless enough to snatch a 3's helmet, they would likely find themselves swiftly dispatched. Moreover, encountering individuals like him, who were blinded by the allure of a 3's title, would only expedite their demise. They were directly yanked from Song City to this place. What a situation! The onlookers had no patience for Zhao Haochen's musings on lost opportunities. They quickly raised alarm at the unfolding events. Time rewound a few seconds. Zhang Huqing, having found a rare partner willing to train with him, was mindful not to injure his opponent too severely. This time, he opted for a more measured approach, wielding the wooden stick to clash against Wang Hong. While Zhang Huqing's strikes lacked the flashy effects of skills, his combat techniques still packed a punch. A mere training stick could hardly withstand the superhuman exchanges between the two. Upon impact, it shattered instantly, splintering into fragments. The immense force transmitted through the remaining piece jolted both combatants, sending a sharp pain coursing through their wrists and palms. Startled by the weapon's destruction, Wang Hong briefly paused, contemplating the surprising strength of his opponent. Yet, Zhang Huqing, unfazed by the convention of martial ethics, pressed his advantage. For someone who had participated in the Galactic League, weapons were mere embellishments. Close combat was the true essence of the fight. Using the remaining half of the broken stick as a makeshift projectile, he hurled it at Wang Hong's head, capitalizing on the momentary distraction to close in and deliver a knee strike to his opponent's groin. It must be said that the notion of the armor providing adequate protection was a mere illusion, as it crumbled under the impact. Following that, the hardest and softest parts of the human body collided. This time, the sound effects were activated. The audience soon realized that, given the right circumstances, a man could indeed reach remarkable vocal heights. Chapter 57. Frog jumping and high notes with such a rare matchup. Zhang Huqing was reluctant to allow Wang Hong to escape his grasp. As Wang Hong leaped, Zhang Huqing charged after him. Iron Mountain Lean, followed by uppercut, and then Iron Mountain Lean. The excitement only grew for Zhang Huqing. If he were to be accompanied by the song Ji and I Tai Mei, the audience might mistake the venue for a talent showcase. Meanwhile, Wang Hong found himself in dire straits, receiving a barrage of punishing blows that threatened to displace his internal organs. Now, he was flying forward while his blood trailed behind. Within a mere 2.5 minutes, he was already gasping for breath, his cries of anguish losing their strength. If a goblin suddenly appeared to offer him philosophical discourse in exchange for alleviating his suffering, Wang Hong would likely follow without hesitation. The true defeat of a warrior's spirit was not nearly as harrowing. After Jiang Huqing had satisfied his urge to fight and was willing to let Wang Hong down, the latter found himself battered and broken, unable to rise. Jiang Huqing furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed by Wang Hong's behavior. Each time he leaped onto the stage, he unleashed a powerful strike, only to collapse onto the ground. It was unclear whether he genuinely could not continue or if he was merely seeking thrills. Was he here to seek pleasure? Witnessing Wang Hong crawl while moaning in despair, Jiang Huqing could no longer restrain himself. If you can fight, then fight. If you cannot, then step down. What else with the theatrics? This individual, with his prominent brow and large eyes, should not resort to such despicable tactics to tarnish his reputation. With so many witnesses, would he not be labeled as a bully? A true man stands tall in defeat. He cannot afford to crawl and surrender. Get up. Seeing Wang Hong remain motionless, Jiang Huqing lost interest in encouraging him. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, he delivered another low blow, this time a strike to the groin. The audience soon realized that even with broken bones, one could still manage to leap like a frog. At this point, even those who had previously mocked Wang Hong, claiming they would deliver him a spectacular performance, found it hard to watch. Covering their eyes with one hand while shielding their groins with the other, they couldn't help but exclaim, after years of wandering the martial world, I consider myself a bit of a pervert, yet I never imagined witnessing someone leaping while belting high notes. One must say. The talent of this generation is astounding. The onlookers nodded in agreement, patting him on the shoulder. It's not your fault. At worst, you're merely a pervert. That guy is the king of hell, entirely in a different league. Moreover, perhaps he had not chosen the right target. Individuals like Old Wang, who endured humiliation yet refused to back down, were indeed rare. The others concurred, if Old Wang were not born, the world would be shrouded in eternal darkness. The crowd acknowledged this sentiment with nods of approval. It turned out splendidly. Not only did the victor receive cheers, but the defeated also earned their respect. What a harmonious and friendly exhibition match. This battle would be remembered for at least 30 years. In a fit of frustration, Wang Hong finally succumbed to unconsciousness and was teleported out. Upon returning to the starting position, it was evident that Wang Hong had yet to regain his senses. His first instinct was to check his condition. Only upon hearing the audience's jeers did he half-heartedly come to his senses. His face flushed, resembling that of someone adorned with rouge. He finally grasped the truth behind the saying, "Some may appear alive, yet they have already died socially." Looking at Jiang Huqing, he maintained a serious demeanor. "Are you ready? I'm about to take my turn." Wang Hong dared not respond, for he could say without a doubt that the greatest regret of his life was participating in this virtual arena. Had he fought with real weapons from the start, even if he perished in the arena, he would at least retain his honor among men. Wang Hong decisively exited the arena, running away while shouting, "I willingly choose the death row camp. I absolutely will not return before I die." Jiang Huqing gently touched his head and inquired, "Is it possible that he was moved by me and intended to come over to be my teammate? Could it be that he merely wishes to distance himself from you?" Zhao Haochen and Qin Feng dared not allow this fool to speak further. Otherwise, soon the entire military district would be aware that their comrade was a simpleton. They hurriedly dragged him away, understanding that this condemned man's identity served as natural bait, requiring no additional effort to draw attention. Qin Feng was determined to shed this identity as quickly as possible and promptly took the two of them to the military supplies office to confirm their military merits. This time, they encountered the same individual who had previously provoked Qin Feng. However, after witnessing the earlier battle, the supply officer no longer dared to maintain his arrogant demeanor. He even contemplated exclaiming his misfortune, wondering how such a pitiful creature could possibly connect with the king of hell. He certainly did not wish to engage in frog jumps while belting out tenor in the tent. Filled with apprehension, the supply officer's expression softened, and he said, "Congratulations to the three young heroes on your triumphant return. Is there anything I can assist you with?" This obsequious demeanor evoked a sense of pity in Qin Feng, who found it utterly distasteful. "I preferred your earlier defiant attitude," he remarked. "Stop babbling. I'm not here to settle scores with you. Quickly help us three finalize our military merits in exchange for some items." "Of course." The supply officer immediately ushered the others out, stating, "I will confirm this right away." He picked up Zhao Haochen's helmet and involuntarily let out a loud exclamation. 447 points. "Have you single-handedly taken down the goblin stronghold?" Naturally, Zhao Haochen did not possess such a high number of military merits, But they had just won a battle. He had also consulted Jiang Huqing, who opted not to take any, stating he preferred to save for equipment. So, Zhao Haochen split the merits with Qin Feng, gaining an additional 150 points, resulting in a significant increase in assets. He waved his hand and said, "It's merely a small sum. Those two next door are the real tycoons. Can I exchange everything for attribute potions?" Realizing he was dealing with a genuine killing machine, the supply officer became even more respectful and immediately replied, "Certainly. Would you prefer random attribute enhancement potions or balanced enhancement potions?" The random enhancement potion costs 1 military merit for 1 attribute point, while the balanced enhancement potion is worth 150 military merits and can enhance 100 attribute points. If you choose the balanced enhancement potion, I can offer you a discount for 3 bottles. Zhao Haochen, clearly knowledgeable, quickly responded, 3 bottles of the balanced enhancement potion. Once you consume this potion, your kidney deficiency will finally find relief, Qin Feng teased from the side. Get lost, if you dare. Don't exchange for this potion, Zhao Haochen retorted irritably. I'm strengthening my strengths, while you're merely compensating for your weaknesses. Can you compare? Qin Feng confidently straightened his posture, but, recalling that Jiang Huqing next door might easily become a target again, he silently reined in his bravado. He then addressed the supply officer. I have 540 military merits. Give me a discount for 4 bottles of the balanced potion, and we'll forget about the previous incident. The supply officer was dumbfounded. Was this person here to purchase items or to rob? He was about to deduct 60 merits, which equated to his monthly salary. Seeing the supply officer hesitating, Qin Feng furrowed his brow. What? Do you think offending me comes without consequences? If I hadn't been driven out by the old man, you wouldn't be able to buy my forgiveness even with 6,000 merits. Chapter 58. Crying for your father among the 3. If anyone had the qualifications to act like a villain, it was undoubtedly Qin Feng. If he had come in his true identity, he could have slapped the supply officer twice, and the latter might have even praised him for his resounding strikes. However, with Jiang Huqing, the demolition expert, setting a precedent, Qin Feng appeared remarkably gentle within the group. The reason he was bullying others this time was not merely to vent frustration. As a young master, he was not petty enough to hold a grudge against a wild dog with eyes on its forehead. It was simply that the competition within the group was excessively fierce. Qin Feng was unwilling to be eliminated by that incompetent fool next door due to slow progress. I, Qin Feng, am not inferior to anyone. What? He actually offended you? Before the supply officer could react, Zhao Haochen had already shouted in shock. We are a trinity. To offend you is to offend all of us. Give me 20 bottles of ordinary attribute enhancement potions, and this matter will be settled on my end. Otherwise, even if you spare him, I cannot let it go. To be honest, Qin Feng felt a flicker of gratitude at the beginning, realizing that his usual friends, who indulged in lavish lifestyles, would not dare to confront an officer as boldly as this. However, as the conversation progressed, he increasingly sensed something amiss. Was this fellow using his name to extort favors? Unable to restrain himself, he slapped the table and scolded, Are you here crying for your father? Zhao Haochen chuckled. What can I say? I also wish to progress. I just don't understand why I exude an aura of a wealthy young master, even when reduced to a death row inmate. I attract the attention of those who lack insight. I can only follow behind you, taking advantage of your success. It was remarkably strange. Among the 3, only this guy truly deserved to be in the death row camp, while the other 2 had merely stumbled into it by chance. Yet, this fellow had not encountered any of the ignorant types. Qin Feng, however, had his own thoughts, sighing, God is fair. You've already been bullied by a big boss, and your unique aura repels other malevolent spirits. It was akin to how strong dogs mark trees, deterring other dogs from urinating there. Zhao Haochen reflected on how he had been oppressed by Jiang Huqing all this way, almost unable to hold back tears. Wang Hong's frog jump and song had astonished the entire assembly, yet how many times had he been knocked senseless? And he hadn't even been able to seek revenge. Only silence remained. Jiang Huqing suddenly thought of something. Since we are a trinity, shouldn't I also request something? No, absolutely not. Before the supply officer could speak, the other 2 had already shouted to halt, exposing their plastic brotherhood. The 2 young masters had been so greedy for trifles to avoid being left behind by this fellow. If he also asked for something, it would mean a shared enhancement, effectively nullifying their own progress. How could they possibly close that gap? After speaking, the two felt a bit embarrassed, experiencing a twisted sense of a novice trying to isolate the big boss. Fortunately, Zhao Haochen knew how to translate the situation. He patted Jiang Haching on the shoulder and said, "Haching, you are different from us. I know you are unwilling to accept handouts, but you cannot break your principles for the sake of brotherhood. However, as a brother, you have a more important task. If he refuses to let us off, and he has offended our buddy, you can go and beat him up." The supply officer was about to say that they were the ones seeking handouts and that he had no intention of giving anything. But upon seeing Jiang Haching's eager expression, he quickly caved in. "Please wait a moment, esteemed heroes. I shall prepare it right away. I hope you will not hold it against a humble servant." Chen Feng was instantly dumbfounded, never having anticipated he would have a day where he could leverage the status of his peers to collect protection fees. After receiving the items, he felt an overwhelming sense of unreality, feeling an increased guilt towards Jiang Haching. This fellow had been taken advantage of by him, receiving nothing in return, which was not the way to cultivate friendships. Stealthily pulling Zhao Haochen aside, he asked, "Is it really all right for us to treat Haching like this?" Zhao Haochen made an odd gesture. "Don't worry, it's all stable. You must remember one thing. Gifts should be appropriate, not necessarily expensive. Perhaps Haching should even thank me for almost finding him a rival. If you truly can't bear it, why not take the opportunity to have another match with him? Haching will surely be touched and consider you his best brother." "Why should I?" Chen Feng instantly dismissed his guilt, retorting, "You also benefited from this. If anyone should be beaten, it should be you." A moment later, he couldn't help but add, with that sly merchant's demeanor, "Ending up in a death row camp is no injustice." Zhao Haochen shook his head, who said, "I wasn't thinking of Jiang Ge. All that gear was funded by me. All right. The armor on him is even better than my own, though fundamentally it was because this fellow feared for his life." Achieving this step was still commendable. Chen Feng could only give him a thumbs up. After they exchanged their potions, it was Jiang Haching's turn. 8.840 military merits, even after the prior two had prepared him. Jiang Haching's military merit count still left the supply officer stuttering. Silently calculating, he realized that the three combined had amassed nearly 2,000 military merits. Just how many goblins must have been taken down to accumulate such wealth? Even from a tribal perspective, he couldn't help but curse, calling them beasts. Chen Feng suddenly remembered what he had embezzled, smacking his forehead and saying, "It's not over yet. I forgot to bring this out." He intended to attribute the merits from the corpse to Jiang Haching as well. "Don't try any tricks. We know the value, if you don't want to sing tenor for the rest of your life. Just be honest." The supply officer naturally dared not refuse, picking up the corpse and taking a glance, his eyes immediately lighting up. Firefly level? As a supply officer, he had certainly seen plenty of firefly-level creatures. But goblins reaching this level were quite rare. Rarity equates to higher value. This isn't just an ordinary firefly level. It possesses mysterious side skills. Did you see the patterns on its face? The most crucial point is that apart from the useless internal organs, the other parts are relatively well preserved. What constitutes valuable military merits? Chen Feng was certainly more knowledgeable, quickly articulating the value of the Batuff's corpse in just a few sentences. The quartermaster had just discerned that Chen Feng's identity was anything but ordinary upon seeing the storage bag, and certainly did not dare to mislead him. After a moment of contemplation, he stated, "Under normal circumstances, the value of a corpse is roughly equivalent to military merit on a one-to-one basis, with a Firefly-level corpse estimated at 100 military merits. However, as you all have mentioned, rarity confers value, and I am willing to extend a personal favor. How about 120 points? This price is quite reasonable." Chen Feng was inclined to persuade Jiang Haching to accept the offer, but Zhao Haochen proactively interjected. 120 is merely the utilitarian value of the corpse. Have you not considered its scarcity? A goblin of this level must certainly have a notable name. Don't tell me you are unfamiliar with its collectible worth, and you expect us to owe you a favor for this? Perhaps I should wait until you rotate positions, and then we can barter with someone more reasonable? The quartermaster hadn't anticipated that his casual remark would provoke the wrath of the three killers, leaving him with a headache. "So, what price do you propose?" Zhao Haochen confidently replied. "Let us make it a round figure, 1,000 military merits. If you dare claim there's no profit in it, I'll seek out others for their opinions." "Very well, whatever you say is fine by me." The quartermaster sighed and shook his head. Jiang Haching had not expected to gain several military merits without lifting a finger. and a foolish grin spread across his face. With finances bolstered, he felt more assured about exchanging items later. Chapter 59. Learning is for encountering the pitfalls of fate. The foremost priority was undoubtedly the repair of armor. Lacking protection would undoubtedly complicate this battle significantly. Jiang Huqing directly inquired, "How much military merit is required for armor repair?" The quartermaster glanced at it and noted that the old standard equipment was not difficult to fix, although the damage was somewhat severe, necessitating 80 military merits. Chen Feng nodded in agreement, suggesting, "Huqing, your funds are ample. I recommend replacing crucial components with stronger metals. This will not significantly increase the weight, but will enhance the defensive capabilities considerably. For instance, you could add a heart shield at the chest and incorporate some self-repairing soft metal at the joints. The cost may be a bit steep, but it is undoubtedly worth it." The quartermaster chimed in, "In the chaos of battle, one cannot avoid injury. Reinforced armor may very well save your life at a critical moment. Young Master Dongfeng knows his stuff. You would do well to heed his advice." Generally, seasoned warriors who participate in a few more skirmishes will opt for such enhancements to their armor. Jiang Huqing believed that Chen Feng would not lead him astray, especially given his unique situation. While others might lose a life with a minor reduction in soul strength, he was genuinely risking his life, and thus he was quick to listen to the advice. "All right, how much military merit will this require?" The quartermaster shook his head. "The amount of military merit depends not on me, but on you. There is no upper limit to equipment enhancement. First, tell me how much additional weight you can accept." Jiang Huqing pondered for a moment and replied, "I should be able to manage within 110 jin." The quartermaster took this seriously and spent a considerable amount of time calculating on his computer. Eventually sharing, "I've prepared 3 proposals for you. The optimal plan allows for an overall resistance of 600 jin, with key areas capable of withstanding 800 jin, and the joints utilizing soft metal to maintain flexibility while providing 200 jin of protection. The only downside is the price. It will require an additional 600 military merits on top of the original cost." Before the quartermaster could elaborate on the secondary option, Jiang Huqing turned to Chen Feng. "Is it worth it?" Chen Feng contemplated for a while and concluded, "It should be about right." "All right, Zhao Haochen, you're up." Jiang Huqing nodded. "Me?" Zhao Haochen appeared taken aback by being called upon. Jiang Huqing had cleverly calculated that, given the earlier situation, this teammate excelled at bargaining. Why summon him only during a boss fight if he wasn't utilized now? Zhao Haochen quickly got into the groove. "Boss, this build doesn't add up. Since it involves replacing metals, surely there's a process of installation and removal. You can't just pocket the original metals, can you? Also, since this is a modification, shouldn't the repair cost be lower? It seems rather unreasonable to charge us for repairs when you'll dismantle it afterward." The quartermaster, however, had his own justifications, gritting his teeth. "This armor has been worn to the point of being nearly bare. Without repairs, even a craftsman couldn't enhance it. And do you think enhancing materials are cheap? It requires dismantling and reassembling, and enhancing this worn piece necessitates using several high-quality components to provide sufficient material for completion." Jiang Huqing, not fully understanding, raised his hand to inquire, "Can't the Federation produce this metal?" The quartermaster scrutinized Jiang Huqing with disdainful eyes, silently expressing his contempt for ignorance. Fortunately, he was looking at Jiang Huqing. Had it been one of the other two, he might have faced repercussions. Chen Feng, feeling embarrassed, explained, "The Federation can produce it and even manufacture superior versions. However, the laws of this alternate realm differ. Issues arise once you enter. Using Federation metals for repairs could lead to catastrophic failures. Creating gaping holes. It is imperative to use equipment retrieved through the helmet plunder, as anything you attempt to dismantle yourself will not suffice. Otherwise, if you perish, any metal salvaged will vanish upon your revival." Noticing that Jiang Huqing still wanted to question, Chen Feng preemptively addressed his thoughts. "Why is the helmet so powerful? Don't ask. Just understand that humanity merely discovered this item. We did not create it. We can roughly detect the helmet's functions, but we cannot influence its determinations. Otherwise, everyone could simply lie back and reap benefits without contesting with those abominable beings. As for how the potions came to be, let us just say some bold individuals wandered astray, starved, and found them useful. We later learned to alter their physical forms to make them less repugnant. Is that clear?" Seeing Jiang Huqing's expression morph into one of confusion, Chen Feng sighed in resignation. "Forget it. Discussing this with you is futile. Just stay close to us and don't wander off, understood?" Jiang Huqing immediately brightened, patting Chen Feng on the shoulder. an external brain? Truly effective. Chun Feng was impressed. Suddenly, he felt as though others studied for the sake of strengthening their nations, while he was learning merely to navigate this nonsensical situation. Were this situation to transform into an enchanting beauty with fair skin, striking features, and long legs, he would have no complaints. Alas, it was a rugged brute instead. The heavens were unjust. Chun Feng could hardly suppress a lament. The quartermaster continued his verbal sparring with Zhao Haochen, nodding in satisfaction after hearing Chan Feng's explanation. You understand now. This enhancement is undoubtedly worth its weight in gold. Zhao Haochen shot a resentful glare at both, his expression akin to that of a betrayed revolutionary. The negotiations that had been proceeding smoothly had now been disrupted, placing him at a disadvantage. If the buyer claimed it was worth it, why haggle over trivial amounts? A bunch of crooks, he muttered under his breath before quickly devising another scheme. Slamming the table with force. How can you bully the illiterate? Hutching, he has been discriminating against us. You should teach him how to speak properly first, and then we can resume negotiations. Young people today lack any martial ethics. When reason fails, resort to physicality? The quartermaster was reluctant to provoke these three dimwits, cautiously wiping the sweat from his brow, and suggested, calm down, I must have miscalculated. Let me think. Some parts were meant to be disassembled anyway. So they shouldn't incur repair fees. It will only require 648 military merits. Zhao Haochen frowned in silence while Zhang Haching eagerly flexed his muscles nearby. The quartermaster, feeling the pressure, added, perhaps I can offer a discount given how intact this armor is. The labor cost for enhancement should be reduced if I swallow my pride and negotiate with the craftsman. Perhaps I can lower the price. Zhao Haochen finally decided to speak, feigning shock. What? Your face is worth 100 military merits? How embarrassing. You ought to earn something. 580 is quite appropriate, a good omen. The quartermaster, not feeling threatened but rather finding them agreeable, was willing to dig into his own pockets to support these young heroes. Tearfully acquiescing. Leave the armor here. Come back in 3 days to collect it. Last. Zhang Haching was willing to retract his inflated arm. Chapter 60. The Vanguard Army with 420 military merits remaining. The armor issue was resolved, leaving only the matter of weapons. Such is the plight of warriors. After laboring to earn a meager sum, they often find themselves spending it all on equipment, which rarely suffices. Life was indeed a struggle. Yet, one cannot afford to skimp in this regard. Fully enhancing oneself to withstand or exert several hundred gene of force costs far more than simply upgrading one's equipment. As Sun Shengren once stated, a gentleman is not different. He makes good use of resources. To be miserly in this respect is to disrespect one's own life. Weapon enhancement differs from armor enhancement. The former cannot simply involve removing a piece and reattaching it but must be reforged entirely, incorporating new materials in the process. Zhang Haching, aware of his financial limitations, did not dare to demand the best. Instead, he presented both weapons to the craftsman, hoping for assistance in refining them. His request was straightforward. Any special effects were superfluous, but he desired they not dull suddenly during use. This seemed simple enough. Yet for someone like Zhang Haching, whose skills were solely focused on brute strength, fulfilling such a requirement was no small feat. The quartermaster meticulously recorded Zhang Haching's attack and defense habits, then engaged in a spirited debate with Zhao Haochen. Ultimately, the transaction was concluded at a price of 300 military merit points. The anticipated outcome is remarkable, featuring exceptional sharpness and a 12 increase in power during thrusting. With the length based on the long sword provided by the Zhao family and the weight increased to 23 gene. Furthermore, Zhang Haching's conditions have been partially met, and the military supply officer assured that this long sword will undoubtedly be harder than Batuff's bone. You are welcome to inspect it at any time. Zhang Haching, having promptly completed the payment, found himself with only 120 military merit points left. After purchasing several common martial arts manuals for disassembly, he had nearly exhausted his funds. With the remaining 20 or 30 merit points, Zhang Haching converted them directly into federal currency at a conversion rate of 1 to 1,000. His savings finally reached a 5-digit figure, only to revert to 3 digits moments later. This was not due to Zhang Haching's propensity for frivolous spending. Rather, he was mindful of the debts owed to Li Hui and others, feeling the responsibility to repay as soon as he could. As for himself, with 2 wealthy friends nearby, he had no need to spend money at all. Upon seeing Zhang Haching's foolish grin directed at them, Zhao Haochen and Chen Feng felt an immediate tightening of their wallets. How is it that this single, unmarried individual suddenly gives off the impression of raising a child? How disconcerting. After receiving the money, Li Hui was quite taken aback and called almost immediately, "Huching, are you all right? Why did the compensation come to me just after you enlisted?" Zhao Haochen and Chen Feng exchanged speechless glances upon hearing this. Li Hui had once been a respectable individual. How had his manner of speaking deteriorated to this extent after associating with Zhang Huching? Could it be that one who stays close to ink gets stained? Would they too eventually become like this? Nevertheless, they felt somewhat guilty. After finally starting to earn a little, if they were to communicate with their elders back home, the most probable content would be, "Old Deng, send me more gold coins." Meanwhile, Zhang Huching, who clearly led a miserable existence, managed to think of giving back. This nearly prompted them to consider sending money home to appease their families as well. Fortunately, having already spent his merits, this dangerous inclination was curbed in any case. The future was uncertain. Zhang Huching paid no heed to Li Hui's tone. He simply wished to converse with familiar faces in this new environment. After exchanging a few pleasantries devoid of substance, Zhang Huching felt his fatigue dissipate, revitalizing him entirely. With his funds exhausted and his weapons and equipment fully enhanced, Zhang Huching felt as though he had been robbed and anticipated that for the next few days, he would have to lie low. Chen Feng and Zhao Haochen exchanged determined glances, each recognizing the resolve in the other's eyes. Once Zhang Huching paused, they could discreetly make their move out of course. They still needed to offer some words of encouragement. "Huching, your martial skills are still too singular. I suggest you take this time to learn a few new techniques." There was no need to worry about opponents. Here, they could connect to the arena and accumulate points, while simultaneously earning some pocket change. Zhang Huching understood the adage that sharpening a knife does not delay the chopping of wood, nodding in acknowledgement. After their improvements, the trio felt notably more powerful and exited the premises with satisfaction. To their surprise, they encountered an unexpected individual waiting for them. Upon seeing the three emerge, the person quickly put away their phone and greeted them amiably. "Hello, I am Huang Yi, the squad leader of the second team of the Vanguard, here specifically for you." Zhang Huching, brimming with excitement, replied, "Want to practice?" Huang Yi was momentarily taken aback. "How did you deduce such an unreasonable request from my tone?" The other two glanced at Huang Yi. To be honest, he had a decent physique that could even be described as refined, resembling more of a dapper young man than a soldier. However, he appeared somewhat disheveled, with stubble and a lazy posture, his eyes frequently darting to his pockets while speaking. Even with their shallow understanding of him, they could surmise that he had likely been engrossed in a game just moments before. "Captain Huang, please don't mind him. He behaves this way with everyone. May I ask what brings you here to seek us out?" Huang Yi stretched lazily. "You've caught the attention of the higher-ups. They hope you will join the Vanguard." Zhao Haochen and Chen Feng, troubled by their lack of a team, felt as though a pillow had been delivered to them just as they were ready to sleep and were eager to agree. However, Zhang Huching interjected, "I want to go. I am quite comfortable here in the death row camp." The two were left helpless. Had this fool not considered his own interests? Did he not find their previous encounter with the lowly camp sufficient? While the Vanguard also engaged in perilous work, at least they had a formal identity and would be looked upon favorably wherever they went. Huang Yi, however, appeared to understand, nodding in agreement. Indeed, compared to the death row camp, the Vanguard is certainly riskier. I'll return to report. Just as Huang Yi turned to leave, he felt something clinging tightly to his thigh. "Wait, Captain. Don't go just yet. Tell us more, as long as it's thrilling." "We re-in? Huh?" Huang Yi was momentarily flummoxed. He had encountered many seeking benefits, but this was the first time he had met someone eager for danger. Had this fellow just been kneeling in defeat moments before? Nevertheless, completing the mission was always a good thing, and he was willing to elaborate. As the name suggests, the Vanguard is tasked with venturing into the most dangerous assignments, heading to places that no one else dares to tread. The risks are entirely unpredictable. If fortune smiles upon you, you may return laden with treasures from a storeroom. If not, you might find yourself confronted by a horde of powerful foes ready to take you down. Moreover, to prevent exposure, we typically operate in small teams, leaving you entirely isolated in the face of danger. The casualty rate is extraordinarily high, akin to a death row camp within the regular army. Perhaps even more brutal. After outlining a plethora of drawbacks that could dissuade anyone, Huang Yi finally recalled his primary task of recruiting and attempted to spin it positively. In truth, there are numerous benefits as well. Firstly, the compensation is quite decent. You earn 500 military merit points each month simply for existing, though whether you can maintain that depends on your abilities. Additionally, there are virtually no military orders within the team. If you possess the capability, you could clear out a goblin nest and then take a nap inside. Essentially, as long as you complete the mission, anything goes. Chapter 61. Huang Yi, the protagonist of a fantasy narrative. Despite being referred to as the Vanguard, it essentially resembled a mercenary guild from a fantasy novel. This made sense, as this was not a game. There was no function to prevent friendly fire. If you struck a comrade, they would fall just as any enemy would in a high martial world. Each individual possesses a range of area of effect skills, making traditional large-scale warfare cumbersome and diminishing combat effectiveness. Those who could join the Vanguard were elite warriors with the potential to become future pillars of strength. Thus, familiarizing them with this style of combat was undoubtedly beneficial. Furthermore, such a powerful unit, no matter who held it, would always raise concerns among others. This structure, which provided a title without an actual organizational function, could also help minimize the occurrence of severe incidents, serving as a necessary product of a unique environment. Zhang Huqing did not need such a broad perspective. His mind was currently occupied with a few key phrases. The opponent seeks out. No constraints. Such favorable treatment. If he had the funds, he would pay to join without a second thought. What possibility was there for refusal, Brother Huang? In the fight against the alien races, can we afford to value our lives? We must respond with unwavering resolve. In his eagerness to join the Vanguard, he even dredged up the scant knowledge he had done. Oh, very well. Huang Yi maintained a calm demeanor, exuding a sense of indifference as if he could take it or leave it. For him, the priority was to conclude this conversation quickly so he could return to playing on his phone. However, this state lasted only a moment, as the sound of defeat emanated from his device. Huang Yi's face fell noticeably. He then muttered a 3-character mantra for a full half-minute. Only when he noticed the 3 beside him looking at him with bemused expressions did he realize there were outsiders present. Regaining his composure, he returned to the matter at hand. If all goes well, we will be teammates in the future. So let us introduce ourselves. I am Huang Yi, with 4,238 military merit points earned. Proficient in 8 martial arts, and designated as a breacher. The other 3 also briefly introduced their situations, all being novices with attributes that fell short. Even Chen Feng only knew 5 basic martial arts, all of which were nearly identical. Huang Yi took no offense. Although there were some overlaps in their roles, it was not a significant issue. In this battlefield, a group of melee fighters would suffice. When they encountered alien races, they would charge in together, winning if they could, and if they fell, so be it. Chen Feng, puzzled, asked, "Wait a moment. Aren't you going to introduce us to the other team members?" Huang Yi shrugged. "When did I ever say there were other team members? Then what about your title as squad leader, a lone commander, and it was inherited? Rest assured, they're not dead. They simply found me too reckless and voluntarily left the team, leaving the position for me." Zhao Haochen felt increasingly as though he had boarded a pirate ship. One reckless individual in the team was already enough of a headache. How could they possibly manage with another? He envisioned a bizarre scenario. During an encounter, Zhang Huqing would shout charge, only for Huang Yi to surge ahead, leaving him and Chen Feng scrambling to provide support. How would they survive that? Zhao Haochen suspected there was some misunderstanding and tentatively inquired, "Brother Huang, you don't seem like a reckless type. There's no need to deliberately test us, is there?" Huang Yi felt as though he had found a kindred spirit. "I don't consider myself reckless. I just tend to look for something to strike after losing too many games. However, after toppling a few Minotaur chiefs last time, my teammates insisted I was playing with fire and chose to leave rather than continue playing with me. Regardless of the rumors that have already circulated, I find myself disinclined to offer any explanations. Thus, allow me to introduce myself." Zhao Haochen was left utterly bewildered. "Are you truly serious about toppling the bullhead chieftain?" Huang Yi responded confidently, "Absolutely serious. I confront challenges head-on and never engage in underhanded tactics. My helmet's special effect intensifies my combat prowess with heightened emotional fluctuations, and the resentment from 10 consecutive defeats is more than sufficient to overturn anything. Quite stable. This hardly seems stable. More frightening than a reckless brute is a reckless brute devoid of self-awareness. Compared to the Vanguard, it seems that the death row camp is indeed the safer option. Were it not for my lack of choice, I too would wish to withdraw from the team." Alas, I can only strive to endure. Brother Huang, is there not a possibility that you could opt for some pay-to-win games to enhance your strength? Wouldn't that be more enjoyable? Why subject oneself to such self-inflicted hardships? Huang Yi, however, sighed and interrupted. Let me ask you, what kind of person can consistently achieve 10 consecutive defeats in a game like Honor of Kings? Oh no, I misspoke. Zhao Haochun's gaze turned sympathetic as he looked at Huang Yi.in MOBA games. There exists a distinct matching mechanism. Losing one match is a reasonable occurrence. 3 consecutive defeats indicate a state issue. 5 consecutive defeats reflect a technical problem. After 5 consecutive defeats, the matching mechanism's mercy is triggered, allowing even idle teammates to carry you to victory. To achieve 10 consecutive defeats, stability is essential. There is essentially only one possibility. Bad luck has reached a level that it bypasses the game company's firewall, causing the matching mechanism to collapse. Or perhaps directly influences the real-life players who carry others. For instance, during a game, if one were to drop their phone into a toilet, Huang Yi wore an expression of utter disillusionment. Given my physical condition, I certainly should not perform poorly in such a wretched game. Yet, even if the matching mechanism were to grant me a capable ally, after a chaotic victory, another ally would inevitably disconnect for no reason. Leading the remaining 3 to surrender successfully, I have played other games as well. In a $6, 100-draw card game, I spent $60,000 and received nothing in return. The notion of a guaranteed outcome is non-existent. Upon revealing my identity, the chairman arranged for all employees to work overtime for 3 days, resulting in 2 programmers collapsing from exhaustion without discovering the bug's whereabouts. Ultimately, the chairman knelt before me, pleading for me to cease my supernatural interference. Zhao Haochun felt a sense of admiration, momentarily unsure whether to console him or himself. With such a jinx in the team, venturing into the otherworld to flank the enemy seemed akin to courting death, like a shadow trailing behind. Huang Yi, sensing that he may have overshared, chuckled awkwardly. In truth, my bad luck only affects the game. My fortune in the otherworld remains relatively intact. Otherwise, how could I possibly still be alive? The last time I entered, I soon encountered a team of 10 captains and 3 cat demons, and previously faced 3 bullhead chieftains and 4 cat demons, opponents I could barely handle. You all merely need to act as cheerleaders next door. Most of the time, it is quite safe. The word barely is rather flexible. Moreover, even if I wish to be a good cheerleader, you must first ask Brother Jiang if he is willing. Zhao Haochun discovered a point of curiosity. Brother Huang, since you've shared the lineup of the otherworldly beings, how about the rewards? In the Vanguard's mode, strategically speaking, the emphasis is clearly on flanking and causing disruptions. Achieving a heroic feat is merely a coincidence. Having battled so many otherworldly guardians, the treasures obtained must be quite substantial. Huang Yi paused, perplexed. You all do not calculate military merits. 10 captains and cat demons yield approximately 200 military merits, while the bullhead chieftain provided more. Around 600 military merits. Pure military merits? Zhao Haochun was taken aback. What else could there be? Huang Yi was even more puzzled. If one could vent their emotions and also gain military merits, what more could one desire? Without additional rewards, why would you take such significant risks? Could this perhaps be what they call bad luck? What kind of fantasy novel protagonist script is this? For him, treasures are as ephemeral as clouds. He simply harbors a desire to annihilate his adversaries out of displeasure, correct? Zhao Haochun finally grasped the situation. Joining this team meant that rewards were out of the question, while risks were undoubtedly maximized. Chapter 62. The entire affair. Zhao Haochun now felt as though he had endured a torturous ordeal, finally managing to crawl ashore, only to be apprehended by Bullhead and Horseface, declaring the next stage. He felt as though he was on the verge of being utterly broken. While others might be appointed a reliable novice guide to steer the team toward the right path, here, one was instead met with a complete annihilation engine. What grudges could possibly lead to this? Zhang Huqing pondered for a moment before suddenly having a revelation, his eyes gleaming as he asked, So, are you saying you possess a unique constitution that attracts precisely the right opponents for your practice? How did you come to this understanding? Qin Feng, for once, took on the role of translator, uncertainly inquiring, innate nesting saint body. Huang Yi finally comprehended, blushing slightly, and clarified, Well, when I said barely, I truly meant it. Last time, I did manage to topple 3 bullhead chieftains, but that was only because 2 agile teammates drew them apart, granting me the opportunity to defeat them one by one, yet at a cost. I was left with hardly a sound bone in my body. The brother responsible for drawing aggro averaged 2.5 broken legs. If even a fraction were missing, they would have collectively retreated from the team. This method of exploration essentially eliminates the notion of resurrecting with soul strength. Enemies do not foolishly remain on site waiting for retribution. Should one lose, it results in a free loss of soul strength. They performed in such a manner that they were mere moments away from a complete giveaway. Anyone whose condition falters risks a team wipe. Jiang Huqing's eyes brightened further. However, you all did manage to defeat the monsters, did you not? The worse your condition after the battle, does it not prove that the opponents were more suitable, thereby fully exploiting your potential? Huang Yi's selection process is indeed reliable. Despite having known each other for only a couple of days, Zhao Haochen still could not adapt to such masochistic rhetoric. Do not enemies merely fall into the categories of those one can defeat and those one cannot? When did a peculiar classification emerge? Did he never consider that he could resurrect on the spot? And should he provoke a formidable foe he truly could not defeat, while others retreat to the camp to resurrect, he alone would be left to endure relentless torment? Wait, there's still a question. Zhao Haochen suddenly conceived a conspiracy theory. If this fellow were to perish, he would likely meet the same fate. Would only Qin Feng, the true young master, remain alive in this team? What kind of parental narrative forbids children from playing with others? We haven't led him astray. However, as Zhao Haochen observed Qin Feng eagerly participating in the discussion, he felt a twinge of guilt. This child seems to have already gone astray. If we don't want him to play with us, could we not transfer him elsewhere? What kind of situation would it be to send the two of us to hell? He contemplated intervening with a few words, but the current scenario clearly indicated that Jiang Huqing was engaged in self-exploration. Qin Feng, after a moment of thought, also found it somewhat reasonable and began to follow Jiang Huqing's lead. Huang Yi, initially lacking in confidence, noticeably transformed after a few compliments, shifting from being a jinx to proclaiming himself as formidable. Simply undiscovered by a kindred spirit, as the only rational individual in the team, Zhao Haochen felt an immense burden. Observing the trio of misfits already huddled together, preparing to indulge in drinks, reason dictated that anything he said would be in vain. To avoid being expelled from the team, he swallowed his words that were ill-timed out of course. Reason also reminded him that he was merely a husky blending in with wolves. Following them would inevitably lead to trouble. If one must drink poison to quench thirst, let it be so. Survival first. Zhao Haochen gritted his teeth and followed suit. To his surprise, Huang Yi was quite generous. As the commander, he treated the three companions to a meal out of his own pocket. The purchasing power of military merits for daily necessities is genuinely robust. A large table filled with over a dozen dishes and 10 jin of liquor totaled less than 2 military merits. If converted to federal currency, it would likely amount to over 5,000. Huang Yi signaled everyone to feel free and dig in. We engage in perilous tasks, and the military should not shortchange us on food and drink. Unless faced with an emergency, do not casually exchange military merits for federal currency, as that is the least beneficial conversion method. Huang Yi, aware that these three were novices, continuously explained basic knowledge and shared anecdotes from the military district. It must be said, this seasoned veteran truly possessed considerable knowledge. Many things were the first time Qin Feng had heard of, and he found them quite novel. After Huang Yi shared, the conversation flowed freely, and Qin Feng and Zhao Haochen also contributed to the lively discussion. Both being dandy types, they effortlessly showcased their skills and thrived in such a setting. The atmosphere became increasingly animated, and the drinks flowed more freely. There is a saying that rings true. Only when one lacks friends do they resort to peanuts. With friends, it certainly becomes the friends' contributions that pair well with drinks. However, drinking too much can lead to problems. Huang Yi likely genuinely wished to fulfill his responsibilities as captain, hoping to enliven the team's atmosphere with this meal. After the trio had performed, it was only right that Jiang Huqing should not remain silent. Huang Yi, with bleary eyes, tapped the table before Jiang Huqing. Huqing, it's your turn. If you have any talents, hurry and show us. We can't just sit here grinning foolishly, can we? Jiang Huqing, unfamiliar with such gatherings, had been too engrossed in eating and drinking, and upon being suddenly called out, clearly did not know how to respond. Brother Huang, what do you mean by talent? Huang Yi, with a tongue slightly slurred, explained. It means if you have any special skills that others might not possess, or if you're better than them, show us what you've got. Jiang Huqing pondered for a moment and replied, Does not having parents count? Huang E. Zhao Haochen. Qin Feng. A single statement killed the mood. It must be said, at this table, there was indeed one who was publicly raised, and given the circumstances, that was a unique trait. Yet, it sounded peculiar no matter how one listened. We simply wish to indulge in some amusement. Yet you commence lamenting from frame zero. What is the situation? Is this fellow here to drink or to beg? Do you expect us to part with 200 for you? Absolutely not. That cannot be counted. A few individuals immediately protested. Zhang Huqing, with no alternative, decided to change his approach and attempted to rise. Little did he expect, Zhao Haochen and Qin Feng had already seized him from either side. Huqing, there's no need to reveal your vulnerabilities. Everyone possesses such things, they remarked. Zhang Huqing was perplexed by their words. No, I have nothing else to offer you, except for demonstrating a set of martial skills. The two finally exhaled in relief, recalling Wang Hong's woeful appearance, and couldn't help but chuckle. Huqing, are you planning to have someone leap like a frog while singing tenor this time? Zhang Huqing, having spent ample time with them, could somewhat keep up with their rhythm and understood they were referring to the bout with Wang Hong, but he shook his head. That is out of the question. The repairs for that would be rather costly. I have no intention of incurring losses. What I am showcasing for you is the consecutive thrust. Isn't that merely a couple of forward jabs? What is there to demonstrate? Someone interjected. Wait, he wouldn't be using another weapon to jab, would he? That would be inappropriate. A few brothers drinking wouldn't resort to that. Before they could process the situation, Zhang Huqing wielded a chopstick as if it were a sword, sweeping it forcefully, causing the chopstick to snap in half. All done. Oh no, it's getting colder. The protagonist character seems a bit lackluster, not quite impressive. Chapter 63. You can't do it? Everyone was at a loss regarding the situation. Huang Yi, uncertain, inquired, Huqing, have you had too much to drink? Who can't perform a basic skill like the consecutive thrust? Even if you were to bluff, you should at least jab once, right? Claiming a sweeping motion is a consecutive thrust is like pointing at a chicken wing and declaring it a type of mooncake. Zhang Huqing chuckled, I'm not drunk. If I were to jab, it certainly wouldn't count as performing. A sweep is what constitutes a proper act, isn't it? The chopstick is broken. Are you convinced now? Huang Yi severely doubted this fellow's honesty. Furrowing his brow, convinced of what? With enough speed, who can't break a chopstick? After saying this, he too grabbed a chopstick and easily snapped it in two. Zhang Huqing, seeing that no one believed him, grew anxious. Put on your helmets. I'll create a dummy for you to witness. The others, finding his earnestness intriguing and having nothing else to do, agreed to indulge him. Once everyone was gathered, Zhang Huqing promptly took a wooden stick and began his demonstration. With a swift forward sweep, the straw man was instantly reduced to a flurry of straw, its head rolling to the ground. Above it, the power assessment read, 500 pounds. Claiming a sweep resulted in 500 pounds was no exaggeration. The issue was that this fellow's arm attribute was merely over 120, making such a figure utterly unreasonable. This outcome could indicate two possibilities. Either he was cheating, or he possessed true martial skills. It was clear this fool wouldn't be adept enough to cheat. Thus, if it were genuine martial skills, it would be just as good as cheating. There was no semblance of a consecutive thrust in this. Am I drunk? Huang Yi muttered uncertainly. The other two immediately chimed in, indeed, the wine has taken effect. Everything appears distorted. 50 seems like 500. Right? I thought I was the only one misjudging. After Zhao Haochen spoke, he quickly felt foolish. If one person misjudged, that was one thing, but two people. His face contorted in shock. Wait, did you all see 500? Zhang Huqing, scratching his head in confusion, replied, I didn't see. It was indeed 500 pounds. If you don't believe me, I can strike a couple more times for you to observe. This fellow's initiative was as unwavering as ever. He proceeded to deliver 10 consecutive strikes, each registering a force between 490 to 520 pounds. The fluctuations effectively ruled out any suspicion of cheating. The question remained, who was interested in such a display? Who asked you to continue performing? Do you understand what it means to entertain? Exceeding a little is what constitutes a performance. We brought out a cart to liven things up, and you, out of nowhere, are operating a 6th-generation aircraft. How do we carry on together after this? Is this something to be observed over drinks? Recalling earlier self-introductions, everyone felt the embarrassment of their own inadequacies. What of the 5 or 8 types of martial skills they claimed to know compared to Jiang Huqing's proficiency? In this fellow's eyes, their martial skills were merely peculiar ways of meeting their demise. Zhao Haochen remembered the dread of being overshadowed by Jiang Huqing. The feeling was akin to a graduate boasting of their proficiency in office software, only to discover the interviewer was a champion of Excel competitions. After a round of questions, they realized the only thing they could do was double-click to open a spreadsheet, and perhaps click the X in the corner to close it. The group felt the effects of the alcohol wearing off as they fell silent for a moment. Finally, Huang Yi managed to regain his composure, attempting to smooth things over. Huqing, your martial prowess is commendable. I look forward to the day you publish a book to share your techniques. Huang Yi believed that with such a skill, Jiang Huqing could easily establish his own school. Jiang Huqing, feeling bashful, scratched his head. I merely know a few flashy moves. Why would I publish a book? Anyone could figure it out with a couple more tries. Huang Yi assumed this fellow was reluctant to share his skills. And didn't he press further, which was entirely understandable. This explosive technique, whether employed against foreign foes or in combat with others, would undoubtedly confer significant advantages. Chen Feng decided he would discuss this with his elder upon returning home. Realizing that this skill was far from simple, he finally understood why this fellow had been so formidable in vanquishing 10 captains and defeating that peculiar species. So, your earlier claims of achieving breakthroughs in battle were genuine? Everyone had thought he was merely posturing, but it turned out he was indeed impressive. Zhao Haochen was more familiar with Jiang Huqing's situation. This fellow was not one to treasure his skills unduly. He likely found the prospect of writing a book bothersome, or perhaps he was even illiterate. After witnessing such a remarkable display, no one felt like drinking anymore. They were all concerned that the memories of earlier would be obscured by the alcohol, which would be a considerable loss. As the gathering drew to a close, they began discussing their plans for the following days. Jiang Huqing had little to say. Without weapons or armor, aside from practicing martial skills and wandering the arena, he had no other pursuits. Huang Yi decided to continue gaming, deeming it the fastest way to enhance combat prowess, which was hard to criticize. Chen Feng and Zhao Haochen exchanged glances, both resolved to maintain their masquerade as condemned prisoners. Accompanying the main troop into battle, this was not only to earn a few rewards but, more importantly, to regain their combat instincts. Who knew, perhaps they too might stumble upon a martial skill that would miraculously break through? The greatest advantage of the vanguard army was that they were not bound to act in unison. They could do as they pleased. Their only obligations were to complete an exploration mission each month and to strive to remain alive. After feasting and drinking to their fill, they were all weary and retired to their respective rooms to rest. This was a privilege of the regular army. From the moment of joining, they were assigned quarters. Even in death, a grave would be provided to in short, as soldiers, they only needed to focus on valor. Everything else was taken care of by others. Back in his room, Chen Feng reflected on Jiang Huqing's display, unable to sleep despite turning the matter over in his mind. Was this truly what it meant to have mastery? If so, what was the point of learning martial skills? Without sufficient insight, one would spend a lifetime learning basic techniques. The more he pondered, the more unsettled he became. As his resolve wavered and risking violation of protocol, he sent a video of Jiang Huqing's demonstration to his elder. Chunlai replied promptly, Chen Feng, can you believe this is a consecutive thrust? Chunlai, you can't do it? As long as you master martial skills to a high level, you need not be confined to the techniques themselves. Even the falling petals can inflict harm. Just need hands. Chen Feng was plunged into despair. In the dead of night, he opened his music app and listened for ages, covering his head with a blanket, shouting, I am useless. I haven't even mastered a single martial skill. What Chen Feng did not realize was that Chunlai had watched the video dozens of times and was equally stunned. At his level, using such rudimentary martial skills should be second nature. Yet he had never considered that such basic techniques could be executed so artistically. After mimicking the moves a few times, Chunlai finally grasped some semblance of understanding. As he executed a strike, the air around it subtly rippled. The power had at least increased by 50. Maintaining that sensation, he attempted another martial skill. Although he dissipated some of the accumulated force during the swing, he still managed to enhance its power by 10. When combined with other martial skills, if proficiency were to increase, the power might rise by more than just 10. This was transforming basic martial skills into a unique state, reminiscent of the principles of inch punch. Hiss! Chen Lai silently reclassified Jiang Huqing from a somewhat promising but foul-mouthed whetstone to a treasure boy capable of enhancing the martial heritage of humanity through improved techniques. His desire to cultivate him grew ever stronger. Chapter 64. A Favor Ode. There was no rush regarding Jiang Huqing's matters. With a few goblins, this fellow could entertain himself for 3 days. He was particularly easy to manipulate. Chen Lai was confident he could keep him firmly within his grasp. However, recalling another matter, Chen Lai couldn't help but erupt in fury, slamming his hand on the table, exclaiming, "These aristocratic families only cherish their own interests, disregarding the lives of the soldiers on the front lines. This basic martial skill has been passed down for countless years. I refuse to believe that after such a long time, no one has studied it, especially the Ming family, who built their foundation upon this skill. Selling a watered-down version for over 1,000 years. This is utterly disgraceful." Chen Lai struggled to contain his anger and instructed his secretary, "Please contact the head of the Ming family and inform him that the old man wishes to consult them on a few matters." Upon receiving the call, the head of the Ming family was taken aback, his mind racing with a singular thought. What on earth? Although he was unaware of Chen Lai's intentions, he knew that when a military figure sought you out, it wasn't to engage in a friendly discussion. "Commander Chen, I wonder what insights your esteemed presence brings. Whatever you require, whether it be manpower or financial support, our Ming family shall endeavor to meet your needs to the best of our abilities." Such a tone reflects an understanding beyond measure. As long as we can avert disaster, we shall willingly accept financial losses. Chen Lai's ire was palpable as he observed the duplicitous demeanor of the merchant. "Ming Guang, are you not part of a family renowned for military prowess? How is it that you have descended to the level of mere tradesmen?" Ming Guang, with a humble demeanor, replied, "Commander Chen, you jest. We merely rely on the residual favor of our ancestors, barely mastering a modicum of basic martial skills, hardly worthy of distinction." Chen Lai scoffed, "Basic martial skills? It seems you clutch tightly to a treasure trove yet refuse to part with it. Since you have no intention of enlisting in the military, what do you hope to achieve by retaining your martial knowledge?" "Ah!" Ming Guang exclaimed in alarm. "Commander Chen, why do you say such things? When the enemy claims you possess nuclear weapons, it is prudent to truly possess them. Conversely, if the commander doubts your capabilities and refuses to acknowledge them, it is best not to have them at all." This principle was not lost on Ming Guang, yet he remained perplexed as to what Chen Lai could possibly desire from him. Families such as theirs on the fringes dare not accrue wealth. Their martial arts, when sold, merely cover nominal costs. Observing Chen Lai's increasingly ominous expression, Ming Guang felt a chill, realizing that a single misstep could lead to his family's ruin. "I implore you, Commander. Our family's martial techniques have not been updated in many years. We only resort to minor tricks when resources run low. Having released a deluxe edition 500 years ago, utilizing superior paper, priced slightly higher. 300 years ago, a platinum edition was produced, adding 3 additional pages." Chen Lai remained non-committal. A genuine transmission in a single phrase is worth 1,000 volumes of falsehood. 3 pages of text could indeed encompass a wealth of new content, could it not? Ming Guang hastily clarified, however, "The 3 pages we added pertain to our ancestors' titles. Originally, the introduction was credited to the creator of the thrusting technique, Ming Jie, with subsequent additions detailing the progenitor of the Ming family, the master of spear techniques, and the backpacker of lowland forest." This revelation left Chen Lai momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated such a peculiar addition. "Is this not a clear case of fraud? Does your ancestral hall accommodate so many tablets?" Ming Guang, aware of the impropriety, felt a flush of embarrassment but dared not retort. After some discussion, Chen Lai seemed to grasp the situation. They were not merely biding their time but genuinely lacking progress. Had they possessed even a modicum of skill, they would not resort to exploiting their ancestors' names for deceit. Of course, now that the call had been made, measures must be taken. Chen Lai, his countenance stern, remarked, "So, it appears you have made no advancements in martial techniques over the years." Ming Guang sighed. "It is easier said than done. This technique was inspired by our ancestors' observations of 2 dogs mating. Since then, we have seen dogs, tigers, and even calcium tablets, yet we still cannot recapture that elusive essence. Moreover, such rudimentary martial skills are merely transitional. There is little need for further exploration. This fellow's approach is truly unconventional." Chen Lai was momentarily rendered silent. However, from the intelligence gathered, it appeared that while this family was peculiar, their reputation remained intact, and he could hardly find it in himself to suppress them. Since you have not innovated, the military's development of subsequent improvements shall bear no relation to you, correct? Ming Guang struggled to comprehend. Could there truly be room for improvement in basic martial techniques, coupled with the explosive nature of their earlier conversation? Ming Guang, in a moment of folly, blurted out, "Do you also enjoy watching dogs mate?" Chun Lai's expression darkened, akin to the bottom of a pot. With descendants of the Ming family of such caliber, it would be surprising if they could produce anything of value. Fortunately, once Ming Guang realized his faux pas, he swiftly changed the subject. It is undoubtedly unrelated. Should the military produce new research to breathe life into this lackluster martial skill, the Ming family shall be immensely grateful. The thrusting technique will not see a price increase. We shall merely recoup our printing costs, and as for the pricing of advanced versions, that shall be at Commander Chen's discretion. This fellow is rather perceptive. Chun Lai was not averse to allowing them to benefit somewhat. Thus, it was settled, and the call ended. As the screen turned black, Ming Guang felt a sense of unreality. Had fortune truly favored him amidst adversity? That Commander Chen had personally reached out suggested that this research was extraordinary, perhaps signaling a renaissance for his family? A stroke of good fortune. The subsequent Clear Tomb Festival would be all the more meaningful. After resolving this matter, Chun Lai sent a message to that unfilial descendant. Find an opportunity for Jiang Huqing to thoroughly share his insights. We shall grant him the chance to choose 5 martial techniques as a reward. Furthermore, the military owes him a favor. Chun Feng pondered this, deep in thought. You cannot do it? Get lost? Chun Lai retorted, I certainly can, but my method cannot be disseminated. His approach is likely far easier to comprehend. Do you understand? Chun Lai's level of expertise was so elevated that utilizing this martial skill was akin to a high school student tackling elementary math problems, requiring no effort to derive the answer. Jiang Huqing's method of comprehension resembled that of a typical elementary student, meticulously guiding one through the counting process, naturally making it easier to grasp. However, Chun Feng suspected that the old man might be somewhat presumptuous. From what he knew of Jiang Huqing, his method likely mirrored the goblin's mysterious skill assessments. It was simply a matter of his musings. Chun Feng, however, did not refuse. He was keen to learn this technique, using public funds to further his own pursuits, which was rather appealing. Yet, plans would need adjustment. He would need to carve out some time to inquire how Jiang Huqing had achieved this, and he must bring the translator along. The poor fellow would benefit. Chun Feng muttered a few words, sleepiness overtaking him, and he soon fell into a deep slumber. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Jiang Huqing awoke refreshed, and after completing his morning routine, he selected the cross/crystal ball from his collection. Time was of the essence. He needed to learn several more martial techniques, lest that group of scoundrels deem him too inept to include him in their activities. Feeling the pressure, Jiang Huqing dared not squander time. Immersing his thoughts within the crystal ball, Chapter 65. Martial Technique Exchange Forum. Once again, the familiar visage of the old man appeared, exuding an urgency to clock out. What are you dawdling for, lad? Pay attention. Will these 2 slashes be impressive? Jiang Huqing attempted to engage the old man, hoping to admonish him for his lackadaisical attitude, thereby prompting him to impart genuine skills. Regrettably, the old man displayed no semblance of intelligence, merely repeating a few lines of dialogue like an NPC, while continuously demonstrating the cross/slash technique. Seeing the failure of communication did not dishearten Jiang Huqing. Instead, he observed attentively, resolute. He decided that he would not follow suit until the old man demonstrated true prowess. Yet, the old man remained unfazed, as steady as a factory worker who had tightened screws for years. Horizontal, vertical, methodical, and devoid of excitement. Is it possible that I could execute these 2 slashes without learning this martial technique? Jiang Huqing muttered, seriously doubting whether the crystal ball provided by the Zhao family was diluted. In truth, this technique was merely one of the components of a 3-part slash, also utilizing full body strength through movement. The horizontal sweep employed force to disrupt balance, aiming to exhaust the opponent's defenses. The vertical slash served as a killing blow, akin to a mountain pressing down, leaving anyone struck in a daze. The combination of horizontal and vertical formed a cross, hence the name of the technique. Jiang Huqing contemplated this, discovering several alternative applications. Yet, the old man refused to teach him, leaving him at a loss. Fine, I will learn from you, but you are no longer of use. You may clock out now. Jiang Huqing, tired of the AI-generated dialogue, seized a weapon and mimicked the old man's movements. Focusing all his energy, he advanced boldly, employing the thrusting technique, shouting open, as the wooden staff produced a resounding crack in the air, as if it could shatter iron. Subsequently, he lightly tapped the ground with his toes, executing a small leap, causing the staff to carve a smooth arc as he vertically slashed, simulating the shattering of an imaginary foe. Concluding with a firm stance, done. The apparition dissipated, promptly ejecting Jiang Huqing from the arena, unwilling to put in an extra second of work. Jiang Huqing sighed. The warm-up exercises were not even adequately taught before declaring me finished. This contraption is truly deceptive. Were it not for a sense of fairness, Jiang Huqing would have considered trading these crystal balls for military merit. However, as he surveyed the newly acquired martial techniques, he quickly cast aside his distractions and began to modify, to study. This maneuver, according to the old man's understanding, was intended as a killing move, yet it appeared rather clumsy. The connection between the horizontal and vertical slashes was not seamless. Success would depend on the power of the horizontal sweep and, more importantly, the opponent's cooperation. Jumping to execute this slash presented a significant flaw. Should the opponent counterattack, it would be difficult to defend. No, it seems I could also counterattack. Following the horizontal sweep, he could lower the weapon and then thrust upwards. This motion was noticeably more agile than a downward slash. However, if the opponent could not withstand the horizontal sweep, dispatching them should not prove too challenging. This technique seemed only useful against the weak. Otherwise, it was purely a gift to the enemy. Jiang Huqing discovered a flaw. Nevertheless, as a legitimate purchaser, he sought clarity and could consult the forum for insights. If he could borrow ideas, there would be no need to rack his brains. Comprehension was a finite resource and should not be overexerted. He recorded a video and uploaded it to the forum for review. Perhaps due to Jiang Huqing's status as a distinguished crystal ball user, the review process was remarkably swift, passing authentication in mere seconds. Jiang Huqing had previously worried that his incomplete understanding might hinder approval. Did purchasing equate to mastery? This was a foundational martial technique, and many had studied it. Once Jiang Huqing was authenticated, the forum quickly sent a response. Welcome to the forum, 8, omitting 13 digits, students. With so many individuals having undergone training, it is likely that numerous sparks of inspiration will collide. Without delay, Jiang Huqing promptly posted, having just learned this martial technique, could the esteemed experts recommend some technical threads regarding its application? Early in the morning, there were quite a few posts, and responses came swiftly. Another victim, respect lost, don't be disheartened, my friend. Life is filled with hurdles, and once you experience minor setbacks, you will avoid greater ones. How is it that, in this day and age, there are still those unaware that purchasing the 3-stage slash comes with a complementary thrust and cross slash? Indeed, this martial technique is a total scam. Geneva, refund 1. As the thread began to resemble a grievance post, Jiang Huqing frowned deeply. There truly nothing commendable about this martial technique? How can we possibly transform a pile of rubbish into treasures? Enough said, let us move on to the links. Jiang Huqing clicked on the post shared by the senior member above. The first one read, I refuse to believe that there exists a useless martial technique. Watch as I slay goblins with the cross slash. Video. Below the video, the original poster commented, honestly, that is truly useless. I used the cross slash 5 times and was struck by the centurion 13 times. The Bible, a group photo, Jiang Huqing. Is this forum serious? Nonetheless, the circumstances were indeed exactly as he had envisioned. The sweeping technique had yielded no advantage, and using this was purely a loss. He continued to click on the next link. It was a video posted by Xiaoxing, evaluating martial techniques. A young man wielded a sword, continuously employing the cross-slash technique, effortlessly cleaving through the enemy forces as if they were mere vegetables, facing no opposition whatsoever. However, Jiang Huqing remained unsatisfied, as a comment below perfectly articulated his sentiments. Clearly, the sweeping technique could have finished them off, yet he insists on performing a vertical slash. My friend practicing the Buddha's mercy slash? This technique seemed to possess only a single function for bullying weak opponents, and its speed was lacking. Jiang Huqing returned to his own post, which had been updated with several new comments. Don't claim to know the cross slash when you go out. Your teammates' gazes will leave you feeling inferior. Since you've already been deceived, why not deceive a few more? If everyone is duped, they won't mock you. The only useful comment read, learning the cross slash and the thrust can combine to form the 3-stage slash, accelerating your comprehension. The subsequent comments remained sharp. What's the difference between this and going to a restaurant where they serve you a bowl of pre-prepared cold food? Insisting that it teaches you how to use kitchen tools. A single remark ended the debate. Zhang Huqing had initially intended to briefly visit the discussion board for the thrust technique, but after reading the comments here, he lost all interest. He thought it would be better not to look at this at all. His resolve was waning. It would be better to head to the arena and cut down a few foes or simply meditate. Zhang Huqing decided not to waste any more time and directly entered the arena to begin matching. Surprisingly, it was quite considerate, as it could simulate the weapons he had acquired. Summoning the ring-headed knife dropped by Batufu, he finally no longer had to wield that broken wooden stick. Before long, the system matched him with an opponent. However, upon seeing Zhang Huqing's appearance, the other man exclaimed, "Wait, bro, why is it still you?" Chapter 66. Am I also part of the reward? The newcomer looked somewhat familiar to Zhang Huqing, who glanced at the opponent's ID and greeted him, Su Tian. Su Tian gritted his teeth and retorted, "I fought like mad in the arena to avoid you and gained 200 points. How can I still encounter you?" Zhang Huqing pondered and replied, "Perhaps I have been on a winning streak. Shall we fight?" Su Tian clenched his jaw and declared, "Yes, this is a rare chance for revenge." Zhang Huqing chose not to say anything further. If the conversation deepened, it would be cumbersome to console him when he inevitably shed tears later. Having one Zhao Haochen in the team was already troublesome enough. He couldn't possibly start collecting sobbing teammates. Indeed, the battle was utterly mundane, or rather, Zhang Huqing's continuous slashing technique was merely bullying in this tier. The first slash sent the opponent's long knife flying, and the second cut cleanly severed him in half. Throughout the match, there was hardly any time for dialogue. Su Tian's morale crumbled completely. What was happening? Could he not even stabilize his weapon? After the match, he wanted to inquire about the situation, but Zhang Huqing had already departed. Before advancing, Zhang Huqing had thought this guy could at least serve as a target for practice, but now his performance was worse than a scarecrow. The system had determined that he could easily win, so adding him as a friend became pointless. Zhang Huqing had no intention of discussing his condition with others. Su Tian, ranked 15, had fallen, essentially signaling that Zhang Huqing's strength was sufficient to dominate this tier. In the subsequent matches, he swiftly executed beheadings, then lightly departed. Opponents felt as if they were haunted in the arena. They charged forward only to be met with overwhelming force, their heads flying off. And the battle concluded, points taken away. To claim they were merely victims was an understatement. It was akin to a free giveaway. That scoundrel was fishing. This was the collective thought of all who lost. Zhang Huqing's mind was preoccupied with a single question. Could the arena provide them with armor or something similar? Otherwise, it truly felt off to be hacking away without any proper feel. Zhang Huqing even reopened the hit to lose button. Only by quickly accumulating points could he escape these lowly opponents and allow the system to match him with worthy adversaries. Otherwise, after wasting half a day, he hadn't made any progress with his martial techniques, save for a slight increase in attack speed. His strikes had grown more self-assured. There was a sense that no matter who stood before him, they surely could not withstand the first blow. Nevertheless, even with the hit to lose option activated, Zhang Huqing's speed of point accumulation remained stable. In just half a day, he reached 1,100 points, smoothly entering the 14 ranking tier. At this stage, there were hardly any students left. Those remaining were seasoned warriors who had seen blood and fought fiercely. More often than not, those willing to exchange injuries for lives had increased. And frequently, they could leave a few marks on Zhang Huqing before their demise. Zhang Huqing was forced to disable the hit to lose option to regain his victories. The subsequent journey of point accumulation was relatively smooth, achieving approximately 100 to 200 points every hour. Soon, his score reached 1500. At this point, opponents began to exhibit peculiar behavior. For instance, the individual before him, upon exchanging greetings, did not charge forward but instead began chanting incantations. Moments later, a shadow was hurled directly towards Zhang Huqing's face. Had he not been bullied by Li Tianxiang before, he would have certainly fallen prey to this attack. He sidestepped the first strike, cautiously maneuvering to avoid a second ambush, inquiring, "Are you a mage?" The opponent gave him a thumbs up, saying, "You have knowledge. However, you are a non-armored unit. How many times can you evade? Jiang Huqing didn't respond. Seeing the other busy chanting, and swiftly closed the distance, delivering a decisive beheading. The speed of that incantation could only be described as that of an apprentice. Ignoring the opponent's expletives, he queued for another match. It must be said, the oddities in this tier were plentiful. There were manipulators wielding handguns and carrying grenades, as well as clerics capable of throwing talismans that transformed into thunder. Matching with such crafty opponents, going without armor was simply untenable. After all, at 10 paces, the gun was quick. Within 10 paces, it was both fast and accurate. Just as Jiang Huqing recognized the opponent's appearance, several holes appeared in his chest. For someone like Jiang Huqing, who could only engage in hand-to-hand combat, as long as the opponent understood a modicum of strategy, getting close was a challenge. After some time, the desired close-quarters brawl was scarce. Conversely, his footwork had become much more agile, and his blocking had grown more proficient. Occasionally, inspiration would strike, allowing him to deflect a few bullets, only conceding defeat once the opponent's magazine was emptied, of course. This did not imply that these professions were incredibly strong. They could not entirely overpower martial artists. It merely indicated that Jiang Huqing was at a disadvantage due to their equipment. If he could get close, he would undoubtedly teach them a lesson. Unbeknownst to him, night fell, and Jiang Huqing's competitive points oscillated without ever breaking the 2,000 mark. Feeling fatigued, he decided to remove his helmet and head out for a meal. Zhao Haochen and Chen Feng returned, bloodied and battered. Yet their eyes bore no semblance of triumph, instead reflecting a sense of defeat, cursing their adversaries for their lack of martial ethics. Jiang Huqing felt a spark of curiosity. What had transpired? Zhao Haochen sighed. The goblins have gone mad. They are truly despicable. It was supposed to be a fair fight between soldiers, yet the two of us barely managed a few military achievements before being surrounded by several squads of centurions. Without your help and defense, we were powerless against their onslaught, and one of us even perished. After calculating the losses, they realized the military merits earned were insufficient for equipment repairs. The commander remarked that without their assistance, the pressure would not have been as intense, and he had the audacity to send them back. For the next 2 days, we might as well recuperate together in the camp. Chen Feng nodded in agreement. Feeling the absence of a significant ally had made the world seem infinitely more challenging. He had traded one life for 21 centurions and would need to spend precious resources to recuperate his soul's strength. A clear loss. Huang Yi, aware of the situation, yawned and said, "You should consider what you did last time. You eliminated the aberrant species. Even if you didn't exert effort, it counts towards this level. It is entirely reasonable for them to send centurions against you. You should be grateful they didn't send 2 aberrant species to train against you." The 2 men fell silent, realizing that while this fool reaped the benefits, they bore the brunt of the blame. Was there no justice in this world? Chen Feng was acutely aware that he could not resist, so he straightforwardly suggested, "He Qing, since we have some time to spare, why not enlighten us on the application of that martial technique from yesterday? I am here representing the higher-ups to negotiate with you. This is not an unreciprocated teaching. If you are willing to share your insights, the old man will acknowledge a debt of gratitude from the military, and you shall receive the opportunity to select 5 martial techniques for free study. The value of these techniques increases with their level. You could save them for when your attributes improve, and then compel the old man to impart some advanced secrets. This brother is worth befriending. Having a father truly pays off, however." Jiang Huqing furrowed his brows, feeling somewhat uncertain. "Is this worthless trinket really valuable?" Chen Feng nodded vigorously to He Qing. "Do not underestimate yourself. The worth of this technique surpasses your imagination. Each effective enhancement of a basic martial technique can significantly increase the survival rate of frontline soldiers. Frankly speaking, this time, the old man is taking advantage of you." Jiang Huqing shrugged nonchalantly. "That doesn't matter. I learned it anyway. It's just that I can use it but cannot articulate it. How about you practice with me? Perhaps through practice, you might grasp it too." Chen Feng thought to himself, "Oh no, this is bad. Is this directed at me? So, I am part of the reward too." Chapter 67. What do you take me for? "Brother Jiang, no," cried 3 young men in despair within the arena. "This is impossible. You must be swift and precise. None of you have even struck a single target. What have you learned? When the time comes to enter the bridal chamber, will you need a fool to satisfy you?" Jiang Huqing had never encountered such foolishness. He had literally guided them through the techniques, yet they still failed to learn. Was it truly so difficult to find a target and land 2 consecutive strikes? Have you considered who our opponents are? We must be quick, but you must be quicker. How can we land a hit? Chen Feng was equally astonished. This fellow seemed even more troublesome than during the Star System League matches. Despite wielding only a ring-handled knife, he managed to evade every attack with impeccable precision, as though striking an iron can. Jiang Huqing effortlessly countered his attacks once more, after consuming so many potions. Your physical condition should be better than mine. How is it possible that I am quicker? If you cannot keep up with my speed, perhaps you should summon a scarecrow. Without giving them a moment to regain their composure. It was now his turn to retaliate. Sweeping his knife to deflect the spear's defense, he closed in, lunging upward to deliver a lethal strike. Next, Zhao Haochen, having suffered too many defeats, now felt a chill in his groin upon seeing Jiang Huqing. Brother Jiang, is your cross-slash accurate? Jiang Huqing advised, focus, do not lose your concentration. It's merely a cross-slash. If it wins, then it is accurate. Jiang Huqing never fixated on the technique itself. The key was in flexible application. Admittedly, switching angles did enhance the threat level of the technique. However, it could not truly be called a cross-slash. It resembled a series of slashes followed by an upward thrust. If he could connect, the opponent would surely be left writhing in agony, but if he failed to connect, the strike would lack sufficient force. At that point, even a standard cross-slash would be futile, completely unnecessary. Jiang Huqing felt that the original martial techniques could not possibly be this foolish. It must be his own lack of comprehension that hindered him from utilizing them effectively. Zhao Haochen's moves were considerably more cunning than Chen Feng's, but Jiang Huqing had just endured a round of merciless training in the arena and was in peak form. With luck on his side, he could even deflect bullets. The straightforward blade and spear combat was merely a trivial challenge. When their blades clashed, a sharp sound echoed as Zhao Haochen's attack was thwarted. Jiang Huqing continued with his cross-slash, effortlessly sending him away, the tournament resembling a fish stall at a bustling market. No time wasted. When it was Huang Yi's turn to face Jiang Huqing, he adopted a serious demeanor, unwilling to be dispatched so easily. Stop, brother Jiang. At least give me some hints. Your defense is impenetrable. How can I land a second blow? Jiang Huqing pondered for a moment before suggesting. Why not find a way to strike at a location your enemy cannot defend? Even if it's not a critical hit, dealing some damage could provide an advantage when reviving for the next round. Also, it would be best to target a vulnerable spot with minimal movement, but with great speed. As Jiang Huqing spoke, his eyes suddenly lit up. Brother Huang, you focus on defense. I want to try something. Huang Yi was utterly bewildered. I asked you to teach me the secret techniques, yet I understood nothing. What revelation have you had? Are you instructing me, or are you merely indulging in self-advancement? This martial technique seems to have been so altered that even the original creator would not recognize it. Can you possibly improve further? Nevertheless, Huang Yi did not refuse. He could tell from Jiang Huqing's earnest gaze that he was not merely toying with him. If there truly was a breakthrough, then his role as a punching bag would contribute to the greater good of humanity. Gritting his teeth, he declared, All right, can I fight back? Of course, Jiang Huqing replied, exhilarated, as he dashed forward. This time, he did not exude the intimidating presence of the past, but instead moved with a certain ethereal grace. Or perhaps it was a peculiar elegance. With this extraordinary movement, the ring-handled knife no longer appeared as a lethal weapon. Instead, it resembled an embroidery needle in the hands of a seamstress, poised to stitch something together at any moment. Huang Yi clearly misjudged the tactic. As he swung his long sword, he discovered that Jiang Huqing had already maneuvered to his side. The flesh on his waist was swiftly sliced open. The wound was shallow but substantial. Blood gushing forth. Despicable. Huang Yi quickly turned to defend, only to find that Jiang Huqing had become increasingly elusive, showing no intent for a direct confrontation. Each strike was laced with hidden threats. If he defended well, Jiang Huqing would withdraw and seek another opportunity. If he faltered, another piece of flesh would be relinquished. What was most infuriating was that Jiang Huqing could deliver a fatal blow but chose not to. Opting instead to torment him, as Huang Yi became increasingly frustrated, he could not help but shout, What do you take me for? Fight me properly. Are you trying to inscribe a character on my body? Killing is but a matter of striking the head to the ground. Being marked in such a manner is intolerable for anyone. Due to excessive blood loss, Huang Yi felt his strength gradually ebbing away. Unwilling to endure further humiliation, he raised his sword to take his own life, retreating from the arena. Just as he prepared to hurl some insults at Jiang Huqing for his inhumanity, a round of applause erupted from the adjacent area. "Despicable! Are you mocking me?" Huang Yi retorted angrily. "Do not forget that I am still the captain." Zhao Haochen, suppressing his laughter, replied, "We are not laughing at you. This is applause born from admiration. You are the only one who has managed to exit the arena voluntarily after enduring such torment." Huang Yi did not consider this a matter of pride. Yet the unexpected compliment eased his mood, and he jested, "You may not be laughing, but do try to suppress those smiles." Chen Feng shook his head. "This is not my fault. This technique possesses its own will. It's more difficult to subdue than an anti-tank cannon." The three shared a hearty laugh, and Jiang Huqing emerged from the fray. "Why did you not accompany me to practice?" The trio had endured a grueling morning and were eager to slack off. They had no desire to enter the fray again. He Qing, did you not have a new idea? Why not share it first so that everyone can benefit? Jiang Huqing had no intention of withholding. "I feel that I misjudged the imaginary enemy when employing the cross-slash earlier. Using this skill against opponents is undoubtedly clumsy, with its horizontal and vertical motions being too standard, leaving defenses virtually unchallenged, relying solely on brute strength. However, if employed against larger creatures, it could yield remarkable results. We may very well achieve victory from a position of weakness. Those colossal beings are certainly less agile than us. If we do not engage in a direct confrontation but instead entangle them while dealing a few cuts, it would undoubtedly be effective. As for why the second strike is a vertical slash, it is understandable. Given the size disparity, the target area is closer to the vital points, and a downward cut possesses greater force, making it easier to breach defenses. Naturally, this allows for better withdrawal thereafter. The others contemplated this, and it indeed seemed plausible. Not all creatures among the alien races resembled goblins of similar stature. Bull-headed chieftains or other bizarre species could tower like small hills, and employing this bloodletting strategy might yield surprising results. Only Huang Yi wore an expression of indignation. "I am not a giant. Did you truly need to treat me like that earlier?" Jiang Huqing scratched his head, chuckling. "I was just trying to find a feeling. And how I strike is not the crux of the matter. The key is in practicing the footwork. Utilizing this technique, I feel that footwork is far more crucial than hand movements." Chapter 68. Struck dumb, this fellow has posed yet another conundrum. Since this technique revolves around footwork, why not elucidate how to maneuver? Merely discussing hand movements is of little use. Chen Feng harbored serious doubts about whether this fellow intended to lead them astray. Jiang Huqing had no answers either. "I do not know how to position myself. I can only say that as long as you do not get hit, you are fine. Alternatively, perhaps enduring a few more beatings will lead to enlightenment." Chen Feng promptly fell silent. He feared not the pain, but rather the prospect of this fellow genuinely wanting to teach. The number of beatings he would have to endure was unimaginable. For the next half-day, the trio altered their training approach. Specifically, one person would endure half an hour of being struck by Jiang Huqing, while the other two practiced against one another. When fatigued, they would engage with the scarecrow. Surprisingly, this method of training resulted in higher accuracy, and gradually, they began to exhibit some semblance of skill. Before they could even pop the champagne, Jiang Huqing abruptly interrupted. "We have only just begun. Until you learn to execute 2 strikes with minimal movement, transforming 2 attacks into 1, you will not have succeeded." Such words, even the esteemed Zhao Haochen, the translator, would find impossible to convey. How can 2 attacks be transformed into 1? It is entirely my own ponderings. I assure you. No wonder this fellow claims that one will eventually grasp it through practice. It is utterly wasted if one cannot comprehend. Alas, I am left with no choice but to adopt the most rudimentary method of learning, observing Jiang Huqing's demonstrations, pondering repeatedly, understanding how to step, how to move my arms. Yet what I see lacks the profound impact of personal experience. In any case, it is clear that avoiding punishment is no longer an option. After yet another day of practice, I must admit, enduring blows has proven effective. Although currently, we may not wield martial skills with the same ease as Jiang Huqing, we can occasionally employ a measure of skill. Our combat abilities have undoubtedly seen substantial improvement. It might be somewhat challenging to send them against the peculiar species. After all, They lack Jiang Huqing's knack for reviving at will. However, if we find ourselves encircled by 10 sergeants, perhaps we could indeed practice. In a brawl, sheer strength allows for much leeway. At this juncture, Jiang Huqing finds he has nothing further to impart. It feels as though this motley crew has irreparably modified the martial technique. Whether they can utilize it relies entirely on intuition. But how can I help them find that intuition? Were I capable of that, I would not need to teach martial arts, but rather, I could open a clinic for male ailments. Perhaps I could help more individuals stand tall. Chen Feng has not forgotten his task. He must translate the insights of this martial technique into comprehensible terms for others to learn. The initial sections are manageable, merely requiring one to stabilize and thrust at a specific point. But how does one articulate the third step, which is purely a matter of sensation? Chen Feng scratched his head in frustration. Devoid of any ideas, then he remembered that those two fools had previously accompanied him, sharing both fortune, and now they must share adversity. One person's insight is limited, but many minds together can achieve more. Thus, he decided to involve everyone in the writing process. However, this discussion yielded no greater clarity. Rather, it left them more perplexed. Zhao Haochen remarked, after delivering a strike, the arm should retract approximately 15 centimeters to ensure power in the thrust. Huang Yi countered, no, the key lies in the forward movement of the feet, which facilitates leveraging force. Chen Feng felt overwhelmed, wishing they would all just be quiet. It is clearly about maintaining 2 points of exertion before unleashing the final burst. After much bickering, the trio stumbled upon a conundrum. Despite having the same master and achieving similar outcomes, each individual learned in a distinctly different manner. How could they proceed with writing? As the night wore on and yawns became frequent, Chen Feng ultimately decided to abandon the effort. He hastily typed a line that everyone agreed upon, hit send, and went to sleep. Instantly, the outcry was deafening. Chun Lai received the message in the dead of night. Surprised by the swift progress of his great-grandson, not wishing to dampen his enthusiasm, he promptly opened the document. Reviewing the earlier sections, he found the writing commendable and commented, "The fundamentals are indeed crucial. Without speed and precision, one cannot harness strength. This is how one should train." Why Qilan child possesses remarkable insight. However, as he continued reading, his initial praise faded. His brow furrowed deeply, as if pressed flat by an iron. And he couldn't help but utter a curse. Wretched creature. Compared to the earlier parts, the latter sections were a jumbled mess, listing 4 or 5 different methods, all marked as for reference only to AS if that weren't enough. There were even terms regarding the probability of successful execution. This utter nonsense? Initially intending to rely on brute force, should the skills fail to manifest, he could face dire consequences. Writing such things in the insights is akin to inserting an unpalatable filling into a cake. The conclusion was even more bewildering. The best way to learn is to have Jiang Huqing personally pummel you for half a day. Surely this fellow hasn't he been rendered foolish by the blows? Chen Lai had intended for him to mingle with Jiang Huqing to become a leader, not to return as a simpleton. Learning the undesirable while neglecting the virtuous. Imagining the day this imbecile returns. Tugging at his beard and calling him Old Ding caused Chen Lai considerable distress. Finally, he understood why parents do not allow their children to play with fools. Misery loves company? Yet, it seems Chen Feng had anticipated his thoughts. Beneath this summary, 3 prominent names were signed, along with fingerprints to verify authenticity. Chen Lai found himself at a loss for words. Good news. The number of fools in the team is not limited to his own great-grandson. Bad news. They are all fools. Could this fellow be a harbinger of chaos? With no other recourse, Chen Lai was compelled to validate the authenticity of the content himself, practicing with the so-called manual for a while. Miraculously, he discovered that the insights from these 3 were indeed genuine. Yet, they felt as elusive as observing flowers through a fog. There remained a thin line separating them from true understanding. This line was the difference between probabilistic activation and guaranteed activation. Even when attempting all insights together, the success rate did not improve. Could it be that this final step truly relies on sheer willpower? Chen Lai contemplated seeking out Jiang Huqing for a demonstration of results, though he felt too embarrassed to do so. Perhaps he could reinterpret probabilistic activation as a probability critical strike. In that light, it appeared somewhat akin to a legitimate martial technique. Chen Lai sighed deeply. He was somewhat satisfied with the outcome. Certain martial skills are inherently mystical. If one grasps them, they are understood. If not, No amount of writing will suffice. Just as he was about to close the document and rest, he discovered there was more content. The effects of the cross/slash on large creatures. This line of thought appears rather promising. But what about the accompanying steps? You little rascals, what does it mean to write something halfway? Do you expect me to prompt you for more? Chen Lai fumed, his anger palpable in this manner. It seemed he had been thrust into yet another task. Xiao Zhang, connect me with the head of the family that developed the cross/slash. I hope they can grasp the steps themselves. Otherwise, I will teach them what iron-fisted justice truly means. Upon receiving the call, the head of the family that invented the cross/slash felt as though the sky had fallen. Does this pitiful martial skill truly have coordinating steps? If there were indeed accompanying techniques, would the forums be filled with such complaints? I would rather devote my thoughts to developing future generations than waste time on this. But with the military's orders, I must comply. The family head could only force a smile and say, Leader, could you grant us a few years to properly study this? Chen Lai snorted derisively. Or perhaps I should send your entire family to the battlefield for some practical experience to see if they can comprehend it? Please, no. The cries echoed through the air. Chapter 69. Team status. The turmoil outside had no impact on this small quartet. Once Jiang Huqing's equipment was repaired, the three had no further reason to linger in the camp. Logically, it was time to embark on their exploration mission. Before setting off, they took a moment to share updates, reporting on the status of their helmets. I am currently able to resurrect at the original spot and recharge my energy. After slaying a couple of Firefly-level creatures, I should be able to unlock new features. Jiang Huqing was the first to report. Most helmets were reluctant to disclose their capabilities, as they concealed powerful secrets. His information had already been sufficiently exposed, so revealing it posed no issue. Furthermore, he seemed to lack a sense of confidentiality. Huqing, you must exercise caution once you venture out. If we happen to be wiped out, you must find a way to survive until we return to assist you, Huang Yi advised. He too was forthcoming. My helmet's effect is that the greater the negative emotions, the stronger my combat power becomes, capable of enhancing attributes up to threefold for 5 minutes. However, after this burst, I will endure a 30-minute period of weakness, where my attributes will only amount to 30 of their original value. This has to be an S-level helmet, Qin Feng thought. If not for the significant negative effects, it might even be classified as SSS level. Huang Yi confirmed. Indeed, it is S-level. If we could find a gem to eliminate negative states, it might even advance further, but such items are exceedingly rare. Qin Feng reassured him. Even so, you are a tremendous asset to the team. Previously, the three of them struggled in a team, primarily because they could not withstand strong enemies head-on. Jiang Huqing might be capable of slaying foes, but he relied solely on his martial techniques to hold his ground, while the rest could only watch helplessly from the sidelines. If you can restrain the enemy directly, we will have the chance to assist. Seeing Huang Yi nod, Chen Feng began to disclose his own status. I possess an SS-level helmet, with 2 effects that are certainly on par with Huqing's. The first effect is the release of force, which can reduce stamina consumption by 30 during confrontations. It can also boost vigor by 10. The second effect is wind mastery, which enhances movement speed by 30. The others marveled, recognizing that a distinguished family has its resources. In a contest of the same attributes, Chen Feng's helmet attributes would nearly render him invincible, especially since there are no negative effects. Jiang Huqing can only suppress him through his game-breaking martial techniques. The only one left to report was Zhao Haochen, while the other 2 had already prepared a plethora of comforting remarks. If this fellow's helmet were even slightly superior, he wouldn't feel envious of Jiang Huqing's contraption. Zhao Haochen's face flushed with embarrassment. Actually, my helmet is also SS level. It too possesses 2 effects. The first effect is Weak Point Strike, which reduces the defense of the target's weak point by 50 upon attack, and inflicts a deepening wound effect that causes ongoing bleeding damage. The second effect is Swift Shadow, which increases attack speed by 30. The moment these words left his mouth, a profound silence enveloped the room for a full 2.5 minutes, until Huang Yi finally clutched his chest and said, Your words have inflicted a weak point attack on me. I feel as though I am bleeding from my chest. Qin Feng was equally perplexed. What do you mean, buddy? With that helmet? Why are you still coveting Huqing's? Zhao Haochen raised both hands in salute. Can we not discuss this any further? Is it forbidden for me to prefer the death row camp? The laughter of the crowd erupted. Their encounter was entirely serendipitous. Under normal circumstances, Qin Feng might have had some interaction with Jiang Huqing. But the other two would have remained completely unacquainted. After the laughter subsided, another question arose. Brother Huang, we can understand the three of us, but how did you end up here? Huang Yijuan, despite his notable military accomplishments, appeared to be of a similar age to the trio, looking no more than a year or two older. Prompted by the inquiry, Huang Yi couldn't help but sigh to him a sinner. I was doing well in university, but one day, after losing too many games, my mindset exploded, and I sought something to vent my frustrations. Realizing that killing people was illegal, I enlisted in the military to fight against the other races. After a few reckless skirmishes, I caught the attention of the vanguard army, and finding this place quite comfortable, I decided to stay. Now, I'm on a leave of absence. Fellow kindred spirits, Jiang Huqing exclaimed. Why reason with the other races when we can communicate with our fists? This statement would make even a dog shake its head in disbelief. What was the difference between this and a child receiving a letter of admission from a prestigious university, yet choosing to don tight pants and shout about slicing through red roses before diving into live streaming? Did they truly believe that a few extra years of study would result in the eradication of the other races? Zhao Haochen pondered if he could persuade Qin Feng to join the discussion, only to find that this fellow was already eagerly participating. Until the other races are subdued, how can we lament our own lives? Zhao Haochen was at a loss for words. Surely he was not the only one in this group who had any sense? Without him, they would inevitably scatter. As their conversation continued, the four crossed through a spatial rift and arrived at a bustling building. Huang Yi introduced, "This is the Task Assignment Center. As a member of the Vanguard Army, one is required to complete a mission at least once a month. The tasks listed are arranged by difficulty, with the easiest at the bottom and the hardest at the top. Now that we have successfully formed a team, let us take." Jiang Huqing, noticing Huang Yi's gaze fixed only on the lower rows, immediately interjected, "Brother Huang, let us take the most difficult task. With your physique, we will be matched against enemies we can handle. And who knows, we might inadvertently succeed. Furthermore, high-difficulty tasks would expedite our team's cohesion." Huang Yi thought it would be amusing to let this fellow experience some setbacks, which would teach him to listen to orders. So he did not refuse, merely responding with a mischievous grin, "Jiang Ge, are you sure we can assassinate the goblin chieftain in the southwest region? If you say we can, you shall be the captain from now on." Jiang Huqing then glanced at the task details at the top. "What on earth is Grolkas?" Huang Yi shrugged. "It's hardly anything special, just a mere crescent moon-level creature. Legend has it that it was once subdued by high-ranking humans. As long as humans do not challenge it, it can only muster troops to encircle and suppress. It cannot act freely. If you possess the capability to eliminate it, all other tasks will be considered automatically completed. And the military merits will be overwhelming." Jiang Huqing, lacking confidence, inquired, "Brother Huang, don't you have a special physique? If we take this task, is there a chance that it might suddenly weaken, dropping dozens of tears, just so we can handle it?" Huang Yi, even in a daze, would not dare to dream so grandly, retorting, "If I had such ability, even the commander would have to bow before me. Let us not dawdle. We should focus on collecting 30 cat demon claws and 2 damaged bull horns. These low-level recurring tasks are what our team can handle. Let us hurry and accept the mission before we waste any more time." The bullhead chieftain is a large creature from the other races, possessing a terrifying physical constitution, classified as a firefly-level being. The cat demons, while primarily agile, are only slightly above firefly level in attributes. If all goes smoothly, completing this task would require defeating 3 cat demons and 1 bullhead chieftain, which should not pose a significant challenge for this team. Just as they prepared to set out, a voice echoed from the next room. "Huang Yi, even if your team can't recruit anyone, you shouldn't have to stoop to babysitting, right? Here's a friendly reminder. Stay away from coordinates 325-44, or your team might face total annihilation." Chapter 70. Cat Demon Qin Feng was taken aback. Encountering oddities in the death row camp was to be expected. But how could he find such eccentric characters after joining the Vanguard Army? Was he destined to be the protagonist of a face-slapping narrative? Surprisingly, Huang Yi remained quite composed, greeting the speaker, "Thanks, Brother Liu. However, the buffs you provide are of no use to me. We are far too familiar, and I cannot experience any negative emotions. Perhaps you could try a different approach next time?" Lu Ming jested. "Get lost. I have no time to indulge your whims. It's enough that I can spare a moment to amuse you. By the way, that coordinate might be worth checking out. It seems there are signs of the bullhead chieftain's activity." I have a mission, so I'll be leaving first. Huang Yi nodded, thanks, and safe travels. Seeing the bewildered expressions on the faces of the three, Huang Yi chuckled. There aren't many dullards in the military. Anyone with grievances would channel them into slaying the other races. If they succeed and earn military merits, all grievances are dispelled. If they fail, death erases all complaints. Brother Liu is actually quite a good guy. He took me on 2 occasions, though he is a bit unlucky. The first time he was ambushed by a cat demon and had his throat cut. The last time, he was crushed by the bullhead chieftain. And I had to grant him a swift ENDI. In truth, it was not recklessness on my part. It was purely due to a jinx in the team. If I had not acted, we would have faced total annihilation. The others exchanged glances, realizing how absurd his statement was, and they couldn't help but laugh, the atmosphere lightening considerably. Huang Yi, however, added, nevertheless, we cannot let our guard down. We must remain vigilant for any unusual movements in the treetops to guard against cat demon ambushes. Though cat demons are not particularly rare, often appearing as low-level antagonists in many tales, they truly do pose a significant threat. Do not underestimate them. While they may not possess extraordinary physical attributes, they are undoubtedly the most dangerous creatures in the jungle. 90% of the deaths in the Vanguard army can be attributed to them. Only upon encountering them will one realize their true terror. They move without a sound, are adept climbers, and possess incredible jumping ability, capable of launching surprise attacks from any angle. If one cannot detect them in advance, it is nearly impossible to guard against their subsequent strikes. Their pounce can unleash over 500 pounds of force, easily overwhelming standard armor. Their claws are also venomous and barbed. Even if they do not strike a vital spot, the injury is still grievous. Fortunately, their golden fur is quite conspicuous during the day, but at night, it becomes troublesome, requiring attention to special light sources. It can be said that anyone who has ventured into the dark jungles would have memorized information about these creatures. For these few fortunate souls, it is manageable. However, for soldiers lacking adequate armor, encountering a cat demon is akin to meeting a ghost, and they would unwittingly find themselves lying down for eternity. Why do you call them cat demons? Human-headed cats would be far more fitting. They truly look ghastly. At that moment, Zhang Huqing murmured softly. Huang Yi was genuinely taken aback. Huqing, you can actually consult the illustrated guide in advance. Zhang Huqing shook his head. No. I saw the real thing right beneath my feet. Can 12 nails be taken? Those teeth also look rather sharp. Can they be retrieved? Huang Yi stared blankly at the scene below. From the golden fur, it was unmistakably a cat demon. When did this happen? Did you just happen to step on someone else's spoils? No, surely they wouldn't leave even the nails behind. What kind of family is this? Zhang Huqing retorted defiantly. What do you mean I stepped on someone else's spoils? This cat demon is one I just defeated. I didn't see a single goblin on the way here, and just as I was thinking it was a bit dull, a big black rat lunged at me. So I casually slashed it. The crowd's pupils trembled. This time, they truly grasped the terrifying nature of such a creature. A beast of such size could ambush without anyone realizing until it lay defeated. If it had chosen to ambush someone else instead of Zhang Huqing, that person might have already been incapacitated. Huang Yi, who understood the nuances, found it even more absurd. The cat demon was a model assassin, with nearly all its attributes dedicated to agility. The most infuriating aspect was its ability to flee immediately after a strike. Normally, to kill such a creature, one would act as bait while others assisted in controlling it, creating an opportunity to slay it. Achieving a solo kill on this thing was extraordinarily challenging. How is that even possible? Both parties were exceedingly outrageous, and this statement posed 2 questions. Zhang Huqing, puzzled, replied, Isn't this thing rather easy to deal with? As long as I make a light slash across its abdomen when it lunges, I can eviscerate it. Then, just step on it, and it'll open up like a cardboard box. It's almost like door-to-door delivery. Chapter 71. A brawl. Huang Yi was left speechless. After boasting for so long, the creature was lying on the ground like a delivery box, and it might even belong to Jing Dong. No other courier could deliver that quickly. With your skills, if you lay low a bit, you could easily dominate the periphery, right? Why bother with a team? He held back his questions. Otherwise, Zhang Huqing would inform him that teaming up was merely for the sake of free meals. Qin Feng would tell him that this guy couldn't navigate. Zhao Haochen would reveal that this guy didn't even recognize the concept of laying low. The original structure of their team was essentially a cavalryman accompanied by 2 porters, which is why they welcomed Huang Yi so eagerly. Following him, they still had a chance to be a normal combat force. Trailing behind Zhang Huqing would undoubtedly make them mere support personnel. Seeing Zhang Huqing's incredulous expression, Chun Feng reassured him, "Don't worry, Huang team. We will proceed with caution. We are self-aware, normal individuals, unlike that freak." After all, he had once attempted to block a bullet with a knife. Facing a cat demon should be no different. Huang Yi recalled how he had doubted his life during a sparring session with Zhang Huqing a few days ago and reluctantly accepted this absurd premise. He then carefully retrieved a few vials of potion from his pocket and handed them to the other two, sighing, "Everyone, apply this to your bodies." Chun Feng frowned and outright refused. "No need. While we may not match that freak, we are certainly not afraid of the cat demon. If I can detect its presence, I might even attempt a solo kill." Zhao Haochen obediently spread the potion across his body. For him, proving himself was secondary to ensuring his safety. After applying the potion himself, Huang Yi remarked, "Who told you this was for avoiding battle? This potion is meant for the bait in our team to apply, primarily to attract the cat demon." "What?" Zhao Haochen felt an immense wave of regret. How could he have been foolish enough to think that this reckless one would bring along something for avoidance? Just a moment ago, he had worried about finishing the entire bottle and ended up using it all. If there were any cat demons nearby, they would surely rush over, drawn by the enticing scent. Chun Feng, on the other hand, felt relieved, thankful for the chance to recover. Otherwise, he wouldn't even get to enjoy a warm meal. Killing a cat demon and claiming its spoils was worth far more than a dozen captains. And he couldn't afford to miss out. Quickly, he took the potion and applied it evenly to his armor. "This potion costs quite a bit in military merit. I'll return it later." Huang Yi waved his hand dismissively. "It's a trivial matter. This potion is merely infused with the essence of the cat demon's reproductive organs. Huqing just defeated one. A little preparation with some water will allow us to replenish it." "What?" The two felt as though this person was a bottomless pit of absurdity. Could he not say anything without gasping for breath? It left a lingering odor that was rather unpleasant. Yet Huang Yi continued to explain, "If we don't employ some tactics, all the good stuff will be snatched up by this fool, and our outing will be for naught. By applying this, the cat demons will surely come rushing towards us. Huqing can't possibly steal them again halfway through, can he?" The two felt helpless. At this point, beating this fool would be futile. To dissipate the scent, they would need to reapply, which would be utterly revolting. Their current mindset was akin to that of anglers. Aside from the Air Force, everything else was trivial, especially after witnessing their teammates successfully haul in a catch. The group endured the discomfort and continued onward. Feeling incessantly itchy all over, Zhang Huqing noticed them secretly using the bait potion but completely failed to comprehend what these fools were thinking. If only one person sprayed the bait, the cat demon would undoubtedly focus on them. However, with 3 people spraying it simultaneously, and in copious amounts, the scent would likely be more potent than anything found in a cat den. The cat demons, catching wind of this aroma, would likely suspect they had encountered a migrating tribe or that a typhoon had swept away their village. It was improbable that only 1 or 2 would be attracted. With so many converging, how could they not call for assistance? Even if only 3 or 2 stragglers showed up, standing this close, their scents would have already mingled. It would be hard to predict which of them the cat demons would attack. As a person of modest means, Zhang Huqing had a strong sense of self-awareness. He was adamant about using any resources he could acquire without expending his own. Just as expected, the bait potion soon attracted a horde of uninvited guests. Even without paying close attention, glimmers of golden fur could be seen flickering among the treetops. As the numbers swelled, it seemed to embolden them. The cat demons no longer merely hid in the shadows, ambushing cautiously out of fear of being discovered. Now, even when making eye contact with the 4, they remained unfazed, instead maintaining a calm demeanor as they glared with a sinister gaze. From below, they appeared as lanterns suspended in the trees, creating a chilling atmosphere that was utterly unnerving. Zhang Huqing sensed the increasing gathering of cat demons around them and was thoroughly pleased with the results of his teammates' baiting efforts. Gripping his long sword tightly, he fixated intently on the movements of the cat demons. As soon as they dared to descend from the treetops, Zhang Huqing vowed to thrust his blade straight into their hearts. Just how potent is this potion? Huang Yi stealthily counted the number of cat demons summoned, swallowing hardpoint 4. Although cat demons excelled at ambushes, they were not exclusively ambushers. Seeing them and being able to engage were two distinct matters. If they continued to gather, at any moment they could launch a coordinated aerial assault that would be nearly impossible to defend against. Jiang Huqing nodded. Evenly distributed, that's only fair. Point 12? Huqing, you can't be joking. Huang Yi nearly emitted a shriek akin to a startled groundhog, lifting his bangs to clearly see the movements of the other cat demons. The sheer number was no laughing matter. Now, they needed to find someone to use the leap technique. They could soon expect a lavish lunch of Lanzhou ramen. Jiang Huqing's ears perked slightly. There were still some that would likely arrive a bit later, but this was already quite a lot. Wasn't he it? Brother He, although you are the captain, I still must remind you to exercise caution while out here. Huang Yi replied with exasperation. Sometimes I truly wish I could report this. If you were so cautious, why didn't you remind me sooner? However, he also understood the gravity of the situation. When a reckless person began advising caution, it signified impending danger. He quickly issued a command. Stop, defensive formation. We must clear them out quickly. Huang Yi's voice seemed to startle the cat demons. Upon seeing the team halt, they surged in from all directions. In that instant, the four were enveloped by a wave of golden fur, the cat demons' pelts forming an impenetrable curtain, concealing the most terrifying intent to kill beneath their luxurious coats. Countless pairs of emerald green claws glinted with a metallic sharpness, capable of slicing through gold and stone. Cut and cleave. Jiang Huqing had been anticipating this moment for quite some time. As soon as the cat demons entered his attack range, he raised his long sword high and swept it in a wide arc, cleaving one cat demon in half. Instantly, a rain of foul-smelling blood poured down like a deluge. Before the cat demons' attacks could reach Jiang Huqing, their bodies had already become soft and powerless. Their claws merely struck against his armor with a resounding clang, failing to leave even a scratch. However, the onslaught did not stop with just one cat demon. The others, drawn by the scent of blood, became even more frenzied. With bloodlust gleaming in their eyes, they increased their attack speed, raking their claws towards Jiang Huqing's face. Should they succeed, he would certainly suffer grave injuries. Chapter 72. The battle concludes. Even the weakest of enemies, when faced in numbers, could create a qualitative shift. While the terror of a single cat demon lay in its unpredictable ambush, the fear of a horde of cat demons stemmed from their relentless assault. Crashing down like waves, with their agility, they could continuously attack without respite, and a prolonged defense would inevitably falter. Receiving even a couple of hits would leave one unable to recover. Brutally torn apart, Jiang Huqing, having delivered his strike, found himself at a disadvantage, exhausted from his previous effort, making it difficult to raise his sword in defense. However, Jiang Huqing remained composed. Without confidence, how could one dare to seize the initiative? I am clad in armor. What gives you the audacity to be arrogant? Jiang Huqing raised his left hand to block the incoming attack aimed at his face. Stabilizing his footing, he took a deep breath. Wielding his long sword in his right hand, he executed a powerful downward strike. The weight of Mount Tai. The sword crashed down upon the cat demon's head, carving a deep gash that exposed bone, sending it tumbling to the ground. Such resilient skulls, Jiang Huqing remarked, striding forward to pin the cat demon down. He withdrew his sword and forcefully slashed it across the neck, instantly severing its head from the body. The helmet immediately began transmitting information. Kill cat demon X2, plunder attribute chest, 10, legs, 15, left arm, 18. You have plundered 120 points of blood essence. Military merit recorded, 120 points. The risks were substantial. Yet the rewards were naturally greater. Within just half a day, Jiang Huqing had already amassed 180 military merit points. Contend with the goblin minions in the death row camp, even if he dulled his blade. This was the extent of his gains. Help me, Huqing. The group of cat demons was not evenly distributed among everyone. Perhaps Jiang Huqing's scent was relatively faint, or maybe they recognized him as a formidable opponent. Only two foolish cat demons approached to attack him, while the others sought trouble with the remaining three. In the heat of battle, the trio suffered significant losses. Even if they managed to injure one, they were forced back by the subsequent onslaught of other cat demons, leaving them nearly defenseless. To break the stalemate, they would have to rely on their teammates for assistance. Here they come. If his teammates were willing to let him share the attributes, Jiang Huqing would undoubtedly act without hesitation, casting a glance across the battlefield. Currently, Huang Yi had activated his helmet skill, enjoying a physical advantage, and was holding his ground fairly well. Chen Feng possessed some combat techniques, wielding his spear with precision, avoiding major losses. Only Zhao Haochen, the unfortunate soul, was surrounded by 4 cat demons. After delivering a powerful blow, he was struck back repeatedly by the other cat demons, his footing unsteady. On the verge of being toppled, it seemed that no amount of armor could save his life if he fell to the ground. In a balanced situation, aiding the disadvantaged took precedence. Zhang Huqing dared not delay. Charging forward, his arm as rigid as a spear handle, the large saber poised at the correct angle, thrusting outward, the piercing strike. The blade instantly plunged 2 inches into the cat demon's eye socket, staining itself with its foul blood. Zhang Huqing shook his arm, mixing its brain matter, and before the cat demon could emit a sound, it collapsed. Zhang Huqing retracted the longsword, shaking off the blood, and shouted, "Fall back. Seek your own opportunity to strike." He rushed to the front line, horizontally wielding his sword to block the attacks of other cat demons, then forcefully pushed outward, toppling one to the ground. There was no time for a follow-up strike. New attacks were already imminent. Zhang Huqing ducked to avoid the claws descending upon his head, thrusting his sword directly into the cat demon, shattering its organs, a 4-hit slash. He charged forward, delivering a powerful kick to the nose of the recently grounded cat demon, causing it to see stars. The long sword followed suit, embedding itself in its skull, a 5-hit slash. Zhao Haochen had just caught his breath and was preparing to assist when he realized that the aggressive cat demons that had attacked him moments ago were now lying motionless. He was momentarily taken aback. Was the gap between them so vast? Zhang Huqing noticed his distraction and called out, "You go support Chen Feng. I will assist Team Huang." Seeing that new cat demons were approaching and the situation on Huang Yi's side was dire, he quickly changed direction to provide support. Huang Yi had good attributes, but even a hero fears being outnumbered. Having sustained injuries from a moment's carelessness, he was struggling. If he weren't so afraid of impacting his teammates, he would have likely cried for help. He was barely holding on, and in less than 3 moves, he would surely be overwhelmed. If this group of cat demons were unleashed, it would be a struggle for everyone to survive. "You defend while I attack." Zhang Huqing dashed to Huang Yi's side, positioning themselves shoulder to shoulder, clearly delineating their responsibilities. Huang Yi cooperated excellently, exerting himself to block the cat demon's attacks, and Zhang Huqing seized the opportunity presented by the opponent's instability to create an opening. With the artery severed, the cat demon let out a wretched cry as blood gushed forth like a fountain. How noisy! Just as Zhang Huqing intended to deliver a follow-up strike, he noticed Huang Yi was struggling immensely and had no time to deal with the troublesome cat demon, kicking it away. Seeing that Huang Yi was in poor condition, Zhang Huqing promptly stepped forward to help block some of the attacks. He executed 2 sweeping strikes in quick succession, scattering bits of flesh while disrupting the formation of the cat demons. Huang Yi finally had a moment to catch his breath, recognizing the immense pressure Zhang Huqing was under as he plunged deeper into the enemy ranks. Without wasting time applying healing potions, he forced himself to bolster Zhang Huqing's flank. With reinforcements arriving, Zhang Huqing unleashed his full power, each strike more ferocious than the last, instantly swirling the battlefield in crimson. A cross slash, with all his might. He struck horizontally and vertically, delivering powerful blows to 2 different cat demons. As their organs splattered, the 2 cat demons could no longer muster the strength to attack, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. The cat demon that had lost a significant amount of blood finally succumbed, its eyes dimming as it breathed its last, an 8-hit slash, restoring blood essence to regain stamina and heal. Delving into the throng of monsters, Zhang Huqing found no respite. Surrounded by 5 or 6 cat demons, even with superior martial skills, it was impossible to evade all attacks entirely. The reinforced sections of his armor held up well, merely leaving a few deeper scratches from being clawed. However, the other areas were nearly shattered with a single strike, leaving him bloodied and battered. Fortunately, Zhang Huqing had recovery abilities, and his teammates were strong enough to ensure he did not perish. The battlefield near Chen Feng had concluded, and he quickly brought Zhao Haochen over to provide support. Now, they outnumbered the cat demons, leaving them no chance to struggle. In less than a few seconds, all were swiftly slain, and the area was finally quiet. The group gathered their spoils, unable to contain their laughter at the sorry state of their opponents. Is this it? Is this all? They boast so much. Yet after being scratched by a few cats, They look like beggars, Zhao Haochen. How can you still speak? The weakest here is undoubtedly you, you fool. Had it not been for Brother Jiang saving you, you would have likely been back at the base by now. With the battle over, someone was bound to feel awkward, Zhao Haochen retorted angrily. Get lost. Those beasts came at me like madmen. How could you understand the pressure I was under? The others seized the opportunity to tease him. Yes, we're all slackers. All the pressure of the team rests on your shoulders. You are the weightlifting champion. Zhao Haochen's face flushed with anger. I earned 200 military merit points. Why are you calling me a noob? Huang Yi scoffed. Oh, impressive. I got 220 points. Zhang Haching counted. I have 380 points. Chen Feng. Damn it. I can't compete with these beasts for kills. Fortunately, Zhao Haochen was poor at math and hadn't he figured out how many military merit points Chen Feng had, thus dropping the topic. So, do you think with so many cat demons gathered here, there might be some treasures nearby? Chapter 73. Guardian Beast? Seeing the others look utterly confused, Zhao Haochen shouted in frustration. This is another world. With so many cat demons guarding this wretched place, it can't just be for show, right? Why else would treasures gather here? You don't seriously think that after such a fierce battle, we only reaped these meager rewards? Seeing the others genuinely preparing to nod, Zhao Haochen was so enraged he almost wanted to open their skulls to check if their brains were stored in some web novel and forgotten. Sighing in exasperation, he asked, Shall I go in and take a look? Zhang Haching, lacking a sense of direction, was open to anyone leading the way, so he had no objections. Are there big monsters? Perhaps. Zhao Haochen finally found someone gullible enough to manipulate, and he quickly began weaving grand tales. Let us hurry and set off. Zhang Haching felt invigorated, drawing his sword and moving forward. Huang Yi had rested for a while, and his negative status had mostly cleared. He was ready to accompany them in their escapades. Wait, let me cast a buff. Suddenly, he pulled out his phone and began examining it, leaving everyone perplexed. Brother Huang? Is there a signal here? Huang Yi shook his head. Absolutely not, but I saved a screenshot. What kind of screenshot grants a buff? Did you save some scandalous images? The others curiously leaned in to take a glance, but immediately turned away, unable to bear it at all. It was a screenshot of battle statistics, filled with red, lacking a hint of blue, and remarkably, the KDA was exceptionally impressive, predominantly SVP. Even a dog would shake its head at it. Zhao Haochen muttered, Wait, you can tolerate this? Those teammates should be court-martialed. Chen Feng chimed in. Shouldn't I say something too? Isn't that stock doing well? Zhang Haching, having never played games, was utterly clueless. Go ahead and play. Huang Yi's face visibly reddened, resembling a boiled shrimp. Thankfully, he did not lose his composure, merely exhaling deeply and nodding. It's all right. The day before yesterday's was even more outrageous. I wouldn't dare to look, lest I confuse friend with foe. After saying this, Huang Yi swiftly ventured deeper into the thicket, urging them. Hurry up and follow. What are you doing lazing around in this territory? Hoping for the cat demons to lay eggs for you? Such aggression. He must be from Zuan. The others exchanged glances, feeling helpless. If they didn't follow soon, it might not just be verbal taunts. They might even face physical reprimands. Though the path ahead was not particularly pleasant, it was still navigable due to the frequent passage of teams. Upon reaching the depths of the thicket, movement became exceedingly difficult, as bizarre bushes covered the ground, leaving only a narrow path that could be cleared by hacking through. However, perhaps the recent battle has nearly eradicated the presence of the otherworldly beings in this area. The journey ahead remained relatively tranquil, devoid of any unexpected visitors, and the pace of the group was quite steady. Following the traces left by the cat demon, they gradually noticed that the surrounding forest was beginning to thin. Upon witnessing this development, a surge of excitement ignited within them. The modification of one's environment is an innate instinct of living beings. The emergence of unusual circumstances essentially serves as proof that their chosen path is correct. Huang Yi promptly signaled for the others to remain in place and prepare for any potential threats while he boldly ventured deeper into the woods. Given the presence of bait agents, it was only logical to assume there were also potions to mask one's aura, enabling a solitary approach that would minimize noise and facilitate intelligence gathering. After a short while, Huang Yi returned, his face alight with enthusiasm. I've discovered 4 soul-nurturing fruits, but there are a few pesky ones that need to be dealt with. Shall we engage? The eyes of all present gleamed with anticipation. The soul-nurturing fruit is a unique treasure of this realm, capable of increasing one's soul strength by 1 point, with a maximum limit of 10. Most individuals, aside from those with extraordinary talents, typically begin with a soul strength of merely 3 points. An enhancement in soul strength not only augments the number of revivals, but also elevates one's learning capacity. It can be said that this treasure is beneficial to all. Upon contemplating its value, Chun Feng's eyes turned a shade of red, unexpectedly being the first to respond. Huang Gu, your statement is flawed, asked the captain. You should directly instruct us on how to proceed rather than posing such questions. Should I charge in first? Jiang Huqing raised his hand eagerly. Huqing, what nonsense are you spouting? Seeing Chen Feng restrain Jiang Huqing, Zhao Haochen breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that at least one reliable person remained. Chen Feng took a moment to gather his thoughts before continuing. We are teammates. We must charge together, damn. You never forget to send us to our doom. Zhao Haochen ultimately resigned himself to the situation. Observing Huang Yi return voluntarily instead of beckoning them forward, he sensed that the matter was far from simple. Unfortunately for him, his intuition was correct. The four cautiously advanced along the path carved by Huang Yi and soon understood why he had come back to confer with them. It was not merely a matter of encountering minor nuisances. The guardians of the fruit were a formidable force. There were no less than 20 cat demons and 5 bull-headed chieftains. This assembly could easily besiege a city, and it was likely that the bull-headed ones would not even need to intervene. The cat demons alone would suffice to make short work of them. Huang Gu, were you referring to them or to us when you mentioned those pesky ones earlier? Chen Feng swallowed hard. No pain, no gain. Wealth is sought in peril. Huang Yi, reluctant to abandon the prospect of those soul-nurturing fruits, pondered what to do if they were unable to defeat Huqing. Zhao Haochen cautiously peeked out, quickly retracting, fearing detection by the enemy. He cursed himself for mentioning treasure hunting, as it now seemed to have delivered the treasure right to their doorstep. Yet Jiang Huqing resolutely stated, we can fight. We can use the bait agents to eliminate the troublesome cat demons first, and then deal with the bull-headed ones directly. Zhao Haochen was drenched in cold sweat upon hearing this. How is that stable? Can we even handle the next wave? It's like thinking that writing solution on a math problem will automatically yield the answer. Huang Yi, however, found the plan plausible and slapped his thigh in excitement. If we can eliminate the cat demon's interference, provoking the bull-headed ones while maintaining distance is indeed feasible. Huqing, you're quite resourceful. You actually thought this through? Jiang Huqing replied earnestly, I have a brain. I just don't like to use it. When I do, it's usually to plummet into trouble. Zhao Haochen silently added the latter half of that statement. It seemed that this fool was most astute when it came to self-destruction, making it difficult to discern whether he was more akin to a genius or a liability. Nonetheless, once the leaders had determined the direction, they did not grant him the opportunity to counter. And Huang Yi promptly led the team back several hundred meters, retrieving several bottles of bait agents from his pocket. Let us apply them all over ourselves. With that, the three began to work. The familiar scent and the same prickling sensation enveloping them. Exhilarating, however, they quickly realized something was amiss. Huqing, why aren't you applying it? The three grew dissatisfied upon noticing Jiang Huqing's inaction. They had agreed to share the burdens. So how could he betray his teammates? Was there a possibility to use it in batches, provoking fewer enemies at once, thus conserving strength for the bull-headed chieftains? Jiang Huqing curiously inquired, and since we've already found the cat demons, why not scatter the bait agents on the ground and wait for them? These two questions left the others speechless, their minds consumed by a singular thought. One simply cannot engage with a fool, lest their own intelligence plummet to abysmally low levels, only to be outsmarted by someone with a wealth of experience. Chapter 74. Cleansing the cat demons. The jungle was the stronghold of the otherworldly beings. Huang Yi had long since acclimated to their elusive nature, instinctively positioning himself on the defensive. Who would have thought that he could seize the opportunity to take the offensive? His mind simply hadn't shifted to that possibility. Rubbing his nose, Huang Yi attempted to justify, well, Huqing, you don't understand. This potion is incredibly precious and must not be wasted. Moreover, by applying it to our bodies, we can adjust the concentration through distance, enhancing its effectiveness. The more Huang Yi spoke, the more convincing he found his argument, leading the team to retreat several hundred meters further, calculating that the potion's potency should be just right. And thus they came to a halt. Everyone, prepare yourselves for a decisive blow against those beasts. The cat demons, being otherworldly creatures, thrived on stealth and, when gathered in numbers, launched an unrelenting assault in one-on-one encounters. None would falter. It was tantamount to gifting them attributes. Once Huang Yi regained his composure, his tactics remained sharp, drawing in 5 cat demons with their first lure. With collective strikes, 4 were swiftly dispatched. The final one was surrounded, and after a round of politeness, Chun Feng claimed the cat's head for himself. However, with so many hands involved, the merit gained was hardly greater than that of the others. After dealing with these few minor foes, Huang Yi employed the same strategy, leading the team forward another 100 meters before halting once more. This time, 8 cat demons appeared. The numbers were just right, sufficient for division without danger. After dispatching them, Zhao Haochen suddenly exclaimed, "Brothers, luck is on our side. I've just uncovered a weapon. It has a poison effect that can reduce the enemy's attributes by up to 5. This sounded incredibly advantageous. If wielded correctly, it could allow the weak to triumph over the strong, prompting everyone to gather around. Hurry, let us see it." After Zhao Haochen had built up enough suspense, he finally revealed it, and everyone instinctively glanced downwards. "Chen, that weapon is even shorter than you." Regardless of the equipment's special effects, without an attack range, it was essentially useless. The otherworldly beings would not grant one the opportunity for close-quarters assassination. If such an opportunity were to arise, poison would be unnecessary. Zhao Haochen was thoroughly displeased by their reactions. "You can just be envious. Once we return, I'll find a way to infuse this trait into the blade. Then you'll end up both poor and inept," Chun Feng retorted mercilessly. "Military merits cannot be exchanged for attribute potions. Trading them for a trivial attribute would be an utter waste. The military, in order to entice individuals onto the battlefield, naturally reserved certain advantages, such as equipment fusion techniques and attribute potions, which could only be exchanged with military merits, rendering currency utterly irrelevant. It was as if they were specifically targeting these wealthy individuals. Zhao Haochen, however, defended his stance. "If I don't team up with you, exchanging this would definitely be a waste, but having been here for less than a week, we're already facing the formidable bull-headed ones." "Do you truly believe it's useless?" Chen Feng recalled the imposing muscles of those bull-headed beings he had just seen, which were thicker than his own arms, and suddenly felt a twinge of fear. Self-doubt creeping in as he rubbed his head. "It does seem somewhat useful." Huang Yi, being quite fair-minded, suggested, "Since it's for the team's benefit, how about we all chip in?" Zhao Haochen pondered for a moment before asking, "If it's for the team, then it should be equally beneficial for anyone, right?" Seeing everyone nod in agreement, Zhao Haochen continued, "Then let us give it to Feng. He is more suitable, and a dagger fits well with the spear. I'll provide the dagger, and he can just contribute a portion of the forging cost, which seems fair enough, right?" Chen Feng realized he had fallen into a trap halfway through, nodding, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, you can't outpace Hutching. So you drag me down to your level, huh?" Zhao Haochen solemnly patted his shoulder, stating, "It's all for the team." Huang Yi, exasperated, interjected, "Enough with this nonsense. Let us finish off the cat demons and deal with the bull-headed ones." Having already eliminated 13 cat demons, only 7 remained, making it unnecessary to employ any further baiting tactics. By effectively utilizing the speed differential between the 2 otherworldly beings, they could easily clear them out. Huang Yi boldly led the team forward, and before long, they dispatched all remaining foes. Each earned 300 military merits. With the right approach, military merits truly felt like a windfall. Were it not for the tempting prospect of the soul-nurturing fruits, Huang Yi might have seriously considered leading the team away. They had profited enough. The bull-headed ones were ubiquitous, and provoking such a horde was hardly worthwhile. However, circumstances dictated that they must first devise a battle plan. Unlike the cat demons, these robust otherworldly beings could only be confronted head-on, leaving little room for cunning tactics. Clear roles must be established: who would serve as bait, and who would deliver the damage, to prevent chaos. Even Huang Yi, despite his skills, was not as proficient in military formations as Chen Feng, who took the lead. Armed with a branch, he sketched on the ground. This was not an ideal battlefield. The underbrush offered few suitable footholds, making it nearly impossible to act as bait without margin for error. Moreover, they were far from their base, making it challenging to support Hutching in the event of an emergency. Chen Feng pointed with his branch. "The first person will likely have to sacrifice themselves, attempting to lure the bull-headed ones to the main path. I have speed enhancements. I'll take the lead." Huang You're the only one who can face the bull-headed ones directly. Engage them from the side while Zhao Haochen finds a way to assist with finishing blows. Jiang Huqing raised his hand. What am I to do? Chen Feng has long since made arrangements. Your task is the most arduous. You must position yourself at the second node and once again scatter the minotaurs, only drawing one at a time. Whichever battlefield concludes first will provide support to the other. Without concern for me, I will strive desperately to buy time. It is imperative that we reduce their numbers by 2. Should the remaining 3 return, Zhao Haochen will rely on you to divert them once more. While Huang's team and He Qing replicate the previous strategy, Jiang Huqing, perplexed, remarked, "Aren't you at a disadvantage? With no time to deal damage, the military merits will diminish." Chen Feng cursed vehemently, "I am risking my life to create opportunities for you. And you wish to reap the rewards without effort. You must allocate an additional 20% of the military merits to me." Huang Yi nodded in agreement. That seems reasonable. Typically, the bait takes the lion's share. After finalizing the battle plan, the group concealed themselves, and Chen Feng swiftly dashed forward, shouting from 100 meters away, "Hey, you scoundrel!" The minotaurs, creatures with the bodies of bulls and the heads of men, are perhaps characterized by their animalistic features, rendering them exceptionally dull-witted and incapable of withstanding provocation. Upon hearing the call, their eyes turned crimson, and they charged forward, axes raised, causing the very earth to tremble. Chen Feng, not wishing to engage, turned and fled, creating enough distance that the minotaurs could not catch up immediately. The plan proceeded accordingly. Huang Yi activated his helmet skill, leaping from the bushes to deliver a fierce strike upon the last minotaur's back, firmly capturing its attention before grappling with it in pure strength, a contest devoid of finesse. Zhao Haochen, like a flea, darted around the minotaur's rear, attacking and preparing ingredients for the noodle shop. Each strike severed great chunks of flesh, profusely spilling blood. With a 2-to-1 advantage, victory was merely a matter of time. Meanwhile, 100 meters away, Jiang Huqing faced the charging herd of minotaurs, employing Huang's method to leap from the bushes and strike the last minotaur's leg. The blows landed without resistance. The minotaur was entirely unprepared. With a sharp crack, the blade embedded itself deep into its skull, causing it to collapse, so fragile. Jiang Huqing pondered, sensing the possibility of performing some additional maneuvers. Chapter 75. Clearing the minotaurs before he could fully contemplate, Jiang Huqing sprang into action, circumventing the down minotaur and launching a decisive strike at the second Talatl. This time, the minotaur had a moment to react, raising its massive axe to block, the weapons clashing with a resounding clang. Chen Feng, aware of the unexpected turn of events, became anxious. "Huqing, can you hold steady?" Jiang Huqing, momentarily distracted, replied, "I can kill it. You need not die. Just bring them back in a minute." Chen Feng was perplexed by this individual's confidence, but with the minotaur hot on his heels, he had no opportunity to assist and could only continue fleeing. Jiang Huqing persisted in his struggle against the minotaur before him. The earlier encounter had made him realize that he could not engage in a straightforward brawl, as the physical disparity was too great. Even employing his skills would lead to disadvantage. He quickly shifted his strategy to evasion. As the minotaur regained its composure, its eyes flared red, swinging its axe down toward Jiang Huqing's head with tremendous force. At that level of power, even a careless blow instilled an overwhelming sense of dread. Jiang Huqing dared not confront it head-on. He sidestepped the lethal strike but did not retreat far, instead closing the distance to slash at the minotaur's flank with his blade. The resilient hide could not withstand the edge, and the blade sliced effortlessly into the muscle that moment. The ground shook violently, a result of the minotaur's axe smashing into the earth. Had that strike landed on Jiang Huqing, it would likely have cleaved him in two. Sensing the impending danger, Jiang Huqing felt no fear. Rather, he recognized the minotaur's missed opportunity for a counterstrike and seized the advantage. Twisting his wrist, he traced a circular arc within the minotaur's body before delivering a decisive blow. The crosscut shattered flesh, blood spraying forth like a fountain and staining the ground crimson. The minotaur let out a mournful bellow, attempting to charge and hurl this pest aside. However, Jiang Huqing had already maneuvered behind it. Bending his legs to spring upward, expertly angling his blade to thrust directly into the minotaur's heart. The thrust landed effortlessly, as the creature's lack of awareness prevented it from evading the strike. The blade plunged into its heart, and with a twist of his wrist, Jiang Huqing reduced it to mere fragments. The Minotaur's vision darkened, its strength drained, collapsing to the ground, never to rise again, as the battle concluded. Jiang Huqing took a moment to observe the deep trench left by the Minotaur's earlier blows, exclaiming, "Such power! It would be a waste not to use it for plowing in the realm of martial combat." Every fraction of a second counts. Losing the initiative renders even the highest attributes futile. Although Jiang Huqing had delivered only 4 strikes, each one, save the first, had been executed at the optimal moment and position. One could hardly argue that the Minotaur was unjustly defeated. With the Minotaur's vitality extinguished, Jiang Huqing received a notification from his helmet. Minotaur slain. Attributes plundered. 120, balance increased, vital energy plundered. 120. Military merit gained. 120. This marked the second enhancement of balance, and Jiang Huqing had begun to adapt to the tingling sensation. His greater concern lay with the unlocking of the helmet's 4th special effect. Was it already at 40 completion? It seemed the Minotaur's attributes met the criteria. Encouraged, Jiang Huqing swiftly turned and charged, dispatching the Minotaur that was struggling to rise. This granted him another opportunity to enhance his balance, drawing him closer to unlocking the 4th special effect. According to their original agreement, Jiang Huqing was meant to support Huang Yi on the battlefield. However, he believed they were capable enough and chose to pursue Qin Feng instead. On one hand, he wished to rescue his ally. On the other, he aimed to claim all the kills, which should suffice to meet the conditions for unlocking the special effect. Jiang Huqing had hardly engaged in a few exchanges with the Minotaur. In less than half a minute, the outcome had been decided. At this moment, Qin Feng had not fled far, and Jiang Huqing shouted, "Fenger, I've taken care of this side. Bring me the Minotaur." As he made his way, a path had opened, and with the Minotaur hot on his tail, Qin Feng was being pursued like a fool, unable to turn back. Hearing this, he nearly fell victim to the Minotaur's charge, cursing furiously at the beast. Jiang Huqing, noticing the situation, awkwardly scratched his head and picked up a stone, hurling it at the last pursuing Minotaur. Fortune favored him, as it struck true. The Minotaur, feeling the impact from behind, turned with fury. Jiang Huqing mimicked Qin Feng's earlier antics, waving his hand and calling out, "Hey, you scoundrel! It worked!" The enraged Minotaur charged towards Jiang Huqing. Seeing his plan succeed, he chuckled and said, "Fenger, there's only one left. Keep it occupied. And I'll be right there to assist." Qin Feng, upon hearing the good news, felt no elation. Instead, he experienced a throbbing headache, wishing fervently for a mute function for his teammates to silence this troublesome individual. Did he truly believe everyone was as reckless as he? The Minotaur's attributes were 3 times his own. What made him think he could keep it at bay? His mind was a turmoil. Originally, with 3 Minotaurs in tow, even if he were to perish, it would have been for the sake of buying time for his comrades, a death with purpose. Now, with only one left, his teammates could easily handle it. If he fell now, it would be in vain. He had no choice but to persist, continuously seeking an escape. Jiang Huqing, having discerned a strategy, advised, "It has difficulty turning. You can hide in the bushes and lead it in circles." Jiang Huqing indeed executed this plan, rolling into the underbrush where he had previously concealed himself. As the Minotaur approached, he aimed for its ankle with a strike. Seizing the Minotaur's moment of instability, he withdrew his blade and thrust it into its heart, swiftly and decisively ending the battle. Qin Feng, prompted by the suggestion, became alert, parrying the Minotaur's strike, suppressing the rising bile in his throat, and rolled into the bushes. After narrowly escaping death, he turned to see a sight that left him bewildered. Could someone explain this remarkable place? Before him were several bright red fruits resembling human faces. What else could they be but soul-nurturing fruits? When had they become so readily available? Qin Feng muttered to himself. However, survival took precedence. He had no time to ponder further. Fearing that the ensuing battle would damage the fruits, he swiftly pushed through the undergrowth toward Jiang Huqing. "Qing, save me! I'm coming!" Jiang Huqing was also making his way toward Qin Feng. With both parties rushing toward each other, they quickly reunited. Without exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Huqing circled around Qin Feng, thrusting his blade toward the Minotaur's thigh. The Minotaur, caught off guard by the sudden change of adversary, was met with a painful blow, inciting its wrath. Another round of devastation ensued. Jiang Huqing became increasingly audacious, utilizing his footwork to close the gap. Narrowly avoiding the Minotaur's massive axe, he then delivered successive strikes, carving away at its thigh and maneuvering behind it to begin a precise assault. After half a minute, the Minotaur, weakened from blood loss, became sluggish, and Jiang Haching seized the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow, prompting an immediate notification from his helmet. You have successfully slain 5 foes with attributes exceeding your own by threefold. Special Effect 4 activated. Chapter 76. Special Effect 4. Special Effect 4. Blood Energy Manifestation significantly enhances mastery over blood energy, allowing for the simulation of various supernatural effects using blood energy. Special Effect 5. Unlocked. Activated upon reaching the Firefly level. Is my ailment finally curable? Jiang Haching murmured. Closing his eyes in contemplation, he remained in thought for a while. After a moment, he opened his eyes. A glint of crimson illuminating his gaze. Channeling all his mental energy, he swung his blade forward with great force. A blood-red blade of energy erupted from the tip, cleaving through the underbrush 3 meters ahead. I have attained enlightenment. Is this something that an uninitiated person could produce? Chen Feng witnessed this scene devoid of martial arts with his own eyes, his pupils widening in disbelief. He immediately approached and seized Jiang Haching by the nape of his neck. You beast! What have you comprehended? We agreed to work together in the factory, yet here you are, driving a Land Rover. Jealousy turned Chen Feng's eyes a fiery red. Jiang Haching, relishing the massage from his teammate, chuckled. I think I figured out how to use the cross/.it, should be a ranged attack, constantly opening wounds on others with the shadow of the blade. Absolutely safe and reliable. Have you listened to yourself? Isn't this merely my usual ingenuity? Chen Feng felt a splitting headache and couldn't help but curse. Then tell me how to execute this shadow of the blade. Jiang Haching pointed to his helmet, saying, the helmet comes with special effects, allowing one to simulate abilities using vitality. Though, I reckon anyone at the Ember level should be able to use it, right? A physical quality 3 times that of an average person is classified as Ember. At this stage, one essentially unlocks the genetic lock, becoming a cohesive whole. Initially gaining the ability to project one's energy, it isn't particularly difficult to manifest the sword's shadow and energy. The reason the bullhead can split mountains with every strike is due to this enhancement. Yet, this fellow hasn't even ascended yet. Judging from the fluctuations earlier, that sword shadow could at least carry 6/10 of its owner's energy, a higher ratio than many who have just entered the Ember level. And with a greater range, if he ascends to the Ember level, Chen Feng could hardly bear to envision such a scenario. It would be nearly impossible to defend. Jiang Haching might not even need to close the distance. Simply standing 5 steps away would allow him to suppress Chen Feng with the sword's shadow. Like a child discovering a new toy, Jiang Haching raised his sword and swung it repeatedly. Drawing an arc with all his strength, his arm taut as he thrust the long blade forward. A sharp, crimson shadow of the blade shot forth from the tip, slicing through several bushes before vanishing into the distance. Jiang Haching shook his head. Cannot stack the sword strikes. The accompanying energy is somewhat weak. Chen Feng finally let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, this shadow of the blade isn't overly formidable. I can still defend against it. Jiang Haching paused momentarily, then swung his blade again. This time, no shadow erupted, but a faint blood hue appeared at the blade's edge, and as the long sword descended, it suddenly burst forth. The sword, which had only penetrated halfway into the bushes, unexpectedly sliced through them in 2 with a flash of bloodlight. Jiang Haching nodded in satisfaction. If the first strike can breach defenses, it allows one to manipulate the blood shadow to explode within the enemy's body, representing a decent second-tier damage, enhancing its assault capability. Most creatures possess tough skin but fragile insides. Even if the damage from the blade shadow is minimal, it can still cause significant harm. Thus, as long as the angles are right, if it can breach defenses, it can deliver a fatal blow. Chen Feng wore a glum expression. Stop joking, Haching, hold steady. We're coming to assist. Meanwhile, 2 benevolent individuals, having bled the bullhead dry with their healing methods, finally managed to slay it. Concerned about unexpected developments in the battle, they immediately called for reinforcements. However, they were met with a scene of carnage, only to find Jiang Haching and Chen Feng resting at the original spot, utterly oblivious to the situation. What had going on? Chen Feng felt he couldn't bear the burden alone, so he dropped the pretense and stated, it was all Haching's doing. Jiang Haching, not seeking credit, shook his head. It was Fenger who lured the monsters. I only ambushed them, killing just one head-on no. All ambushes, the two felt their spirits sink. After all their efforts, they had only managed to slay one. How did you accomplish that? Zhang Huqing was puzzled. Perhaps you stabbed it in the heart? The three collectively felt despondent, struggling to comprehend the genius of the situation. It felt akin to having written 3 pages of rough drafts only to discover the final solution to a complex math problem, while the top student simply jotted down 2 lines of formula, revealing the answer as XX. The top student could not fathom how the genius arrived at such a conclusion, just as the genius could not comprehend why such a straightforward problem required so much elaboration. Chen Feng sensed that if this continued, their morale would be entirely depleted by this fellow, so he hastily shifted the topic. Forget it. We can't compare ourselves to the abnormal. Let's collect our spoils. By the way, I spotted a patch of unclaimed soul-nourishing fruits earlier. This unclaimed treasure seemed quite fortuitous. The original owner had been sent down to meet the King of Hell, leaving it in a state of abandonment. Upon hearing this news, both were instantly revitalized. How could you leave such a treasure lying in the wilderness for so long? Every second of delay is irresponsible. Without further concern for the bullhead's corpse, they rushed over to gather the fruits. After counting, there were as many as 10. How could there be so many treasures in this desolate land? Who cares? We'll divide them later. Each person took 2. Leaving 2 remaining, an awkward situation arose. Huang Yi pondered for a moment and suggested, Chen Feng has worked hardest as bait, while Huqing has slain the most enemies. How about we split them accordingly? Zhang Huqing picked up a fruit and swallowed it, finding it quite sweet. After a moment, he shook his head. It won't do me any good. The special effects won't enhance my soul strength, just adding 500 points to my attributes. You all should take them. I'll forego this one, and we'll have one each. Huang Yi hadn't anticipated such a fortunate turn of events, scratching his head. How can I accept this? Even if it won't enhance my soul strength, it should still increase my comprehension a bit. After further consideration, he realized that Zhang Huqing's comprehension was already extraordinary. He hardly needed this. He fell silent. Zhang Huqing was indifferent. You all are weak. You need the supplement. Stop saying such blunt truths. Huang Yi instantly felt the fruit in his mouth lose its savor. This is the first time I felt so dissatisfied receiving benefits. I might as well be working for this fellow, earning a meager fee. Zhao Haochen maintained a good attitude. The 3 divided and consumed the fruits, feeling their souls cleansed, as if the world had never been so clear. They couldn't help but roar. Refreshing. After resting a while, Zhao Haochen still felt unfulfilled. He truly wished he could have a few more. Huang Yi smacked his forehead. Right? Why did we toil so hard? It was to discover that there were more soul-nourishing fruits ahead. Let's go together and feast today. The bullhead's carcass still held value. On their way, Chen Feng collected its remains into his storage bag. This mission could be deemed a complete success, and the rest of the time was free for exploration. With this thought, the team exchanged laughter and joys they ventured deeper. Huang Yi suddenly sensed something amiss, uncertainly stating, Why do those few soul-nourishing fruits seem to have changed position? He acted swiftly, swinging his sword to sever them, and blood gushed forth. Run! Chen Feng suddenly recalled something, shouting loudly, Chapter 77, Catwoman. They struck gold. Those were not soul-nourishing fruits. They were cat milk. The Catwoman could burrow underground, adept at setting traps to ensnare prey, and possessed potent venom. Chen Feng relayed the information while fleeing. The Catwoman was lethargic by nature, usually lounging underground, exposing her organs to nurture the cat demons. Hunting by scent. Among the Ember level, she was considered a formidable being, with records of reaching the Candle Shadow level. Huang Yi also remembered the terror of this creature, his voice trembling in a way. How could such a terrifying being appear here? And why didn't it come out to attack us earlier? Chen Feng, exasperated, replied, Did we forget we used the bait agent? This beast probably took us for kin. Zhao Haochen's eyes darkened. Not only did we slay her offspring, but we also cut into her reproductive organs. What enmity have we incurred? The magnitude of their enmity would soon become clear, as the ground shattered and a figure, for meters long and resembling a ferocious tiger, leaped from below. Its dark fur glistened with a metallic sheen, likely possessing a physique even stronger than the bullhead. Its lantern-sized eyes fixated on the direction the 4 were fleeing, then emitted a sharp, piercing shriek that sent waves of pain through their heads. leaving their legs weak. Under the gaze of such a top-tier predator, there was no thought of resistance, nor even the desire to flee, only the instinct to close their eyes and await death. Huang Yi realized they were doomed, quickly devising a plan. I injured it earlier, so I should have the highest aggro. I'll change direction to draw it away. Haochen, Qinfeng, cover me. Buy me as much time as you can. Huqing quickly escaped toward the base. Do not die with that. Huang Yi activated the Helmet S skill and dashed into the depths of the forest, pulling out a warning flare and yanking it with force, producing a loud explosion in the air. This was not to summon reinforcements, but to attract the Catwoman's attention, perhaps stimulated by the sound or the scent of blood from Huang Yi's blade. This distraction was far more effective than calling for help. The Catwoman immediately pursued him relentlessly. Agile as a cat demon, she leaped several meters in a bound, effortlessly bypassing the bushes. Even though Huang Yi had a head start, he was swiftly caught up. You beast, take this. Huang Yi realized fleeing was futile and quickly turned to slash at the Catwoman. A clash of metal rang out, leaving her with only a minor wound while Huang Yi was forced back by the recoil. Hurry! Huang Gu can't hold out much longer. Qinfeng urged the others to flee, while he threw his spear with all his might to divert the Catwoman's attention, creating an opportunity for Jiang Huqing to escape. The Catwoman, having received this insignificant blow to her hind leg, glanced back at Qinfeng, seemingly imprinting his appearance in her memory, before ignoring him entirely and lowering her head to bite at Huang Yi. Aware that every second was crucial, Huang Yi dodged, unwilling to present himself as an easy target. Avoiding the blow to his head, he unwittingly placed himself beneath the claws of the feline creature, which inflicted a deep gash that shattered his heavy armor, exposing a horrific wound as flesh turned inside out. The blood that flowed forth was as dark as night. A mere ordinary strike had rendered Huang Yi incapacitated. Outmatched, faced with such an adversary, Jiang Huqing dared not charge recklessly. Instead, he resolved to flee for his life along the path he had come. Yet, scarcely 100 meters had passed before the anguished cries of Huang Yi reached his ears, making it painfully clear that at this pace, escape was utterly impossible. Haochen, I must borrow your dagger, he thought. If all else fails, I can still devise a final stand. Zhao Haochen, devoid of reluctance, handed over the dagger, urging, be exceedingly cautious. We shall summon aid post-haste. Jiang Huqing nodded and turned to plunge into the thicket, but he did not venture far. His companions could buy him little time, and pressing deeper into the wilderness might provoke other hostile entities, potentially leading to swifter demise. Only a direct confrontation offered a glimmer of hope. However, this confrontation would not be a mindless charge. Huang Yi had already succumbed, and a headlong assault would be tantamount to suicide. He needed to seize the initiative and deliver a crippling blow to his foe. The reason for not bringing Zhao Haochen along was simply pragmatic. The feline creature possessed keen senses, and the scent of bait on Zhao Haochen would betray their presence. Should they encounter the beast directly, there would be no second chance. Though I have not applied the bait, I must have brushed against its scent earlier, Jiang Huqing mused, disregarding his dignity as he rolled upon the ground, attempting to mask the bait's odor with the earthy scent. Still feeling insecure, he retrieved the bait he had not used and hurled it onto a distant tree to divert the creature's attention. After stealthily advancing further, he concealed himself alongside the path the feline creature would traverse. Having done all he could, Jiang Huqing did not linger in doubt, gripping the hilt of his dagger tightly, steadying his breath, and gradually adjusting his body to its optimal state. With no opportunity presenting itself, he recognized that should a chance arise, his strike would be swift and decisive. After Huang Yi's demise, the unarmed Qinfeng also failed to buy much time before he too fell prey to the creature's claws. The feline licked the blood from its paws, its eyes glinting with malice and cunning, its nose diligently sniffing the air until it soon detected the scent of bait. A mocking expression crossed its face as it leapt powerfully into the underbrush. Zhao Haochen, glancing upward, found himself locked in the creature's gaze. Sister, are you also here to relieve yourself? Do you believe this is all a misunderstanding? The feline answered him with its claws, 3 sharp, glimmering talons descending upon Zhao Haochen with lethal intent. He dodged desperately yet could not escape the creature's reach. In a furious determination, he rolled low, advancing rather than retreating, and thrusting with all his might. He drove the long blade into its paw. Ack! The creature, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, emitted a cry of pain. Though it longed for vengeance, it beheld Zhao Haochen, bloodied and corrupted, clearly lifeless. The feline could only vent its fury upon Zhao Haochen's lifeless form, its eyes filled with a deep-seated hatred for these insignificant rodents. Lowering its head to sniff the ground, it quickly caught the scent of other bait nearby and charged forward, intent on tearing its foes to shreds. Zhang Huqing soon spotted the approaching creature. Realizing the bait would not mask their presence for long, he could not afford to delay any further. Summoning his resolve, he sprang from the underbrush, raising his blade for a powerful downward strike. Life and death hinged upon this very blow. The feline had not anticipated that this small rodent would dare to launch a surprise attack. It was utterly unprepared. Yet, its formidable defenses were not to be underestimated. Even though its belly was its weak point, the blood-infused blade met resistance after penetrating half an inch, losing all momentum thereafter. Had Zhang Huqing's strike been merely a physical assault, it would have inflicted little more than a superficial wound. However, he understood that this might be his sole opportunity to strike and would not hold back as the blade's force waned. The blood-red aura attached to it erupted forth, the crimson blade's shadow freely coursing within the creature's body. Creating a gaping hole in its organs, this blow was undoubtedly lethal. Yet, Zhang Huqing too suffered grievously. The tainted blood splattered against his armor, causing noxious fumes to rise. The exposed flesh appeared as though it had been washed in concentrated sulfuric acid. Turning black and carbonized, he now faced the frenzied wrath of the dying feline. Chapter 78. Reinforcements and Restoration. Zhang Huqing did not hesitate to employ his blood energy to repair his body and halt the spread of the toxin. However, the toxin surged with alarming speed. Even though the blood energy stored in his helmet diminished by dozens of points per second, it could not completely eradicate the affliction. His body, caught in a cycle of repair and corrosion from the tainted blood, intensified his agony, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Yet his grip remained steady. Following the breach created by his previous strike, he exerted force with his right arm to drive the long blade deeper. Anchoring himself beneath the creature, with his left hand, he drew forth the dagger given to him by Zhao Haochen and plunged it once more into the wound. Fortunately, the toxin remained effective against the feline. As the dagger embedded itself, the flesh around the wound instantly turned a sickly gray, diminishing its defenses by half. However, the dagger was regrettably too short. The tainted blood gushed forth, splattering Zhang Huqing's left hand, which soon withered away, revealing grayish-white bone that was quickly corroded into blackness. It was rendered useless. The pain ignited a savage fury within Zhang Huqing, disregarding his injuries as he swung the long blade in a sweeping arc. Further widening the creature's wound, a cross slash. Chunks of flesh were severed, shattered organ fragments bursting forth with the blood, drenching Zhang Huqing in a tide of gore. This baptism in tainted blood left him with no chance to mend his wounds, leading to his demise. Half a second later, Zhang Huqing resurrected 2 meters away, daring not to glance at the aftermath, and plunged into the underbrush, fleeing for his life. Creatures on the brink of death are far more terrifying than their healthy counterparts. They lose all rationality, consumed solely by the urge to rend everything before them. The feline, aware that its time was short, would not allow the architect of its suffering to escape unscathed. Its eyes brimmed with madness and brutality. Without a moment's hesitation, it lunged at Zhang Huqing. Before he had even taken 2 steps, darkness descended above him. The feline loomed overhead, descending with the weight of a mountain, the tainted blood from its wounds dripping to the ground and causing noxious fumes to rise. Zhang Huqing had only gained the advantage through a surprise attack. When it was the creature's turn to retaliate, he found himself wholly defenseless. Yet, he harbored no intentions of a direct confrontation. The feline was already injured, and time was on his side. Shielding his face with his hand to fend off the tainted blood, he executed a backward roll to evade its pounce, and once more, his long blade surged forth. Aimed at the creature's hind leg, a series of strikes, even slicing through its flesh, proved challenging. How could he hope to sever bone? Such a maneuver could not hope to cripple its mobility like cleaving through a cow's neck. However, should he manage to inflict even a minor wound, it might slow the creature's pace, granting him precious moments to escape. Alas, Even his reinforced long blade could not withstand the corrosive nature of the toxin for long. The blade had already carbonized. When he struck, he could not even manage a simple shave of the feline's fur. Instead, the edge shattered, splitting into two. What good is a broken weapon in a moment of crisis? Jiang Huqing found himself in dire straits as the feline, indifferent to his plight, seized the opportunity to extend its hind claws towards him, ready to eviscerate him. Fortunately, Jiang Huqing dodged in time. Otherwise, that strike could have easily torn him apart. Restoration? Jiang Huqing summoned his blood energy to heal his wounds, preventing his organs from spilling forth, and found a gap to slip out of the creature's attack range. With his weapon shattered and no means of retaliation, he relied solely on evasion to buy himself time. Jiang Huqing proved his mettle, managing to delay for nearly half a minute before succumbing to the explosion of toxins as his blood energy was depleted. Upon resurrection, he dared not run aimlessly. With his speed insufficient, exposing his back to the feline would be tantamount to inviting death. Most crucially, this was his final life. A true death awaited him should he fall again. Fortunately, the feline was already injured, and after intense activity, it had lost even more blood. Its legs grew weak, and its speed diminished. Jiang Huqing, determined to evade, found a chance to stabilize himself, his movements fluid as he shadowed the feline's side. No matter how powerful it was, it could not touch him, while the surrounding underbrush bore the brunt of its fury. With a swipe of its claws, it uprooted entire plants. This turn of events granted Jiang Huqing even more room to maneuver, making evasion considerably easier, if only he had a weapon at this moment. But even then, a direct confrontation would not be wise. A starved camel is still larger than a horse, unless he resorted to a surprise attack. He could not provoke it at all. 2.5 minutes later, the feline finally ceased its relentless pursuit, its eyes becoming glassy, its legs giving way, collapsing to the ground. Jiang Huqing received no notification from his helmet. Knowing the creature must be feigning weakness, a glimmer of wisdom flashed in his eyes as he resolutely refrained from approaching T-most. He tossed a few stones at it out of boredom. 5 minutes later, the feline lay sprawled on the ground like a dog at rest, covered in debris and leaves, before finally convulsing and drawing its last breath. Jiang Huqing received a system notification. Successfully slain the feline creature, plundering 500 attribute points, balance increased, acquiring a feline skin coat, plundering 500 points of blood energy, gaining 500 military merit points. Jiang Huqing's eyes sparkled at the sight of the equipment dropped. It was as if fortune had smiled upon him. After enduring the corrosive effects of tainted blood, his armor had lost all efficacy, and this new acquisition was perfectly timed. However, upon summoning it, he was instantly filled with disappointment. It was a soft, verdant green robe that appeared utterly incapable of withstanding any form of attack. Most distasteful of all, it bore a distinctly feminine design. Recognizing that his armor still offered some modesty, Jiang Huqing promptly retracted the robe. Once he felt secure, Jiang Huqing carefully assessed his situation, only to be beset by a headache. His armor had become worthless, his weapon lay shattered, and he had returned to poverty in a single day. Uncertain whether his achievements were sufficient to warrant a complete set of equipment, Jiang Huqing let out a sigh. If all else failed, he mused, he could simply hang a sign around his neck proclaiming, seeking a benevolent soul to lend a helping hand, and see if he could garner a few trifles in return. He had employed this tactic during his school days, where merely standing by the school gate with a sign for 20 minutes had prompted Director Li to generously invite him to dinner, an invitation that had lasted for 3 years. It was essential for his attributes to keep pace. Otherwise, he would be unable to confront challenges head-on, still too inexperienced. Reflecting on the grim start to this round of combat, which had been a disastrous ambush, Jiang Huqing felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, surviving the ordeal was a stroke of fortune in itself. After facing life-and-death crises, Jiang Huqing had matured somewhat, and he no longer dared to roam aimlessly. Instead, he chose to remain in place, awaiting reinforcements. With apex predators in the vicinity, other tribes would steer clear, rendering this area a temporary safe haven. At that moment, Li Tianxiang, who had just arrived, glanced at the situation and nearly revealed his position. Had they truly encountered such a formidable foe? He hoped they wouldn't attract the attention of a flame-level threat. Fearing detection, Li Tianxiang wasted no time and hurriedly departed. Half an hour later, voices echoed from afar, and Huang Yi, accompanied by a team, cautiously surveyed their surroundings, repeatedly shouting, "Huqing, we have come to avenge you." Zhang Huqing raised his hand in response, declaring, "I am here." The group, surprised to see him alive, exhibited expressions of joy as they hastened towards him. "Huqing, you actually escaped. What about the Catwoman?" Zhang Huqing pointed toward a pile of stones. "If I survived, she surely perished. However, let's not let this opportunity slip away. We can share some meat, by the way. Do you have any spare clothing or weapons to spare?" While writing this, the intention was to casually finish the piece, but now I find that abstract writing garners recommendations while serious writing loses readership. Is it impossible for humorists to write serious literature? Chapter 79. Returning with spoils, the team soon discovered an additional grave nearby, and it appeared rather respectable, allowing the Catwoman to rest in peace. However, with the major threats eliminated, why had they come here? The support team, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of excitement. "Wait, guys, we came along today without doing anything just to watch your teammates show off?" This was akin to a fisherman reeling in a big catch and insisting that the entire neighborhood come out to claim it. Huang Yi, equally perplexed, admitted, "I don't know the situation either." Brotherly as a Firefly level, "How long can you last against the Catwoman?" A burly man scratched his head, cursing, "What kind of joke is this, to kill her? In a direct confrontation, you'd be begging me not to let you die within 2 minutes." Huang Yi pointed at Zhang Huqing, his scalp tingling. "This guy hasn't even ascended yet." "What? He killed the Catwoman without ascending? Are you kidding me? He must have had a hard time breaking through her defenses." The support team suspected that Zhang Huqing was jesting, but upon checking his aura, they confirmed he indeed appeared unascended. Their pupils widened in astonishment. Was this for real? Zhang Huqing explained, "It was indeed a struggle. Even with the long knife, I barely penetrated." "Then how did you manage to kill her?" Huang Yi, the most confused, inquired. Having struck the Catwoman twice, he understood precisely how formidable her defenses were, even with her helmet skill activated. He hadn't made a significant dent. First, I ambushed her, targeting her weak underbelly, then unleashed a blade shadow to cause internal rupture, destroying her organs. Zhang Huqing succinctly recounted the combat process. "But without ascension, how could you produce a blade shadow? And the Catwoman's blood is highly toxic. How did you withstand it?" Others chimed in, not out of disbelief, but because it seemed too fantastical. The helmet's effects had also caused him to succumb to poison twice, and his armor had been rendered useless. Zhang Huqing found addressing their questions more troublesome than battling itself. Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to return and engage in a few rounds of competition? Realizing he couldn't be questioned for nothing, he quickly added, "Since you've asked so much, how about you spare me some provisions?" "Spare what? You've struck it rich. I was hoping to ask you for a share of the spoils." Had it not been for his recent battle, the support team would have relished the opportunity to pummel him. Chen Feng stepped in to clarify, "The Catwoman is a treasure trove. Her blood can create antidotes. Consuming her flesh can enhance toxin resistance, and most importantly, her hide can be fashioned into magical gear, better facilitating elemental communication. That substantial corpse could yield enough merit to upgrade your equipment." Zhang Huqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. "That is a relief. I thought I might end up destitute and forced to retire. By the way, I need to file a complaint. That quartermaster is truly unscrupulous. I only bought the long knife because he claimed it was of good quality, and it broke after just one use." The notion of being destitute enough to retire was quite rare. Generally, one hears stories of individuals joining the military out of poverty, not of being impoverished by military service. As long as one dared to fight and strive. With the troublemaking capacities of this motley crew, had they not engaged in battles that resulted in their equipment being destroyed, they might genuinely have to beg on the streets, earning and spending in another world. One could hardly take anything back home. The others were at a loss for words, finding it difficult to maintain composure. Chen Feng, unusually, defended the quartermaster's actions. "Is it possible that this weapon was never intended for you to use against such a foe?" Zhang Huqing shrugged. "This isn't my fault. Had Huang Yi not mistaken the Catwoman for a soul fruit, we wouldn't have provoked her." Huang Yi sheepishly scratched his head. "I didn't recognize it at the time." Zhang Huqing wasn't keen on assigning blame, explaining, "What I meant was, next time we encounter such a creature, let us test it first before diving in." The group. "This is undoubtedly a clean and sanitary approach." With the Catwoman's body cleared away, the area became considerably safer, which was undoubtedly a positive outcome. After some commotion, they escorted Jiang Huqing out. To defeat a superior alien race was a monumental feat, and it was imperative to protect such talent. Mobilizing the entire force was absolutely warranted. However, Chun Feng was unable to store the Catwoman's corpse in his inventory. It was said that one should not return empty-handed, and they needed to ensure a proper showing. Without complaint, they hoisted the body back on their way. They had already cleared the path of alien threats, and with the tiger's death still looming, ordinary lackeys dared not provoke them while carrying the Catwoman's corpse. The journey was remarkably peaceful, with no opportunities for anyone to showcase their prowess in front of Jiang Huqing. However, the group found ways to amuse themselves. Upon reaching the camp, they refused to disperse, insisting on parading the Catwoman's corpse twice before finally breaking up. Everyone laughed at the fishermen, for they were all fishermen in their own right. Finally, having exited the spatial rift, it was time for the spoils to be divided. The quartermaster had already received word and was waiting at the tent. In a wonder, he had heard magpies chirping upon departing today. It was to celebrate the return of several esteemed individuals laden with bounty. This time, his demeanor was quite proper, devoid of arrogance. Aligning with a team of geniuses was a rare opportunity. Avoiding them would only incur animosity, a recipe for disaster. It was akin to attempting to extinguish a mountain fire by pouring water on a smoldering ancestral grave. Zhao Haochen stepped forward with remarkable composure. Enough chatter. We fought tooth and nail for this, and we demand a fair price. He added, my long knife and armor also require repairs. What happened to the promised warranty? Jiang Huqing supplemented from the side. He was quite generous, not even bringing out his dagger. The quartermaster was drenched in cold sweat. Was this fellow here to conduct business or to rob him? That knife would snap merely from the wind, and only this guy would hoard it to bring back. The armor was in even worse shape, emitting toxic fumes. Had it not dissipated along the way, it likely wouldn't have been allowed inside. Jiang, please, don't jest. I would rather gift you a new setis, that so? It's a deal, Jiang Huqing exclaimed with excitement. He was a true professional at begging, and this was merely a means to obtain food. Indeed, he was serious about it. The quartermaster found himself in a bind and could only seek assistance from others. Huang Yi pulled Jiang Huqing back. Sighing enough, don't embarrass yourself. Everyone is waiting for their share. Once we sell the corpse, we'll definitely be able to afford a good set. They were all there to help, and Jiang Huqing couldn't bear to keep them waiting too long. Finally extinguishing his greed. Following a verbal battle led by Zhao Haochen, they ultimately sold the Catwoman's corpse for 3,327 merit points, reserving 20 pounds of meat for the group to share, resulting in a harmonious conclusion. The internal distribution of merit points was conducted. While the Catwoman was indeed slain by Jiang Huqing, the others had contributed by serving as bait, and their equipment had also sustained damage. So fairness was essential, otherwise morale would wane. The final distribution was as follows. After deducting the value of the previously over-distributed soul fruit, Huang Yi, who had contributed most, received 200 points, while the other two received 100 points each. Including the merits from earlier actions against the Catwoman and the Bullhead, everyone's merit points exceeded 1,000, sufficient to procure several valuable items. Jiang Huqing's merit points soared past 5,000. This outing had yielded him the equivalent of Huang Yi's 3-month earnings, and this was still counting the magic robe that was currently on consignment. If it sold, he could earn even more. What followed was a time of indulgence. Chapter 80. Armor Chun Feng and Zhao Haochen could procure equipment from home, and according to the usual practice, they exchanged all their merit points for attribute potions. After consuming them, they were now considerably closer to the Firefly level, perhaps just shy of a significant margin. Huang Yi and Jiang Huqing shared a similar plight, needing to first repair and strengthen their gear before exchanging the remainder for attribute potions. However, thanks to the helmet skill, their battle capabilities wouldn't lag behind or lead to elimination in the short term. To be honest, even if he were somewhat lacking, the team wouldn't abandon him. There is no other reason. The individual possesses ample experience and also holds the position of an apothecary capable of concocting a variety of extraordinary potions, truly a prodigy. Furthermore, he carries an inherent charm of a succubus. Just now, upon hearing him call out to others, he was entirely oblivious to the situation yet managed to rally several teams to accompany him in his escapades. Such connections are not something an ordinary person possesses. Unlike others who maintain a calm demeanor, when it came time for Jiang Huqing to exchange items, the team began to show signs of discord. According to Jiang Huqing's understanding, prioritization should undoubtedly be given to weapons, followed by attributes, and for armor, a mere replacement of a similar grade from last time would suffice. Based on this experience, encountering a formidable opponent renders ordinary armor useless. The previous armor was entirely adequate. Conversely, one cannot afford to be careless with weapons. This time, a superior weapon is imperative, as a well-timed ambush might lead to a swift victory, sparing one from a relentless pursuit. Additionally, after completing the task to unlock the fourth special effect, there should be no further delays in enhancing attributes. Should he possess greater strength and resilience this time, what does danger even mean? He could simply shift from offense to defense, grasp the neck of the succubus, and demonstrate what true danger entails. There would be no need to be caught in a predicament that forces him to think. It would be a complete collapse of his persona. If Chunlai were to discover that he possesses capabilities beyond mere recklessness, he might compel him to assume the role of a commander, which would spell the end of his existence. However, upon hearing Jiang Huqing's plan, the teammates immediately voiced their collective dissent. Are you not aware of your own situation? Saving on armor costs would be better spent preserving your life. I tell you, if we do not acquire good armor this time, we might as well find new teammates, for our current state cannot bear this burden. Such words were strikingly reminiscent of a villain, yet recalling the earlier scene, several of them truly felt a bead of sweat form at the tip of their noses. If he were to fall, it would be of little consequence. They could simply regroup and fight again, retreating to avoid that cursed place if need be. However, should this individual falter, he would be buried there without a second thought. Even if he were to cut in line at the gates of the underworld, he would have to wait another 18 years. Furthermore, ensuring this individual's survival is no longer a matter of mere camaraderie. With his extraordinary combat skills and creative abilities, he could potentially influence the very fabric of humanity's existence. The troubling aspect is that he is more unmanageable than any unruly child. While one could discipline a misbehaving child, they simply cannot contend with this individual. Jiang Huqing felt as though his incompetent teammates were attempting to undermine his military achievements, yet the money they were discussing was still his own. Confused, he questioned, "This is my military merit, is it not? Shouldn't the choice of exchange be my prerogative?" Huang Yi, with a weary expression, sighed. "This is my team, is it not? Shouldn't I have the freedom to choose who my teammates are?" Suddenly, I find the notion of acquiring superior armor quite appealing. As the most formidable member of the team, I have the duty to uphold the responsibilities of a tank. Upon hearing the threat of expulsion, Jiang Huqing became acutely aware. Huang Yi's place is currently the only possible refuge for him, and he must heed his words. Otherwise, should he lose his position as a vanguard, the old man might suddenly emerge to compel him back to school. It is not that Jiang Huqing is overly paranoid. Based on Chen Feng's descriptions from days prior, it seems the old man has been covertly observing his life, displaying a greater concern for him than for Chen Feng, his own favored grandson. What does this imply? There is no need for further explanation. Chunlai has likely succumbed to senility, mistakenly taking his previous bet to heart and confusing his grandsons amongst their comrades. Could Jiang Huqing really pilfer Chen Feng's home? Maintaining distance from Chunlai is essential for aiding his recovery. Quartermaster, procure for me a top-tier armor with a weight capacity of 150 pounds. The quartermaster, recognizing the wealth of this patron, eagerly rushed to draft a proposal, this time presenting only premium options. Subsequently, Chen Feng joined the discussion on how to further reinforce the armor, ultimately delegating Zhao Haochen to negotiate the prices. Before Jiang Huqing could fully grasp the situation, his military merit had dwindled by 5,000 points. After swiping his card, he could not help but demand, "Are you three truly not in cahoots with this rogue? How did you manage to slash the cost from 4,000 to 5,000 merits?" The quartermaster, visibly pleased with the design, gazed at it as if it were a work of art and exclaimed, "My friend, trust me, this time it is truly worth every penny. The specially crafted flame dragon armor can withstand up to 2,000 pounds in critical areas, and 1,300 pounds in others, with self-repair capabilities and a modicum of poison resistance." After a lengthy exposition, the quartermaster concluded, "You might even find yourself equipped for the level of Candle Shadow." Jiang Huqing, wholly unimpressed by this charlatan, lamented, "You said the same last time, and look what happened." It couldn't withstand anything at all. Why don't you tell me how long it can withstand a succubus's assault? Upon hearing this, the quartermaster could only fall silent, drawing circles in the corner. Dreadful! He had forgotten that this individual possesses discernment. He could not be deceived. Who among the good people consistently encounters such unfortunate circumstances, being relentlessly pursued by the likes of the candle shadow? The quartermaster remained mute, while Jiang Huqing grew increasingly resolute, feeling compelled to negotiate the prices himself. If it cannot withstand anything, what value does it hold? Surely, I cannot spend 5,000 military merits on mere decoration. The quartermaster, pressed for answers, finally uttered. If there truly existed armor capable of withstanding the onslaught of the candle shadow at a non-advanced level, the Greyland forest you see should be teeming with rice paddies. While reasonable, Jiang Huqing refused to listen. Not so. Why does it warrant 5,000 military merits? The quartermaster rephrased. Wearing it, should you be ambushed by a succubus, you will have a chance to retaliate. If you launch an ambush on the succubus, even if you falter, you will still be able to retreat unscathed. The other three chimed in. Huqing, broaden your perspective. Do you truly believe your life is worth so little merit? Jiang Huqing, with a sigh of resignation, responded. 5,000 military merits, when converted to currency, could sustain 1,000 public servants until my age. What gives you the confidence to believe my life is worth that much? Must we endlessly perpetuate this orphan trope? The others fell silent, exchanging glances. All of them were in the same predicament. Should they be expected to coddle him, shower him with affection, and proclaim, "Darling, you are simply marvelous? Spare me. We only recognize armor, not individuals." Jiang Huqing promptly abandoned his struggle. Very well. With only a few hundred points remaining, Jiang Huqing began to sift through the weapons, yet found none to his satisfaction. The shoddy wares available were no better than the one that had previously shattered. Utterly lacking durability. This time, however, the others reversed their stance, urging Jiang Huqing to be patient with the weapons. Indeed, they were being deliberate. They had just deduced the root of the issue. How could one provoke a succubus without reason? It was all due to this reckless individual. Otherwise, relying solely on them, they would have never passed the bullhead checkpoint. They might have even given up entirely. Bearing lethal weapons breeds a murderous intent. Should this individual be gifted a divine weapon, he would surely rampage through the streets, pointing at Glurkus and declaring himself the master of the Greyland forest. Chapter 81. Indeed, it was foolishness. Jiang Huqing found himself at a loss. Contemplating where he might amass some military merit, casting his gaze towards the three, silently turning away. Though it appeared as if he had said nothing, in reality, he had said everything. Not a single coin to spare. A penniless wretch. How could they endure such a gaze? Yet, they truly could. They chose to ignore him entirely, for what mattered more than life? Their pride was of little consequence. Fortunately, Jiang Huqing had no intention of relying on them. Summoning a feminine robe from his helmet, he inquired, "Is this item of any value?" The quartermaster, under Jiang Huqing's intense scrutiny, grimaced and replied, "How could I say otherwise?" However, upon feeling it, the quartermaster's eyes lit up, and he could not help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, "A fine piece! The entire set of gear is seamless, with an elemental communication efficiency at least 10 higher. Any mage would be unable to tear their gaze away upon seeing it. The plundered equipment differs greatly from that made from succubus hide. The latter can be considered disposable. Once dead and resurrected, it is discarded, only to be retrieved from the corpse later. However, mages, unable to wear heavy armor due to the need for elemental communication, generally rely on their teammates for protection, rendering it inconsequential. Conversely, the looted equipment binds to the soul, making it irreplaceable. Most importantly, it is unified, yielding greater bonuses. Jiang Huqing had never anticipated that this item held genuine value. He had merely intended to use it as a tattered blanket. Immediately he inquired, "You're not deceiving me, are you? Can it be traded for a weapon? You wish to barter?" The quartermaster had rarely encountered such a situation. Unless the resource was exceptionally rare, military merits were usually the more convenient currency. Yet, Jiang Huqing had perceived the cunning tactics of those three. As long as he held military merits, they would undoubtedly insist he expend them on armor. Jiang Huqing was resolutely unwilling to add any more. He would only accept a barter, seeking a longsword. The highest bidder would claim it, with the deadline set for the day the armor was completed. Allowing for early notifications of suitable offers, the quartermaster, eager to assist such a valued client, nodded. Understood. I will keep an eye out. With only a few hundred military merits left, Zhang Huqing chose not to exchange for anything else. Donating 100 points to the school and informing directly that this was not a form of compensation, reserving the remainder for himself. In Zhang Huqing's mind, weapons were always worth more than armor. Fearing he might miss out on a good deal, after completing the exchanges, the group returned to the camp, where Zhang Huqing voiced his concerns. Are we not slightly off pace? Who works half a day and then rests for 10 days or more? This lifestyle has left Zhang Huqing feeling decadent. Last time they fought for half an hour and rested for 3 days. This time, they fought for half a day and are set to rest for 10 days. What will they do after 2 days of exploration? Take a break until school starts? Huang Yi explained. This is actually the norm for soldiers. Do you think they are always on the battlefield? Maintaining a state of constant tension will inevitably lead to problems. Even without equipment damage, most individuals would choose to pause, rest, and adjust their state before setting off again. Having endured life and death battles, it is only natural to take the opportunity to rest. Huang Yi truly did not wish to move in the short term. In any case, the materials collected this time are sufficient for several individuals to accomplish this month's tasks. However, Zhang Huqing cannot seem to find a moment's respite. This is causing significant delays in the team's progress. It is unreasonable for the collective efforts to be hindered for my sake, thereby diminishing everyone's efficiency in earning military merits. I pondered. Since everyone seems inclined to rest, is there a possibility they would lend me their equipment temporarily? I could use the sets currently being forged as collateral. If I fail or cannot repay, they would simply reclaim their items. Should I return successfully, I would ensure to repair and return them. With a bit of rental compensation, Shen Feng looked at Zhang Huqing with a bewildered expression. Following his line of thought, it is conceivable that a shared equipment venture could emerge from this. Where did this fellow derive such ideas? Has he been possessed by a cat demon? Zhao Haochen sighed, remarking, when it comes to intelligence and courting death, Einstein would appear as a novice before him. Shen Feng thought that seems reasonable. Huang Yi also found this notion intriguing, stroking his chin and mused, perhaps it could indeed be realized. If so, our team would possess its own enterprise. Zhang Huqing was unconcerned with business ventures, solely fixated on one thing, whether he could acquire the equipment. He promptly raised his hand, stating, I can act as a client to enhance user experience. Huang Yi retorted, even if you wish to give it away. Shouldn't you first replenish your vitality? Wouldn't resting for 2 days be more pleasant? This individual was indeed more difficult to appease than a mischievous child. After contemplating, Zhang Huqing realized there was no other option but to find something else to occupy his time. Asking, why not take advantage of this lull to practice together? Surprisingly, this suggestion was rather enticing. It was either due to Zhang Huqing's weapon being shattered that they wished to exploit him while he was unarmed, or perhaps everyone was eager to witness the effects of the so-called blade shadow technique. Thus, 2.5 hours later, the three emerged from the arena, dejected. There was little to discuss regarding the process. The blade shadow was not particularly strong, yet the wielder was undeniably formidable. This fellow had truly mastered the art of leveraging strengths while avoiding weaknesses. Zhang Huqing avoided direct confrontation at all costs, maintaining distance while continuously utilizing blade shadow to suppress his opponents. If prepared in advance, the blade shadow could be easily dispersed, yet one had to remain vigilant, for this tricky individual could always find unexpected angles to strike. If caught off guard, one could certainly bleed, and with a stroke of misfortune, sustain a cut to the artery, leading to a catastrophic outcome. After exploiting his advantages, he began to employ flashy maneuvers, his steps oozing with nonchalance. Refusing to engage directly unless necessary, even discarding the blade shadow as a hidden weapon. In the earlier rounds, he could still rely on his equipment to gain an upper hand, but as time progressed, he was reduced to being toyed with like a scarecrow, rendering all his martial skills futile if he couldn't land a hit. Once he had lost sufficient blood and strength, this fellow began to act brazenly, dispatching opponents with a few swift moves, all the while spewing taunts about slow responses and obvious movements, inciting furious ire among them. Eventually, they realized that he was not there to compete, but rather to toy with his teammates like a cat with a mouse. However, after a round of practice, they did glean some insights. Perhaps their soul strength had increased, leading to improved mastery of martial techniques. Later, the success rate of executing slashing techniques rose significantly. Once their rhythm was established, they managed to achieve flawless execution, transforming into a relentless pursuit of Jiang Huqing around the arena, continuously clamoring for, "Big brother, let me take a cut. Just one cut will do." They had become like overly eager children. After sweating profusely, the shadows of being chased by the cat demon faded considerably, their rationality restored. They went out for a meal and then returned to their dormitory to recuperate. The three began to refine the martial arts manual, erasing all previous entries about recovering arms and footwork, instead adding a single line. A good thrashing of Jiang Huqing naturally leads to enlightenment. Upon receiving this news, Chunlai reacted with a puzzled expression. These fools have truly lost their wits. As Chapter 82 unfolds, Jiang Huqing continued his exploration of new martial techniques. The three-stage slash was straightforward, having long since merged with the thrust and cross slash. Upon entering the crystal sphere, he no longer needed to practice those feigned techniques, even finding time to critique the old man's martial skills. With weak arms and an open center, he found them lacking. After casually practicing, he exited the crystal sphere and entered the martial arts forum to absorb knowledge, only to discover that the pin post was his own critique of Zhao Haochun's performance from earlier. Jiang Huqing was taken aback for a considerable time. Was I truly the expert? Gazing at the uniform praises beneath, akin to a patient finding a wise old doctor, he entirely lost the desire to continue perusing the posts. It felt as if this wretched forum depended solely on him for sustenance. Jiang Huqing shook his head. Attempting to apply his understanding, he wondered if he could merge multiple techniques as he had with the thrust. However, he quickly realized that his physical conditioning could not keep pace. At best, his attack speed improved, yet the power remained indistinguishable from the original method. Nevertheless, he did glean some insights. The footwork of this martial technique possessed merit and could potentially yield 2 additional blade shadows when executed properly, possibly proving useful during ambushes. Next, he turned his attention to the silver light falling blade. This technique felt somewhat disingenuous, as Jiang Huqing struggled to grasp the so-called fluctuations. Even if he replicated the movements perfectly, he still could not achieve the mentioned vibrational effect. Eventually, he decided to utilize his own interpretation and employed the skill in conjunction with the blade shadow technique. It proved effective, albeit with a caveat. The result was a powerful blade shadow projected toward the enemy, which, if caught unprepared, might indeed sever a limb. Jiang Huqing deemed this technique practically useless. He could unleash blade energy without jumping and, conversely, leaping too high exposed vulnerabilities. Inquiring about the situation with the 3 companions, he discovered that this foundational martial technique primarily aimed to instill an understanding of fluctuations, lacking substantial practical value before reaching the Firefly level. Zhao Haochun even performed the original version, but the fluctuations barely registered. Jiang Huqing then realized the depths of martial techniques and lamented, "So its purpose is merely to expose vulnerabilities while leaping high, making it convenient for the opponent to initiate an upward strike. Isn't that akin to suicide? The KK Park was merely for amusement. True deception lay in publishing books." Zhao Haochun recalled that disastrous experience and felt his legs weaken. Unable to counter, the other 2 could only sigh in resignation. No matter the technique, it would inevitably be altered in his hands, leaving only the name unchanged. One could only imagine the creator would not recognize their own technique upon witnessing it. Claiming others were fraudulent, where could one seek redress? With the special effects not restored and teammates unwilling to venture out, Jiang Huqing could only continue to probe into martial techniques. Having invested the money, he could not let it go to waste. Reflecting on the initial earth-shattering strike of the bull-headed demon, Jiang Huqing began to sense a deeper connection to the true essence of this martial technique. It seemed that this technique did not pursue sheer lethality, but rather, akin to the cross-slash, sought to gain an advantage before engagement. Thus, executing it would not result in a fatal blow, but rather disperse the force, lowering the opponent's defenses, allowing for damage to be dealt, while if none was inflicted, it would not matter. Jiang Huqing casually delivered a strike, dispersing the force. As his arm trembled, countless blade shadows erupted forth like a torrential rain of needle-like blades. Slicing through the it appeared impressive, yet the damage was merely superficial, the scarecrow only losing a few strands of straw. Something was amiss. Jiang Huqing sensed that if he practiced in this manner, the most he would achieve was a decorative effect, merely for amusement. Was it because he hadn't leapt? He attempted the original version once more, and this time, the blade shadow seemed to possess some merit, inflicting damage within a half-meter radius, albeit only slicing through flesh. Jiang Huqing pondered deeply. When falling from a height, could he add impact force to the blade shadow, thus inflicting additional damage? This technique primarily aimed to utilize momentum to enhance damage. However, merely increasing damage by a small margin seemingly did not compensate for the technique's inherent flaws. Jiang Huqing did not delve further into the mechanics of leveraging force. Such timing required a perfect alignment of circumstances. And in actual combat, opponents would not afford such opportunities. More critically, how could one simulate this effect with standard movements to mitigate the shortcomings? Jiang Huqing commenced a deep analysis. Perhaps it was not as complex as it seemed. The necessity of jumping stemmed from the body's instinct to maintain balance during weightlessness. This process would elicit an explosive release of strength. Jiang Huqing recalled that sensation and continued his analysis. Moreover, this technique did not focus on cutting but rather on creating vibrations to disperse force. First, one needed to unleash a burst of strength, followed by allowing the force to naturally dissipate, thereby simulating the blade shadow effect. Jiang Huqing felt a breakthrough, wielding a long stick as though driving a stake into the ground, exerting force without consciously controlling the gathered strength. Numerous blood-colored shadows emanated from the ground, directly slicing through the surface of the scarecrow. It worked. Jiang Huqing was certain the military would not permit such a deceptive technique to proliferate. It must possess some utility. The next step was to observe its effectiveness in actual combat. The scarecrow could no longer meet Jiang Huqing's training needs, so he promptly removed his helmet and summoned the trio of tool wielders. Brothers, I believe I have successfully executed the silver light falling blade. Shall we practice together? The three. Based on their understanding of this individual, whatever silver light falling blade he claimed could not possibly resemble its original form. What kind of trickery was this? Would the authorities not intervene? Yet, they were also curious about what this technique would manifest in his hands, so they entered to indulge his madness. As both sides brandished their weapons and charged forward. Jiang Huqing exclaimed excitedly, "Be cautious." Chen Feng was already on guard, bracing himself for a counterattack, while Jiang Huqing raised his wooden stick, swinging it with force, unleashing two blood-colored blade shadows in a horizontal and vertical arc. "I knew you would attempt a sneak attack." Chen Feng deftly twirled his spear, scattering the two blood shadows with ease, just as he prepared to launch his own assault when Zhao Haochun's warning rang out. "Be careful!" Before my eyes, Jiang Huqing forcefully struck the ground with a wooden stick, and immediately, within a few meters in front of him, a flurry of blade shadows spread forth, hurtling towards Chen Feng's feet, leaving his legs gruesomely mangled and bloodied. Enraged, Chen Feng discarded his weapon. "Is this what you call a silver flash descending blade?" Jiang Huqing nonchalantly replied, "So, does it work? How could it not work? Just a little higher, and it would send an egg flying. Who wouldn't panic?" Once Chen Feng regained his composure, rather than being resentful, he shamelessly said, "Brother Jiang, teach me." Yes, Brother Jiang, teach me." The other two chimed in eagerly. This technique truly has a remarkable effect when ambushing. From several meters away, a sudden strike like this would catch most people completely off guard. In a battlefield where forces are evenly matched, it is rare for a single strike to end a life. In most cases, advantages are gradually accumulated before victory is secured. Jiang Huqing, not one to hoard his knowledge, explained, "It's quite simple. You know how to thrust. Instead of thrusting at a person, thrusting at the ground yields this effect. Are you trying to deceive even your own kind? I've studied. Don't try to fool me." Seeing their skepticism, Jiang Huqing immediately demonstrated again, drawing his blade and forcefully striking the ground. Two layers of blade shadows radiated outward. And caught off guard, Chen Feng's legs buckled, and he fell to the ground. Jiang Huqing's mind hadn't caught up yet when he saw this large black rat suddenly leap towards him, and the wooden stick instinctively jabbed into Chen Feng's mouth, filling it completely. "At this rate, it seems I won't achieve perfect attendance. I feel like crying." After reviving, Chen Feng repeatedly spat on the ground, feeling as though his mouth was filled with wood shavings. Damn it, it was just a drill. What was the meaning of jabbing that massive weapon into my mouth? Jiang Huqing scratched his head. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he couldn't resist seizing the opportunity. Noticing Chen Feng's eyes were red, Jiang Huqing worried he might start crying and quickly changed the subject. seemed that employing the thrusting technique yielded even better results, as the blade shadows appeared to have an additive effect. Chun Feng recalled the earlier blow that could shatter bones and felt a twinge of fear. The added power from the blade shadows was already comparable to a full-force strike, and even more difficult to defend against. This martial technique might very well find its way into textbooks. Zhang Huqing, puzzled, wondered if it was truly that simple. Could merely altering the thrusting technique be deemed a new martial skill? Qin Feng, resigned, remarked, "You can't just label everything as thrusting. Otherwise, the Ming family will go mad. They simply cannot endure this overwhelming fortune." According to rumors, after Qinlai had dealt with the Ming family last time, they nearly dug up their ancestral graves. They firmly believed there was no reason others could do something they could not. They suspected their ancestors had withheld some teachings, surely hiding the secret manual in a coffin. Ultimately, the outcome was nothing more than letting their ancestors' bones bask in the sun without gaining anything. Chen Feng, not one to meddle in others' affairs, inquired again. This technique surely isn't as simple as just striking the ground. Is there some technique for exerting force? It was imperative to clarify this now. Otherwise, it might be too late, and this fellow might truly forget, then proceed to beat him up again, only to slowly comprehend it later. Zhang Huqing recalled that feeling and nodded, saying, "You need to imagine yourself falling off a cliff in your mind, using your weapon to protect yourself and minimize damage. That way, you can unlock your body's protective instincts and deal excessive damage while simulating that shockwave effect." Everyone was left utterly bewildered. "I'm discussing martial techniques, and you're talking about meditation? You might as well let me commune with the elements and tell me this is a mystical skill." Zhang Huqing shook his head. "It's different. I didn't feel any elemental fluctuations, and this can truly be executed." "No, wait. I believe we've gone off track. You've already executed it. How can we still be off track? Do we really need to redirect the blade shadows and cut ourselves first?" They attempted to keep up with Zhang Huqing's line of thought, only to end up appearing rather foolish. Zhang Huqing looked at them as if they were simpletons. "Wasn't it agreed upon that we could use an external brain? How come this group is occupying my brain's memory instead?" The group felt as though they were on the verge of exploding. Being doubted by the mentally competent was one thing, but being questioned by fools was undoubtedly more disheartening, truly making one question their own intelligence. Zhao Haochen quickly clicked open an intelligence test on his phone. After completing 5 simple abstract questions, a window popped up stating that to see the results, he needed to pay 29.9 yuan, with a limited time discount button below. Zhao Haochen, not one to shy away from such a sum, promptly paid with facial recognition. Fortunately, the results indicated his intelligence was normal, and he finally let out a sigh of relief. Chun Feng silently observed everything, feeling he had finally uncovered the root of the issue. Instinctively stepping away from Zhao Haochen by a few paces, warning, "Is it possible that the moment you paid, the system already deemed you a fool? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Zhao Haochen's expression faltered, his hand hesitating for a moment. Deciding to stubbornly retort, "Then why don't you open Pinduoduo now and see what it recommends for you?" Huang Yi seized the opportunity to throw in a jab, following up with a sarcastic remark. Zhao Haochen finally found a chance to redeem himself, confidently stating, "As a premium customer like me, I can assure you that only the best items will be recommended. I'm not afraid to tell you. I even buy items without splitting the bill." Yet when he opened it, he was left dumbfounded. Recommended goodies: 1,000 sheets of old newspapers, can be shredded to prevent dementia. Wild Ultraman, only 888 yuan. He will fly over after you place your order. Ancestral miracle drug, consuming it increases intelligence by 100. This big data was utterly thoughtless. Even if it had suggested a Fiji cup with a life-sized model, Zhao Haochen might have forgiven it. Qin Feng, being particularly mischievous, directly clicked on the miracle drug section, loudly reading out the remarks. Ancestral miracle drug, for pets only. Zhao Haochen. Is it just a simple intelligence test, and suddenly even the species has changed? As the intellectual representative of the group, Zhao Haochen had never endured such humiliation, cursing and grumbling, not accurate at all. When did pets ever pay for tests? Huang Yi added another jab, "Do you look down on border collies?" One sentence ended the debate. Ignoring Zhao Haochen, who was sulking in the corner, the two continued to poke fun. The traitor has been exposed, misunderstandings cleared. After a round of banter, they finally remembered the matter at hand. "Brother Jiang, do you have any insights?" Zhang Huqing, feeling out of place in this group of intellectuals, had been quiet for a long time. Upon being asked, he finally began to respond, "Don't you think that using other martial techniques in this manner could yield higher damage? This fellow always manages to come up with new tricks. The more they thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Compared to martial techniques that could only be executed through fixed movements, having a permanent buff would undoubtedly be more practical. Just imagining the beauty of an over-limit strike combined with blade damage sent shivers down their spines. They eagerly encouraged, "Brother Jiang, there's no time like the present. Why not give it a try now?" Jiang Huqing, fearing the loss of inspiration, promptly summoned a scarecrow and closed his eyes to find the feeling. After a while, he swung the wooden stick forcefully, and with a resounding crack, the stick shattered into 2 pieces. The fallen wooden stick struck the scarecrow, producing an impressive force of 800 pounds. The chest visibly caved in. If it had been a person facing this concealed weapon, they might very well meet their end. Jiang Huqing shook his head. Ordinary weapons cannot withstand this. Huang Yi, being knowledgeable, immediately handed over his long knife. "Brother Jiang, give mine a try." Zhao Haochen, a beat slow to react, lost his position as a sycophant and could only shout, "Next time." "I'll come." Jiang Huqing nodded, closing his eyes again. Yes, he grew more adept with the martial technique. Finding the feeling became quicker. Almost as soon as he closed and opened his eyes, with a flash of brilliance, the long knife was already swung. Before the blade even made contact with the scarecrow, a crescent-shaped blood-red glow had already cleaved it in 2,800 pounds. This was merely the value of the blade shadows. Does this mean the blade shadows can't stack force? Chen Feng exaggeratedly dropped his jaw, feeling utterly deceived. Jiang Huqing explained, "You can achieve this using the earlier technique, but it seems the scarecrow can't withstand it. We might need to find someone to test it." The two exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously pushed Zhao Haochen forward, laughing, "No need to wait for the next time. You can do it this time." Zhao Haochen, "Am I cursed today? Why does it feel like each step leads to a pitfall?" "Brother Jiang, be gentle." Before Zhao Haochen could finish his protest, he realized the blade shadows were already upon him and hurriedly raised his knife to defend. The moment they made contact, he immediately felt an overwhelming force from the long knife, shattering his grip and rendering him unable to hold onto the weapon. By the time the long knife fell to the ground, it had already broken into 2, providing no semblance of defense. Following that, his armor shattered. The long knife glided through his body as though it were slicing through butter, cleaving him in 2. "This is the extent of what I can do right now." Jiang Huqing withdrew his strike, exhaling deeply, before stepping out of the arena, explaining, "There should be room for power escalation, but in my current physical condition, I cannot exert greater force. That last strike has already torn my arm muscles. This technique can only be used in a life-or-death situation." The group gazed at the wreckage of the arena, utterly at a loss for words. Despite this technique only possessing the power of a single strike, if it couldn't slay an enemy at a critical moment, then even 2 extra lives would be of no use. After a prolonged silence, someone finally spoke up. "This technique might reach the limit of Firefly-level power. Right?" Chen Feng struggled to swallow. "It might be even more than that. If it connects, it could even threaten Candle Shadow level." "Haochen, you've experienced it directly. What was the feeling?" Zhao Haochen, with a hint of irritation, remarked, "With such an intensity of attack, do you expect me to savor it slowly? I can only say that this is the most tranquil departure I have ever experienced." The 2 sighed in unison, lamenting, "What good is an opportunity if not utilized?" Zhao Haochen, in a fit of frustration, retorted, "If you are capable, then step up." The 2 promptly shook their heads and retreated. While they were amused by the spectacle, they were reluctant to become the subject of ridicule themselves and hastily shifted the topic. "What is the name of this technique?" Jiang Huqing inquired, puzzled. "Isn't it just Silver Light Blade?" The others responded with a collective pause. If not for the fact that the movements were entirely incorrect, they would have doubted their own training. They quickly called for a halt. Let it not be said that it was merely Silver Light Blade. This was an entirely different matter altogether. If such a name were to be given, it would likely lead to an uproar within a certain family, resulting in their ancestors being unearthed for public scrutiny. Jiang Huqing waved his hand dismissively. "In any case, it's just a foundational technique. If you like, you can call it continuous thrust." Well, if the Ming family were to hear such praise for their martial arts, they might just have to resurrect their ancestors. Ultimately, it was Chen Feng who seized the right to name it. "All right, so have you all mastered it?" Jiang Huqing was never one to dwell on such matters. Martial arts are lethal skills, and as long as one emerged victorious, the name was of little consequence. You think you can learn it after just one viewing? Even novels wouldn't dare to make such a claim. The others could only shake their heads, only to be dragged by Jiang Huqing into an inhumane training regimen. The following day, the arena was transformed to resemble a high mountain, with Jiang Huqing, like a mother eagle, relentlessly tossing these fledgling chicks downward. Though the method was brutal, it proved remarkably effective. This technique was not particularly special. It required no mental cultivation or specific postures. The more attuned one was to their emotions. The greater the power of the moved, it could be said that the closer one's head was to foolishness, the less they understood fear, and thus, the technique could be executed with ease. After enduring a few more tosses, the group gradually began to grasp the essence of the technique, subsequently attempting to combine it with their knife techniques to achieve a stacking of power. This was something they were already familiar with. Applying it was not particularly difficult. As their arms regained strength through training, their skill proficiency began to rise steadily, with only the fluctuation effect remaining to be perfected, which would come naturally at the firefly level. After a day, the three returned to the arena, drawing their weapons, stepping forward, and unleashing a barrage that left the straw man shredded, displaying a power level exceeding 1,000. It's done. If continuous blade could yield 3 times the power, then with this method, it could potentially double that. In this case, if they were to encounter the Catwoman again, given their current attack power, it would hardly require Jiang Huqing to exert himself. As long as they seized the opportunity, each of them had the capability to confront her head-on. Zhao Haochen mused, the heavens of Grand Forest are about to change. Qin Feng interjected, no, the dynamics of the other world are set to transform as well. Indeed, if every ordinary soldier were to learn this technique, all would possess the ability to counterattack, rendering the scoundrels obsolete. Even the common goblins? They might as well be sent to the zoo to prevent extinction without a place to view them. The crux of the matter is that the threshold for this strike is far lower than that of the previous continuous blade technique. A complete training regimen is already in place, requiring no intelligence, just the resolve to fight, and one can wield their weapon. Huqing, you've made a significant contribution this time. If there's anything you desire, just let me know, and I will certainly help you extract it from the old man, Qin Feng assured, not forgetting to acknowledge the true benefactor of their success. Jiang Huqing felt he lacked nothing. Contemplating, I can mooch off your food. I can crash with the army, so how about a weapon? Zhao Haochen promptly volunteered to negotiate. Fenger, if you don't bring out a divine weapon this time, I shall hold you in contempt. Huang Yi, however, remembered the captain's responsibilities, knowing that the greater a warrior's power, the more trouble they could attract. What about adding a set of armor? Your old man wouldn't he want to see Huqing go cold? Would he? Qin Feng immediately gave a thumbs up, commending this brave suggestion. If you dare to utter such trivialities before the old man, and he doesn't twist your head off, you must be his beloved grandson. Huang Yi repeatedly pleaded for mercy, enduring a few rounds of mockery before being released. After satisfying their appetites, Qin Feng promptly began his report. This time, there was no need to be discreet or ask if Qinlai was free. With such merit, even if he burned the old man's beard, he would still receive praise for the act. He casually propped his legs up and initiated a video call. Qinlai had been busy instructing several groups of soldiers in their training. As they were destined to be the seeds of the continuous blade technique, tirelessly working without a moment's rest, upon hearing the phone ring, he slammed his hand on the table. This brat has never uttered anything worthwhile. He tricked me out of funds, learned it himself, yet can't produce anything useful, leaving me to deduce it all. They are all ancient foxes. Who doesn't he know that his insults are but a facade for boasting? Others laughed and scolded, get lost. Are you still trying to show off to me? For the past few days, who has been constantly reminding everyone that he has a capable successor. When others learned slowly, he would throw shade, suggesting their own grandsons needed to retrain in the womb. Once exposed, Qinlai could no longer maintain his facade. His eyes filled with mirth as he sipped his tea and remarked, Old Zhang, you truly cannot envy this. This is the legacy of the Chen family, strength and capability. Old Zhang scoffed, it's merely the gleanings of others. One would think your grandson conducted independent research. Hurry and answer the call. He might be in need of toilet paper. The bitterness was palpable. Qinlai waved his hand dismissively. unwilling to engage in banter with old Zhang, and picked up the phone. What do you want? Speak up. Satisfied though he was, he could not let it show. Otherwise, this brat would truly turn the place upside down. Chun Feng was prepared to make a grand declaration, unwilling to endure such treatment.